Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Pressure by Kiki Burrelli, narrated by Chris Chambers. Chapter 1. Ab Initio. Axe Landry gripped a ballpoint pen under his desk, contemplating shoving it into his ear. But if he did that, he'd just be bleeding and irritated. The werewolves squabbling in his office like pups snarling over a toy would keep on squabbling. And unfortunately, his position as chief of the Lunar Council Enforcement Agency, LCEA, meant he was required to listen, no matter how mind-numbing. The paperwork is redundant and unnecessary. Every shipment, I'm required to fill out the same forms, for the same materials, for the same purpose. And because of your protocols, I must fill them out. Not my assistant or any of my scientists, though each of them is qualified. With all due respect, Chief Landry, my efforts are much better spent elsewhere. Dr. Lectra was the only one of the three who'd taken the chair Axe had offered them. His light gold hair, the solar werewolves' version of going gray, stuck up in every direction. Captain Mistus, head of the Solar Guard, stood behind him and a little to the left. For the most part, he'd remained silent, but Axe had dealt with the man and his shrewd yellow gaze enough to know he was paying attention, waiting for one of them to slip up. Crescent City was a melting pot of werewolves not only from different packs, but dimensions, and it was a pot that was always a fraction of a degree from boiling over. Keeping that from happening was Axe's job. From the very beginning, relations between the different species of werewolves had been fraught with a tension fueled by suspicion. But Axe didn't allow discrimination of any sort, and Captain Mistus would leave his office disappointed. Every shipment to Crescent City must pass through patrol with the proper documentation, filled out by the proper authorities. Officer Gunner, a beefy man, and head of General Patrol, shot back. Redundant as our policies may be, the forms are required. It doesn't matter if the shipment is for solar, celestial, or lunar wolves. I won't make exceptions just because they annoy you. Captain Mistus dropped his hands to the back of the doctor's chair. I don't believe it is Dr. Lectra's emotions that are guiding his ire, but his awareness of the critical task at hand. Constructing the portal that will allow our people to return home is his life's work. I'm sure even you can understand how he doesn't want to spend his precious time on paperwork, even if it is very important for you. Officer Gunner's face turned a tomato red, his eyes flashing silver, just as the captain had intended. Axe cleared his throat sharply. If Officer Gunner shifted, Axe would be in the office until the next day with his own redundant paperwork. And today, of all days, he didn't have time for that. Officer Gunner is correct. Every shipment into Crescent City must pass through patrol logged, examined, and accounted for. Less than a century ago, when the lunar werewolves were the only type of werewolves, they never would have dreamed of living in a mixed society. Territorial to a fault, packs had lived and died to protect their land. Overseeing a diverse population meant Axe walked a thin line, and the captain not only knew that, but enjoyed stretching it thinner. But since the doctor's time is so valuable, I see no reason why he can't delegate the task to his associate scientist, with the understanding that any issues will still be his responsibility. Axe added. Dr. Lectra smirked. I'm positive my associate can handle checking boxes, Chief Landry. Thank you. He stood, turning to walk through the door Captain Mistus held for him. Officer Gunner sulked like a gargoyle in the corner. I should have known a Landry pack wolf would never go to bat for an Andino wolf. He spat when the door had shut and the other's footsteps had faded away. Axe reminded himself why he couldn't throw the man out of his office. He didn't just need to keep the peace within the city. He needed to lead by example. My pack loyalty has nothing to do with my decision, Officer Gunner. We took the same oath to protect every citizen of Crescent City, no matter the pack designation or species. Those fucking day dogs think they run the place, he muttered with pink cheeks. A sharp growl echoed from the other room next to Axe's office. He held in his sigh and stood, leveling a cool stare on the other man. If you find you can't perform your duties correctly, I'm happy to reach out to Alpha and Dino and request your replacement. Daydog is a derogatory term that you will not use while tasked with protecting this city. Do you understand? Axe wished the idiot would push the issue. After spending so much time behind a desk, his werewolf itched for action. But being a hothead wouldn't help Axe's image. He was known within the city for being fair and even-tempered, and wouldn't risk that reputation on anything. You mean you'll whine to your cousin? We can't all be directly related to our alpha. Do you understand, Officer Gunner? He grabbed the phone on his desk. Or do I need to make that call? The growling next door grew louder. Axe recognized the tone. No, sir. The officer's jaw was so tight, Axe knew he hadn't solved any issues here. He'd only postponed them. Then get out of my office. Axe returned his gaze to the document sitting on top of his desk. He listened to the sounds of bickering grow for a few seconds longer, before tearing out the doorway, turning immediately to the room to the left where the rest of his team had their desks. There, he found two of his three agents nose to nose, both silver-eyed and half-shifted. His most senior agent, Sai Pataki, watched the junior agents with an amused curve to his brow. What is going on here? Axe let the barest hint of a growl color his tone. Huxley Might sprang back as if he'd been stung. He rubbed at his face, scratching embarrassed lines beneath his full beard. Chief, Agent Andino and I were only having an argument. I apologize if... Zane Andino didn't move, still sporting his fangs and claws as he made kissing sounds. Move your lips a little closer, Might. You can't reach his ass from there. Huxley snarled, eyes flashing once more. You're such an asshole. At least I care about something other than sleeping my way through every witch in the city. Do you even care about your future mate? Zane's eyes glittered with malice. I haven't gone through every witch. Have my eyes on a hot little familiar, though. Huxley surged forward and Axe caught him with his arm against his chest, pushing him back. Huxley was a good kid, even if he was barely old enough for that beard of his. But Zane Andino was a different story. That entire pack was nothing but trouble, each as arrogant and hot-headed as the last. But they were one of the most powerful lunar werewolf packs, which was why they were allowed a LCEA representative. Zane's father wasn't Alpha, but he might as well have been for as much sway as he held. As soon as his son was old enough, he'd had him replace the previous representative. Axe hadn't liked the guy who'd held the position before, but at least he hadn't been a spoiled playboy. I don't have time in my day to deal with your petty disputes. Handle these issues outside of working hours. Yes, Chief, Huxley replied. At the same time, Zane muttered, Whatever. Axe's gaze drifted to Sai, who still watched on as though he'd tuned into his favorite reality television show. I'd expect a little more guidance from his senior agent, Pataki. Sai shrugged his massive shoulders. How am I supposed to handle the pups? Nothing to do but let them fight it out. They've got to figure out their pecking order somehow. Zane scoffed. It's no question. I'm not a tiresome Boy Scout. No, you're just a self-centered punk. Axe should have stabbed himself when he'd had the chance. Enough! I want you both to prepare me a list of talking points for the monthly briefing. Go over the notes from the last meeting, complete with a list of potential risks by the end of today. Whichever of you submits the more thorough report will take the lead." "Why bother?" Zane muttered. "Agent Brownnose will just—" Axe spun to face Zane, squaring his body with the younger wolf while ignoring his beast's demands that he put the junior agent in his place. "If you can't pretend to do your job, you can leave Andino." Zane shuffled back, flopping into the chair behind his desk. "It's not my job to—" "Zip it, kid," Sai cut in, perhaps because he saw the murderous glint in Axe's expression. "The chief is supposed to go pick up his intended. Of course he's on edge. I, for one, am looking forward to meeting the lucky witch who I've heard so little about." Axe scowled. Neck deep in the annoyances of the day, he'd forgotten that he was set to leave that evening to drive down and pick up his intended mate. Even with his role as chief, it had been difficult to find a witch clan willing to link their name to his. Like stink to a dump truck, his reputation followed him wherever he went. "I wonder why I'm not thrilled at the idea of leaving you three in charge. Perhaps I should postpone." No, don't do that," Sai said. "The director already has it out for you, and you're cutting it close as it is. I'll whip the rookies into shape. You just come back with a witch to mate so I don't have to get used to some other Landry asshole lording his authority over me." It wasn't as if Axe had spent all this time procrastinating on finding a mate. He'd gone to every matchmaking agency that existed, getting turned away each time. Failing to secure a witch mate might mean an annoying readjustment period for Sai, but for Axe, it meant returning to a life of isolation and humiliation. He refused to lose everything he'd worked for. He'd been in negotiations with the Borealis witch clan for weeks now, working out the terms. Obtaining a mate wasn't going to be cheap, but it would mean Axe getting rid of the dark cloud that had hung over his head since first being appointed. Leading by example didn't just mean keeping his cool. It meant serving as a role model for all other lunar wolves. Adhering to the sacred pact was more important now than it had been even just 50 years ago, and Axe's relationship would be placed under a higher scrutiny than all others. Caden Borealis was younger than Axe would have liked, but he'd signed the preliminary contracts, and the Borealis clan didn't care that Axe was the disgraced son to a defeated alpha, which made Caden Axe's perfect match. There was still much that could go wrong. If someone found out Axe had resorted to paying for his mate, he might as well turn in his badge and pack his bags. But that was why Axe had drafted the contract. It kept him and his future intended safe. "This Landry asshole doesn't plan on going anywhere," Axe said finally. He'd kept details of his mating quiet for obvious reasons. Hell, Axe had yet to even meet the man face to face. But all that would end tomorrow. Hopefully, Caden came with his own quiet hobbies. Perhaps he'd want to work or continue his schooling. Axe had seen something in his background check about attending UCLA for a bit. He didn't know why Caden had taken a break from his studies, or really anything about the man. Mating Caden meant protecting his position, and that was what was most important. When it came to everything else, Axe didn't have a preference. Just as long as Caden could fake affection when needed, and didn't make Axe's life more difficult than it already was. Chapter 2. Counterparty. "Can I get a double Grey Goose and Perrier with a twist of lime and my usual, please?" Caden Borealis asked before turning his cell phone screen side down so he wouldn't have to look at the stream of texts coming in from his parents. He felt like a pincushion, each new ding sending a stab of anxiety through his chest. It wasn't even noon yet, and they'd sent him no less than 15 messages. It wasn't quite noon. Caden snagged the waiter's sleeve. Actually, make that a single. The waiter smiled, making the note on his pad of paper. He'd seen Caden through more than one hangover and never looked at Caden like he was judging him. See, mother, father, Caden thought as he settled into his chair. I can be responsible. He knew for damned sure neither of them was 100% sober at that exact moment, and the increasing typos in their texts weren't his first clue. You're lat for family brunch. Come home now. We need to talk to you, sweetie. Pick up the phone, Caden! ! 1. He turned off his ringer after the 5th plea. It wasn't that he was avoiding his parents. Caden just didn't want to see or hear from either of them. They weren't making much sense. He had no clue what they meant by family brunch. That implied brunch was a meal the three of them partook of together often, which simply wasn't the case. Maybe they're reaching out and want to start having brunch with you. Caden knew better than to hope for that sort of thing. For as long as Caden could remember, his parents' favorite hobby had been reminding Caden how much of a disappointment he was. And Caden had given them plenty of chances to enjoy that hobby. At just 23 years, he had a string of failed endeavors longer than something that was really long. Ultimately, it was Caden's existence that his parents couldn't accept, and it didn't matter how many times Caden attempted to prove himself to them. He couldn't give them back whatever he'd taken when he'd come into this world. So instead, Caden was single-handedly tarnishing the Borealis family name, his father's exact words. That really didn't make sense, and not just because Caden had 2 hands, but because as far as Caden could tell, the Borealis name hadn't been all that shiny to begin with. The only one of them who'd done anything of note had been Caden's grandpa, and it was just a little too early for Caden to start thinking about that. He tugged the frayed hem of his UCLA sweater he'd cut to the length of a crop top. That place was just another of his failed endeavors. No, it was more likely that his parents wanted to get in touch with Caden's boyfriend, Thad. As a full-time model and part-time drug dealer, Caden's parents were some of Thad's best customers, and it wasn't his pictures they were buying. That fact had been one of the reasons Caden had started dating Thad in the first place. Overnight, he'd become useful to his parents, not for anything he'd done, but for who he brought around. None of this stopped Caden from abruptly lunging for his phone and swiping across his notifications. The screen went black before he could open the first message. Caden stared at the blank screen, wondering if he'd gone selectively blind or... Shit! I forgot to charge my phone. Did you bring your charger? Across the table, Thad didn't respond, too busy staring at his own, fully charged phone with the devotion of a Labrador. Caden couldn't get too annoyed. He'd be staring at his own phone if he'd been able. He'd just have to wait until after he visited his grandpa to find out what his parents wanted. And his visit to his grandpa would have to wait until Caden got something in him to numb the rush of misery he felt whenever he thought about his grandpa's current state. Eager for literally anything else to think about, Caden searched the brickwork, spotting a small black bird pecking for crumbs. Pea Cakes was a popular breakfast place, and the bird would surely be well fed. But Caden would still drop a few sizable chunks of his own. That was kind of him considering how much he enjoyed the different flavored pancakes the place was known for, as well as their crazy combinations of toppings. Perhaps the birds would realize his sacrifice and erect a tiny statue in Caden's honor. He laughed at the mental image that brought up, until his stomach clenched painfully. On second thought, he was so hungry, Maybe he'd have to forego his chance at receiving a tiny bird statue. The night before, Caden had tried to be good knowing the visit he had planned today, but then Thad had invited his friends over, like he did most nights, and at some point, someone suggested body shots. Caden couldn't pass up the chance to show off how deep his belly button was. He'd lain down on their kitchen counter while friends, and some people Caden had never met before, lined up to slurp from his tummy. It had tickled and left him with beard burn across his navel, and an oddly fierce hangover considering he'd acted as shot glass for most of the night. But a full stack of peanut butter, chocolate, and bacon pancakes would deal with that, and Caden would be good as new. Sorry, Birdie. His grandpa wouldn't know if he was hungover, but his grandpa's full-time caregiver, Zelda, would. Caden hated seeing the woman's frown whenever she asked about how Caden was doing. These days, she didn't even wait for Caden's reply, just, "How are you doing?" Frown. He hated disappointing anyone, but her especially. She'd been with Caden's grandpa since he'd first gotten sick, back when Caden had been sure his grandpa would be back to normal in no time. 5 years later, and Caden had forgotten what normal was. Caden watched his boyfriend smile at the screen of his phone. The man was stupidly hot with sharp blue eyes and wavy, dirty blonde hair he refused to let anyone touch. He could charm the stripes off a zebra. Where Caden felt perpetually unsure, Thad was confident. That had been the quality that had drawn Caden to him in the first place. "Do you want to come with me today, Thad? Say hello to my grandpa?" Thad's fingers flew over the keyboard, whatever he typed making his dimples sink deeper into his cheeks. "Thad," Caden repeated sharper than before. "Will you stop texting for 1 second and look at me? You've only ever visited the once. Why don't you stay?" He'd appreciate the emotional support. Thad looked up, confusion on his face. "Why would I stay?" he asked, using nearly the same words as Caden, but with an inflection that made the request sound like Caden had been asking for something insane. "He's in a coma, and you can't even be in the same room with him." Caden felt his face burn, Thad's dismissal making him wish he could slink under the table. "Besides, I'm not just texting Kitty Cade. I'm arranging a pickup with Bates. He says hello, by the way." Caden held off his grimace long enough to nod his thanks to the waiter as he returned with their drinks. "I don't say hello back. But don't tell him that. Tell him nothing. Say, Caden says... No, just say nothing." Thad laughed. "Don't worry, Kitty. I'll protect you from the big bad man." Caden didn't think he was being unreasonable in his caution toward Bates. The first time Caden had met Thad's supplier, the man had propositioned him. And when Caden had refused the man, Bates had joked that he could just slip Caden something and get his way. Thad had insisted Bates had been joking, but Caden still didn't like being anywhere near him. "I can protect myself," Caden mumbled, taking a long sip from his cocktail. The drink hit his empty stomach like acid. He picked up his phone, setting it back down when he remembered it was dead. Thad sucked on his straw until the last drops crackled against the bottom of his glass. He stood. "Drink up, Kitty Cade. Gotta go." "What? We just got here. I haven't even gotten my food," Caden whined. "Whose fault is that? Not mine. Oh, come on. You're the one who needs the ride, unless you plan on figuring out how to ride the bus," Thad added with a laugh that made Caden regret ever telling Thad how horribly lost he'd gotten the first and last time he'd attempted public transport. He'd been so focused on watching the people get on, he'd missed his stop and the 30 stops that had come after. Caden scowled but did as his boyfriend said, finishing his drink before patting his pockets. No wallet. Thad smirked at him as though he'd been waiting for Caden to realize. He fished a bill from his own wallet, dropping it on the table before holding his hand out. "What would you do without me?" Caden took the hand, letting the man lift him from his chair. "Did you know I forgot it?" Thad strode through the outdoor eating area. "Saw it on the counter before we left." "Why didn't you tell me?" "If I did that, how could I come to your rescue? Besides, I'd never have time for anything else if I made it my job to remind you of things you forget." The irritation that followed him into the passenger side of Thad's Tesla was unreasonable. Caden had forgotten his own wallet, just like he'd forgotten to charge his phone the night before. As Thad started the car, his phone's notifications displayed on the large screen at the center of the console. Caden scowled at the pop-ups alerting Thad of new messages from a hookup app. "Talking to Bates, huh?" His boyfriend just grinned. "Like you don't have your own fun. Besides, this is for you, kitty. Finding people to distract Bates with tonight." "Tonight?" Caden squeaked. Maybe it was stupid for Caden to be so afraid of the man, but his "I will sell your organs" vibe gave him the heebie-jeebies. It was impossible for Caden to deploy his usual tactic of avoidance when Thad consistently invited Bates to his condo. "You shouldn't be so judgmental. He's a businessman, and you enjoy his inventory." It was true. Caden didn't often say no to the party favors Thad dished out. But he stuck to the kiddie pool stuff, weed, Molly, the occasional line, never anything that required a needle. He had morals. Some morals. "Whatever, just keep him away from me." 30 minutes later, Caden peered out the passenger side window at his grandpa's familiar antebellum-style home. His eyes lingered on the porch swing he'd spent summers on, talking about everything and nothing with the man who'd basically raised him. Even after 5 years, it's weird to be here and not have him waiting, arms open. "Kitty Cade! I'm going to be late." Thad leaned over Caden's lap to open his door. The acid in Caden's stomach burned. Was it really so much to want his boyfriend to be there for him? He was going to ask just that, but Caden didn't want to come off as whiny or needy. For all his flaws, Thad stuck by Caden's side, and without him, he'd be alone. "Sorry, I'll call you when I'm finished." He watched his boyfriend race away down the driveway, not remembering until he'd turned out of sight that he couldn't call Thad. Even if he borrowed someone's phone, he had no idea what Thad's number was. He sighed. Oh well, he'd deal with that problem later. Instead of going to the front door, Caden went around to the side of the house, stopping outside the wide bay windows that looked out onto his grandpa's garden, now overgrown. Despite his grandpa's numerous attempts at trying to teach Caden how to care for the plants, his thumb remained so black it might as well fall off. Keeping his distance was working well enough, his grandpa's prized wisteria having slowly crept through much of the space, taking it over. He peeked through the glass, his chest loosening at the sight of his grandpa, eyes closed. 5 years ago, his mysterious sickness had taken hold. None of the doctors knew what it was. All Caden knew was that it made him weak and caused him immense pain. At first, Caden had spent every day by his grandpa's side, telling him stories of his day, or what he'd wished his day had been like. But after a while, the pain was too much for him to pay attention. He'd started going in and out of consciousness, too delirious when he was awake to do much more than suffer. Every day he faded a little more. Before his grandpa had been sick, he'd been a force. He'd lost his wife just before Caden was born, but he hadn't let the grief take him over. Instead, he'd moved across the country and become a successful investor. His grandpa never boasted about himself, but other people did. He'd had the magic touch, somehow knowing by just being in the same room with a person if their idea had what it took to take off. As a kid, Caden had been sure he'd grow up to be just like him. Spoiler alert, he hadn't. But his grandpa had never rubbed his nose into as many failures. He'd always been there to pick Caden up, dust him off, and tell him that one day he'd find the thing he was meant to do. His grandpa had been so sure Caden's life would all fall into place that even Caden had believed him. But now, 5 years into his grandpa's sickness, Caden was still falling. "Hi, Grandpa," Caden whispered through the window with a wave. "Sorry Thad couldn't make it. He's arranging something." He sighed and locked his knees to keep from falling beneath the weight of his sorrow. This was why he'd wanted a drink before coming. He couldn't help this feeling that he should be doing something to help him. Zelda entered the room and checked over the monitors, making notes on a clipboard when Caden wrapped his fingers against the window. He grinned, but didn't receive the smile he usually did from the middle-aged woman. His chest filled with sand as Zelda gestured for him to meet her out back. He took a seat on the patio chair outside the double-glass doors, standing up before his butt had fully settled. Zelda had seen his grandpa through tough times, back when his pain had been too much for the strongest narcotics to make a dent in. For the past year, he'd been on an experimental peptide treatment that had finally provided him with pain relief. He was doing better than ever, which meant whatever had Zelda looking so worried was bad. He paced the patio instead, imagining all the different reasons Zelda would want to risk exposure to speak with him. The peptide treatment eased his grandpa's pain, but also compromised his immune system. Zelda had to limit who she came in contact with, which generally meant their conversations occurred through the bay windows. Except now she needs to talk to you face to face because something really, really, really bad has happened. By the time Zelda joined Caden on the patio, his face was sore from wincing. "I tried calling you before you got here," she began. "Yeah, sorry about that. My phone died. Is Grandpa?" "His condition is the same," Zelda replied gently. "But it is his care that I wanted to talk to you about. The agency called me saying I need to prep Mr. Borealis for a transfer to a residential home. They said it was under the request of his family." "What?" Caden scrunched his nose. "No, I didn't request anything like that. Grandpa can't be moved. The treatments make him too weak to be around a lot of people." Zelda smiled gently. "I know, and I told the agency that. They said the family needed to explore more cost-effective options. But Grandpa has that health account thingy." Real smart, Caden. His grandpa had explained the setup more than once, the money he'd set aside for his care, but Caden was too scattered to remember. "His HSA, yes. It's been depleted. I don't think your grandfather expected to rely on it for so long. He accepted his condition long ago and—" "The peptide treatments are helping!" Caden barked, feeling horrible the moment the last syllable left his mouth. He didn't want to see the expression on Zelda's face, so he kept his gaze to the ground as she replied softly, "They are helping ease the pain, yes, but Caden, the treatment was never intended to heal him. His care team at the hospital is no closer to a definitive diagnosis." Caden's legs tingled, each gasp of air harder to catch than the one before. He wanted to run, but running from his problems didn't fix them. "Is this why you called me? To tell me he's going to die? No. I called you because you're his family too. More than that, you're the only one to ever visit him. And I suspected your parents didn't consult with you. The responsibility of your grandfather's care has fallen to them, and this was their decision. But now that you know, you can try to convince them to rethink it. Embarrassment settled around his neck like a wet scarf. He knew his parents didn't visit Grandpa as often as he did, but he'd sort of assumed they'd gone a few times. It wasn't like his grandpa had been a horrible dad. He'd supported Caden's father and had taken care of Caden whenever he'd been able, letting his parents live the life they thought they deserved. His grandpa had given them everything they had, and still Caden's dad couldn't be bothered to see him. In 5 years. But, more than anything else, Caden was embarrassed because he had no clue what he was supposed to do about this. He'd never convinced his parents of anything, and besides, how was he supposed to convince them to be decent people? Caden's greatest accomplishments in life had been talking his way into exclusive clubs and flirting his way into getting discounts when he went shopping. But his grandpa had been the only person in Caden's life that he could ever count on. He'd been Caden's safe harbor during all those years his parents had spent partying, neither too young, but both too immature to raise a child. And now, his grandpa needed him. Okay, yes. Thank you for telling me. He breathed out loudly. I'll go over there right now. I'll figure it out. I'll figure this out. I promise. Just don't do anything. Don't go anywhere. She'd likely meant her smile to be supportive, but it made Caden feel even more like an imposter. Why was she looking at him like he'd suddenly become capable? He was the same screw-up who couldn't remember to charge his phone or grab his wallet, which reminded him, can you call me an Uber? My phone and my card. He burned bright red. The optimistic glimmer he'd spotted in her gaze dimmed. That was more like it. Chapter 3. Breach. Mrs. Borealis sat with her palms folded neatly in her lap, legs crossed at the ankles with her knees tucked to the side. He should be here any minute, she said, giving Axe the same saccharine smile she'd flashed him since he'd arrived. Axe had expected things to be awkward, but he hadn't counted on his intended mate blowing their meeting off altogether. At this point, Caden Borealis was more than an hour late, a fact Caden's father was trying to remedy in hushed whispers inside his office, beneath the drone of what sounded like a white noise machine. Axe had caught enough of their conversations to come to the conclusion that neither of these people had any idea where their son was. If the message he'd received from his cousin and Landry Pack Alpha, Ferris, wasn't so fresh in his mind, Axe would have left exactly 55 minutes ago. Director Might contacted me saying you left Crescent City to pick up your intended. I had to pretend I knew what he was talking about. Raquel and I look forward to meeting the lucky witch. When Ferris had sent Axe as representative to Crescent City, he'd been banking on Axe failing. At that time, interspecies violence had been on the rise. The city had been more of a powder keg than it was now. Ferris had planned on using the move to show everyone how kind of an alpha he was, how generous, even to a pariah like Axe. And here they were, almost a decade later. The interspecies crime rate was down to nearly zero, and disputes between lunar wolf packs were heading closer to that number every quarter. Axe's success hadn't come as a surprise to just Ferris. Every wolf who'd ever heard of Axe's father had expected him to fail. Before taking over as chief, even Axe's own pack mates had kept their distance. Werewolves weren't meant to live solitary lives. It did strange things to a wolf, and after enduring it for years, Axe had begun feeling the effects. In Crescent City, he'd found order and acceptance. He was strict but fair. When other werewolves allowed their beasts to take over their actions, Axe remained in control. He refused to return to his old life as an outcast, of isolation, which made securing a witchmate and enduring that witch's current tardiness a necessity. Moving forward, Caden would have to understand that he needed to conduct himself with reliability and decorum. As mate to the chief of the LCEA, he'd be under more scrutiny than most. They'd be living with the constant threat of someone discovering the transactional nature of their relationship, and would need to compensate by keeping their actions out of the public's eye. Generations ago, exchanging money and goods for a mating wasn't unusual, but these days, the image of the sacred pact needed to be upheld as a voluntary union between witch and lunar wolf. Arrangements still existed between the more established families, but even then, their relationships were presented as a gradual progression and not a direct exchange of goods for power. For that exact reason, Axe had detailed his expectations as well as guidelines for their mating within the preliminary contract Caden had already signed. "Car trouble?" Axe asked finally.
"Oh, no. Caden doesn't drive."
Mrs. Borealis laughed. Axe cocked his head to the side, watching the woman for a moment before asking, "Why is that funny?" She coughed so hard she began to choke, and leaned forward for the glass of clear liquid sitting on the crystal coffee table between them.
"My son is just not the driving type."
That answer made no sense. In fact, not a lot had made sense since Axe had stepped foot inside the Borealis residence. For a family of witches, their home was shockingly human. Witch clans were private but prideful. The few witch homes Axe had entered had been prominently decorated with family heirlooms and magical items passed down from generation to generation. Axe didn't sense anything like that within the Borealis home. He should have expected something like this the moment the Borealises hadn't turned him away. There had to be something wrong with these people, some con they were playing. "You did tell your son about today's meeting. Do I need to call him?" He remembered seeing Caden's contact number in the paperwork he'd sent over along with the signed preliminary contract. Mrs. Borealis looked nervously in the direction her husband had disappeared.
No need for that. None at all. We told him. It's just, well, I'm still so glad about this arrangement. My husband told me about the troubles you were having securing a mate, and I'm just so glad. We've heard amazing things about Crescent City."
"Have you ever visited?" Axe knew they hadn't. He'd have come across the travel documents during his discreet background check, but he had a feeling the more he got the woman to talk, the more likely she'd slip up and let Axe in on their little ruse. The money had yet to be transferred, and wouldn't be until the final documents had been signed. They couldn't be planning on overpowering him. There was nothing they could take from him for one, and even without knowing their affinities, Axe was confident he could neutralize the two witches with one arm tied behind his back.
"No, we don't travel a lot. Keep mostly to ourselves."
Again, Axe's bullshit detector pinged, but he couldn't tell exactly why. She hadn't lied. This branch of the Borealis clan didn't travel. They didn't do much of anything. While authenticating Caden's heritage, he'd learned that the patriarch of their tiny clan, Trivent Borealis, had split from the larger clan around 24 years ago. A recent widower, Trivent had left with his son and daughter-in-law, living under the radar since then. It was certainly odd behavior. The world was safer for witches since the creation of the Sacred Pact. But witches still tended to stick together, most choosing to marry within their own kind, save for the handful that ended up mated to werewolves. They were secretive and untrusting. Axe understood. Werewolves were the same way. But something had driven this tiny offshoot out on their own, and Axe supposed he should be glad for it. They likely wouldn't have agreed to negotiate with him otherwise. Except Axe now suspected what he'd thought was luck was something else entirely. And he was getting tired of waiting to find out what that was. "Your family stands to benefit from our arrangement as much as I do, Mrs. Borealis." That wasn't exactly true. Axe's future depended on him finding a witchmate. "Is there anything you need to tell me before we move forward? Preliminary contracts have been signed, but I've brought a termination agreement as a precaution."
"Termination?"
she squeaked. "It isn't the ideal outcome here, but—" Axe gripped the sofa, his claws ripping through the upholstery as he clung to the cushion. Challenging his wolf's desire was second nature to him now, a fact he was immensely grateful for at that moment, since without it, he'd have already been on his feet ready to pounce on whoever had just come in through the front door. The person's scent had hit him first, sweet and citrus, and so mouth-watering. Axe's fangs extended to take a bite. Fuck. He needed to get control of himself. "No," his wolf growled. "You need to take and claim and make that scent yours." The petite man suddenly filling the archway looked barely old enough to be legitimately wearing the UCLA sweater that had, at some point, been cut so that it was at a length that displayed much of the man's slim midriff. His tight blue jeans had been torn and cut so that they were just this side of obscene. He pushed his honey-colored hair off his forehead and stared at Axe with a pair of eyes that weren't quite pure green, nor hazel, but the muted shade of a bundle of dried sage. Axe's cock stiffened, making his slacks painfully tight as the base of his dick swelled as though Axe was going to pop his knot just from the sight of the young man. But then, the man moved, rustling his scent, and allowing Axe to pick up a second fragrance. Male, and thick enough it meant they'd been in close contact not too long ago. His wolf howled with fury, but the presence of the other male gave Axe the calm he needed to keep from scenting the young man with his dick. Instead, he sat there and stared, helpless to stop the growl tearing up his throat. Chapter 4. Frustration. Caden froze, the tiny hairs on his body sticking up as his brain tried to decide between sprinting away to find a place to hide, or cannonballing into the arms of the man staring at him like he was ravenous, and Caden was a juicy steak. He caught himself leaning forward, his body making the choice for him as his skin tingled beneath that dark gaze. Even sitting, the man screamed strength, power. His glossy brown hair had only the hint of gray at his temples, while his full beard framed a strong chin and full lips. He exuded a feral energy that Caden needed to... What the hell are you doing? For once in your life, don't be so easily distracted and stick to your task, Caden. He settled back on his heels, ripping his gaze from the literal god of a man and toward his mother. "Where's Dad?" he croaked. His mother hopped to her feet. "Caden, this is... I'm sorry, but I don't care." He did care. He cared so much. And that was his worry. He didn't want to know anything more about whoever this person was. Not until he'd accomplished what he'd come here to do. His grandpa was relying on him. "Dad!" Caden tore down the hallway, colliding with his father. He grabbed Caden by the elbow and yanked him inside his office, calling out, "I'll be right with you, Chief Landry." Chief? Did you guys finally get busted? The question popped out of his mouth without thought, punctuated by his father slamming the office door shut. He went to the white noise machine and cranked the dial before surging into Caden's face. "You have a real knack for ruining things, don't you?" Caden sucked in a sharp breath, momentarily stunned by his father's anger. He was supposed to be the angry one here, not his father. He couldn't let himself shrivel up like he normally would in the face of conflict. This was too important. Caden shook out the tension, making his spine rigid, and kept his chin up as he glared. "I was visiting Grandpa. Zelda said—" "Who?" "Zelda, Grandpa's caregiver. She said that you wanted to transfer him to residential care, that you weren't going to continue paying for his treatments. They're the only thing keeping him out of pain. You can't—" "I can't?" his father sneered. "Are you telling me what I can and cannot do? You, Caden?" He laughed, but the sound was full of more cruelty than humor. "Suddenly you're a medical expert?" "No." Caden's throat tightened. "I didn't say I was, but Zelda said—" "Zelda? The nurse?" Disdain dripped from the word. "Well, I spoke with an actual doctor, Caden. That's what responsible adults do. They turn to a qualified source. And he informed me that there is no chance of Dad's condition improving. They have no idea what is wrong with him. No treatment options. There never has been. You're the only one who can't understand that." At some point, the conversation had twisted, turning away from Caden's original point. He hadn't come here to discuss the likelihood of his grandpa ever getting better, even if he knew in his heart that he would. But his thoughts spun so fast now, he couldn't immediately remember what he'd been trying to say. "You're delusional, Caden. It might have been cute when you were a kid, but you're not anymore, and you're still idolizing a man who has left us without a penny to live on. Do you ever stop to wonder how you live the life you do? How you can pick up habits and hobbies without a worry of how you will pay for it? For fuck's sake! You live in a condo you didn't need to supply a dime for. You have no idea the sacrifices this family has made and continue to make for you. But you still drop in like a spoiled brat expecting more and ruining everything." What exactly had he ruined? All he'd done was stormed in and refused to be introduced to a man too gorgeous for Caden to handle at the moment. "What are you talking about?" "Chief Landry is here to make a deal, an investment, and is willing to pay enough that maybe we'll be able to afford your grandfather's top-of-the-line care long enough for him to pass." Caden had always denied it when people told him he looked like his parents, even though he knew he was a perfect split of their features. But in that exact moment, he couldn't see how he was even distantly related to the man staring at him with such coldness in his gaze. Caden shivered. This was why he never came home unless he had Thad with him. Why he got anxiety even seeing his parents' name pop up on his phone. He always left their presence confused and exhausted, unsure of how he'd fucked up, but certain he had. "What is he investing in?" he asked tiredly. Caden's father poured himself a drink from the crystal decanter on his desk. "Our family is suffering from a series of bad investments your grandfather made before he got sick. I partly blame myself for not stepping in earlier, but I was trying to be a good son. And now you have an opportunity to be a good son." "What do you want me to do? Get a job somewhere? I still have some of my teacher's numbers." He wouldn't go into exactly why he had their personal numbers. "I could call—" No, Caden. We don't have time to wait for you to learn how to be a grown-up. He pressed his lips together, willing himself to not cry and make a fool of himself. That man you were so rude to is named X. Landry. He needs a permanent companion, someone with the right heritage to live with him in his home. He's willing to pay more than you could ever make on your own. Caden's brain buzzed nearly too loud for him to hear his father speak. Pay? For a companion? Enough to pay for Grandpa's care? His father shook his head, letting out an airy laugh that made Caden feel like he'd asked something extremely stupid. Enough to give me a chance to get this family back on its feet, and be able to afford things like your Grandpa's care. It's astonishing that I was able to find us this deal in the first place, that I could find something that even you could do. Caden's skin burned beneath the spotlight of his father's attention. Something even he could do? He chewed on his thumbnail, waiting for his sluggish brain to clumsily put the pieces together. They did, in slow motion, his thoughts rapidly speeding up to concentrate. You want to sell me? His father's eyes darted to the door. He stomped forward, herding Caden until he couldn't back up anymore. Stop being stupid. It's not like that. It's an agreement. A business deal. A business? Caden slipped out from in front of his father, his head shaking back and forth, making his brain rattle. He'd known that his parents thought him useless. They'd mocked every failed attempt he'd made at doing something with his life. But a part of him had hoped that they loved him, that in some distant way they respected him. But he knew now. His father saw him as no more than cattle, something to be sold. How much? He gasped. The answer wouldn't change his mind, but he had a right to know what he was worth. But it was clear from his father's smug smile that he believed Caden was considering the offer. Enough to dig us out of the hole that has us hemorrhaging money. Enough to make you proud of me? His father's smile flattened as he considered the question before answering. Yes, if that's how you want to look at it. Your mother, too. We'll both be proud of you. He shouldn't have come here. He'd known, deep down, that coming here wouldn't fix the problem. His parents didn't fix things. They destroyed them. They used all that they could and then threw away what was left. He turned for the door. You need to apologize to him first for how you acted. His type of people are very proud. Caden didn't say anything. He turned the knob and opened the door, chin held high as he strode down the hallway. He felt his mother's gaze, felt the eyes of Axe Landry on his cheek. He didn't acknowledge them, didn't even turn his head before silently slipping out the front door and breaking into a sprint. He should have screamed, should have stood up to his parents for once. But instead, he'd done what he always did and ran away. It wasn't until he reached the next block, panting for air, that he let himself cry. Caden's condo was packed with people by the time he got home, having walked the 10 miles from his parents' house. He didn't know how long it had taken him. He hadn't had a phone to check, or call for his boyfriend to come get him, and his wallet hadn't magically appeared. But he'd spent those miles thinking and planning. Caden wiped the fog from his bathroom mirror and stared at his freshly scrubbed face. You can do this. He grabbed his toothbrush, resisting the urge to jump back in the shower. He'd been sweaty when he got home, but that dirty feeling now crept beneath his skin. No amount of hot water had been able to wash it away either. especially not once Thad had actually agreed to his crazy plan. Outside his bedroom, the party was going strong with the regular mix of familiar faces and people Caden had never seen before. Caden preferred surrounding himself with people enjoying life to being alone with his ever-revolving thoughts. Stillness and quiet were two enemies he'd avoid for the rest of his life if possible. Thad had, true to his word, invited over a swarm of people to play interference between Caden and Bates. Except it was an interference Caden wouldn't need anymore. His father hadn't been wrong about Caden. He didn't have a skill to fall back on. He wasn't qualified for much more than a minimum wage job, and those wages wouldn't put a dent in how much he'd need to continue his grandpa's care. He couldn't sell the condo because it wasn't actually in his name. At a minimum, Caden needed to make enough money to pay his grandpa's monthly agency fees and cover the cost of the peptide treatments. And at the end of 10 miles, there was just one way he could think of possibly making that much. "Kitty Cade!" Thad knocked lightly on the bathroom door. It swung open, letting out a plume of thick steam. "I just talked to Bates. He's on his way and is willing to consider bringing you in." Caden dropped his gaze from the mirror. "That's good. That's really good." Thad either didn't notice Caden's trepidation or didn't care. "He is a little suspicious, though, even after I told him your situation. He might need some insurance." "What do you mean?" Thad gave a vague grunt. "We'll see when he gets here. For now, I've brought you a little something to take the edge off." He shook a small plastic bag full of white tablets and a half-full bottle of Kettle One. "I don't know. I'm glad he's willing to help, but the man still threatened to roofie me. Don't you think I should be a bit more clear-headed?" Thad exhaled, flapping his lips like a horse. "I told you he was just joking. Bates doesn't need to drug anyone to sleep with him, not without them knowing. Besides, I'll be with you the whole time, Kitty. You don't need to be afraid. I just know how spazzy you can get, and thought you might want the chance to think about something else for a little bit." That was the only thing Caden wanted to do, to go so far away in his mind that his current problems ceased to exist. He nodded and opened his palm, tossing the tablet back and chasing it down with a swig from the bottle of vodka Thad had brought with him. Caden danced on his sofa, writhing against the bodies on either side of him as he let the music fill his bones. Bates hadn't come yet, but Caden wasn't worried. Why would he be when he'd transformed? No longer the spoiled, disappointing son of spoiled, disappointing parents. He was pure light and movement. He was sound and energy. He was going to fall. Someone caught him from behind, their hands lingering on his hips. Caden didn't know who. He didn't care. It wasn't Thad, since he was grinding on some girl against the patio door. Finding out who wasn't worth the effort of turning around. Instead, he wiggled his thanks as his hip vibrated. Not his hip. His pocket. His phone. He ignored it. Looking would mean seeing the texts and missed calls from both his parents. And if he did that, he wouldn't be light or movement. He'd be a stone sinking to the bottom of a dark well. He forced his eyes closed and danced, letting himself feel everything but the shame biting like a yappy dog at his brain. "Let's go, Kitty Cade. Bates is waiting." Thad must have peeled himself away from the girl, because he was suddenly standing in front of Caden with his palm out and a twinkle in his gaze. Caden stopped dancing, letting himself be pulled along behind Thad, up the stairs to Caden's bedroom. There was nothing remarkable about the man waiting for him inside, sitting in Caden's chair in front of his dresser. Bates raked his eyes up Caden's body. "I saw you dancing when I came in, but you didn't even notice me." His tone made Caden feel like maybe he was meant to apologize. But his brain was working overtime, noticing 1,000 unimportant things all at once with no juice left to make those sorts of decisions. Outside, the music was a distant beat, a reminder of how carefree Caden had pretended to be. The loose thread at the collar of Bates's polo waved with each exhale. He wore a gold ring on the index finger of his right hand, the surface scuffed with a smear of white, like he'd scraped it at some point against a painted wall. The thick scent of cigarette smoke clung to the man's skin, somehow making Caden notice the way his own jeans clung to his now sweaty legs. His observations did nothing but distract Caden, each as meaningless as the last. "I notice you now," Caden said finally. Amusement shone in Bates's gaze as he looked from Thad to Caden. "I heard you have a favor to ask me. Come a little closer. I don't bite." Caden's stomach lurched, reminding him that he still had yet to eat that day, and the only thing sloshing in his tummy was booze. At Thad's urging, he wobbled forward like a newborn goat with pogo sticks for legs. He dropped heavily on the side of his bed, immediately tucking his limbs in closer to his core. "I heard you need money. Thad here said you're willing to work for it." Every cell in his body screamed danger, but since diving beneath his bed and hiding wasn't an option, Caden clarified. "Doing what Thad does, like selling drugs. Just that. Just drugs." Bates gave him a half-smile. "Of course. What did you think I meant?" He looked over Caden's head to Thad standing beside him. "He usually this twitchy? Makes a guy nervous." Thad forced out a laugh. "He's just shy." "Why don't you get us something to drink?" Bates suggested. "To soothe the nerves and give us a chance to iron out the details." Caden's pocket buzzed again, and he contemplated answering just to get out of this current situation. Thad had promised not to leave him, and yet Thad didn't even check in with him before he went out the door. Bates moved from the chair to sit beside Caden on the bed. "That's better, don't you think?" Caden swallowed loudly. "So, yeah, I need to make money, and I figured if Thad can... No, that sounds rude. I mean, I'm not qualified for a lot, but I'm friendly." He thought of bringing up his grandpa, but Caden didn't want this man's thoughts anywhere near his grandpa. "What would he think if he knew what you're doing right now?" He pushed that unpleasant thought away. "Friendly? Could have fooled me. You're always so cool when I come around. Stuck up. Changing your tune so quickly. Makes a man wonder." Caden didn't think he was meant to answer. Bates hadn't asked a question, and the room had begun to spin too quickly for him to respond anyway. "But you don't do what I do without learning how to spot desperation." He leaned down, lifting a black pouch from the floor. "I can give you a shot, Caden. I just need a little insurance." The carousel in Caden's head came to an abrupt stop at the sight of the items Bates unpacked from the pouch. With creeping horror, he recognized what each item was, most offensive being the needle wrapped in plastic. Caden was on the other side of his room in an instant. His heart pounded, his body sweatier than he'd been after his 10-mile hike. "I don't do that." Bates' expression went hard. "I need to protect myself, Caden. I'm not asking you to make it a habit. Just once, in my presence.
What will that prove?
That you aren't here with any ulterior motives.
Like I'm working for the cops?
He squeaked. Among other things, Bates replied with a vague wave. You either do this, or we don't have a deal.
Fuck. Shit. Shit!
Caden regretted not going into this night sober. He needed a clear head to figure out how he could get out of using anything Bates had pulled from his black pouch. Why are you making such a big deal about this? You're disappointing in so many ways. What's one more? His inner monologue wasn't helping, so Caden did the only thing he could think of, announcing,
I need to pee,
before rushing out of the room. He'd flown down the stairs before remembering he had a bathroom in his bedroom. Whatever. He needed to find Thad and ask him a solid, "What the fuck?" Thad was supposed to be getting them drinks, but he wasn't in the kitchen. Caden searched the dancers in the living room, heading down the hallway to his home gym where he finally found his boyfriend standing in front of the wall of mirrors, groaning as he cupped the head of the man on his knees in front of him.
You are supposed to be getting us drinks,
Caden snapped, knowing that he should probably feel some way about catching his boyfriend getting a blowjob from a stranger. But it wasn't like they hadn't played around, together and separately. It was the timing Caden took issue with now. Oh, hey, Kitty Cade. To the man on his knees, Thad said, This is my boyfriend I was telling you about. Without missing a beat, or suck as the case was, the man gave Caden a small wave.
You said you wouldn't leave me with him, and now he wants me to...
Caden glanced at the man going to town on Thad's dick.
Do something I don't want to do.
Caden caught Thad's wince in the mirrors. It's part of the initiation process. I didn't want to tell you before because I knew you'd freak out.
You knew about this?
Thad didn't turn around to look at him. Yeah, babe. Look, can you just give me a second? Get back to Bates and I'll be there in a minute to help you. After tonight, you never have to do it again. It's just insurance. Caden stumbled back. Thad was going to help him? He staggered out of the gym and back down the hallway, wondering how he'd somehow taken his life from fucked up to super fucked up with the side of you're screwed in just a few hours. His chest felt tight, the air squeezing out of his body faster than he could replace it. He needed air. Gasping, he spilled out into the patio, smushing himself into the shadowy corner and away from the people who'd come out for a smoke. He squeezed his eyes closed, but his head just spun faster in the darkness behind his eyelids, so he opened them again. His pocket vibrated. Caden pulled his phone free, desperate enough for a distraction he'd take being berated by his parents over facing the mess he'd made of things. He didn't recognize the number, but swiped to answer anyway. Hello? Caden Borealis. The steady voice on the other side sounded out of place with the chaos surrounding him. The tightness in his chest eased some, replaced by fluttering butterflies. Yes? This is Axe Landry. I have termination papers I need you to sign. I realize now that it is unlikely the signature I have from you on the preliminary contract is authentic, but I need to protect myself. The termination contract includes an NDA. I need to protect myself? That was the second time he'd heard that phrase in the span of 10 minutes, and it was 2 times too many.
Fucking hell! I am so sick of people around me looking out only for themselves.
Excuse me? That strict tone absolutely did not send a shiver down Caden's spine. He was too scared, tired, and hungry to be aroused anyway. I don't really have time to explain it to you right now, Axe Landry. I'm too busy hiding on my patio, trying to figure out how to not do meth, while my boyfriend, who was supposed to protect me, is getting a blowjob from a stranger. Caden thought the man had hung up. He wouldn't have blamed him. Where are you? My condo? Caden shoved his hair off his forehead, letting the cool air kiss his heated skin. 3877 Walnut Avenue? He blinked. Yes? Are you stalking me? I'm not far. Fuck, Caden! What are you doing outside? Thad burst onto the patio, yanking Caden by the arm and making his fingers slip, hanging up on Axe Landry. Who the fuck could you possibly be talking to? Jesus! I told you to go back. You don't make a man like Bates wait, Kitty Cade. I vouched for you. Do not make me look like an idiot. Caden felt like a child who'd been caught skipping class, as Thad dragged him back up the stairs to his bedroom. Every horrible thing was where Caden had left it. Bates on the side of the bed, that black pouch, the contents within. Caden dug his heels into the carpet. Maybe I was too hasty. Bates eyed the phone still in Caden's hand with cold suspicion. Who did you need to call, Caden? No one. He called me. Who? Caden literally had no idea how to describe the man. He wasn't going to introduce him as the guy my parents tried to sell me to, though he'd rather be sold to Axe than standing where he was, because at least with the other man he'd felt outraged and horny. Here he was only afraid. Suddenly, Thad was behind him, his muscled chest providing Caden nowhere to go but forward, back to the side of the bed. You're just nervous, Kitty Cade. But this will be over before you know it. And after, you get to just enjoy the feeling. This isn't going to prove anything, he cried out, realizing as he said it how true the words were. Shooting up wouldn't prove a damn thing to Bates. This was just him showing Caden the power he had over him. Caden was desperate. He needed Bates's help, and this was his punishment for ever daring to refuse him. It wouldn't end either. If Caden did this, then what would Bates make him do the next time, and the time after that? It might have been Caden's fault he was in this situation. Okay, it was absolutely his fault. But that didn't mean he had to go through with it. He just put drug dealer on his list of failed occupations. It would have company next to television producer and personal shopper, something he would have been great at if he could have remembered he was supposed to be shopping for other people and not himself. No, I won't do this. He pushed back, trying to stand, but Thad was there, no longer urging him forward, but keeping him in place. Thad! I said no. I'm sorry, Bates, but I don't want to do this. I'm not a narc or anything like that. I just have standards. Really low ones, but standards all the same. I won't do this. Bates's face wrinkled, reminding Caden of an angry bulldog. You're just a stuck-up bitch who thought you were better than me from the start. Caden couldn't breathe, his fear too much of a living thing inside of him. He needed to run, to hide, but Thad was still behind him, his chest like a wall against Caden's back. A rumbling growl filled the room, and Caden had enough time to wonder who'd let the wild animal inside his condo, before Thad was suddenly gone from behind him, his body sliding down the wall he'd been tossed against. Axe Landry hooked his arm around Caden's waist, lifting him like he weighed no more than a feather. He tucked Caden behind his back, but not before Caden got a look at his face. He gasped. The man as handsome as he'd been the first time he'd seen him, except now, his eyes glowed a bright silver, and he had actual fangs inside his mouth. Another of those rumbling growls filled the room, and Caden realized it was coming from Axe, like he was making the noise. Bates made his own growling sound as he pulled a gun free from his pants. It wasn't nearly as impressive, but the high-pitched shriek he made when Axe bent his arm the opposite way arms were supposed to bend was. He joined Thad on the floor, passed out with a bloody nose. Axe had moved so fast Caden hadn't even seen him hit Bates in the face. "Are you hurt?" he snarled, the tone turning Caden's chest warm because clearly Caden didn't have the reactions of a sane man. No, I'm not hurt, just confused, scared, freaked out." A roar of laughter drifted up from downstairs, and it took him an extra moment to realize they weren't laughing at him. There wasn't anything funny about this situation, and yet Caden felt a nervous giggle bubble in his throat. "You're not human," he blurted out, his brain having convinced him to say that was better than a giggle. Axe's glare, all stern and disapproving, told Caden his brain had been wrong. "Your parents didn't tell you I'm a werewolf?" he asked, visibly irritated by the idea. Was that a trick question? A joke? "No, they, didn't mention that." Axe made a frustrated noise as he hoisted Thad up over his shoulder. "Those two are a piece of work. I thought I'd already met the shadiest, most underhanded witches in this hemisphere, but your parents take the cake." He scooped Bates from the carpet, and Caden tried not to gawk at the full-grown men Axe held without breaking a sweat. "Tell everyone to leave. I'll toss these two out, and then you and I need to have a talk." He took the unconscious men into the hallway, giving Caden room to exit without having to come close. But Caden needed an extra second alone in his room to contemplate every single moment in his life that had brought him here. His hand shook. Should he call the cops? Probably. That seemed smart. And tell them your ex-boyfriend tried to make you do meth so you could prove to his supplier that you were trustworthy enough to be a drug dealer? Oh, but don't worry, a werewolf came and saved the day. Caden shook his head. He hadn't made a single smart choice the entire night. Why start now? Chapter 5. Negotiation.
"Hey, everyone, it's time to go. Everyone? Guys, come on, listen to me."
Axe seethed listening to Caden attempt to usher out guests too drunk, high, or distracted to pay him any attention. They'd hardly noticed Axe storming through them minutes ago. They weren't going to hear Caden's shaky, timid voice. Axe exhaled, needing to concentrate to keep from going into half shift. What the fuck was wrong with him? He needed Caden's signature for the NDA, that much was true. Knowing none of the Borealis family could speak about the disaster this had all become would be the only good thing to come out of his failed mating attempt. But a signature didn't require him to physically assault two humans. He'd gone his entire career using force only when it had been absolutely necessary. Even armed, the humans he'd knocked out hadn't been a danger to him. But when he'd followed Caden's scent trail upstairs and found him caged between two men, he'd come as close as he could remember to losing control. He'd wanted to throw them both out the window, but had settled for knocking them out. And that murderous rage hadn't died down. It wouldn't until Axe got these two idiots out of Caden's condo and had a chance to make certain Caden wasn't hurt. But the music still blared downstairs, and it didn't sound like a single person had left.
"Look, you guys need to leave."
Caden's voice drifted up the stairs. "Come on, baby, don't be like that. Dance with me," a male voice responded. "Get the fuck out!" Axe roared, already halfway down the stairs. Caden watched the mass exodus, eyes wide as he hugged himself. "Leave!" Axe bellowed to the stragglers, tossing the unconscious men he'd toted downstairs through the door into the grass. "Take this trash with you." He slid the patio door shut and locked it before pulling the blinds closed and then locking the front door. When he turned around, Caden was where he'd left him, standing in the hallway and staring at him like a startled deer. His wolf enjoyed that comparison a little too much. Prey to hunt, to take and claim. His growl rumbled from his chest, frustration and desire knocking against each other like bumper cars. It wasn't appropriate. Caden was a young man with shitty parents, and didn't need Axe leering over him.
"You're really good at that,"
Caden said, a vacant, dazed quality to his tone that had Axe worried. Axe had thought he'd gotten to Caden in time to keep him from harm. But what if he hadn't? Cold fury made his throat tight. "Did they hurt you?" If they'd made a single mark on Caden's body, nothing would stop Axe from hunting them down and painting their skin with his fists. He studied Caden's pale face. His skin was unmarked. He didn't favor any part of his body or move as though he was in physical pain. There was no pain in his expression either. Some fear, but mostly an open curiosity that made Axe's dick twitch. Even if he isn't hurt, he's in shock. Leching on him in this state makes you no better than his parents. "Caden," Axe said in a gentler tone. He gestured for Caden to walk forward, not trusting himself enough to actually touch the other man. His scent was too alluring. "Come sit down." Thankfully, Caden did as Axe said. Unfortunately, that fact just had his wolf trilling over the young man's instant submission. He occupied himself looking for a water glass in Caden's kitchen. Bottles of booze littered the counter along with a pack of red plastic cups. He snagged one of those and went to the tap.
"Did you, say upstairs that my parents knew you were a werewolf? Like, a real werewolf? With the fangs and the super strength and the—"
Caden rolled his wrist in a vague gesture as Axe set the cup down in front of him. "Drink," Axe ordered. "Yes, your parents knew I am a real werewolf. I assumed... Well, clearly I assumed a lot of things I shouldn't have. There were witch clans out there who lived as though werewolves had tricked witches into being their mates. They didn't believe in the sacred pact, even if they benefited from it, and instead spread anti-werewolf propaganda to make sure their children believed just as they did. There were wolf packs who believed the same, that mixing with witches was weakening the wolf bloodline. They were all idiots who didn't know their history. And Axe had assumed the Borealises weren't idiots simply because they'd been willing to negotiate with him. In reality, Axe had heard yes and hadn't cared about much else other than verifying their ancestry. They knew. And I thought you knew. I thought you knew about this whole thing, Caden. I wouldn't have agreed to it otherwise. Caden's heart hammered in his chest. The sound echoed in Axe's ears. He wasn't what anyone would call nurturing. He was rough, but fair, needing control and order above all else. But this young man, so fragile and soft it hurt to look at him, needed gentle. Which means you aren't what he needs. He didn't know why that thought made him angry. He'd left Crescent City on a mission to pick up his intended mate, and though that had failed horribly, his wolf seemed stuck on that person being Caden. But that wasn't going to happen. He needed to get Caden's signature and get out. There was no use delaying the shit show waiting for him in Crescent City. But the young man was still so shaken. Axe owed it to him to make sure he was okay before leaving. "Are you hungry? When did you last eat?" Axe opened the fridge and closed it when he spotted something growing on the middle shelf.
"Yesterday, sometime."
Fucking hell, Caden. Yesterday? Where were the people in his life who cared? Witches weren't as close as werewolves. They didn't require the same levels of emotional and physical contact as a werewolf did to remain sane. But all the witches Axe had ever met had taken care of their own. You need to eat. It will help you metabolize whatever shit you took earlier.
I didn't.
Don't lie to me, he bit out. Caden stared at him, morphing from something soft and fragile to petulant and irritated.
Are you going to arrest me?
What? No.
My dad called you Chief. Are you some kind of werewolf cop?
He was ready to deny the ridiculous question when it occurred to him that he sort of was. This isn't my jurisdiction, he said instead. I'm not here to get you in trouble.
What are you here for?
Caden's voice was soft again. The kid's emotions were like a roller coaster, soaring high and dropping low without warning or apparent reason. His wolf wanted to show the young man exactly what he was there for. Your signature. I need to know that you won't be talking about what happened earlier. His life was going to be shitty enough without the threat of gossip. Maybe if he'd been able to get out of town without people knowing what he'd been leaving for, he'd have a chance to salvage this. But the word had spread once Axe had submitted the proper travel documents. Caden winced.
Why would I want to talk about that?
He let the word sink into him. There are people who would enjoy my ridicule. They could convince you.
Believe me, I'm not gagging at the chance to tell the world what happened.
He pushed off the stool, surveying the mess in the kitchen and living room.
I can't believe I thought for 1 second working for Bates was a good idea.
Shoving his hands into his hair, he groaned as he lifted the locks from his forehead. His gaze landed on one of the bottles of booze and he reached for it. But Axe strode forward, grabbing the bottle by the bottom half and tugging it firmly from Caden's grasp. Food, Caden, not booze. Caden sulked. Axe didn't have time to play babysitter. Besides, while Caden was young, he wasn't a child. He was old enough to make his own choices, and if those choices were to drown his troubles in alcohol, then Axe had no right to stop him. Which one was Bates? Axe asked, ignoring every reason he'd thought of for why he should just get the signature and leave. Caden glared at the bottle, and then him. For a split second, Axe's wolf howled, eagerly awaiting Caden's challenge. But the young man sat back down, flopping dramatically against the countertop. The one whose nose you broke, the dickhole. He was just trying to get back at me because I wouldn't sleep with him that one time. Insurance my ass. Axe didn't need to be reminded of Caden's ass or told additional reasons for why he needed to hunt the guy down. Insurance? Yeah, but it was bullshit, just like my plan. I thought I could fix the problem, but I just fucked it all up in regular me style. My dad was right. He'd already found the one thing I could do. I should have just agreed to be a werewolf sex slave. Oh, what? Axe sputtered. He blinked with innocent confusion.
Do werewolves call it something different?
I wasn't. Axe blew out a rough breath. I don't want a sex slave. I need a mate.
A mate?
He repeated the word, still sounding unconvinced that there was a distinction.
Isn't mate just a fancier term for a sex slave?
Caden pumped his arms, rocking the stool as he pushed his hips forward, pantomiming, Axe assumed, sex. Stop thrusting. And no, a mate is a partner, a promise. He needed to remember Caden likely knew nothing of werewolves or their culture. He wasn't the best person to explain what a mate was either. To most wolves, they were someone you wanted to spend your life protecting and nurturing. To Axe, a mate had been two things, a certainty and now a necessity. Caden cocked his head to the side.
You were trying to buy a promise?
Axe grimaced. I need a mate to keep my job and remain where I am. That's what I was trying to buy.
Job security?
You could get a new job. That isn't an option. If Axe had to move back to Landry territory, he'd be ostracized, slowly losing his sanity as he became a lone wolf, or he'd snap and be deemed too dangerous to live. Wolves needed a pack to keep them grounded, and Axe had more reasons than most to remain calm. And there wasn't a chance of another pack accepting him. His age, strength, and heritage made him a threat in the eyes of any alpha. The realization struck him like a railroad spike through his brain that it wasn't a hypothetical if anymore, but when. There wasn't time to find a new prospective mate before the deadline passed. When he returned with no mate. When he lost his position and returned to his pack's territory. When he slowly lost his mind. Caden jerked his upper half off the counter like a puppet whose strings had been yanked straight.
How much was it all worth to you? How much were you going to give my parents?
Axe didn't trust the new tremble in Caden's voice. It wasn't fear, but excitement. In the 20 minutes he'd been in the young man's presence, he'd witnessed him cycle through emotions with the speed and chaos of a tornado. It isn't important now. Pure steel replaced the softness in Caden's gaze.
Why not? I was shocked before and disappointed in what my parents thought of me. But, you don't seem like a bad guy. If I'd agreed to go through with this earlier, the money would have gone to my parents, and they would have used it until my grandpa died and they got everything he left to them. It was a win-win for them. But if I choose to do this, I want the money going to his care. I want it put in an account strictly for that purpose, one no one can touch.
He'd never met a person who could give him whiplash like this kid. Talking with Caden was like running an ultra-marathon at a sprint. He didn't have a chance to catch his breath, the scenery changing too quickly for him to guess where Caden would go next. It isn't that simple. You're talking about your life, Caden. Being mated to me would not be easy. It's why I have the contract, why I offered the money. There would be rules that must be followed. My mating will be under constant scrutiny. The half of his brain that still stung from the railroad spike of reality screamed at him to shut up. Why was he fighting this? Because you aren't a piece of shit person. Because Caden is under distress. Because you can't take advantage of him.
It is that simple, Axe. For me, anyway. My grandpa is going to die. He'll die quickly and painfully without his treatments. After everything he's done for me, for this world, I won't let that be how he meets his end. I tried on my own and it blew up in my face, but I meant it when I said I'd figure out a way. This is my way. So, tell me how much you were going to pay."
His dick throbbed, and it was just another reason why he should realize this was a bad idea. But if he returned to Crescent City without a mate, it was only a matter of time before he'd be forced to pack his bags, forced out of the city limits. $500,000. Half now, half after the mating ceremony. It wasn't all he had, but it was most of it. He'd negotiated to his upper limit. Caden didn't miss a beat.
"Where do I sign?"
Axe's wolf howled with triumph. The normally stoic beast had transformed into a drooling hound within hours. "No, hold on, Caden."
"You're rejecting me?"
His voice went sharp, the stool legs scraping against the floor as he leaped to his feet. "No, fuck, Caden, sit down." Caden plopped back on the stool. He took a deep breath, giving himself the seconds he needed to pull his thoughts together. "Here is what is going to happen. You're going to pack a bag. We're going to leave here and get you food. Then I'm getting you your own hotel room, where you will actually read the fucking contract, sleep, and take a shower. The list of rules is important, and you need to agree to every one of them. If we can't fool everyone into thinking this is real between us, it's all for nothing. Then tomorrow, we'll meet and go over revisions. Understand?" Caden's forehead wrinkled, his lips pursed together.
"Do I stink?"
"That is what you're concentrating on?" Caden's scent was mouth-watering, but the presence of the other men on his skin was driving Axe's wolf mad, and he needed a clear head if he was going to consider moving forward with this.
"Of course not. You said sleep and read the contract, but I won't change my mind."
Axe had valid reasons for not going through with this, but maybe he wasn't any better than Caden's parents, because he didn't object as Caden flew up the stairs, leaving Axe to wonder if he just made the biggest mistake of both their lives. Chapter 6. Misrepresentation. Caden paced the beige carpet. Every time he turned toward the contract and greasy bag of fast food sitting on the small table, his heart pounded up his throat. When he spun around, pacing the other way, it did an about-face and pounded down into his gut. And as his organ did an impersonation of an amusement park drop tower, Caden wrung his hands together. His palm tingled from when Axe had shaken his hand at the door. Shook his hand. Caden had already agreed to werewolf marry the man, and yet he'd still been as formal as strangers in a business dealing. Because that was what this was, a business relationship. He pivoted on his heel, facing the table again. His grandpa was a businessman. His dad pretended to be one when he wanted to sound important to his friends. Caden could do this. "Read the contract thoroughly," Axe had said when he'd left him a few hours ago. It was like he already knew how Caden had a habit of leaping and then looking, or just not looking at all, because once you've leaped, why bother? "I expect you to have questions tomorrow morning. Read it, get a good night's sleep, and text me if you've reconsidered." He'd said that last part like he was waiting for Caden to come to his senses, or hoping he would. Joke was on him. Caden didn't have any senses. Well, he did, but he was out of options. He'd never had a problem in his life he hadn't been able to either run from or get someone else to fix for him, That wasn't an awesome thing to realize about himself, and it wasn't the case now. His grandpa didn't have anyone else. He never spoke about family outside of Caden's parents, and Caden's grandma who he'd never met. He couldn't rely on his mother and father to look out for anyone but themselves. They were leeches, and they'd passed that trait to Caden, making him a leech too. But that ended now, tonight. It wasn't like Caden was making much of himself anyway. He was young, but Caden also hadn't actually achieved anything in his lifetime. He'd never been awarded for anything, never received something that hadn't been purchased for him. Caden grabbed the pen and clicked it, flipping to the last page of the contract. Read it. He heard Axe's voice in his head. Holy hell, even just the memory of the man's deep, strict tone made Caden's insides tremble. He'd never realized he had a thing for stiff and proper. Likely because he never had. Caden had always gravitated toward guys like Thad who knew how to have the most fun. He let the sheets of paper fall and started at the beginning, where he skipped over the who's and what's. His eyes bounced over the page, and the words weren't making it to his brain. So he sat down and started to read aloud. The parties agree to be bound by the agreements detailed below, in accordance with the sacred pact. He frowned. That word sounded culty. He wasn't above a cult. He dated a couple who'd lived on a commune and had chanted every time they'd had sex. But when they'd started talking about ritualistic baths, he noped out of there. Would Axe make him shower in goat's milk? Was it better for the skin? He grabbed his phone. It was dead. Again. He'd been too impatient earlier to let it charge fully. At least he'd packed the charger while gathering everything he'd cared enough about to remember to take from his condo. Minutes later, the screen lit up, dinging repeatedly with notifications from only about 1,000 texts and missed calls. Many were from his parents, and in the more recent hours, Thad. But it was the one at the top that made his heart pitter-patter. Don't forget to get some sleep. Caden thumped his fist against his chest. His heart needed to get control of itself. He typed out a reply. Are you awake? The answer came back so quickly he smiled. Yes. Short and to the point. Caden should act the same. What's a sacred pact? That time, the 3-dot bubble popped up and disappeared several times. Before lingering long enough, Caden reached for the television remote, having not noticed the silence until he was forced to wait in it. Minutes later, a wall of text appeared. The sacred pact is the ancient agreement between our people that requires the continual mixing of our species. The magic bound within the pact is what allows witches to perform magic without endangering themselves, and allows werewolves control over their connection to the moon. This is something you should have learned during your early magical training. Knowing what I know now about your parents, I should have thought to explain it earlier. Caden didn't want Axe feeling like he'd done something wrong, but he couldn't worry too much about that while concentrating so hard on the word witches. Axe had called his parents witches earlier, but he'd assumed it had been more of a curse than an actual label. Yesterday, Caden would have thought witches, the kind that perform actual magic, weren't real. But he would have said werewolves weren't real too, and he knew Axe was something not human. Either way, he was less concerned with the existence of witches than he was with the fact that Axe thought he was one. I'm not a witch. Had he just screwed himself? If this didn't work, then Caden was completely out of options, and he would get to live the rest of his life knowing he'd failed the one person who'd always smiled when he saw him. You don't need to worry about your lack of training. I've already verified your ancestry and have the required documents in my possession.
The required documents? What the hell had his parents shown the man to make him believe they were witches? He sounded so confident. Was this something Caden even wanted to fight Axe on? If Axe thought he was a witch, then maybe that was all that mattered. His phone beeped and Caden looked at the screen, confused for as long as it took him to realize the sender wasn't Axe, but a new message from Thad. "Where the hell are you? Who the fuck was that asshole? Bates thinks I set him up. You need to make it right." Caden scoffed. Even Bates had the excuse that he didn't know Caden, or his boundaries when it came to recreational drug use. But Thad had. They'd talked about it before. "You shouldn't have tried to force me." That wasn't at all the verbal thrashing Thad deserved, but it was all Caden had the energy for. "You're blaming me? I stuck my neck out for you, kitty. I'm the only person left in your life, and you screwed me." His fingers clenched around the phone, hating how much reading those words felt like a hot knife plunging into his chest. For as much as he'd grown to hate his parents, he'd turned out just like them, taking what he wanted and not caring about the effort that went into it. "You screwed me first!" He hit send, blinking back the tears that made his vision blurry. The fact that he sounded like a kid only made everything worse. He knew he was a fuck-up, that he hadn't made much of his life despite having every privilege in the world. Other than his grandpa, people didn't want to stay in his life. They either called him when they needed something, like Caden's parents, or they got bored of him and tired of his antics. He'd been with Thad longer than any other boyfriend, and even though he'd had his faults, he'd been there, making sure Caden was never alone. "Excuse me?" Caden blinked at the reply. The blood drained from his face as he looked again at the message thread. Somehow, he'd swiped out of his conversation with Thad and had sent that last message to Axe. "I'm sorry. Ignore that." He could imagine the straight line of Axe's jaw when he replied, "If you're finished going over the contract, you should get some sleep." There was a longer pause before the second message came through, like he deliberated before pressing send. "I'm assuming that message was intended for a different recipient. Do I need to confiscate your phone for the night so you can rest?" Caden shook his head even though Axe couldn't see him. "No, I'll turn it off now. He's a waste of my time anyway." "I'm glad to hear that. Get some sleep. I'll ask the front desk to give you a wake-up call at 9. We can eat breakfast in the hotel restaurant and get you some real food." Caden smiled, remembering Axe's look of disapproval when Caden had suggested the fast food restaurant on the drive over. Axe had actually refused before realizing he didn't know of any other place in the area still open at that hour. Caden opened a new message, this one to Zelda, telling her that he found a solution, and to not do anything until he spoke with her tomorrow. Then, he turned the phone off, ignoring the messages from Thad that kept coming in, shoved his phone to the bottom of his backpack, and then tossed the backpack in the closet near the exit. He looked at the bed but didn't lie down. Instead, he went back to the table and grabbed the pen, flipping to the last page again. It didn't really matter what the contract said. Caden knew he was going to sign, and there was no reason to delay the inevitable. Caden drummed against his knees, playing the same song over in his head that he had since they'd left his grandpa's hours ago. Zelda's smile had been guarded when Caden had arrived the next morning with Axe by his side. He'd explained they'd opened another account similar to the one that had paid for his grandpa's care until it had run out. Caden could tell she had more questions than she'd asked, but they hadn't stayed longer than it had taken to explain and show her the required paperwork. Axe had handled everything,
from communicating what it was they needed at the bank, to facilitating the paperwork with the agency to continue his grandpa's care. Very little had been asked of Caden since he'd woken up, which was probably for the best, but also left him with more time to think, and that was never good. So, he played a concert on his knees instead, humming along as Axe drove him farther from his home. If you have any more questions about the contract, you should ask them. We'll be in Crescent City late this afternoon. Caden startled. He'd been lost in his head, mid-guitar solo. What do werewolves eat? That's your question? Are you judging my question? Axe clenched his jaw and stared at the road like it had called him a mean name. I suppose I was. I apologize. Werewolves eat the same diet as witches and humans. The only difference is that you don't find many vegetarians. But there are a few. Caden had been wondering when the W word would be thrown around again. He rocked out on his imaginary knee tambourine, working up the nerve to ask about it without sounding suspicious. I like to eat meat. Speaking of meat, that paperwork you said you have about my witch ancestry, where is it? He groaned silently. That had been as smooth as a cat's tongue. Axe didn't react how Caden expected, with suspicion. Instead, he frowned as the tips of his ears went pink. I apologize for investigating you without your knowledge. I can show you the documents when we get back. Now Caden knew Axe had been tricked, because if he'd truly investigated his family, he would have known to run as fast as he could in the opposite direction. Sure, if you want. That would be cool, or whatever. Axe finally gave Caden the suspicious glare he'd expected the whole time. Do you have any other questions? Only about $1 billion? Why did Axe have such a hard time finding a mate? What was wrong with him? Did he regret his decision yet? How much trouble would they be in when Axe realized Caden's parents had conned him and he wasn't actually a witch? How horrible of a person did it make him that he hadn't explained already? What was he going to do when Axe kicked him out, sued him for the money, and Caden had no place to go? His parents wouldn't want anything to do with him, and his angry ex was most likely living in his condo. He wasn't going to ask those questions, though, so instead he said, I already signed it. Axe's jaw tightened, and Caden's hand slapped faster against his jeans. There's a grace period. Until we cross into Crescent City, legally, you can back out. Are you trying to tell me you don't want me as your pretend partner? Mate, Axe corrected. And no, I'm attempting to make sure you understand what you're getting yourself into here. The word mate still made Caden think of the Discovery Channel. Observe as the younger male makes a complete train wreck of his life. In the weeks leading to the mating ceremony, we will be evaluated by people who will be more than happy to claim our relationship is a fraud. I don't have many enemies in the city, but plenty of people would like to see me fail. The alpha of my pack will arrive in the days leading, and if he hears a whisper of doubt from anyone, he can put a stop to the whole thing. We must both perform our parts perfectly. That was far from the first time Axe had spoken about their arrangement like it was an arduous task he was required to endure. A task with a deadline. But what sort of job required the person to get a husband? Mate, his mind supplied in a voice eerily like Axe's. Don't worry about me. I'm a chameleon. Put me in a forest and I'm a tree. Put me on the beach and I'm a grain of sand. Put me in the desert, and I am a grain of sand again. I don't need you to be a grain of sand, Caden. I need you to be my mate. When we get to Crescent City, the wolves and witches will...
Hold on. Witches? There are other witches that live in Crescent City?
Of course. There is a small population of mates, council members, and representatives. They are a vital part of the Lunar Council.
Am I going to have to talk to them?
Axe tore his gaze off the road, giving Caden a look that made him squirm. During introductions, you should be polite, but it isn't a requirement of your contract, which you would know if you read it thoroughly. What was it with this guy and reading contracts? Like a dog with a bone. Caden realized what he'd just thought and burst out laughing, which earned him his second frown from Axe. Before he could earn a third, he took out the contract, flipping to the page of rules. 1. Mate agrees to abstain from drugs not prescribed by a doctor or healer. Allowances made for caffeine and alcohol, on occasion. 2. Mate will maintain a respectable appearance and polite decorum at all times when outside the home. 3. Prior to the mating ceremony, Mate will not leave the limits of Crescent City and agrees to ask A. Landry each time he wishes to leave the house alone, understanding requests may be denied at the discretion of A. Landry. 4. Unless previously discussed, Mate agrees to be at home by midnight every day. 5. Mate agrees to assist in keeping common areas clean. 6. Mate will be provided with their own room. 7. Public displays of affection may be required and will be negotiated prior to. 8. Mate will not be required to work, but may if they choose, after the mating ceremony is completed. 9. Mate will be provided with all necessities, including but not limited to food, toiletries, magical supplies, computer, and phone. Non-necessities may be negotiated or purchased with funds earned by Mate. 10. Mate will be honest and forthright, and will approach A. Landry with any concerns in a timely manner. Mate will realize he had no clue what he was signing up for. But Caden couldn't admit to that now. In 24 hours, he'd gone from dreams of becoming the next Walter White to pretending to be a witch so he could fake marry a controlling werewolf. He didn't know why he was at all surprised. It all sounded very on brand. Chapter 7. Obligation. Axe cut the engine, glancing sidelong at Caden as he took in Axe's home for the first time. A single story with 3 bedrooms and 2.5 baths. It was nothing like the sprawling home he'd left in Landry Pack territory, and less modern and trendy than the condo Caden had been living in. But it was more than adequate. And he, like most werewolves, kept his home well maintained. The yard was clean, a mix of grass and ground cover that he kept trimmed and contained. The cement path up to the small porch was uncluttered and free of cracks. The sudden unease gripping him was silly. It didn't actually matter if Caden approved of his home. The contracts were signed and they were within the walls of Crescent City. That thought didn't relieve him in the slightest. He still wanted Caden to enjoy where he lived. This is it? Caden opened his passenger side door. He walked up to the porch without waiting for Axe's reply, turned around and smiled. It's night. Caden's eyes went wide, staring at something across the street. Axe was out of the car in a flash, standing in front of the young man to face whatever had caused him alarm. He didn't see anything but his neighbor's kid, lying in the grass in his wolf form. Is that a werewolf? Caden gasped. The kid lifted his head, likely having heard Caden's question coupled with his pounding heart. Axe had listened to that heart the entire drive over, trying to think of something to say to calm the man's fear. But he'd come up empty. Caden had had hours to realize just what had happened. That he was now bound to a man he didn't know, and a werewolf at that. It made sense that his body smelled constantly on the edge of panic. Axe needed to get Caden inside before he answered. He told himself that was because he didn't want the neighbor boy to talk to his parents, but really, his limbs had gone heavy with the urge to protect. Caden was unmarked. He barely carried Axe's scent, just the amount that rubbed off from being in Axe's car for hours. That hadn't mattered when it had been just the two of them, but now his wolf was on the defensive. Before Axe could do something insane, like assault a 16-year-old for daring to look at his intended mate, Axe reached past Caden, his body heat licking Axe's skin as he pushed in the code for the automatic locks. "That was Timmy," Axe said after shutting the door. "You'll see werewolves in full shift often, but you don't need to be afraid of them." Because werewolves don't actually eat people? It was a statement and a question, spoken like Caden thought he was pretty sure of the answer but wanted to double-check. Axe shook his head. "No, no one will eat you. You're safe. It's my responsibility as your mate to protect you." Caden's face scrunched together and he spun from Axe, surveying the open concept of the living and dining rooms. The kitchen sat through the wide-arched doorway off the dining room. The hallway that led to the rest of the house ran along the length of the kitchen. Caden stepped farther into the living room, turning back to face Axe once several feet separated them. Axe's wolf found the space between them offensive, but Axe knew why the man would want to keep his distance. He hadn't expected the punch to his gut from seeing Caden just existing within his space, surrounded by his scent, safe within the four walls Axe had prepared for him. Once Axe had decided to turn his mating into a business arrangement, he'd given up on there being an emotional bond and allowed himself a smug satisfaction that he'd be bypassing the messier parts of mating. He'd watched the behavior of countless werewolves during the mating process. They were protective, possessive, and constantly worried about their intended. And with some, that attitude only increased after their intended wore their mating mark. He'd thought that since his mating wasn't real, he'd be able to skip over the primal biological urges. He sure as fuck hadn't expected to want to push Caden against the wall the moment they got home, and coat his scent on him, inside him.
"What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?"
Caden patted his body, searching himself.
"Was that rude? The eating people question? I'm sorry, I've got decades of Hollywood nonsense to rise above. An American Werewolf in London, Teen Wolf, Ginger Snaps, True Blood, Underworld."
Axe's attention zeroed in on Caden's trembling fingers as he, Axe assumed, listed off all the werewolf-related movies he'd seen. "You weren't rude. I'll get your things. Your room is the first door on the right if you want to check it out." Axe's wolf chuffed as he returned to the car, grabbing the 4 bags Caden had packed from his condo. The process of moving his intended mate's things in had the beast overjoyed that he'd gotten exactly what he'd wanted. But Axe used that time to suck in air that wasn't lemony sweet and far too alluring. He hadn't anticipated this reaction. Hadn't anticipated that his dick would throb so hard he thought he might pop his knot inside his pants. The plan had been to pick up his intended, get him settled, and get on with his life. And even though the plan had gone off the rails almost immediately, the end result had been basically the same. Except, getting on with his life wasn't what he wanted to do. He knew these urges were a biological response to being near his intended mate, but that didn't make them acceptable. Caden was afraid of him. He'd fidgeted the entire drive, casting Axe sideways glances when he thought Axe hadn't been looking. Axe hauled Caden's things inside, growling low when he didn't immediately see Caden in the spot he'd left him. He shook his head at his ridiculousness, and carried Caden's bags down the hallway where he found Caden standing in the middle of the room Axe had furnished for him, looking like a lost puppy. There was a king-sized bed, desk, dresser, and a walk-in closet. The second door led to Caden's personal bathroom that Axe had stocked with the basics. It's nice. Very clean. Caden moved forward as if to help Axe with the bags lining his arms, but Axe waved him away. He didn't want to risk his skin brushing against Caden's, not until he had a handle over his possessive, protective urges. This is your home now. This room is your private space. If you'd feel more comfortable with a lock on the door, I can install it tonight. But even without it, I will never enter this space without your express permission. He'd hoped his reassurance would ease some of the tension out of Caden's shoulders, but he remained just as tight as he answered, "That's good. Where's your room?" "Across the hall, the second door down. The first is the half bathroom, and the door at the end of the hallway is my office." "Should I stay out of there? Is it forbidden?" Caden's voice changed, adopting a more dramatic tone that made Axe think he should know what Caden was hinting to. "Is there a rose in a glass jar somewhere that you'll roar in my face if I touch?" Axe had no idea what he was talking about. "Disney isn't a thing with werewolves either?" "The cartoon movies?" Caden's cheeks burned pink. "Message received. Make less movie references. Difficult since I speak in movie. Is that going to be a problem? Me not knowing anything about the lives of werewolves and what they do? I could say the wrong thing without knowing." He brought his thumb up to his mouth and gnawed at the already short nail. Axe wouldn't say what was on the tip of his tongue, that he didn't plan on letting Caden go anywhere without him until he was comfortable enough to let Axe scent mark him. Initially, Axe assumed using the same sheets or having Caden wear his clothing would transfer enough of his scent. But now that he was here, among wolves, he needed Caden doused in it. "I will never roar at you. If either of us has an issue, I expect us to bring it up calmly and patiently. And I have a few books that might help you learn some of the fundamentals. There are additional differences between the species of werewolves, but you can concentrate on lunar wolves for now. It wouldn't be unusual at all for a witch outside of Crescent City to be uninformed when it comes to the other species." Axe had given Caden a brief overview during the drive of how the solar and celestial wolves had come to exist in their world, but he'd kept it short, not wanting to overwhelm him. He left, going down the hallway to his office, immediately finding the titles he'd had in mind on the shelf. Halfway back down the hall, he heard Caden's muttering, "You can do this, Caden. Stop acting like a freak and stop freaking the fuck out. Nothing bad is going to happen." Axe's steps slowed. He'd assumed Caden was afraid of him, but hearing it confirmed forced him to look at himself for what he was. A selfish wolf. Axe had needed to retain his position. He refused to allow the years of work he'd put into the city to go to waste. He'd scratched out a home in Crescent City, and hadn't concerned himself with anything but how to keep it. When he started walking again, he made as much noise as possible, all the way to Caden's door where the man still startled when he saw him. Axe knocked on the doorway, and Caden cocked his head in confusion before saying, "Come in." "These should help you clear some things up." He set them down on the desk and backed up into the hallway. I'll give you a chance to settle. Read if you want. I'll be back by dinner. The kindest thing Axe could do at this point was give the frightened man space. He needed to check in with his team to see how the briefing went anyway.
You're leaving?
For a few hours. I'll be back tonight and you can ask me any more questions you have about werewolves then. If you want to make a list in that time of things you need, I can get those things tomorrow. There is a fair selection of magical equipment and supplies, depending on what you were able to pack. Caden's spine went rigid, his heart loud enough it echoed in Axe's head.
Will do. Cool. Thanks. Have fun at work.
He kept his face turned away as he hauled his bags up onto the bed. Do you want me to close this? Axe was an idiot for not anticipating this reaction. He'd enjoyed imagining Caden as prey earlier, but that made him the predator, a creature Caden feared. Caden nodded and Axe swung the door shut, quickly leaving before he could hear any more of Caden's terrified mumblings. The moment he stepped inside the Lunar Council headquarters building, he heard Captain Mistus's roar, echoing to him from the hallway Axe shared with his team. One of you is going to explain why that many lunar wolves were allowed in as spectators in the first place. I reviewed the attendance logs from the other briefings. The number is usually half of what it was, and none of you thought that was suspicious? Something that required action? The captain's acrid tone slid up the hallway like oil over a hot pan. Axe clenched his teeth together. The captain knew he was berating Axe's team loudly enough the entire building could hear. That was what he wanted. He slipped into his team's office and closed the door, asking with muted anger, "What is going on here?" "Finally, Chief Landry. What do you have to say for what is going on here?" He asked again without the diplomacy he normally carried. It was fine for other people to scream and yell and carry on. He was meant to rise above it. But knowing Caden was alone and afraid, coupled with Axe's wolf demanding they return and show Caden he had no reason to fear them, set him on edge. Shock flashed in the captain's tan face before he sneered. "You don't even know? I understand you were picking up your intended, but I didn't think that meant you would avoid your duties." Axe didn't have the patience to play into the captain's games. Instead, he looked to Sai's scowling face. "There was an incident," the captain growled. "A lunar wolf-led riot!" After the vote to install an additional gate on celestial territory was approved. Axe took in the other two agents in his team. Huxley's face was downturned, while Zane wore the mask of a man who couldn't care less about what was going on around him. Neither of them was visibly harmed. The vote to approve the celestial territory gate wasn't on the docket for the briefing. That was due mostly to the director of the Lunar Council postponing the vote each time it was brought up. If the situation hadn't turned violent, Axe might have enjoyed the idea of the director's sure annoyance. "Correct," Sai continued. "At the start of the briefing, Captain Mistus and Dr. Lectra made a motion to vote on the issue early, claiming it was necessary to expedite the construction of the portal. Alpha Might made the deciding vote, and the motion was approved by the council, and by the time the vote officially occurred, word had spread. People came to watch the proceedings and voice their objections. Denying entry at the door would have incited a mob. Allowing spectators to enter until the meeting hall had reached capacity allowed us to contain the main threat, ending the riot before any real harm could occur." "A book was thrown at Dr. Lectra's head. That isn't real harm to you, Agent?" the captain boomed. If he'd been seriously injured, I wouldn't be here giving you this courtesy. I'd be in discussions with Alpha Prime, deciding if the Lunar Wolves truly care about their solar allies. Dr. Lectra is the lead scientist tasked with building a functional portal capable of allowing our people to return. Losing his expertise to injury, even for a few weeks, is unacceptable.
Axe shoved his fist into his pocket. He couldn't let having an intended mate change who he was as an authority figure. Then it sounds like you should have done your job as captain of the Solar Guard and anticipated the public's reaction to introducing such a controversial vote. If you are upset with how you dealt with the situation, I understand. But I won't allow you to take your anger out on my team. I expect a full report of the event tomorrow. At that time, I will be more than happy to go over how you could have handled things differently. Until then, I don't see why your presence is required here. For several satisfying seconds, the captain could only gape like a fish, shocked to have been caught and tossed onto a deck. Who do you think you are? I am Chief of the Lunar Council Enforcement Agency, the organization tasked with the protection of Crescent City and its citizens, of which you are one. If you have an issue with the hierarchy of security, you can bring the topic up for discussion at the next briefing. Axe turned from him, dismissing him without saying the words. His wolf wanted blood. This was a compromise. The captain left, slamming the door like an upset pup. Thanks for backing us up, Chief. Huxley began, but Axe wasn't in the mood for his gratitude. His agent's actions were a reflection on him. I shouldn't have to. You are each trained LCEA agents. You are representatives of your pack. Securing a monthly briefing is something you should be able to handle without my babysitting. How were we supposed to know what was going to happen? Zane bristled. We were prepared. We just didn't expect a riot. And that's your mistake. Expect the worst, always. Prepare for it. There was a quiet knock at the door, and Axe jerked it open, making Olivia, a short lunar wolf in her 50s, jump. Chief, Alpha Landry called the front desk. I transferred the call to the phone in your office. Axe's chest rumbled, and Olivia stepped back, the same shock in her face as he'd seen on the captain's. Control yourself. The skin at his nape had stretched tight the moment he'd left Caden at the house. Axe had left without showing Caden the kitchen or which remotes he'd need to work the television and surround sound. He hadn't shown him the thermostat or the security system and how to operate it. You'll do all that when you get back, after you do your duty. Clearly, he'd been needed at work, and Caden was likely relieved to have some time alone. Thank you, Olivia. He left, barking over his shoulder that he expected reports from all three of his agents before locking himself inside his office. His body ached like a racehorse waiting for the starting pistol, tension thrumming in his veins. The urge to act, to provide, to prove his worth, made just sitting at his desk a difficult task. He forced himself to, just as he forced his hand to lift the receiver and press the button to accept the waiting call. Alpha Landry, you could have called my cell phone. Axe pictured his cousin's face as he decided if he would let the slight disrespect go unchallenged. I didn't want to disturb you from settling in with your intended. Next time, I won't worry about politeness. He responded crisply. Politeness Axe's ass. His cousin was checking up on him, calling to headquarters to find out if he'd returned, if anything had happened that he'd be able to use against him. Caden needed to rest after the journey.
and I needed to catch up on all that had occurred while I was away. Nothing too distressing, I hope. Nothing I can't handle." He opened the drawer, grabbing his ballpoint pen. "You sound unhappy. Did something happen with your intended?" The pen snapped in Axe's hand, covering his hand in sticky blue ink. By now, Axe was adept at handling his cousin's faux concern. When Axe's uncle had killed Axe's father, he'd intended on taking out the whole line and erase Axe's lineage like it had never existed. But Axe had been just 9 at the time, too young to be accused of the blind fits of rage his father had been killed for. There were enough pack members that would have taken issue over Axe's uncle murdering a pup, and the dissatisfaction would have birthed dissent and opened the door for possible challengers. From that day, Axe had known he was one outburst, one feral rage away from losing his life. He'd learned to keep his cool out of necessity, never letting his beast take control. Nothing happened. I'm simply eager to finish at work and return to him. He was normally better playing his part, towing the line between bold and obedient. But it was like speaking the words had made them true, and he couldn't wait to go back home. Raquel is beside herself with excitement. He wiped his hand on a cloth napkin, noting how the mention of the witch didn't stoke the same fires of rage that it normally did. We will have to arrange introductions when you arrive for the ceremony. You'd have her wait that long to meet him? His cousin said with mock outrage. Caden isn't accustomed to living among other witches and werewolves. I'll give him the time necessary to become comfortable before I present my intended to my pack's alpha and his mate. Only part of that was true. Caden had sounded hesitant at the idea of meeting other witches, but Axe only cared about his cousin's opinion because he could refuse to perform the ceremony if he found true cause, like how their mating had been accompanied by an exchange of a not unsubstantial amount of money. I'll simply have to ask the other Landry Pack representatives for gossip to tide her over. At least he was admitting to sneaking behind Axe's back now. Obtaining a mate was turning out to be helpful for a variety of reasons. Axe said his goodbye and gave up on wiping his hand clean. His body felt as if he'd stood outside too long in the sun and was now withered and cracking. He was thirsty in a way water wouldn't quench, his instincts telling him to return to Caden's scent. But if he went back keyed up as he was, he might do something that undid any calm Caden had managed to obtain in his absence. Instead, he made his body remain still and pulled up the incident reports submitted while he'd been away. He forced himself to read each one. Crescent City was made up of 4 distinct territories. The Might Pack territory, who technically owned the land they now called Crescent City. Solar territory, Celestial territory, and Crescent City proper, where the representatives from the other lunar wolf packs and witch clans resided. Each section reported to Axe except the Might Pack. Their relationship was more of a partnership, though Alpha Might was open and accepting of Axe's influence and assistance. All of that meant there was a large folder of reports for him to read. It might have been easier for him to delegate the task, but it soothed Axe to know exactly what was going on in his city. At least, it normally soothed Axe. Today he couldn't wait to get to the last file. The words had blended together into visual white noise long ago. It was dark by the time he exited the headquarters building. He was anxious to get home, but he felt a little more like himself, like he was able to restrain the restlessness inside him. Except, the moment his house was within view, his muscles swelled with renewed energy. He keyed in the code and stepped inside, inhaling greedily before he could so much as call out Caden's name.
It doesn't matter where I am, Thad. You're wasting your time there.
His wolf picked up on the unhappiness in Caden's tone, while Axe was struck with a jealousy so pure he was halfway down the hallway, intending on ripping Caden's door off its hinges, before he managed to stop himself. Calm. Control. Axe could only pick out words from the other end of the call, but he heard enough for his jealousy to turn into rage. Caden choked on a breath. The sharp sound tugged at Axe's navel, demanding he move forward faster. His wolf howled long, every mournful note combining to create a single word. Mine. His wolf believed that if they burst inside Caden's room, that Axe could show Caden with his lips, tongue, and dick all the reasons Caden didn't need to care about any other man's opinion, only Axe's. It took effort to knock on Caden's door instead of bang it down. Caden squeaked and opened the door. It looked like he'd started unpacking, but had decided to remove everything from his bags, and had then given up, leaving everything he'd brought with him strewn about. The bed that had been neatly made was now a tangle of sheets. The books Axe had given Caden lay open, face down and face up, as if he'd read a few pages from each before turning to the next. Caden pushed out of his room and shut the door behind him.
I'm sorry. I'll clean that up, I swear.
He pushed off the door, veering around Axe on his way down the hallway. Caden? His heart pounded louder and faster than Axe had heard it before. The brief look of his face Axe had gotten before Caden had stormed past him had revealed Caden's pink, tear-stained cheeks and wide eyes, gleaming with the distress of an animal realizing the four walls around it were actually a cage. Caden had been on edge when Axe had left, but this was something else, something more than apprehension. What happened? He stayed right behind Caden, stopping as the man did in the living room. Caden stared at the sofas and armchair like he was suddenly realizing he wasn't at his home.
Nothing happened. I'm sorry.
Stop apologizing. I know you're upset. I can hear your heart and smell the sweat building.
You can smell my sweat?
Caden squeaked. It isn't an unpleasant scent, Axe offered, the feeling of being out of place intensifying with each second. Did you get a chance to read?
I tried.
Caden launched from the living room, taking the long way around the dining room and into the kitchen. He opened the first cupboard on his right, closing it when he found dishes. What are you looking for? Tell me how to help you, Caden.
Do you have any vodka? That would help.
He likely intended his tone to be joking, but there was too much urgency in his words. Axe crossed his arms. I don't, and I wouldn't give you any right now if I did. I think you're having a panic attack. If you tell me how...
I'm not. I'm fine. I just didn't expect you to be gone, and I can handle it. I don't need you to hold my hand. Don't worry, it's just all a lot. I did try to read the books, and I tried to unpack, and I tried to look for a pen to make a list.
His breaths grew shorter and shallower. That's okay. I'm not upset. Caden, you need to calm down or you'll pass out. He let out a barking laugh.
That's the point!
Acting on instinct, Axe reached for the other man. He recognized some of Caden's behaviors, knowing how his insides might feel like they were fizzling while needles poked straight into his skin. Axe had experienced the same thing when he'd been younger, feeling helpless to change his new life. That helplessness hadn't fully eased until Axe had come to Crescent City. I'm going to try something. He didn't quite know what he was doing as he carried Caden to the sofa. His limbs were as stiff as iron bars, but he didn't struggle to get free. I lost both of my parents when I was 9, Axe said softly, rubbing his palms over Caden's shoulders, down his arms, and up his spine. After they died, I started getting panic attacks, and the only thing that helped was wrapping myself in a blanket, as tight as I could. He left out the part about how he'd sometimes steal linens from his pack mates, taking them back to his house to pretend like someone cared enough about him to scent mark him. It felt like I was splintering apart, and the blanket was like duct tape, keeping me together. As Caden's body slowly softened, Axe spread his touch, rubbing his wrist against Caden's back, along his neck, and across his forehead. He was scent-marking Caden, but not in the way he'd been wanting to mark and claim him as taken, but in comfort, to show whatever wild thing that lived inside Caden that he was accepted and cared for. And it was working. Caden's breaths evened out, and he draped against Axe's body, sinking into his warmth instead of holding himself rigid against it. He pressed his face against Axe's chest and rubbed his cheek against him. Since he hadn't read the books, he probably didn't know he was scenting Axe in return. But Axe's wolf still chuffed, chittering with glee at their intended mate's approval. The chemical bite of Caden's anxiety dissipated, his lemony scent blossoming into something that turned Axe's blood into fire. The light aroma of Caden's arousal made Axe want to puff out his chest and pummel his fists against his pectorals like a gorilla, before ripping both their clothes off. Instead, he bit down on his tongue until he tasted blood. He'd already told himself it wasn't the time to take. Caden needed him to give comfort. Caden stirred. Axe assumed it was to get a more comfortable position while his body calmed down, until Caden bent his head back, stretching his neck up where he brushed his lips against Axe's chin with all the softness of a butterfly's wing. Take him, bathe him in your cum, suck your mark into his skin. Axe stood, carrying Caden with him.
I'm sorry.
Axe's mind blanked, some part of him knowing he'd messed up, while every other part demanded he give in. Instead, he hugged Caden against his chest, holding his breath until he knew he could step back and not immediately yank Caden's pants off. There's nothing to be sorry for. Why don't you go jump in the shower? The warm water will help relax you while I make us something for dinner. Caden scratched the back of his neck, face turned down, as he brought his thumbnail back to his lips before shuffling down the hallway. He was embarrassed, or maybe just shy, but whatever he was, Axe couldn't take advantage of it. If Axe had let things progress, he wouldn't have been able to be soft and gentle like Caden needed. He'd be demanding, unyielding, and he'd ruin whatever amount of trust he'd been able to shore up, if he hadn't already. Caden, he called down the hallway. He needed to say something to ease the young man's worries. Next time you start to feel overwhelmed, call me. Your health and well-being are my top priority.
Yeah,
Caden breathed in his doorway, facing his room.
Thanks.
Chapter 8. Duress. The hot water did its aquatic magic over every muscle of Caden's body, except the one between his legs. His fingers were prunes, and he was still hard as a rock, but he was also embarrassed, and coming to terms with everything he'd learned on the phone call with his parents, which made this the second most awkward boner of his life. He washed thoroughly,
scrubbing his hair before rubbing in the conditioning mask. The familiar actions helped center him and flush away the mortification that clung to him like a wet sticker. A chin kiss? What the fuck is a chin kiss? Caden didn't know what had come over him. He'd been spinning, body, mind, and soul, and then it was like he'd been flung free, held in place by something warm and inviting. Axe had met him on his level, sharing something private, but he'd only been doing his duty, shouldering the responsibility of tending to his intended mate. He'd related to Caden as best he could, sharing something from his past that maybe he didn't share with many people. And Caden had thanked him by popping a boner and kissing his chin. Could he stuff himself down the drain? Or was it like what they said about a person smothering themselves with a pillow, that the body's will to survive overcame a person's desire to stop breathing? Except every cell in Caden's body and mind wanted to disappear down the drain. His first afternoon, first handful of hours, and already he was sure he would fail. His conversation with his parents hadn't helped at all. After trying and failing to read, unpack, and make a list, he'd called his mother for some answers, namely, how in the hell they'd tricked Axe into believing they were honest-to-God witches. But his mother had just called him a horrible son, telling him that they were going to be penniless, and asking Caden if he was happy now. He wasn't. He'd wanted his parents' approval his entire life, and it was clear now that was something he'd never get. Then she'd cried and passed the phone to Caden's father, letting him drop the true bombshell. "We are witches, Caden. Your mother, me, and your grandfather. You aren't. You're a dud, non-magical. It doesn't happen often, but it happens. Your grandfather didn't want you to know anything about it. Didn't want you to realize just how defective you are." "I'm not defective." He hated how much he sounded like a kid, but not as much as he hated the fog creeping over him, whispering that this actually answered questions he'd always had. His parents had despised him from his first memories. This was why. "If you're witches, what can you do? Why haven't I seen you do any magic?" "Witches don't just do magic," he sneered. "We have affinities, categories of magic. How do you think your grandfather just knew who to invest in? He and I are both telepaths. He could peer into a person's mind and know if they were a legitimate opportunity." "You can read minds? Did you ever read mine?" "Like I'd see anything if I tried," he spat. That wasn't a yes or no, but Caden hoped his dad hadn't spent his life reading Caden's mind. It would make him so much more of a horrible person if he had. "Your mother is a kinetic. She was meant for the stage, to dance. But then you came along. Caden, a nothing. A disappointment." "How do you know I'm not magical?" He didn't want to accept what his father was saying, but mostly because that meant the only nurturer Caden had ever known had lied to him, had spent his entire life lying. "Because you would have sensed your affinity when you were a child. You would have felt the magic within you. We waited, and it never happened. Believe me, Caden, I wished you'd be special. Neither I nor your mother wanted to face the fact we'd given birth to a dud." That made horrible, soul-crushing sense. If he were magical, even if it were hidden deep inside him, he'd have felt something by now. A spark, a flare of power. But the last he checked, being both excessively erratic and intolerably antsy weren't supernatural abilities. "So, What were you going to do when you sold me off and he realized all that?
I had a plan. I was going to negotiate us a loophole until you screwed everything up. You probably thought you were being smart. Thought you could keep all the money for yourself? Well, enjoy your time there while it lasts. I'll be shocked, actually, if he doesn't kick you out before he even realizes how you've lied to him.
After that, his father had passed the phone to Thad, who happened to be there helping Caden's parents go through the things Caden had left behind, gathering anything they thought they could sell. Axe must have gotten his parents to sign NDAs because they hadn't told Thad any of the specifics, only that he'd run away with a rich, older man. And that had been about the time Axe had come home, shortly before you kissed his chin. Caden thumped his forehead against the shower wall, the water gathering in streams at his nose and chin before pouring down his face. Maybe he could move to a new country and start over. Create a brand new identity and live as a tour guide or one of those guys in hotels who told people all the fun things to do in the area. He could be good at that, but he wouldn't be able to visit his grandpa. He wouldn't be there when he finally recovered and woke up pain-free. He had to stay, to ride this out for as long as he was able. And if Axe found out the truth, what was the worst thing that could happen? He'd demand his money back, but the first installment had already been deposited in an account not even Caden could touch. Caden would go bankrupt, be elbow-deep in legal trouble, but really, hadn't it always been just a matter of time before Caden got himself in more trouble with the law? He'd have nowhere to go. Not a single one of his so-called friends had called him after the party. No one had worried for him. He'd be alone and penniless. And if his grandpa ended up needing to extend his treatment, Caden would be without the funds to pay for it. No, he had to stick it out here as best he could, with Axe and his magic hands, his wide, firm chest, and all the muscles that created every glorious inch of him. Enjoy it while you can, just like a McRib. He gripped his dick and imagined the feel of the man, rubbing his back, nuzzling against him. At moments, it had felt like there was something else in his touches, something wild. What sort of a lover would he be? More importantly, when was Caden going to be able to find out? Caden stroked faster, pausing long enough to tug his balls, squeezing like he did when he wanted to come quickly. He couldn't take forever in here. It was nothing more than a maintenance wank, a palliative pull. He'd come and then hopefully feel a little more even-headed. That way, he could remember that Axe's feelings for Caden were the same he'd have for a pet he'd agreed to watch while the owner was away. Caden was a responsibility. But Caden was also shameless enough to use that. He imagined what Axe might do if he went to him begging, on his knees, pleading for just a crumb of cock. Picturing Axe towering over him on his knees, begging for dick was just the thought he needed. His balls tightened before pleasure raced down the length of his dick, his cum splashing against the shower wall in short spurts. He finished quickly after that, rinsing the conditioner out of his hair before hopping out and drying off with one of the towels Axe had hung on the rack in preparation for Caden's arrival. By then, he could smell food cooking. Something meaty with garlic. Just like that, he was starving. Or maybe he just remembered to be hungry. Axe sat waiting for him at the dining table with 2 plates of spaghetti, still steaming. He took the seat across from Axe, looking up to find Axe staring at him like he was a security guard trying to spot which pocket Caden had slipped the goods. Do werewolves pray? Or something? Axe didn't reply immediately,
His nostrils flared, and he gripped the handle of his fork so hard, his knuckles were white. Familiar uncertainty burned in Caden's stomach, but when he looked up again, the weird expression was gone, as was Axe's tight grip on the silverware. What had that been about? Was he brave enough to just ask? The answer was definitely no, so he tried to concentrate on his food and letting the awkwardness of the moment pass. Did Axe regret helping Caden? Did he regret telling Caden what he had about his past? Sometimes, Caden shared things that he wished he could take back. He didn't want that for Axe. Caden rolled several spaghetti noodles around his fork. He chewed, swallowed. He twirled the next bite and brought it to his mouth, spinning fewer noodles than the one before, and then fewer than that until the bites were so little, Caden had a hard time getting the noodle pieces to wrap around the tines. "Is the food okay?" Axe asked. Caden couldn't remember tasting a single bite, but he nodded anyway. "It's good, just quiet." "The food is quiet?" Caden couldn't tell if that was a joke or a request for clarification. Axe's face looked the same. Maybe there was a slight curve to his top lip? The curve didn't last long as Axe set his fork down, resting his forearms on the table on either side of his plate. "We need to discuss tomorrow, the full moon dinner. There is one every month within Crescent City, where Lunar Council officials and representatives from the wolf packs and witch clans come together to promote communication and camaraderie. Each month is hosted in a different home, and tomorrow's dinner will be hosted by Alpha Might." He paused a moment as if to decide best how to say what he needed. "I'll be expected to attend the dinner as a guest and present my intended. It will be the first chance for important Lunar Council members to see us together, and if we're going to be convincing, some physical contact will be required." Axe couldn't have looked more unhappy by that fact if he'd tried. Caden pushed the remainder of his food around his plate, noticing the way the sauce separated to form the image of a frown a lot like the one on Axe's face. The concept of being presented made him feel like a ship preparing for its first voyage. Being doused with champagne while people cheered for him didn't sound bad, but that likely wasn't how the night would go. When his brain finally caught up with everything Axe had said, he hissed, "Witch clans?" Axe's unhappiness intensified. "As far as I know, only 3 witches will be in attendance. Gloria and Freston, both formerly members of the Fawn clan but now mated to wolves. Gloria is mate to the Alpha of the Celestial Wolves, and Freston is mate to Alpha Might. Martha Might will also be there. She is mated to the director of the Lunar Council and is Alpha Might's mother. For the time being, it's in our best interests to limit your exposure with them." Dread slid down Caden's throat like a frozen slug. Will that seem weird? He didn't want to have to interact a lot with the other witches. They'd see through him in a second. But Caden also wanted Axe to believe in him, to trust that he was capable of going through a meal without making a scene. "Are you?" "They already know you come from a small, isolated clan. Beyond that, there is very little about your family available to public access. No one will think it odd for you to be standoffish. And as intended mates, it is more expected that we be consumed with each other." The idea of acting consumed by Axe should have made Caden feel uncomfortable. Instead, it made his skin tingle. "Will we have to have sex?" The question sprouted from his mouth with all the care and consideration of a glob of watery mustard, splattering across the table after that first squeeze. "Not have to. I don't mean like it is a chore. It would be my pleasure." Jesus, Caden, shut up. He couldn't, though. not once the verbal diarrhea started to flow.
And your pleasure too, hopefully. Now I sound like a selfish lover. I'm not. I'm very giving.
Caden didn't know if Axe was angry or embarrassed or any emotion at all, because he refused to look anywhere near him. I meant physical contact, like holding hands, touching you on your back, nape and leg, or putting my arm around your shoulders.
Oh, right. That makes sense.
It was good he already wasn't looking at Axe. This way, the older man couldn't see his disappointment. Sex was the great equalizer, a time when Caden could feel like he stood on even ground. Axe cleared his throat. It will be fine this early for there to be no visible marks, though we'll need to discuss that soon. Wolves tend to suck marks on their intended mates in places others can see. Caden had met flagpoles less stiff than Axe was, sitting across from him. They had a business arrangement, and physical contact was just an unpleasant necessity. And maybe Axe was a little embarrassed at having to bring this all up. The least Caden could do was help him feel not so uncomfortable. Whatever you think we need to do, I'm fine with. He should have stopped there, but he was Caden, so he continued. I think it is safe to say that since I was already on board the bang train, I won't mind a little skin sucking. Caden fingered the thin, purple ponytail holder he'd slipped around his wrist, before putting on his white long-sleeved shirt he'd chosen specifically so the elastic wouldn't show. He'd paired it with a pair of dark-washed jeans free of artful holes and tears. He looked perfectly respectable, perfectly befitting as the intended mate to the chief of the LCEA. He'd studied all night, going over the elements of their cover story, while using the elastic to zap his brain to attention. The metal clasp bit into his skin, and the sharp pain kept him in the moment. Important if Caden wanted to keep words from slipping from his head without thought. He'd learned the trick in his teens when he tried to get an internship with a fashion magazine. It had worked, for a bit, until Caden forgot the elastic at home, or that elastics existed. This is First Street, the boundary between Crescent City proper and Mite territory. Axe murmured into Caden's ear. The Mite Pack has existed here long before Crescent City was established. He'd slung his arm around Caden's shoulders the second they'd left the house, and hadn't let more than inches come between their bodies. Caden would have enjoyed it more if he thought Axe was initiating the closeness for a reason other than so they could trick people into thinking they were real mates. And that made Caden the biggest hypocrite that ever existed, since Caden had been tricking Axe since the moment he'd read the word witch in his text. Welcome to Caden's life, where nothing is real and the points don't matter. Axe had given Caden a partial tour, pointing out the main streets and landmarks along the path between their house and Alpha Mites. Caden did his best to commit the bits of information to memory with a small snap of his elastic, while simultaneously conjuring the least sexy things he could think of. Anything to help his body from responding to being tucked tightly into Axe's sturdy warmth. Axe pressed his lips to Caden's temple and exhaled softly. He'd explained the gesture was just another way wolves scent-marked, but that didn't stop the shudder tumbling up his spine. My team is waiting ahead. Caden snapped the elastic against the thin skin of his inner wrist, letting the shock of pain pull everything he was supposed to remember to the front of his mind. Snap. Axe's arms stiffened. Caden. He stopped speaking as three figures slipped out from the shadows at the end of the next block. Caden sized them up, attempting to recall what Axe had already told him about the elite team that acted as the FBI, NSA, and Secret Service all rolled up into one. Since their relationship was supposed to have started organically, eventually ending in Caden becoming Axe's intended, Caden needed to be somewhat familiar with the three agents. Which, of course, meant that the exact moment they were within speaking distance, Caden promptly forgot everything Axe had said about them. Two of the men were younger, closer to Caden's age than Axe's. The third one was older and built like a superhero. He smiled at Caden, lips stretching playfully, but in a way that seemed transitory, like his expression could just as easily turn sinister. Axe gestured to the older one. Caden, this is my senior agent, Sai Pataki. Caden reached his hand forward, but Axe tugged him back, gluing him to Axe's side. Pre-mated wolves are territorial, Sai said, seeing the confusion on Caden's face. Caden's cheeks burned. Snap. Oh yeah, I knew that. I'm still getting used to being around werewolves. I'm sorry, baby. I should have reminded you. Axe rubbed the side of his face against Caden's temple, detonating a menagerie of feelings that exploded from every spot they touched. His body hadn't gotten the memo that it was all for show, that they were little more than strangers coming together for a mutually beneficial arrangement. But while the affection was pretend, Caden's flipping tummy wasn't. Not every werewolf treats their mate as property. One of the younger two said with a snort. I'm Zane Andino. A pleasure to meet you. The guy was pretty. No better word for him, except maybe cocky. Caden recognized the type of man he was. The same type Caden had dated since his teens. He worried he'd said as much out loud when Axe's chest rumbled softly. Snap. Focus. Hello. The third of them nodded cheerfully while keeping his distance. I'm Huxley, mate. His full beard did nothing to hide the smile that couldn't have been more opposite than Sai Pataki's. This smile was warm, real, and Caden couldn't help but smile back at the gentle giant. Might? Like the alpha? She's my mother. Sai's smile was gone. The hard, calculating expression he now wore fit him better. I thought the Borealis clan shared a boundary with the Willis pack. You never interacted with wolves when you visited your relatives? Oh, my grandpa, Trivent Borealis, left the main clan and settled on the west coast with his son and wife. My parents. Snap. 3 pairs of eyes narrowed to Caden's wrist. His heart refused to stop hammering, not even after he reminded himself these wolves could hear it beating. And if they could hear that, then his subtle elastic snaps weren't all that subtle. That thought only made his heart pound harder, until Axe threaded their fingers together and lifted Caden's hand to brush his lips softly down his knuckles. Caden let the gentle gesture soothe him as Axe addressed his team. At the dinner, Sai, you will be in the dining room. Huxley, I want you patrolling the halls since you are the most familiar with the layout and exits. Zane, you're on perimeter. Zane scowled, seeming displeased by his assignment, or maybe that he'd been ordered around at all. They turned as a unit, marching down the sidewalk as Axe pulled Caden back into a slower stroll. Take off the rubber band, he ordered low, his lips tickling Caden's ear. But it helps me remember, he whined softly. Axe made an unhappy noise in the back of his throat. I thought you were doing it as a nervous habit, but you're hurting yourself on purpose? He asked, but didn't wait for an answer before continuing. It's causing you pain. Your wrist is red. When we get home later, I want you to ice it. If this is still red tomorrow, I'll go to a healer and get you an ointment. He pressed his lips together. You don't have to act like you actually care. The scent of your pain is distracting. Take it off. I'll be with you the whole time. If you forget something, I'll take over." The skin had begun to sting, but that was the whole point. The pain kept his mind in the present. If I had a nickel for every time a date said they'd stay with me at a party. I'm not a date. I'm your intended mate. And I will stay by your side all night. It's just as important to me that this evening goes smoothly. He slipped his fingers between the elastic and Caden's skin, flicking it off. That reminds me, what's your affinity? We haven't discussed it, and it would be odd if I didn't know.
My affinity?
He squeaked, looking ahead for the agents, but they were gone. What kind of witch you are? What had his father said? He told him what kind of witches they all were, and it was one of the facts Caden had told himself to remember. Kinetic, he said somewhat breathlessly. Axe stilled. Stupid, Caden. You don't even know what that is. He'd only chosen to be the same type as his mother because he didn't want to be any more like his father. He smiled wide and slipped his arm around Axe's middle. He couldn't be the only one of them initiating contact. I'm hungry. I hope the food is good. His first few steps forward made him feel like a tugboat lugging a reluctant freighter. But Axe eventually fell into step, and Caden swore that when the night was over, he'd actually read the books Axe had given him and find out just how much he'd just screwed up. The interior of the Alpha's home was warm with a rustic elegance. The pictures on the wall were of happy faces. Caden recognized Huxley in a few of them, in idyllic settings. A picnic beside a lake, the forest bathed in a golden light, a Christmas tree lit with colorful lights in front of a window showing off a snowy landscape. They were the type of pictures that came from a happy family, or one that was skilled at pretending to be happy. It's so good to meet you, Caden, Alpha Alia Mite said after Axe introduced him. This is my mate, Preston. She looked over at the man beside her with pure adoration. Caden could see why. He was handsome with jet black hair and bright blue eyes, and a crooked smile that looked a lot like one Huxley had given him. Welcome. I hope Crescent City hasn't been too much of a shock. It's very different from what I'm used to, Caden admitted. It will get easier, and the witch community here is very tight-knit. You'll feel at home in no time. Unsure of what to say, Caden just smiled. He didn't want to accept the invitation, but he didn't want to outright refuse it either. It may be a while before I'm ready to let my mate out of my sight, Axe said smoothly, his arm a warm presence around Caden's shoulders. Chief Landry! An older man stood in the wide entryway to the dining room. I've been waiting for you to arrive. That incident at the briefing. No. The older woman standing beside him slapped the back of her hand playfully against his chest. She had a pleasant, heart-shaped face, with soft lines forming around her eyes and mouth. We aren't talking about council business right now. She turned her warm gaze on Caden. Hello, dear. I'm Martha Mite, and this is my husband, Foster Mite. Director of the Lunar Council, the older man added importantly. He, like everyone else Caden had met so far, was handsome. His hair must have been brown at one point, but was now mostly gray. His eyes were sharp, staring at Caden with an attentiveness that made it easy for Caden to remember to not extend his hand. Director, Martha, let me officially introduce you to Caden Borealis, my intended mate. Caden toyed with the idea of curtsying, but thought better of it. Nice to meet you. The director stalked closer. I wasn't sure the chief would find a mate in time. He took until the last minute. and the whole city is relieved he has," Martha cut in, moving beside her husband. Caden spotted a dark mark at the base of her throat and realized with some chagrin that it was a hickey. He wasn't overly modest, but this was officially the oldest person he'd seen with a hickey. "Of course." The director circled his arm around his mate's waist. "Chief Landry is a dedicated protector of this city. So dedicated, in fact, I'm left wondering when he had time to find a mate." Martha patted his chest. "Everyone will want to hear about how they met. Let's wait until we're seated and Caden has met the rest of the guests." She tugged her husband back into the dining room. The second the two of them were alone, Axe exhaled silently, a brush of hot air drifting beneath Caden's cheek. "Well done," Axe whispered with his lips at Caden's temple. Caden had spoken only a handful of sentences, hardly enough for him to ruin everything. Did Axe have that little of faith in him? Like a cartoon anvil dropping out of the sky and onto his head, it finally occurred to Caden just how desperate Axe must have been to find a witch, if he'd been willing to pin his future on someone he didn't actually have confidence in. Inside the dining room, Caden was introduced to the remaining 7 guests. He didn't remember most of the names, only that one was the solar wolf alpha, mated to another member of the mite family, and most of the rest, including Gloria, the third witch Axe had warned him about, were council members. The moment they sat down, Alia and Freston served up steak and roasted potatoes. The few of Caden's parents' dinner parties he'd attended had been catered, gaudy, pompous displays that let them show off their wealth to their friends. This dinner was nothing like that, and not just because of the simple but delicious home-cooked meal. Alia and Freston were gracious hosts, and the conversation picked up immediately. Axe fielded most of the questions sent their way, letting Caden eat and listen. And ogle. Everyone sitting at the table was attractive, no matter their age or disposition. Even the sullen Lunar wolf, sitting at the end of the table, who had yet to say a word, looked like an actor. And there was more than one neck marked with a purplish-red splotch. The solar alpha's mate, Emmett Mite, had a ring of love bites circling his neck like a choker, as well as enough bling to blind a dragon. The excessive jewelry was something the solar wolves in attendance seemed to have in common. Caden understood now why Axe had said they'd need to address that issue at some point. His neck already felt bare, and thinking about Axe marking him up was making it difficult for him to sit comfortably. That feeling was only exacerbated by Axe constantly touching him, leaning in close to kiss his temple or graze his chin over Caden's shoulder. He slipped his free hand under the table, settling it on Caden's knee. If he dragged his palm up Caden's thigh, he'd be able to feel just how much the touching was affecting him. "Down, boy, down! It isn't real." Axe's caresses were like a lip-syncing battle where everything looked real, except the person wasn't actually singing. "Be sure you leave room for dessert, Caden," Martha said from down the table. "I've made an assortment of pies. Her chocolate cream pairs beautifully with the Zinfandel my mate sent. He wishes he could be here, but he's on location." Gloria beamed, showing each one of her white teeth. "It goes even better with Solaris," the solar alpha added. "But I'd need a permit to take a bottle out of solar territory. It packs quite the punch." Minutes later, the dinner plates were cleared away, and Martha returned with a tray of pies she set out on the table for people to dish themselves, all except Caden, who she served, slicing a large piece of chocolate pie. "You know, I knew your great-grandfather, Titus Borealis, a strict man, if you don't mind me saying so. You can say whatever you want. I've never met him,
Caden took a bite, moaning at the rich, creamy flavor. This is amazing. You've never met him? Well, I'm sorry to hear that. My parents had been in talks with him. I might have ended up married to one of your granduncles, if Foster hadn't swept me off my feet. She gestured to the stern man sitting beside her. Caden didn't think Martha looked old enough to have been married to his granduncle. He also hadn't known granduncle was a word. He glanced down at the director. With his stiff posture and dark glower, he didn't look capable of wooing a cast-iron skillet. But Caden blessedly kept that thought to himself. His thoughts might have still shown on his face, as the director scowled before wiping his mouth with a napkin. Your branch of the Borealis clan must be extremely isolated, if you've never met your extended family. I'm beginning to truly wonder how you and the chief ever happened to meet. Axe's hand on Caden's knee tightened slightly. Was he nervous? Or was he just warning Caden to stay silent and let him answer? Caden might be scattered, irresponsible at times, and just plain goofy in others, but he was charming in short bursts. He wasn't great at lying, but he could play pretend like he was a 5-year-old in a blanket castle fighting a Chihuahua dragon. And besides, he only had to last as long as this dinner. Axe cleared his throat, but Caden answered before he could. Pure good luck on my part. I looked up at the airport, and there he was. I would have done anything to talk to him, but he was distracted with his phone. Thankfully, our seats were beside each other on the plane. When I finally worked up the nerve to say something, it was to ask him if he wanted the armrest. Caden laughed, his insides cheering as he noticed a few at the table laughing along. He could see I was an anxious flyer, though, and was so sweet trying to calm me down. After the flight, I was shameless, sticking next to him until we were forced to go our separate ways, but not without getting his number. And, I suppose, the rest is just what you'd expect of a long-distance relationship. Truly, a heartwarming story, the director replied, taking a sip from the tumbler of whiskey in front of him. I do wonder where the chief could have been going that required he travel by air. I can't remember the last time he left Crescent City for more than a few hours. It was when I left to escort Gloria back to Crescent City on request of her mate. Axe replied without hesitation. After the premiere? Gloria asked. That was more than a year ago. It took me some time to convince my parents I was serious, Caden said quickly. They'd come up with this story earlier, and for as scared as he'd been that he'd forget parts, it was coming as if it had actually happened. They prefer the world of the humans and never wanted for me to mate a werewolf. They're still a little hesitant, but they ultimately want what is best for me. That was utter hogwash, but it preemptively answered questions about why Caden's parents wouldn't be present moving forward. Caden turned his attention to the man massaging his knee. Axe was brutally handsome, and Caden could have done a lot worse in the fake husband department. They had to admit finally that Axe is what's best for me. Axe met his gaze, and for a brief moment, everything disappeared. It was just the two of them, and Axe's expression of admiration. Pride. Fireworks set off inside Caden's chest. How was he still sitting in his chair when he was suddenly lighter than air? That healing cream you made for Dr. Lectra worked better than I thought it would, Martha. The woman sitting on Axe's other side had a voice like a squeaky door, and not the haunted house kind. It was irritating enough to bring Caden back down to earth. He peered around Axe to look at the woman. She was one of the solar wolves. He could tell from her glowing olive skin and shiny copper hair.
and she'd skipped the pie, which meant she couldn't be trusted. The thirsty gleam in her eye as she drank in Axe only cemented that fact.
If the chief had been there, I'm positive things wouldn't have gotten so far. I'm so glad you're back, Chief Landry. Don't leave us again,
she added with a trilling laugh. Axe settled his arm over Caden's shoulder. I'm afraid my intended was worth my absence. Caden gave a mental smirk. He couldn't remember the lady's name, but she was officially on Caden's list. The noise of glass shattering came from somewhere outside the dining room, making Caden jump in his seat. Axe was on his feet in an instant, his hand on Caden's shoulder, urging him to remain seated. I'll check it out, he said before abruptly leaving the dining room. Caden heard growling start up from somewhere outside. Axe returned just a moment later with Huxley and Cy, holding a rock. Everyone, there's a small disturbance outside. Out of an abundance of caution, I'm requesting we end the dinner and leave through the back entrance. Agent Might will escort those returning to Celestial territory, and Agent Pataki will take those returning to Solar territory. I'll go with my son and sister, Freston said, taking Gloria's arm. Make sure they get there safe. There was more said, but whether it was people agreeing or disagreeing, Caden wasn't sure. The growling outside had let loose a nest of vipers in his brain, each snake hissing and slithering through his gray matter, making it impossible to pay attention. When he finally blinked himself back to the present, only Martha, Alia, and Axe remained. What's going on? Caden forced his dry tongue to speak. No one else looked frightened, but then, they were all either witches or werewolves. They could probably handle themselves against the angry group forming outside and growing louder. Nothing for you to worry about. I need to assist the Alpha, Axe replied without looking at him. Caden grabbed his hand, holding it tightly.
But what should I do?
He squeaked. Axe looked down at their hands, but Caden couldn't see the expression there. It was a shock, going from being coddled and petted, to Axe clearly wishing Caden would let him go. You don't need to do anything, Caden. Just stay here with Martha. He pulled away, but Caden refused to let go. The growling was even louder now.
You're going to face them?
Caden's body felt tight. This is my job, he said, not unkindly. I need to assist Alpha Might with a disturbance, and I can't do that unless you let me go. Oh, right, his job. The whole reason they were doing any of this. Maybe his fear was unwarranted. Martha didn't look all that disturbed by the ravenous pack of rock-throwing dogs surrounding the house. Axe peeled Caden's white-knuckle grip from his hand. You're safe, Caden. I'll be right back. Just stay here. Before Caden could think of what to say, Axe did what Caden had known he would do all along, and left him alone. It sounds scarier than it is, Martha said gently from his side. The wolves wear their power on the outside, so it can seem intimidating. Was she implying Caden's power was on the inside? Of course she was. She thought he was a witch. Everyone did. Not a single one of them could fathom just how fucked he'd be if a werewolf broke inside and attacked. Why don't you sit down, and I'll go get you something for your nerves. He grunted something that must have sounded enough like a yes, because she left him sitting in his chair. Outside, the snarling continued, the noise drawing Caden closer. Maybe not seeing what caused the commotion was making him imagine the worst. Caden crept forward, stopping at the front door where he could peek through the narrow glass panels on either side of the entrance. A single man stood behind a pack of wolves circling the sidewalk,
snapping and howling out their displeasure as Axe and Alia approached. Caden couldn't hear what either of them said, but it didn't look like they'd had any success calming the mob. He held his breath. The man yelled, the words not really making sense to Caden out of context. Something about the might pack being in someone's pocket. Without warning, one of the wolves lunged forward, aiming for Alia. Axe moved so quickly, Caden hadn't finished his gasp by the time Axe had punched the wolf with his human fist, sending the animal down to the concrete, belly heaving for breath as it lay on its side. A second lunged, and then a third, obscuring Axe within a ball of snarling fur, as they snapped and clawed until a bone-shaking roar sounded, and Axe burst upright, flinging the bodies from his shoulders and sending them flying. His body dropped, clothing ripping from him in tatters as he transformed into a wolf bigger than the others. Bigger than the wolf Caden had seen his first day. Bigger than any wolf Caden had ever seen in his life. In this form, it was glaringly obvious that Axe was a beast, clearly other, with fangs and claws and muscles that could tear into flesh without exerting much energy at all. If the truth wasn't in front of him, Caden wouldn't believe it. This image of what Axe could be didn't fit at all with the image Caden had of him. Axe was strict but polite. Caden had expected his wolf to be the same, genteel, refined. So much of Caden's current situation had felt like playing pretend, and Caden had let that lure him into believing something that wasn't true. These werewolves were not just real, but deadly. He thought back to the question from the day before. What was the worst thing that could happen to Caden when Axe found out he wasn't a true witch? It wasn't legal or money troubles. Caden could die. Axe could tear him to pieces without breaking a sweat. He'd realized how important Axe's job was to him earlier, how low Axe had been willing to go to consider relying on Caden. And when Axe found out Caden had lied to him, Caden wouldn't even get the chance to run. Those claws could shred him before he took a single step. Not unless he got a head start. Chapter 9. Acceptance. Caden's fear clung to Axe like a second skin. Just seeing the neighbor's kids sunbathing in his wolf form had frightened him, and Axe didn't want Caden to get any closer to these drunk idiots than he had to. But Axe had to get closer. Dealing with drunk idiots wasn't usually part of his job, but it was when they vandalized an alpha's home while members from the other wolf packs were inside. Axe had yet to discover where the fuck Zane was. He was supposed to be guarding the perimeter, stopping disgruntled, intoxicated wolves before one of them threw a rock through a window and terrified Axe's intended. The wolves pacing the sidewalk weren't members of Alia's pack. None of those would dare disrespect her the way these wolves had. They'd be sent back to their pack lands after this stunt, citizenship revoked. Disagreeing with the leaders of the city wasn't illegal, but forming a belligerent mob, targeting a full moon dinner, and scaring Axe's intended mate was. Your voices have been heard, but this disrespect cannot continue. Alia's voice rang clear, with all the authority of an alpha. If these wolves had been of her pack, the authority in her tone would have made them cower. Or possibly not, since the 7 of them smelled like they'd fallen in vats of beer. Our voices are ignored. You're a Daydog sympathizer. You allow the other wolves more land, more liberties. The might pack is in their pocket. Axe recognized the speaker, Shouter, but not well enough to recall his name.
He might have been one of the representatives from the Andino pack. If he was, and Zane had any part in this stunt, then Axe would ensure he be replaced. The wolf at his side lunged and Axe swept forward, knocking the wolf back with a single punch. He sensed the others' anger rising, their tempers mixing with the alcohol and fueling what Axe could tell was going to be a series of bad decisions. For them, Axe was soaked in Caden's fear, bringing out a primal part of him that welcomed the excuse for violence. They attacked as one, likely assuming their numbers would give them the upper hand. But the rage building at the very core of him made him numb to the sting of their claws and teeth. Axe's unmarked intended mate was inside, and though Axe had spent the evening depositing his scent on the young man, it wasn't enough for his wolf to see this attack as anything but a direct threat to his bond. He flung the wolves away as easily as if they were drops of water. His wolf surged to the surface, growling with a viciousness that was only possible while he was in beast form. Confronted by a beast larger and stronger than their own, the mob cowered. Axe snarled, sending several of them yelping as they stumbled over their legs. Their fear still wasn't enough for his wolf, who wouldn't be satisfied until the other wolves rolled over and displayed how much they regretted challenging Axe for his mate.
"James!"
A woman's voice cut through the night.
"You get your drunk ass back here!"
Axe looked over the heads of the wolves to an angry young woman standing in her robe and curlers, staring daggers at the small pack.
"I cannot believe you followed these idiots! That's it! No more drinking for you! I swear to the moon! Alpha Mite, I am so very sorry for my mate and his friends. They are idiots. Drunk, stupid idiots. I told them not to talk politics tonight, but they let themselves get all riled up. Please accept my apology and let me bring them home."
The woman stomped through the wolves like she was stomping through a pack of annoying yippy dogs, until she reached the one who must have been James. She grabbed him by the tip of his fuzzy ear, yanking him back the way she'd come, with a force that made the wolf squawk.
"I don't want to hear your complaining. I should have just stood back and let you get your sorry ass chewed up by the chief, but I'm trying to salvage our existence here. Your daughter just made friends, something she couldn't do back home. Do you want to be the one to tell her she has to leave them now and return to Grand territory? Do you want to tell her why?"
"That won't be necessary," Alia called back. "I understand tempers can flare during a time like this, and suggest James and his friends attend the next briefing to voice their concerns."
"Thank you, Alpha Mite. I'll have them replace everything they broke. Thank you so much."
With her mate's fuzzy ear firmly pinched between her fingers, she used her slipper to herd the rest of the wolves away. Axe's wolf fumed. He wanted blood and unquestionable humiliation. If Alpha Mite couldn't make the hard choices. Axe stopped the thought. Alia was a respected and competent alpha. Axe didn't want to challenge her, had never once entertained the idea. At least he hadn't until he'd imagined a threat on his claim to his intended mate. He huffed out a breath, checking in with Alia, and if she'd picked up on anything he'd been thinking. She just smiled, the expression a little tired, but mostly amused. "I know that look. You probably think I was too easy on them. I remember how insane I felt in the early days with Freston. Every sideways glance from another wolf looked like a challenge. It's a bit relieving seeing you react the same, Chief. It humanizes you a little, makes you seem less like Crescent City's RoboCop. An effective RoboCop, mind you. But it's nice to see you not so stony." Would she be saying that if she knew the thought that had flashed in his territorial brain? She sighed low.
My father would say I was too easy on them too. But between you and me, he makes a better director than he did Alpha. I understand what it is like to feel fear, to feel helpless in changing what's going on around you. And I understand how people sometimes make bad choices because of that fear. I also happen to know James is an excellent salsa maker, and I always find a few jars on my doorstep come summer solstice. He's an all-right guy, just a scared one. I'll handle informing the others of what happened. You're probably cracking your fangs to get back to Caden. He's nice. Not at all what I pictured when I heard you had an intended. In his wolf form, Axe was saved from replying. Salsa or not, this had been a show of disrespect he didn't want to see again, and one he needed to figure out how it had happened in the first place. But finding Zane would have to wait. Axe's fangs weren't cracking, but the need to return to Caden and help ease his fears sat like itching powder against his skin, unignorable. Except, the moment he stepped back inside, he knew Caden wasn't there. He ran into the dining room anyway, his hair bristling at the sight of Caden's empty chair. The man's fear was still thick, nearly choking Axe with its intensity. The disturbance had been loud and annoying, but it hadn't been dangerous. Not truly. Axe's job was to keep his intended safe. Did Caden think Axe wasn't capable of protecting him? He snarled, lips curling from his teeth. Caden didn't think he was a powerful enough wolf to save him from an attack from a pack barely more than pups? Martha hurried forward, stopping short as she caught sight of his face. "I'm sorry, Chief. I was grabbing a calming tonic from the kitchen when I heard him tear out the side entrance. I should have known he'd be scared his first time being so close to fully shifted werewolves," Martha said. Axe growled at her, hearing only the parts about Caden running from the house. He'd been instructed to remain where he was. Martha made a small noise of shock, her eyebrows rounding with alarm. "He couldn't have gone far," she said warily. "I feel awful. I can help." Axe grunted and shook his head, lowering his hackles. He'd just growled at the director's mate. Even if the director wasn't there to witness it, he'd bared his teeth to her. He'd known his whole life that it took only one whisper, a rumor, and his cousin would come down on him like a fleet of Mack trucks. "Find your intended." Axe just needed to locate Caden, and then he'd be able to calm down enough to assess what sort of damage control this night would need. "Please let me know when you find him," Martha called out, as Axe followed the scent out of the dining room and away from the entrance. His toenails clicked against the hardwood as he pushed open the side exit with his muzzle. He imagined he was looking for any other missing person. What would he do then? He'd review the possibilities. The missing person, could have gone north. If he'd kept going north, he'd reach the acres of forest that formed a natural boundary. To the east was the mountains and cliff. South was the way back home, and if he missed the road, he'd eventually hit the river or lake. Axe exhaled. Laying the situation out helped him peer around the ball of possessive fury. All he needed to do was follow the scent. Axe was faster. He'd catch up to Caden before he got too far in any of those directions. Except, when he followed the scent trail to the first turn, it led him west. The only thing that direction was the gate. A growl ripped from his chest, so savage. Axe was at once relieved no one was around to hear him. Picturing Caden running from him ignited a feeling so intense. Axe didn't have a word for it. First, Caden had lied about being a kinetic. Kinetic witches were skilled in moving their bodies,
They excelled in martial arts and all forms of dance. Axe had witnessed Caden fall over standing up. He'd lied, and now he'd run from him. Why? All Axe was certain of as he bounded over the sidewalk was that he would find his intended and bring him back. Even if he doesn't want to be with you? Yes. Even if Caden went kicking and screaming, he was Axe's now. Axe pushed away the thoughts of what he would and wouldn't do to make sure Caden was always by his side to the back of his mind, and concentrated on the trail. Wherever Caden was going, he'd been scared enough to attempt to go alone. When he found Caden, Axe couldn't be a rabid wolf foaming at the mouth. That would only scare him more. 2 blocks from the gate, the trail veered, going down a street before making another turn back to Axe's house. He shifted and opened the front door. The adrenaline coursing through him made his senses sharp enough he could see every corner of the dark living room, but not Caden. He'd returned here, though. The scent of his fear wouldn't have filled the air otherwise. He just got lost. Axe deserved the shame that followed that thought. He'd allowed aggression to overtake reason. If he continued to let that happen, it wouldn't matter how well Caden played his part. Axe would lose everything. Axe padded down the hallway, stopping in the open door of Caden's room. It was dark inside except for a beam of light coming from the closet. He knocked on the doorframe. Caden, are you in here? There was no reply for several seconds, and then a quiet,
Yes, in the closet. You can come in.
The bleak tenor of his tone scratched at Axe's skull as he made his way silently to the closet. He spotted Caden on the carpet, wearing sweats and a t-shirt, squeezed into a tight ball on the floor in the corner. He pressed his face into his knees as his shoulders rose with his breaths, short inhales that told Axe Caden was moments from a panic attack. Those wolves are gone. Went home. They were never going to hurt you. The tight Caden ball just trembled, and Axe had to stop himself from lifting the bed over his head, or doing some other equally idiotic act to show Caden how strong and capable of protecting him he was. At least Alia had had the excuse of youth during the beginning of her mating. Axe was more than a decade older than she'd been when she'd taken Freston as her mate. Caden bent his face back just far enough for his eyes to peek over his legs.
You're naked.
He sounded dazed. I ruined my clothes when I shifted, he explained, stopping short of offering to go grab a new outfit. He wasn't willing to leave Caden in this state even for the seconds it would take to go to his room. Instead, he grabbed a pair of gym shorts off Caden's clothes pile and slipped them on. They were likely loose on Caden, but stretched like track shorts around Axe's lower half. Caden furrowed his eyebrows.
Those look ridiculous. You can't kill me wearing that.
Kill him? He'd assumed Caden had been afraid of the wolves who crashed the full moon dinner. How could Caden think Axe was the danger? Axe folded his legs, sitting on the carpet across from Caden. His palms ached to pull the young man into his arms and ease his worries. Why do you think I would kill you, Caden? He tucked his face back against his legs.
Because I lied,
he wailed, his voice muffled and yet somehow still loud in the tiny space.
I've been lying to you, and you're going to be so angry when you find out. You have a right to be angry. I didn't understand how important this job was to you. I've never had a job like that. But I got it tonight. I saw. And I also saw how easily you're going to shred me to pieces when you find out the truth.
Axe went as still as a predator sizing up its prey. What did you lie about? Caden groaned and let the back of his head hit the wall.
I'm not a witch!
He shoved the words from his mouth, half wail, half shout.
My parents are, or they said they were, but I'm a dud. I don't have any magic, and I always knew I wasn't a witch. I just let you believe I was so I could get the money. I didn't even know about real witches until you and my dad told me. I've been pretending, hoping I'd be able to fake it long enough to get the second installment and deposit into my grandpa's medical account. I'm a fraud, a swindler like my parents. So just do it now. Slash my throat because I've officially ruined not just my life, but Grandpa's and yours too.
He lifted his chin, exposing the bare skin of his neck. Axe couldn't be angry even if Caden had acted out of his best interest. He'd been willing to ride it out, ready to leave Axe to pick up the pieces when it all fell apart. But the guilt darkening his expression was real. And Axe had done the same thing. He just hadn't lied about it. He was using Caden, stealing his life and locking him into a relationship that couldn't be anything like Caden had imagined he'd find. Caden didn't move from his position, eyes squeezed closed as his throat bobbed with each swallow. Axe's chest rumbled at the vulnerable, unmarked skin. The only thing Axe wanted to do to that neck was suck his marks into it. He grabbed Caden's legs, absorbing his flailing limbs as he brought Caden into his lap where he should have been the whole time. Caden yelped, his heart hammering like a captured hummingbird. He didn't fight Axe's hold, but pressed into him, plastering his face against Axe's neck. Shh, Caden. I'm not going to kill you. I could never hurt you. I will never hurt you. Though it was likely Caden's lie had weighed on him, Axe knew he was too caring of a person for it not to. It had been Axe's actions tonight that truly made Caden fear him. He'd seen Axe's werewolf, witnessed Axe's strength. Caden didn't doubt Axe's power. He feared it. And the ironic part was that Axe's behavior had been fueled by an urge to protect his claim. Axe rubbed his hand down Caden's spine as he had that first night. I'm not happy that you lied. You worked yourself up over something that doesn't actually matter. Caden lifted his pale face, green eyes guarded as he searched Axe's expression like he was looking for a lie.
It doesn't? But you said the pact needs you to marry a witch.
I did, and it does. The sacred pact isn't influenced by skill level. Not every witch is as powerful as another, and it doesn't matter how powerful you are. The sacred pact requires ancestry, and I confirmed that before I went forward with negotiations with your parents. You are enough just as you are, and you would have known that if you'd been honest with me and come to me with your concerns. That's why honesty is on the list of rules, to avoid moments like this. Axe only realized the extent of how tightly Caden had been holding his body when he suddenly slumped like a human bag of gelatin against Axe's chest.
I'm sorry.
He couldn't allow Caden to assume all responsibility for what had happened. It had been Axe's actions that ultimately frightened him into running. Our relationship has brought out a possessive instinct that wasn't entirely unexpected, but stronger than I'd been prepared to handle. That's part of what you saw earlier, but it helps neither you nor I to behave that way. Trust wasn't on the list of rules because I know it isn't something that can be demanded. We'll both need to earn it.
I still can?
Caden asked softly. Yes. I understand how much I'm asking of you, and that the transition from your old life won't be easy. Your sacrifice is giving me the ability to keep my life here." At some point, Axe had started nuzzling into Caden, the movement soothing him as much as it was Axe. Caden shifted in his lap, sliding his legs to straddle Axe's hips as he pulled his face back and stared into Axe's eyes.
"I was going to run away."
Control. Keep control. He silenced his growl. "But you didn't."
"No, I didn't. I couldn't. Even though you're really scary, I couldn't picture you not knowing where I was, not knowing that the only wrong thing you did was trust me. I deserved whatever you wanted to do to me."
Even if he'd gotten by patrol, there'd been no possibility of Caden getting much farther than the highway, but Axe kept that fact to himself. Caden had come back. That was all that needed to matter. "Caden, I couldn't harm you any more than I could sever myself from my wolf. In a short time, you'll be my mate, and I'll protect you with everything that I have. You'll never be in danger from me, and if you ever feel like you're in danger while I'm not around, just scream. I will find you." Axe didn't understand Caden's expression, like Axe was a question he was trying to find the answer to. Whatever the emotion, it cleared and he smiled.
"Okay, I promise. And I promise to be honest, too."
"Good boy." Axe froze. He hadn't planned on saying that, but the words had sprung from his lips as naturally as cool water from a mountain spring. And as Caden's soft whimper reached his ears, coupled by the hint of his arousal, Axe knew he'd want to say it again and again. His hazy green eyes burned into him, wide with something that looked like wonder. "Did you like that? Being called my good boy?" Axe's entire body swelled with need. He wanted to lay Caden down and show him just how good he could be, how perfect every inch of him was. The phrase wasn't one he'd ever used before, but he'd never met anyone like Caden, a spinning treasure trove of raw emotion and humor. Caden nodded, eyes wide as he looked at Axe like he was seeing him for the first time.
"Is that okay? To like it?"
Axe growled, unable to allow even a single second to pass before kissing him. He'd meant to gently brush his lips against his, but the moment they touched, soft, needy sounds erupted up Caden's throat, driving Axe into a frenzy. Caden wrapped his thin arms around Axe's neck, gasping at the touch of their tongues. He wiggled closer and Axe gripped his hips, bringing the young man close enough to rub his clothed dick against Axe's naked stomach. He pressed his hand, fingers splayed, between Caden's shoulders, dropping the other to the dip above his ass, effectively locking Caden in place on his lap. Though the touch of Caden's soft lips sent fire shooting through Axe's veins, he broke the kiss. He'd gone long enough without marking his intended, and remedied that, sucking hard at his neck, delighting in the way it made Caden's moans sharp and breathy.
"Oh, fuck yes. Fuck, Axe. I need..."
he whimpered, rocking against Axe's body. "That's it. Take what you need, good boy."
"Oh!"
Caden cried out. His thrust turned frantic. Axe's cock throbbed painfully, but if he caved and took what he needed, he'd take everything. Axe would break Caden apart and only put him back together once he'd stamped his presence on every part of him. But he didn't deserve to be able to do that. He hadn't earned the right, especially not after Caden had run from him in fear that very night. Caden's whimpers melted into sharp moans of frustration.
It's not enough. I can't. Help me?
How could Axe say no to a request as sweet as that? He let his fingernails sharpen into claws, tearing the sweats off before grabbing his hips. Taking control of Caden's body, he pulled the young man flush against him and thrust his hard cock, covered only by the thin fabric of his briefs, against Axe's stomach. In seconds, Caden's whimpers were sweet once more, as was the scent of his pre-cum, soaking into a dark splotch across Caden's briefs. Axe paid attention to the sounds the young man made, as he guided him against his body. The steady pace brought Caden's ass bouncing against Axe's pulsing dick. But this moment still wasn't for him. It was about Caden, and bringing him a pleasure that would make him forget the fears of the day.
Axe.
The scent of Caden's release was nearly as good as the way he whispered Axe's name as he came. He mewed and twitched, the climax working its way through him, leaving Caden's body trembling while Axe's marks darkened around his neck. None of them had the permanence of a bite, but Axe's wolf was satisfied for the first time since laying eyes on Caden. He suspected this wouldn't be enough to satisfy his wolf for long, but for the moment, Axe held his intended and enjoyed the silence. Chapter 10. Certified. Caden woke up confused. He didn't feel the shaky aches or rolling tummy he would have after an alcohol-fueled night of questionable choices. But his body felt as if it had gone through something just as taxing. Take what you need, good boy. Oh, fuck. It wasn't like Caden was a stranger to kinks. Last night hadn't been the first time he'd been called good or a boy in the middle of doing something sexy. But it was the first time the two words had completely short-circuited his brain. It was the first time he'd wanted to roll over and do whatever Axe asked of him. The first time he'd begged during sex without it being a performance.
Help me.
Caden shoved his face into the pillow.
You have no reason to be embarrassed. He was into it. He called you a good boy.
Yeah, but when he'd first said it, they hadn't been doing anything sexual. It had been Caden who'd taken the two words and turned them from PG to rated XXX. Caden flung the blankets off, blushing at the pajamas Axe had told him to wear after his shower. He'd invited Axe to join him, along with an offer to take care of his needs since Axe had taken care of his. But Axe had just shaken his head and sent him off to the bathroom. Did he regret what they'd done? Had he only pitied Caden? His neck ached everywhere Axe had taken his lips and teeth to suck dark marks into Caden's skin. Didn't that mean something? Worrying in bed wouldn't get him his answers. He'd just have to get up and face the music. Seeing Axe's disapproving scowl would be better than imagining it. Except, as he tiptoed out of his room, the clock on the wall displaying a time hours before he normally woke up, Caden found something worse than a scowl. Axe was gone. Instead, there was a note on the dining room table. Caden, I left early for work and I didn't want to wake you. I'd left you breakfast on a plate warming in the oven. You may need to warm it up more in the microwave, depending on when you wake up. Be sure to remove the foil first. After last night's incident, I expect there to be some extra reporting and investigating to do, so I may not return for lunch. For one terrifying moment, Caden thought Axe was referring to what happened between them, but he was nearly certain what they did wouldn't require investigation. There are all the ingredients for sandwiches. Make sure you eat something. Don't worry about dinner. I'll take care of it. Axe. That was it. No sincerely, no warm regards, no, "Had a great time letting you hump me last night. Don't feel weird about it." Caden opened the oven, the sight of the aluminum foil-covered plate making his throat tight with emotion. He reached for the ceramic but yanked his hand back, the plate too hot to touch. There wasn't an oven mitt in sight, so he used wet paper towels to retrieve the plate and carefully peel away the aluminum foil, revealing 2 slices of French toast and sausage links. Axe had had enough time to make Caden a warm breakfast, but not enough to wake him up? The least a person could do after calling him a good boy and blowing his mind open harder than that time at Burning Man when he'd taken a swig from a bottle offered to him by a man who'd looked like Jesus was nudge them awake and say good morning. Caden sat down at the table, rounding his shoulders forward as he stared at his breakfast plate and cup of coffee. He looked up, spotting a stack of 3 books, and in front of that, a bottle of syrup. He burst into tears. "You're such an idiot." If he'd had meaningless sex with Axe the night before, he wouldn't have felt the way he did. Sex didn't mean anything. It was a distraction, a way to fill up the hours in a day. But what he'd done last night, without ever touching Axe's dick, left him feeling naked. Like he'd exposed a part of himself he wasn't ready to share, because not even he understood what had happened. He wiped away his tears and grabbed the bottle of syrup, upending it over his plate as he read the book titles. The Witch's World, an encyclopedia of magic, preternatural affinities and abilities of the magically gifted. Caden stabbed the sticky slice of bread and brought the entire thing to his mouth, where he tore off a corner like a hyena feasting on a carcass. Axe said it didn't matter that Caden had no magic, but not that he knew nothing of magic. Evidently, he was still supposed to pretend he'd grown up in a witch family. He looked at the books, his mind buzzing like 1,000 chainsaws. He wasn't against learning more about witches, but the stack of 3 books might as well have been 100 for how likely it was he could get through them. He took another ragged bite, chomping through tears that hadn't ever stopped falling. A knock sounded on the front door and Caden froze. The rules hadn't said anything about visitors or answering the door when Axe wasn't home. Maybe it was a stick in the wind. There weren't any trees near the door, and it hadn't looked like a particularly windy day. But maybe... Knock, knock. He pushed from the table, creeping toward the door, and staring at it the way a person in a horror movie stared down a dark set of stairs. And just like that hapless, soon-to-be-dead person, he called out, "Hello? Caden?" It was a woman's voice, warm and friendly. "It's me, Martha Might." His organs turned into ice. Did she suspect something from last night? Was she here to expose him for the liar he was? He wanted to call Axe and ask him what to do. But how could he do that without making the woman wait a suspiciously long time? "Caden, are you okay in there?" The worry in her voice brought Caden closer to the door. "Yeah, I'm okay," he called back. "Is the door stuck? Do you need help opening it?" "Yeah, Caden. Because even in werewolf towns, people usually didn't hold entire conversations without opening their door." If she wasn't here to accuse him, then sending her away would only make her suspicious. "You're not breaking the rules. None of them said anything about talking to strangers." Talking to strangers? He wasn't a child. He could talk to strangers and even take candy from them if he wanted to. Martha probably didn't have candy. Caden would have preferred it if she did. "Caden?" Martha said, letting Caden know he'd spent too much time thinking about whether or not Martha had candy.
Yeah, just a second. He turned the knob and pulled the door halfway open, revealing Martha smiling on the other side. Her smile dimmed the longer she took him in. Did I come at a bad time? Why would she think that? Maybe because you've got syrup on your face and have clearly been crying? Yeah. He swiped at his cheek. Just was listening to a sad song. She was kind enough not to point out that the radio wasn't on. Instead, she lifted a wicker basket covered by a white linen napkin. I wanted to bring a welcome gift, as well as apologize for last night. Caden took it from her, not expecting it to be as heavy as it was. He caught himself before dropping it, gasping out, Apologize? I didn't consider how frightening last night's disturbance would have been for you. I shouldn't have left you alone in the dining room. I remember watching my first werewolf scuffles. The scariest were always the ones Foster was involved in. I was both awed by his power and frightened that he would get hurt. They tell us about werewolves growing up, but it's different when you see it. She wasn't wrong. Being told what Axe was and seeing Axe in action had been two shockingly different things. Can I come in? Caden nodded, the gesture more automatic than intentional, and Martha breezed past him, stopping a few feet from the table. I interrupted your breakfast. I'm sorry. I should have called first, but I don't have your number. She reached for the book sitting at the top of the stack. The Witch's World, she read with a low groan. My father made me memorize this book before he would even entertain the idea of my mating Foster. My head hurts just looking at the cover. She laughed, but Caden was too busy panicking on the inside to laugh with her. Was it weird for him to be reading these books now? He grabbed the edge of the copy, pulling it from Martha's hands before scooping up the other two books. I was just doing a little refresher course, help me not be so homesick. Caden thought about all the ways what he'd just said didn't make sense on his march to the living room, where he stacked the books next to the television. He realized just how weird what he'd done was when he turned to catch Martha's expression. Caden, what's in here? Caden lunged for the wicker basket and pulled off the napkin. He grabbed a clear glass vial, full of black liquid that shone with a pearlescent sheen when he shook it. He laughed. When I open this, will a skull-shaped puff of steam float out? Martha didn't laugh. She just stared at him, a tiny wrinkle forming between her brows. That's a general health tonic. I wasn't sure about your specific needs, so I made a standard brew. Did you not have a healer in your clan? Usually when alarms sounded in his head, it was a sign he should stop talking, but he couldn't just stand there silently like a ceramic gnome until the woman left. Healer? Oh, yeah, yeah, of course. Of course we had a healer, but, they use those amber bottles. You know the kind? I guess I never realized what color it was on the inside. He draped the linen back over the top of the basket. Who was your healer? I've been around long enough. I know most of the other healers on this coast, Martha said. If I remember correctly, your grandfather was a telepath. Caden's hands turned clammy. You don't know them, and they go to a different school, probably wouldn't work here. He lifted the basket and whirled toward the kitchen, but the weight of the thing had him spinning farther than he'd intended. The basket slammed into the table, sending his coffee, the bottle of syrup, and plate of food sliding over the top and onto the ground. Oh, shit! Caden set the basket back on the table. He couldn't mess up this interaction any more if he'd tried. If Martha didn't suspect anything strange was going on, she probably did now, all thanks to Caden spazzing about.
How could he be so convincing one night and a bumbling idiot the next? He turned from the mess and slid between it and Martha before circling around to urge her toward the exit.
Maybe you should go. I need to clean this up before Axe gets back, and...
Despite Caden's clear herding dog techniques, Martha didn't take a single step toward the door. Maybe if you barked, nipped at her heels?
I'm sure the chief won't mind a broken plate. It was an accident. Let me help you. That's super nice, but it's okay. I'm not positive I should be talking to you anyway.
Martha went rigid.
Your intended told you you're not allowed to speak to others? Did he tell you not to answer the door as well? Fuck! Why was everything he said making this worse? No, it's nothing like that. He isn't like, "Grr, don't talk to anyone." It's just the rules.
Caden realized his mistake too late to stop it.
The rules?
Her question was quiet, but her face had tightened with anger. Caden tried to laugh, but it came out too tight and reedy.
You know, like best practices? Rules to live by? How to keep a mate in 10 days?
Martha grabbed his hand and squeezed gently.
Caden, I realize I've lived among these werewolves for a long time, but we are still both witches. If something is happening, if the chief is keeping you from doing things, you can tell me.
The only things happening had to do with being called a good boy and coming in his underwear, and he certainly wasn't going to ask Martha about any of that. He gave her his most well-adjusted look, despite how it made his face ache.
Nothing is happening, I promise. I'm happy to be here. It's an adjustment, yes, but Axe is helping me every step of the way.
Martha examined his face for a few seconds, and then let out a heavy breath.
Good. These werewolves are a possessive bunch, and their instincts can make them feel a little wacky, but you should never, ever feel forced or isolated by your mate, Caden. We witches have to stick together. And in that vein, I was going to suggest that you attend some of the get-togethers we have. Some are open to all witches living in Crescent City, and others are affinity-specific events. You didn't mention last night which affinity you were.
She let the non-question, but really a question, sway like a ton of bricks hanging from a frayed rope over Caden's head.
My affinity?
After the way Axe had reacted when Caden had told him he was a kinetic, he didn't want to risk telling Martha the same thing. Axe had said that him being a dud wasn't a deal-breaker, but he didn't want to admit that to Martha. He didn't want her to look at him differently. She grabbed his other hand, holding both in the space between their bodies.
Your parents, they didn't raise you magical, did they?
She didn't sound accusing, more like she was stating a simple fact. His lips flapped as he pushed a burst of air out between them.
Not magical? What a crazy... How did you know?
There were a few hints, and I'm extraordinarily nosy. Just ask my children. Caden didn't recognize the warm twinkle in her eye. It made him want to tell her everything.
I wasn't born with magic. That's what my parents told me. But Axe says it's okay, that I don't need to actually have magic for him to love me.
The words felt like sawdust clinging to his lips. Axe didn't love him. Axe needed his lineage. She smiled knowingly.
I'm glad for that. I'm sorry for my suspicions earlier. The chief helped turn this city around, but I worried he was too black and white to be capable of the compromise it takes for a successful mating. I admit, I half expected him to return with a witch more like him, who'd agreed to sign some contract that spelled out when and where they would be required to hold hands. The soft lines around her eyes crinkled as she laughed. Caden didn't move a single muscle. He couldn't risk accidentally revealing how close she was to the truth. You said your parents told you that you weren't magical. Do you have reason to believe you are? Wouldn't I know by now? Wouldn't I have realized my affinity? Not necessarily. A witch needs to be at ease, in a place where they feel at one with who they are to feel that calling. That's why it happens so often during childhood when life doesn't have quite as many stressors. But it isn't always that way. He was grateful she didn't ask anything about why Caden might not have felt at ease during his childhood. There is a simple test that can be performed to gauge a witch's potential skill level and magical ability. I have all the items needed to perform the test at my house. I could go get them and come back. You'll know if your parents were right by lunchtime. Did he want that sort of confirmation? An actual assessment to verify that, yes, he was a dud? But what if they were wrong? You won't tell anyone, right? Like, if I don't have magic, you won't spread the information around. Martha pinned him with a hard gaze. No, I won't. And I would never do something like that, Caden. He'd never been scolded by his mother. Screamed at, teased, and ignored, but never scolded. He was pretty positive that was what had just happened, though. Warmth returned to her expression as she neared the door. I won't be long, and after the test, if you're still interested, we can talk about ways for you to learn more about witch culture. She gestured with her chin to the stack of books. I wouldn't wish those on my worst enemy. Caden walked Martha to the door, closing it behind her. He was alone again, but for the first time, he didn't feel crushing uncertainty or a desire to do something, just so he could get away from his own mind. He felt optimistic, like things were starting to come together. He wouldn't dwell on how this was usually the moment he did something to screw it all up. This time would be different. He was different. He switched on the stereo and turned the music up, wiggling his hips as he cleaned up the breakfast mess. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It wasn't even noon yet, and Caden had navigated a semi-successful interaction with a real witch. And she was going to come back and tell him if he was a real witch. A rare sense of pride kept his movements buoyant as he wiped up the sticky mess, and then boogied down the hallway to the washer and dryer. He started singing, loud and off-key, as he deposited the soiled towels into the washer and added soap. Before closing the lid, he ducked into his bedroom, remembering there were a few items he had that needed washing, namely the underwear he'd jizzed in. He grabbed a pair off the floor in front of the hamper along with a bunched-up towel he'd used after his shower, and though his face tried to burn, Caden wouldn't let himself dwell long enough for that to happen. He felt too good at that moment to worry about last night. Turn up the music, turn down the lights. I got a feeling I'm gonna be all right. Caden shut the washer lid as he sang. At the other end of the hallway, he heard the front door close and smiled, liking that Martha felt comfortable enough to walk in without knocking. That was fast. I'll be out in a sec. I just want to change my clothes, he hollered before returning to his room and choosing black track pants and a teal pullover. He spotted his phone and the text from Zelda, giving him an update on his grandpa. Condition unchanged. He was tapping out a reply as he tore out of his room and collided into a hard, muscular chest. Caden yelped as Axe caught him at the elbows, keeping him from bouncing back on his ass. Who were you waiting for? He asked, voice low and rumbling.
Caden's insides yo-yoed. Part of him was wary of Axe's dark tone, while the other part wanted to collapse on top of him and rub his face against his chest.
Axe!
Who are you waiting for, Caden? Caden tried to remember, but his brain was all fuzzy this close to Axe's body. He hadn't prepared himself to see the man again so soon, and all he could do was remember the way those hands had gripped his hips. It occurred to him as he raised his gaze to Axe's furrowed eyebrows that he wasn't picturing their night together. Not unless the memory made him scowl.
Martha. She showed up earlier and was going to come back to help me with something, and I thought...
He was uncertain now. Maybe he should have asked Axe first. Martha? Axe repeated, his grip going soft before he let go of Caden entirely. She came here? To see me?
No, me. To apologize. You aren't... it wasn't against the rules to have friends.
Axe stepped back, giving Caden space to leave his room. No, of course not. It's good for you to build a circle of friends. Like a pack.
What are you doing back so early? Your, note said...
I wanted to make sure you ate lunch. He paused, and Caden realized he was sniffing. What happened to breakfast?
What? Why?
It smells like a lot of cleaner, and the washer has a hint of maple coming from it. That super smell thing had to be a blessing and a curse. For Caden, it would only be a curse. He didn't need more sensory information to try to sift through.
I knocked the plate off the table, but I cleaned it all up,
he added quickly. I don't care about the mess. Did you eat? He scanned Caden's body as if his super senses included X-ray vision.
I got a few bites.
Axe was much more effective as a herding dog, maybe because of the werewolf thing? Urging Caden to the chair before doubling back into the kitchen. I'll make you something for lunch. How could he eat when his stomach was already fluttering? Stop that. He couldn't always be the only one fluttering. Just like the night before, Caden was taking a perfectly normal and polite thing and making it more than it was meant to be. He hadn't realized how many jerks he must have been dating until meeting Axe.
Don't you have to be at work? I thought you said there was extra investigating. I can make my own sandwich.
I wouldn't have left if I was immediately needed. Alpha Mite took care of much of the situation last night. What is Martha coming back for? Caden fidgeted in his chair. It was weird carrying a conversation with the person standing behind him, but right then, he was glad he was saved from seeing Axe in his work uniform. The tan slacks and navy blue button shirt fit him so well, Caden figured all the bad guys he faced just flopped to the ground in surrender. Cuff me, Daddy.
No, bad, Caden.
Axe had asked a question.
What had it... She was just going to give me a test.
What sort of test? The question came from much closer than Caden had been expecting. Axe loomed directly behind him, leaning around his arm to set the plate and sandwich on the table. It looked like a plain ham sandwich, but bubbles filled his chest, making his body buoyant. Axe had cut Caden's sandwich in half. Now you're really pitiful, Caden. Most people cut their sandwiches in half. Caden's heart didn't want to care about something as pesky as facts. It was leaping through a field of wildflowers, as Axe waited on the other side wearing one of those flowy pilgrim shirts. Do you think she suspects anything? There it was. The tone Caden needed to remind him that this was all fake. The butterflies in his stomach were made of plastic,
and the only thing waiting for him in a field was bear poop. No, well, yes and no. She said something about expecting you to find some witch more like yourself, and that there'd be a contract that dictates when you hold hands. I didn't confirm. She also guessed there was something up with my magic. That's what she's coming back for, to make sure my parents weren't lying. Which, if that was the test, Caden already knew the answer. It was yes. His parents were always lying. She's been really nice. He didn't know why he was suddenly feeling defensive, but thought it had something to do with the wary look he was getting. I know she is nice, but her mate is still the director of the Lunar Council, the organization responsible for creating the law that says I must marry under the sacred pact or lose my job. If she says anything to him, that could be dangerous for us. You understand that, don't you? He wasn't yelling, or really even lecturing Caden, but that made it worse. Axe was reminding him gently, which made him more annoyed than he probably had a right to be. Yes, I understand. But you don't have to worry. She believes we are madly in love. He picked up his sandwich to keep from having to see Axe's reaction. A minute later, there was another knock on the door, and Caden looked back at Axe, who had returned to the kitchen to make his own meal. This is your home too, Caden. You don't need my permission to answer the door. He pushed from the table with a scowl. That was sending a bit of a mixed message, especially after Axe had just been reminding Caden of the true nature of their relationship. Martha was at the door holding a black leather doctor's bag. She studied Caden's face for a split second before asking, Is everything okay? Caden stepped aside, ducking his face away, his annoyance doubling because he wasn't used to people watching him so intently, or caring about his rapidly changing emotions. Yes, everything is fine. He almost never thought about what his face was doing, but he'd have to start policing his expressions if he wanted to maintain any sort of emotional privacy. Oh, you're not alone. Hello, Chief. Martha set her bag on the table. Martha, Axe nodded. Thank you for coming to check on Caden. I am sorry about my behavior toward you last night. I frightened you and... She waved away his apology. Please, think nothing of it. Caden didn't know what they were talking about, which probably meant Axe didn't want him to know, because why would he tell his future fake mate everything that happened to him? He glowered at the black bag. So, how do we take this test? Multiple choice? A wand I wave? A prick of blood? Some fairy dust? Martha laughed. Nothing like that. Do you have any experience with magical aptitude tests, Chief Landry? Until that moment, Caden didn't know what Axe looked like when he blushed. Why would that question embarrass him? Very little, and I've never been in the room during the time of the test. Martha paused in the middle of opening her bag, some kind of recognition flitting over her face. That's right. Well, she said brightly, there's no reason you can't be here for this one, unless... Caden was too irritated at the idea that there was something that Axe hadn't told him, to ask him to stay. Why had he been in the vicinity of a magic test, but hadn't seen it? Axe hadn't technically, or non-technically, lied to Caden, but he was being shifty and dancing a do-si-do around the truth. If their places had been reversed, he knew for certain that Axe would require Caden to spill the beans. I'll be okay. You don't have to take more time out of work. I wouldn't miss such a momentous occasion in my intended's life. Translation: I don't actually want to be here, but need to pretend I do because Martha is watching. Martha busied herself setting out the items she pulled from her bag as Caden tried not to stew. He was being unreasonable,
getting angry over things he'd agreed to. But being unreasonable was one of his strongest traits, along with making something out of nothing and reading too much into things. Martha first set out a rectangular black satin mat, placing a feather and 4 copper coins on top of it. The coins weren't anything Caden recognized, but they did look like something a person might get as a reward for helping an elf they met in the woods. She pulled out a glass bowl, disappointing in how normal it looked. Caden had that same kind of bowl in his condo, and used it when he wanted half a box of cereal for breakfast.
"Could you fill this up halfway with water, please, Chief Landry?"
He returned seconds later with a bowl and a paper napkin. He set the bowl down and handed the napkin to Caden. "You haven't finished your lunch."
"I'm fine."
Caden crossed his arms, earning an arched brow from the werewolf.
"Actually, you should eat, Caden. The water needs a few seconds to settle, and you need to be able to concentrate,"
Martha said, unaware she'd spoken the magic words that would ensure Caden's failure. He was horrible at concentrating, especially when he was specifically requested to do so. He took a sullen bite of sandwich, as angry as he'd been at breakfast by how delicious it was. The least Axe could do was make a subpar meal.
"Who took the test before?"
Caden stared at Axe as he chewed.
"The magic test? Who in your life needed to take it?"
Axe hadn't mentioned witches in his family. "It was when I was a kid. I don't remember a lot about it."
"Oh, so it was okay to skirt a question when it was him doing it?"
Caden grabbed his plate and stood, aiming for the kitchen when Axe intervened. "You haven't finished."
"I've had enough."
He glared at Axe, silently daring him to fight the issue. He wouldn't, though, because there were witnesses, and they needed to act hopelessly in love. "If you're full," Axe replied stiffly, and took the plate from him.
"Thanks so much, honey bear."
Axe was in the kitchen, so Caden didn't get to see how he took his new pet name. But when he turned his attention back to Martha, she was smiling at the two of them like they were a pair of frolicking kittens. He plopped down in the chair in front of the bowl.
"Is the water settled? What is the objective? Do I need to bounce the coins into the water bowl? Because if so, I can tell you right now, I'm pretty magical. I'm the reigning quarters champion at Tully's. It's this Irish bar next to my condo," he told Martha. "My old condo, where I used to live, because I live here now."
Smooth. Axe silently took the seat beside Caden, setting his hand at Caden's nape. He didn't want to admit how soothing the touch was.
"No aim or prior skills required," she explained. "Without magical interference, copper is an unreactive metal, and it was one of the first substances the early witches learned to manipulate. They discovered they could do things with copper that normal humans couldn't. Since then, every witch, no matter the affinity, has a connection to copper." "What am I supposed to be able to do with it?"
In his mind, Caden had already failed the test. He'd touched copper before. It was what pennies were made out of, right? Or maybe it was just old pennies? He couldn't be positive of the age of the pennies he'd touched in his lifetime, but statistically one of them had to have been made out of copper. "Caden." Axe squeezed lightly at his nape, saying his name like he knew Caden's thoughts had left the building.
"Sorry, I'm nervous." "It's okay, dear, but you truly have no reason to be. Hold out your hand,"
Martha instructed gently. Caden did, and Martha set the fluffy feather in his palm, followed by the copper coins.
"All you need to do is concentrate on squeezing your hand closed and letting your mind think of whatever it wants. Don't direct your thoughts in any way. Don't try to make something happen. Just sit and think. And when you're ready, turn your hand over and drop it all in the bowl. Understand?
Not in the slightest, but Caden nodded anyway. He blew out a rough breath, ignoring the urge to look at Axe and take in the encouragement he'd find there. It wasn't real. He squeezed his fingers closed, feeling the stiff barb at the center of the feather crush into the coins. Though Martha hadn't instructed him, he closed his eyes and tried to let his mind go free. It should have been easy. She'd said he could think of whatever he wanted. But what did someone do with that sort of blanket permission? Whatever he wanted? He knew what he didn't want to think about. The idea of his grandpa dying in pain. The fact that something as stupid as money could make that a possibility. And he really didn't want to think about his parents or their selfishness and cruelty. That they could be so cold and heartless. Caden didn't care that they were that way to him. But what had his grandpa done but provide for them? And he really didn't want to think about how all three of them had kept being witches a secret from him. Even his grandpa. And that was what hurt the most. The one person he trusted in this entire world hadn't been completely honest with him. And now look what was happening. Could Caden's life have been different if he'd been told? His hand burned with his thoughts, the coins feeling more like coals, making it difficult for Caden to keep his grip around them. He bit his lip against the pain. How long was he supposed to be doing this again? "Caden, drop it in the water!" came Axe's sharp command. That was right. He could let go whenever he wanted, and that time was definitely before his skin melted off. He remembered to turn his palm over and opened his fingers, letting the now sweaty mess drop into the water with a hissing clunk. The water bubbled and steamed before flashing a bright gold that would have toppled Caden out of his chair if Axe hadn't been there to keep him upright. "I'm sorry!" Caden cried out. Of course he would find a way to break the witch test. "Don't be sorry," Martha laughed. "I'd say that was a pretty clear result. Caden Borealis, you have magic, and quite a bit of it." He did? Are you serious? He had a hunch his parents had been lying, but he'd suspected they'd been lying about themselves, not Caden. It was easy for him to believe he wasn't special. Caden lifted his gaze, not intending to direct his eyes to Axe's face, but that was who he found first. Axe was smiling, a true and honest smile that wasn't there because someone was watching. It was there for Caden. "I'm a witch!" he laughed, jumping to his feet. "You were always a witch," Martha replied. "But now you know you have magic in you. You just need to learn how to tap it." He wanted to tap it, right then, immediately. He wanted to learn what he could do, to figure out how to do spells, or whatever it was witches did. He wanted it all at that exact moment. "What do we do now? How do we figure out everything I can do? What's the next step?" He wrapped his arms around Martha and she hugged him back, laughing. "Now, I go home and check on that pot roast." Caden frowned. Was that some sort of witch euphemism? His confusion must have shown on his face because Martha grinned, explaining, "I mean, that's enough for one day. If you're not used to using your magic, then you're likely more drained than you realize. I'll gather some things that may help you go about learning your affinity. That isn't as easy as taking a test, unfortunately." Caden didn't want to wait. Now that he knew the ability was inside him, he wanted to know everything. "Don't worry, Caden. We can get started tomorrow if you have time, and if that's all right with you, Chief Landry." He nodded with something that looked dangerously close to pride. Definitely.
Axe hooked his arm around Caden's waist as Martha gathered her supplies before they walked her to the door. He was still there as they said their goodbyes, and when Caden shut the door, Axe reached around him, setting the lock, and making it impossible for Caden to feel, see, or smell anything but him. The responding click echoed in Caden's ears.
Congratulations, Caden.
Well done, Axe murmured, his message at odds with the husky tone of his voice. He hadn't said good boy, but it was close enough to make Caden want to thrust his ass back and wiggle until he struck gold. Keep it casual. Don't make his praise into something it's not. He slid his hand to his hip while bringing the other hand up to scratch the back of his head. It's pretty mind-blowing. Like, the beginning of this week, I had no idea I was anything more than human, and now, thanks to meeting you, I have magic. You're like my fairy god werewolf. You'll have to show me where you keep your magic wand. Despite Caden's intentions of keeping the conversation light and playful, he'd gone and said something that sounded a lot like he was asking to see Axe's dick. Before he could open his mouth to correct it, Axe said,
I don't like flashing it around. It makes the other fairy god werewolves jealous.
He hadn't been expecting a joke from the man. Maybe another polite compliment, or a heated stare that confused his nether bits, but not something that caused a fountain of laughter to bubble from his lips. Axe joined in, and if Caden thought the werewolf's smile was gorgeous, the laughing version of the man was a thing of pure beauty. Caden lunged forward, instantly forgetting every reason he had to keep his distance as he reached for Axe, drawn to his happiness like a bug to a zapper. Their lips collided. Axe's muffled sound of surprise was short-lived as he threaded his fingers through Caden's hair, taking immediate control of the kiss. But, just like the night before, the second the kiss started, it suddenly wasn't enough. Caden wanted deeper, longer. He wanted to be pressed against every hard edge of the man's body, and attempted to do so, wrapping his legs around Axe's midsection as he clung to his shoulders. He wanted Axe's naked skin beneath his fingers, to feel those muscles rippling without a barrier between them. He had magic. He wasn't a dud. And that revelation left Caden with so much pent-up energy, he couldn't stop his squirming. But Axe wasn't complaining. He growled, cupping his hands around Caden's ass and squeezing, as he carried him away from the door.
Chapter 11. Intent.
Caden's body trembled, his arms gripping Axe like he thought he might set him down. That wasn't a possibility, not when holding Caden was as close as Axe had ever gotten to holding pure joy. The feeling sizzled off the man, along with a relief so thick it made Axe want to destroy every person in his past who'd ever made this beautiful young man doubt himself. He carried Caden to the couch and lowered his shoulders to the cushion, continuing his exploration of Caden's mouth, and all the ways Axe's tongue could make him moan. Bracing his forearm next to Caden's head, Axe pulled his face back, simultaneously letting his hips sink as if he was compensating for the space between their lips. Caden was beautiful, that was no question, but right at that moment, there was a light inside him that shone as brightly as that flash from the aptitude test. Axe was glad that was his first time actually seeing the test performed. It allowed this memory to be untainted by anything that had happened in his past. Now, he could think only of Caden and the delight on his face when he realized he had magic. Axe grazed the back of his hand from Caden's temple down to his chin.
You're very brave for agreeing to do that test, Caden.
Thank you. I was worried it would just confirm I'm not special.
Axe kissed his nose, his chest aching. You were special already. Magical or not, you will always be special. Caden's mouth opened, letting loose a soft, surprised sound. He lunged up and pressed their lips together, his fingers reaching for the buttons of Axe's shirt. Axe let him fumble with them, but it soon became clear Caden had a hard time performing both actions at once. He took pity on him and removed his shirt the rest of the way, a burst of pure, masculine satisfaction spreading through his chest as Caden broke their kiss long enough to ogle.
I need...
Caden's hips pushed up.
This...
His fingers danced across Axe's chest and down his arms, frowning like he didn't understand what he was looking at.
You're too hot.
Axe smirked. I'm sorry? He didn't look up from Axe's muscles as he spoke.
Too damn gorgeous. No one has a right to be. You make my head go all goopy, and it's already goopy. And then when you say perfect things like... It isn't fair.
Axe dropped his face to Caden's shoulder, nosing the skin there as he replaced any of Axe's scent that had worn off. Stuffing the boy with his knot would leave a scent that lingered for longer, but he didn't let himself consider that. How can I make things fair for you? Say less perfect things?
Yes,
he gasped.
I mean, no.
Axe adjusted, sliding his leg between Caden's. I'm a wolf. Caden cocked his head to the side, giving Axe a view of the marks he'd put there. Just seeing them made his dick twitch. Sucking them into Caden's skin had been the memory that made Axe spill into his hand the night before, when Caden had gone to bed and his dick had still been throbbing.
Huh?
Not a bear, Axe said. I'm a wolf. Caden's kiss-swollen lips stretched across his face.
Okay,
honey wolf. That's better, Axe murmured before claiming another kiss, and another. The whole time, he explored Caden's body, memorizing the spots that made Caden hiss or moan. He pulled off Caden's sweater and tossed it to the armchair. There'd been plenty for Axe to do at work, but he'd spent the first hour at his desk wondering if Caden had woken up yet, if he felt too sore, if he even liked French toast, or was he more of a pancake man? And that train of questions made Axe recognize the fact that he knew almost nothing about who Caden was as a person. He knew what he sounded like when he came, but not his favorite breakfast foods. The remaining fruitless hours he'd spent realizing that there were people out in the world who knew Caden better than he did. People who knew things that Caden had never shared with Axe. He'd been furious then. None of those people could possibly appreciate Caden the way Axe did. He'd left work in a jealous stupor, and hearing Caden call out for someone who wasn't him had just cemented Axe's intentions. Soon, Caden would be his mate, and Axe would thank him by not just providing or protecting him, but by learning everything he could about his intended, starting with his body. He slid his hands down to Caden's pants, but paused, looking to Caden to confirm this was what he wanted.
Take them off. Tear them off. I don't care. I need to feel you,
Caden gasped. Axe was only too happy to obey. He settled his hand over Caden's chest, telling him without words to stay where he was, as Axe slid down the couch, coming to a rest between Caden's legs. He pulled Caden's joggers off and dropped them to the carpet, not caring where they landed as he turned his attention to the feast before him. Caden spread his legs, making Axe's mouth water not only at the view, but the fact that his intended had instinctively placed his ass and cock on full display. Axe hunched over, licking up the soft skin of Caden's inner thigh, and enjoying the way the flesh quivered beneath his tongue while Caden moaned. He could listen to the husky sound all day. Axe continued his journey upward and then around, swiping his tongue at the base of his balls before continuing down the opposite thigh.
Please, fuck, yes. Don't tease me, please, Axe.
I'm not teasing you, good boy. You don't need to worry. I'm going to make you feel good. Axe reached for the pillow behind him, lifting Caden with a hand beneath his bottom as he slid the pillow into place. The new angle allowed him to easily spread Caden's cheeks open and gaze at the puckered flesh, quivering for Axe's touch. He brushed the fleshy part of his thumb over Caden's hole. I've wanted to taste you here from the moment I saw you. Caden stilled.
Really?
The question was soft, almost hopeful. Really. Axe lowered his lips, pressing a kiss that might have been chaste if not for the location, and for the growl that rumbled through him.
That shouldn't... Fuck. You growling there. It shouldn't feel so... Do that again. Do it forever. Don't ever stop doing that.
Caden gripped Axe's head, not so much holding him in place as he was reaching for the part of Axe he could most easily touch. I like it when you tell me what you want, he said, having no problem complying as he rumbled again and again, driving a frustrated, aroused, from Caden's lips.
I need your tongue, your finger, something. I need something inside me.
Axe's nostrils flared as he sucked in more of Caden's sweet lemon scent. Caden didn't need something inside of him. He needed Axe. Axe brought his fingers to Caden's mouth, and the young man sealed his lips around the digits, tongue laving up and down, pressing between the seam of his fingers as he coated them with his saliva. He pulled his fingers free with an obscene pop, bringing them and his tongue back to Caden's hole as he first licked, and then rubbed the moisture into the tight, muscled ring. Each lick, he pressed his tongue in deeper, following it with more of his finger until he had both inside, working in tandem to bring his boy pleasure. Caden sounded almost more animal than man, his groans and human growls filling the room. Axe wanted to record him so he could listen to his boy sound like this whenever he wanted. You can. He's yours. Except he wasn't. Not quite. Not officially. Caden didn't carry his mating bite, the mark that would never fade. Axe's teeth ached along with his cock, his wolf telling him to do it right then, to not let a single moment pass before he tethered this boy to him. Axe bared his teeth and met Caden's gaze, seeing the trust in his hazy green eyes. Axe couldn't do that to him. He would bite him and give Caden his knot, but only once Caden understood what was going on. Instead, he circled Caden's cock, the tip leaking liquid candy that he used to smooth his strokes up and down the hard shaft, moving in time with the thrusts of his 2 fingers inside Caden's ass. He whimpered, his lips parted as a wild, helpless look came over him. It tugged at every protective instinct Axe had, every urge that told him to claim him now. He tightened his grip, coaxing out Caden's orgasm like he'd done it 1,000 times before. He would. Mine. He fingered his boy, crooking his fingers to milk his prostate as he pulled out every ounce of pleasure. His other hand circled around his own aching erection, needing only a few brief strokes before he was coming in thick ropes that splashed across Caden's cock and ass. Caden was still gasping, trying to catch his breath as Axe rubbed his seed, his scent, into his skin. This way, his claim wouldn't fade as quickly as Axe's caresses had. Coating his fingers with the last of his cum, he brought them back to Caden's hole and rubbed it into the rim, probing with just the tips of his fingers, effectively scent-marking Caden inside and out. When he finally looked up, he found Caden's curious, slightly wary gaze. "Wolf thing?" he asked hesitantly. Axe nodded, having only just realized that he'd gone a bit primal, letting his instincts take over to appease his inner beast. "Yes. Is that all right? We didn't negotiate." Caden's suddenly distant expression looked out of place, considering the way his body radiated contentment. "It's okay. I enjoyed it. Every part of it." Axe's wolf preened. "It's my... Please don't say duty." Caden pushed off the couch, sliding his ass off the pillow. Axe let him pull away by sheer force of will. "Pleasure, Caden. That was the word I was going to say. It's my pleasure." He didn't know how much he needed Caden's smile until it stretched across his face. "Mine too." From inside the Lunar Council headquarters lobby, Axe watched Caden through a window, sitting on one of the stone benches with Martha inside the terminus. Caden sat with his profile toward Axe, unaware that he'd been watching him for the last 10 minutes, ever since he'd left his office and spotted his intended. He'd known Caden would be with Martha again today. They'd spent the last 3 days together. Martha had been guiding Caden in his efforts to learn more about witch history and culture, and Axe was happy for him. He was. He didn't know what was so terrible about the books he'd originally given Caden to help him learn, but when he brought them out the next day after the aptitude test, Martha had all but shoved them back into Axe's arms. It was better for Caden that he learned from an actual witch, but that didn't squash Axe's selfish desires. He wanted to be the one to show Caden this new world. He wanted to be there the next time Caden learned something about himself that made him spill over with joy. But he also had a job to do, one that grew more onerous by the day. The next briefing would include proposals for the gate that was to be installed at the edge of celestial territory, the details of which were precarious. Simply deciding who would man the guard, LCEA Patrol, or the Celestial Guard, had incited suspicion and outrage from all sides. In addition to that, the solar scientists were almost ready to prepare the spot where the portal would be constructed. It was to be erected within the terminus, the cement square of land where Caden currently sat. As the first neutral space to exist among the 3 species, the terminus was also the location where the solar and celestial wolves originally walked into their dimension a half-century ago. Many lunar wolves still believe the portal to be a ploy, a way for the solar wolves to bring more of their kind from their dimension. The climate in the city hadn't been this explosive since Axe's early days as chief, and though he knew he'd see the city through to a peaceful agreement, that was all time he had to take away from his intended. The terminus was the center of the city, making it a well-used area, especially during the day, when it was teeming with foot traffic. Enough to momentarily block Caden from Axe's view. He growled, flicking his hand like he could swipe aside the bodies between him and his intended. "People watching?" Sai asked, appearing out of nowhere at Axe's side. a clear sign that Axe wasn't paying attention to his surroundings. "Oh, no." Sai followed his line of sight. "Intended watching." "What can I do for you, Agent?" Axe asked without taking his eyes off Caden, as he reached for something Martha had handed him. A book. So, he'd take books from Martha, but not his future mate? "Nothing. I'm waiting on Zane to get back from retrieving the patrol logs before the perimeter run. There have been more solar reports about a wolf roaming the woods just outside their fences." Axe nodded, squinting to try to read the cover. "He isn't at all what I expected you're intended to be," Sai said. Sai wasn't the first person to say that, or something similar. "And what were you expecting?" "I don't know. Someone a little stuffier. A guy who appreciates a good crossword. Someone whose favorite color is taupe. Someone boring." Axe couldn't be offended. That had been the type of person he'd been going for. The type of person he'd been led to believe Caden was. Someone who would create as little of a splash in his life as possible. But while he couldn't take offense, he could read between the lines. Axe was years older and lived by a strict schedule, while Caden was impulsive and full of life. "I'm also surprised you're all right with him being cozy with the director's mate, considering how you feel about most witches and the director." Axe cocked his brow, tearing his gaze from Caden to his senior agent. "Why wouldn't I want my mate to make friends, especially with other witches? Whatever you've heard about my past has no bearing on my present or future." Sai lifted his palms in surrender, though Axe wasn't fooled. Sai didn't surrender. He regrouped. "I'm just saying, you've been rather possessive of the kid since you got here. It's good you're letting him venture out." Axe didn't reply. Sai was close to the truth and likely knew it. Even at that moment, Axe wanted to rip Caden away from Martha and tuck him under his arm, keeping him at his side as he went about his daily business. That was not only impossible, but problematic. Axe might dislike the time spent away from Caden, but he needed it to help clear his mind and keep his aggression in check. He couldn't slip up like he had during the full moon dinner. "Oh, hey, looks like you're getting what you want. You're intended making new friends." Sai gestured through the window where Caden was still sitting on the bench, looking up at Zane towering over him not 2 feet away. Zane must have said something funny, because Caden started to laugh with his whole body. Axe was out the door before Sai could finish his snicker. He plowed through the crowd, ignoring the shocked sounds of those leaping out of his way as if he were a charging rhinoceros. He slipped into space between Zane and Caden, back toward his junior agent as he drank in the sight of his intended. "Chief, nice to see you," Martha snickered. Meanwhile, Caden's eyebrows rounded up at him. His neck bent, bearing Axe's marks, as dark as the day he'd put them there, as his pretty lips stretched into a confused half-smile. "Axe, what are you doing here?" Axe cast an annoyed glance over his shoulder, irrationally furious that moments ago, Zane had gotten to see Caden's face like this. "Sai is waiting for you." "I was just passing through with the patrol logs you wanted me to retrieve." Zane had been on double duty, doing all the tiny, arduous tasks that his team usually split between them. But he was still under disciplinary action for abandoning his post during the full moon dinner. Alia had caught him with his pants down, literally, with the witch, under a tree in her backyard. She'd had to inform him of what had happened since he'd been too distracted to notice anything going on. Axe had to remind himself that Zane was young, only a little older than Caden. and carried a reckless streak nurtured by a life of few consequences.
"Don't be mad at him, Axe," Caden said. "Zane was telling me about the pranks some of the other younger wolves pulled in the terminus."
He started to chuckle, making it difficult to speak.
"Specifically about when they replaced the real dahlias with plastic ones with penis-shaped petals."
Caden laughed so hard he wiped tears from his eyes. Zane's laughter joined his, making Axe want to punt the junior agent across the yard. He'd suspected Zane had been behind that stunt and some of the others pulled by the young wolves.
"Just unload it. Excuse me, you'll need to move."
The harried voice brought Axe's attention to the other side of the terminus, where Dr. Lectra had just arrived with his team. Lectra held a roll of bright yellow safety tape and looked to be trying to clear a bench where 3 lunar wolves sat, glaring up at him.
"I thought they weren't starting the construction of the portal until they had all the supplies,"
Martha asked quietly. Axe observed the 3 lunar wolves, studying their body language, as he replied, "The doctor said he needed to perform tests on site to account for and modify their calculations based off physical anomalies not factored into their equations." But Axe hadn't been informed that day was today. If he had, he'd have planned to clear the area and assign a guard. Dr. Lectra's assistant, Axe couldn't recall her name, adhered one end of the tape to the cement wall. She led it around a pole they'd posted, held down by bags of sand. The lunar wolf nearest to her grabbed the tape and ripped it off the wall, snarling, "This is a neutral space. You aren't allowed to claim any part of it."
"This project has been approved by your council,"
the assistant snapped back. "Zane, remain with Martha and Caden," Axe ordered as he crossed the square just in time for the lunar wolf to snatch the entire roll of tape from the assistant's hands. "I don't give a fuck what the Lunar Council says. The Willis Pack refuses to sit by and allow you day dogs to sneak more of your kind in."
"Day dogs?" the assistant sneered. "You do realize that isn't actually offensive to us. We aren't ashamed of our connection to the sun. You can call the solar wolves what you like. We have no reason to bother ourselves with the opinions of the ignorant."
Axe sped by a bewildered-looking Dr. Lectra, reaching the squabbling wolves in time to deflect a clawed hand aimed for the assistant's throat. Axe saw red. He didn't care how scared the lunar wolves were. This one needed to lose his hand for bringing violence and danger anywhere near Axe's intended. He stopped himself short of slicing the man's hand from his body, inserting himself instead between the lunar wolf and solar assistant scientist. "Remain calm. Don't react in a way that will scare Caden. If you want to avoid incarceration and a call to your alpha, I suggest you vacate the area and cool off." The lunar wolf looked like he would push the issue, and Axe's wolf wished he would. But he backed down, sending his eyes to the ground in submission. Axe waited for him to clear the space with his friends before turning to face the assistant. "Are you all right?"
"You saved me!"
The next thing Axe knew, the woman had her arms around him, babbling about how close she'd come to being hurt. Axe took a stiff step back, more eager to return to Caden than he was to be praised. He'd been able to defuse the situation without anyone shifting, and, like a pup, he wanted to see if Caden was impressed. But when he found his intended mate's face, it was sour. His pretty green eyes were narrowed into slits too thin for Axe to see their color. He approached, more cautious than he would have without seeing that expression. "You didn't run this time," he said, trying to diminish the irritation that made Caden's lips pucker.
"Running from danger is a very respectable way to ensure you continue living," Caden retorted somewhat churlishly. And Martha wouldn't let me. And he knew I was guarding him, Zane added. The punk must have really wanted to know what Axe's foot tasted like. Do you think that will be an issue that continues? Martha asked. We should inform the council. Axe would be speaking to the Lunar Council, but to make sure the solar scientists knew to inform him of the plans they had outside of solar territory. This disturbance didn't have to happen. Thank you again, the assistant said from just behind him, her voice softer and sweeter than it had been when she'd been arguing with the lunar wolf. I probably could have handled that better, and I'm sorry. Axe tried to recall the woman's name. It wasn't on her jacket, and there was nothing about her appearance that brought her name to mind. You were very brave, she continued. He's the chief, Caden said, suddenly at Axe's side. It's his job to protect people. All the people. Wolves, witches, everyone. Axe wasn't sure if Caden was annoyed or proud of that fact. He sounded like he was a little of both. I don't think we've been introduced, Caden continued. I'm Chief Landry's intended mate, Caden Borealis. We met at the full moon dinner. Caden took a step so that he stood a little in front of Axe. Oh, really? I must have forgotten. Dr. Brandt, the woman replied. Tristania Brandt. I'm Dr. Lectra's lead assistant. If she'd wanted Caden to be impressed, she'd be disappointed. Nice to meet you. I think your boss is trying to get your attention. Sure enough, Dr. Lectra was frowning their way. Dr. Brandt mumbled out goodbyes, following Dr. Lectra and the team out of the terminus. Apparently they'd had enough excitement for the day. Axe was pleased that Caden had initiated their closeness, but felt he was missing something that should have been obvious. That feeling was exacerbated when Zane chuckled. You're a feisty one. Caden snorted. Not really, just in special cases. Before the two of them could continue their cryptic conversation, Axe hooked his arm around Caden's waist. I'll walk you home. Goodbye, Martha. Zane, report to Sai. Caden said his goodbyes and then said nothing else until they were nearly to their front door. Does that happen a lot? Caden asked with enough passion Axe suspected Caden had been thinking about the question for a while. Fights? No, not that often. You don't have to worry. Not fights. People throwing themselves at you. Throwing themselves? Axe's confused frown sent Caden stomping ahead. He keyed in the code, pressing each button like it had personally annoyed him. You know, it's fine if this thing we have is more open than you've been pretending it is. I just need to know. It's only fair if you get to flirt, I should be able to too. Caden reached for the handle, but Axe grabbed him before he could open the door. He'd heard open and flirt, and had needed Caden's body pressed against his. Axe cupped Caden's face and forced their eyes to meet. There is nothing open about what we have, Caden. You're mine. He expected more of Caden's anger, more annoyance. Instead, he got pudding. Sexy, sinuous pudding that soaked into him. Good. Just remember that the next time Doctor, you're so brave comes around. He opened the door at his back and ducked free of Axe's grasp. Axe's lips stretched into a half-smile as he watched his intended, his jealous, possessive intended, saunter down the hallway. Maybe they were more alike than Axe had thought. Chapter 12. Consideration. Caden swayed his hips softly to the gentle music playing from the stereo in the living room.
Just the light was on, giving the room a soothing, intimate glow that encouraged him to just close his eyes and move. He pictured himself as a feather in the wind, a single snowflake pirouetting from the sky to land gracefully on an eyelash. Except his arms were just flopping around and distracting him during every gentle spin, so he lifted them to the ceiling. I am an endless flow of energy, existing in a constant state of movement that only I control. I hold authority over the rotation of every atom in my... He hit the sofa with his hip, having held his authority a little too far to the left. Ugh, this isn't working. Caden huffed over to the stereo and switched it off. He'd spent most of his days over the past week trying to tap into his magic and discover his affinity. Without knowing what sort of witch he was, he could only learn the general stuff, the differences between the affinities, the history and customs of witches, and their role in the world today. Martha had told him it might be difficult, especially since he was older than the average age when witches discovered their gifts. A late bloomer. That's what she'd called him, before gently pointing out that no one can expect a flower to bloom if it isn't cared and tended to. He wouldn't mind being a late bloomer if he actually bloomed. Why'd you stop? I was enjoying the show. Caden spun to face Axe in the mouth of the hallway, leaning with his shoulder against the wall. We need to get you a bell, he grumbled. Axe tapped his knuckles against his chest, over his heart. I'm hurt you forgot I was back there. If Axe knew how constantly aware Caden was of Axe, he'd never say that. His obsession was getting to be a concern. Caden woke up and wondered where Axe was. He went through his day wondering what Axe was doing. He went to bed, wondering if Axe was already in his bed asleep beneath the sheets. Other than a few make-out sessions where Axe touched up his hickeys and the regular out-of-the-house groping, they hadn't touched. Nothing like that afternoon on the couch. Maybe if they fucked, Caden would be able to concentrate more on realizing his affinity, and less on wondering if it was a flashlight in Axe's pocket or if he was just happy to see him. Knowing Axe, it was probably a flashlight. He was a measure twice, and 2 more times to be sure, then cut kind of guy. Prepared, but not the bunker kind, the sort that always knew what Caden was looking for and where he last put it. How long were you watching? Since about the time you were an endless flow of movement. Caden snagged the pillow from the sofa and launched it at him, but Axe just plucked it out of the air with his annoying werewolf reflexes. He fluffed up the pillow and tossed it back in its spot as he stepped closer. Don't be upset. I think it's commendable how diligently you are working to discover your affinity. Commendable or laughable? You know, I always thought I was a good dancer, but I think I'm just good at grinding my ass into people. Martha did say live music would work best in figuring out if I'm a kinetic. Do you think club music counts? Does Crescent City have a club? Axe gave him his signature, sexy, stern look. Not in the city proper, but there is something like a club in solar territory. If you truly think it will help, I'll take you. Caden held back his snort. He didn't mean to be rude, he just couldn't picture Axe letting loose on the dance floor. Axe arched his brow and stalked closer. What's that face? You don't want to go? That's not it. I just can't picture you dancing. Axe strode past him and turned on the radio. The song had a beat much slower than they'd hear in a club, but Caden forgot all about that as Axe deftly tugged his arm, bringing their bodies together to glide over the carpet. He guided Caden with a warm palm around his hip, the other holding Caden's hand as he spun and rocked their bodies. Damn it, Caden muttered. What's wrong? You're even good at this. I was really hoping you'd be full of just old man moves. Old man? Axe spun Caden away with a playful growl, expertly twirling him back against his chest and absorbing Caden's less than graceful landing. He braced his arm around Caden's back and tilted him in a dip, grinning with cocky masculine pride. Caden laughed, breathless. "Where did you learn to dance like this?" "In my home, when I was a child. From the time I was 6 until I was 9, I took dance classes, as well as combat and several forms of debate." Caden swallowed the giddy tremor of excitement he felt hearing about Axe's past. He almost never talked about himself, and when he did, every story was from a time after he'd come to Crescent City, when he'd been around Caden's age. He had an entire life Caden knew nothing about. "You took all that from the age of 6? Why so young?" Axe's gaze darkened, as if physically shuddering closed. "It was a common practice for werewolves in my position." Axe twirled Caden like he was trying to spin what he'd said out of his head. "What else did Martha advise you to do to try to lure out your affinity?" It wasn't like Axe owed Caden every story from his childhood, but Caden couldn't help the stabbing pain between his ribs when Axe tried to change the subject. "A few other things. Why don't you like talking about your childhood?" There, he'd been direct, blunt. Axe squeezed Caden closer. "It isn't a happy time for me. I lost everything when I was 9, and I don't like talking about it." Caden couldn't be upset that Axe had been just as direct. He could be disappointed, but he still wouldn't push the issue. "She wanted me to try gardening, cooking, and taking a nature walk in the woods." And during those activities, he was meant to wait for a burst of pure acceptance, whatever that felt like. The first manifestation of his powers was supposed to come easily, naturally, and then taper off, like a dam overflowing until the water leveled. Those were the easiest suggestions, so she wants me to try them first. When she comes over, we do different science-y experiments. "In case you're an alchemist?" Axe asked. "I guess. That's also what the cooking is for." Martha had explained that each affinity had its own spectrum of abilities, with most witches leaning more to one side than the other, while the more highly skilled witches had skills that spanned all the way across. If I'm an alchemist, I could be the make things go boom type or the make things delicious type. I'm personally hoping for the second, if it is either of those. Axe set them in an easy rhythm, keeping Caden close as they swayed. "But you're hoping to be a kinetic?"
"Heck yeah! Did you know some of them can fly? Or move at super speed? It isn't all dancing and fighting." Caden still had a hard time picturing his mother as a kinetic, but he supposed hardly ever seeing the woman sober had something to do with that. Axe gave him an indulgent smile. "I did know that. What about the others?" "I really don't need to be able to read minds or emotions." He had enough trouble figuring out his own thoughts, and he didn't want to be like his father, even if being a telepath meant he'd be like his grandpa. And while seeing the future would be fun, I can't be trusted with that sort of knowledge. Knowing me, I'd go around telling everyone when and how they were going to die. "Other than a kinetic, then, which affinity would you want?" Axe asked. Caden nibbled his bottom lip. He knew the answer, but was weirdly shy about saying it out loud, like he thought it would make it not happen, or Axe would laugh at him. Except, Axe wouldn't do that. Not if he knew it hurt Caden's feelings. He didn't ever put Caden down like some of his other boyfriends did whenever they disagreed. "I think maybe a healer. It would be cool to be a familiar and turn into or talk to animals, but being able to heal people with just a touch sometimes, that would be nice." Axe let their feet slow to a stop, holding Caden just as tightly as when they'd been dancing.
I understand why you would feel that way. His voice rumbled through Caden. I asked Martha about my grandpa, if she thought she could heal him. She said that while he is on his special treatment, it would be too dangerous. But maybe when he's finished, if he isn't better, she can help him. Martha had also warned him that not everything could be healed by magic. Some things could only be managed and made more bearable. He wasn't going to think about that. Thankfully, Axe was just as willing to not dwell on the subject. I've never seen you in this outfit. Is it new? He fingered the seam at Caden's sleeve. This old thing? I've had it for years. Axe pushed Caden away far enough he could survey his entire body. What exactly is it? It's a romper, Caden tugged back, but Axe kept him in place. You don't like it? No, I didn't say that. I love it, especially the flamingos. He smirked. Caden pouted. I think it's cute. Careful with that lip. Axe slid his hand from Caden's waist to his cheek, letting his thumb graze over Caden's mouth. I think it's cute, too. Especially when you were shaking your ass earlier. His lips parted in shock. What? I can't say that? No, you can. It's just, you haven't. I thought maybe you were immune to my wiles. Axe's chest rumbled. I'm definitely not. Caden's body burned, going from a scented candle to an inferno in a split second. His thighs trembled, preparing to wrap around Axe's waist and ravage his mouth. Before he could, someone pounded on the door. The sound was loud and urgent, and definitely not Martha unless she had some important news to relay. Axe's nostrils flared as he scented the air. Whoever was on the other side didn't give him any visible relief. Axe grabbed Caden's hand and went to the door, keying in the code. Sai? There's been a kidnapping on Solar territory, Sai said without bothering with a greeting. Director Might sent me over. He's in a frenzy. Who? The question burst out of Caden before he'd had time to wonder if he should have been staying out of it. Dr. Tristania Brandt, the lead assistant to Dr. Lectra. Caden had to file through the names and faces of the people he'd met before remembering who either of those people were. Dr. You're So Brave, assistant to the frizzy-haired guy who was building the portal to send the Solar Wolves home. Fuck, Axe muttered. How long ago? Not sure. The Solar Guard isn't being cooperative. They don't have a choice in the matter. The authority we give them over patrolling their territory is a courtesy. What about Captain Mistus? Who do you think is telling the guards not to talk to us? He said since it happened on their territory, it is their crime to solve. Wouldn't that be nice? Axe squeezed Caden's hand, leaving him next to the door before marching down to his office. He returned with his utility belt and a thick file folder. Sai had used that time to look Caden over. Nice romper. Axe growled and stepped between them, urging Sai out the door. Make sure the rest of the team is at headquarters. We need to meet with Alpha Prime and the director immediately. Sai jerked his chin and took off down the sidewalk as Axe turned back to Caden. This is probably going to take a long time. Don't wait up. There are leftovers in the fridge for dinner. Make sure that you eat them. Caden nodded, hoping the emotional whiplash didn't chill on his face. I will. Don't worry about me. Axe gave him a look that said that he would in fact worry about him. I mean it. Go. Caden waved from the doorway, calling out at the last minute. And be safe. For the next 3 days, Caden hardly saw Axe. He left the house early, got home late, and when he was home, he was busy either arguing on the phone or going over the little bit of evidence they'd been allowed to gather. Caden didn't think Axe had even bothered changing from his work clothes yesterday. He hadn't been able to get much sleep, but that had been a theme ever since the scientist had gone missing. been abducted. And that tiny fact meant that Axe had been on high alert. Caden hadn't been able to leave the house at all in the past 3 days. That wouldn't have been so bad if Martha hadn't also been scarce. Caden had gotten plenty of chances to face being home alone. He still wasn't a fan. He was lonely, but saying anything to Axe about it would be selfish of him right now. His intended mate was the chief of the LCEA. It was an important job that would sometimes require him to be away more than Caden would have liked. As long as people didn't get kidnapped on a regular basis, he'd be fine. Besides, once he discovered his affinity, he'd be able to begin classes. Martha had agreed to let him take private courses, but obviously couldn't ask instructors until she knew which ones to ask. Which meant when Caden wasn't feeling lonely or bored, he was frustrated. None of Martha's tips were working, even though Caden was in a better mental state of mind now than ever. He wasn't being screamed at, wasn't getting drunk or high every night. There was no one looming over him waiting for him to fail. Too bad Caden didn't need any of that to fail. He could do it all on his own. He reached for the gallon of milk he'd set out earlier when preparing all the ingredients he'd need for cupcakes. Alchemists had a special connection to the basic elements. They could manipulate chemicals and compounds in a way no other people could. Caden attempted to be at one with the milk as he poured a cup of it into the measuring glass. But he realized too late. He'd been watching the level rise from the top of the glass, which meant he had too much milk. Martha had said alchemists were also extremely precise. That puts it firmly in the not for Caden category then, doesn't it? If he wasn't an alchemist, why was he even making the stupid things? It wasn't like anyone was coming over for him to give them to. And Axe hadn't eaten a meal at home since the kidnapping, though he had made sure Caden had something to eat every day, which only made Caden feel worse. Axe shouldn't have to worry about him while trying to protect the city. He put the milk back in the fridge, shutting the door with more force than was necessary, and making the bottles clang together. The sudden sound just emphasized how quiet it was in the house. Caden hadn't even turned on the stereo since he'd been trying to concentrate on being one with the flour. The back of his skull felt tight, gripped between the thumb and finger of some invisible giant's hand as he squeezed harder and harder. Maybe if he got an update about his grandpa, that would help soothe him. Make him remember that everything that was going on around him had initially started for a reason. When was the last time he'd even looked at his phone? He searched his room, finding it finally inside the pocket of a pair of jeans that had been crumpled on the floor, and swiped the screen. The battery was at 2%, but that wasn't what made his heart leap into his throat. There were several notifications, enough to fill his screen. Had something happened to his grandpa? What would he do if Zelda had actually been trying to contact him this whole time? Except, the messages weren't from Zelda. They were all from Thad. I miss you. Call me. Why won't you at least call me? Kitty Cade, I'm sorry. I was an asshole. Caden tisked. He had that right. Thad was an asshole and then some. A double asshole. A triple, extra-wide, jumbo-sized asshole. He didn't want to start a conversation with his ex, but he also didn't want to keep picking up his phone to messages from the man, which he might if Caden didn't tell him to stop. He thought about what to say before typing it out and pushing send. With any luck, Thad wouldn't be near his phone. The most recent of his messages had been sent at 3 a.m. I agree. Please stop texting me. He sent the message, keeping it short, without a single emoji or follow-up gif, but he still felt guilty the second the text box appeared, like just having his words near Thad's was betraying Axe's trust. The bright side was that he didn't have to do that again. Your parents told me everything, Kitty. He stilled and looked over his shoulders like he thought the director or someone equally horrible would be waiting behind him. Caden's parents were greedy and so afraid of not having money that they wouldn't dare say a thing. But Thad was reckless. If he found out the truth and knew how much it would hurt Axe, there was nothing Caden could say that would stop him. Be smart, Caden. Find out what he knows. What are you talking about? He gnawed on his thumbnail as he waited for the reply. What if his parents had told him everything? Why would they? Were they mad that for the first time, Caden didn't care about what they said or thought about him? Maybe they'd gotten used to Caden always trying. He dated Thad because of his parents. When they called Thad over, or invited him to parties, Caden had been able to pretend they were inviting him. But he didn't want to pretend anymore. That you're with some old guy who is brainwashing you. Tell me where you are. I'll come and rescue you. Caden let his nail drop from between his teeth. The idea of Thad rescuing Caden from Axe was preposterous on so many levels. Caden couldn't even feel worried anymore. He laughed as he typed a reply. I'm where I want to be. Stay out of my business and my life. He wasn't worried, but his message was enough like conflict that sending it left him a little shaky. Too bad he couldn't summon that same intensity he had when that scientist had been flirting with Axe. She's been kidnapped, Caden. Show some respect. He set the phone on the desk and plugged it in. Maybe she'd flirted with the wrong man. Caden! Before he could think of something else heartless that would stamp his ticket to hell, Caden went out to the living room to watch some mindless television before he decided what to make for dinner. When Axe got back, he'd have a warm meal waiting for him and tell him about the texts, not because he was worried or feeling guilty for talking to his ex. Well, he wasn't worried anyway, but because he knew that was what Axe would want. And doing what Axe wanted made Caden feel warm and fuzzy inside. What are you doing up? Axe's raspy, exhausted voice ripped Caden awake. He jerked straight, wiping the drool he felt against his cheek. Shit, you weren't awake. I'm sorry. He'd been sitting upright enough to look like he was. His aching neck was proof of that. I was awake. I mean, not at that exact moment, but I was waiting for you. Caden had stumbled on a marathon of some fashion reality show, where designers had to make their clothes only from items found on a farm. The last thing he remembered was one of the designers making a ball gown made entirely out of hay. That had to have been hours ago, which meant Caden didn't have dinner ready like he'd wanted. It's midnight, Caden. Did you eat? Axe undid the top 2 buttons of his shirt, before doing the same to the buttons on his sleeves. He moved like he was wading through cement, his face pinched with exhaustion. Caden rubbed his chest, suddenly tight at the sight of Axe. Did you eat? Caden, he said disapprovingly, taking a trudging step toward the kitchen. Caden jumped from the sofa. He hated feeling like Axe's burden when the werewolf was well rested. He refused to be one when Axe looked dead on his feet. Stop worrying about me. You need to sit down. Take your boots off and rest. Let me make you something to eat. It was a testament to how tired Axe was that Caden could guide him so easily to the sofa. He plopped down on the cushion with a low groan. Do you want some tea while you wait? Caden asked. Axe's eyebrows lifted, looking somewhat bewildered. Actually, I'd love a beer. Caden shook his head, grabbing the second pillow to slide under Axe's head. We don't have any beer, and I wouldn't give you one right now if we did. Axe huffed out a smile. He didn't look like he had the energy for much else. Had he slept at all in the past 3 days? Caden knew he'd been pulling long hours, but he'd assumed Axe had been taking care of himself. He wouldn't assume that anymore. Just because Axe did such a good job taking care of him didn't mean he extended himself the same courtesy. Caden spotted the abandoned cupcake mixture. At least he'd only gotten as far as mixing the dry ingredients and pouring the milk before he'd given up. He dumped it in the trash and grabbed a loaf of bread from the bread box, and butter and cheese from the fridge. He was no chef, but he could make a grilled cheese. He buttered enough slices of bread to make himself one, too. If he didn't, Axe would just try to give Caden his. By the time he was finished, he'd only burnt the bread on one side, and that was because he'd gotten distracted brewing Axe a cup of chamomile tea. "You've been working yourself too hard," Caden said after Axe didn't even attempt to move from the couch to the table. He finished his sandwich in 3 bites, but refused Caden's when he tried to hand it over. Axe squeezed his eyes closed and rubbed the back of his neck. "It's my job, I know. But you need to take care of yourself if you want to keep doing your job." Axe peeked one eye open. "There isn't much we can do anyway. We've been spending most of our hours on the ground, searching with no leads. We've combed over every acre of the city and surrounding woods with no sign of the scientist. Not much else we can do until the next meeting with Captain Mestis and Alpha Prime." "Good." Caden stacked Axe's plate on top of his before looking up to see Axe's cocked brow. "I mean, not good, obviously, but you can take it a little easy now. Maybe actually sleep tonight, if you have to wait anyway." He dropped the dishes in the sink, rinsing and putting them into the dishwasher. Tonight wasn't the night to bring up Thad, and the conversation hadn't been that important anyway. When he went back to the living room, Axe was rubbing his neck again, taking a sip from his tea with his other hand. "Here, let me." Caden batted Axe's hand away and took over, massaging the stiff muscles while Axe drank his tea. "It's no Swedish massage, but this way you can finish your tea and then go to bed." Axe's spine relaxed as Caden continued, the man allowing his body to sink into the sofa and Caden's touch. He let out a low groan. "You're really good at this." He wasn't, actually. A boyfriend had once told him that receiving a massage from Caden had been like being attacked by a flock of birds all pecking at his back. But Axe didn't seem to think that way, as he pushed further into Caden's hands, letting his neck roll from side to side. "You're really good at that." Okay. You don't have to sound so shocked. It's easy when you're so tight." He pressed his fingers together and rubbed along Axe's neck to his shoulders. Axe wasn't pushing into him anymore, but was loose, utterly relaxed beneath Caden's touch. Caden smiled, rotating his thumb against the last of Axe's stiff shoulder muscles. At some point, his hands started to tingle. His fingers felt warm, but not from friction. The warmth felt like it was spreading through Caden, originating in his chest and flowing down his arm. Axe groaned again. "That's amazing, Caden. I don't feel any more pain." His bones felt hollow, light, an effervescence building in him that made his body feel like it was glowing. Caden didn't want to stop. He didn't want to doubt what he was feeling. He had to keep going. "Where else are you hurt?" Axe set his mug down and leaned forward. "You've done enough." His shoulders bounced against the cushion as Caden pushed him back. "I said, where are you hurt? I'm helping you." Axe gave him a crooked smile. My head? I've had a headache all day, but I don't think massaging it will." Caden pressed his fingers into Axe's temples and rubbed light circles into his skin. He dragged his hands through Axe's hair, lightly scratching his scalp as he listened to the soft whisper inside him, telling him how to touch, how to draw out the pain. "Caden," Axe said a few minutes later. No more humor in his tone, just wonder. "It's gone. The throbbing is gone." "Caden." "Shh," Caden whispered. "Just let me." He didn't dare stop, didn't want to. He'd been massaging Axe for at least 10 minutes, and yet his hands didn't ache. His attention hadn't wandered once. He was focused, without trying or reminding himself to be, and he didn't want the feeling to end. Instead, he slid his hands down Axe's arm, stopping when he sensed a coldness that Caden was coming to realize was pain. He could feel Axe's pain. He finished unbuttoning Axe's cuffs and rolled his sleeves up, careful and methodical, so the fabric wouldn't bunch. He had a slight ache above his wrist that Caden circled his hand over, rubbing the lines in his palms against Axe's skin like a stamp. But instead of ink, Caden left behind a warmth and brightness where it had once felt cold and dark. Axe was either stunned or just knew to let Caden move as he liked. He said nothing as Caden continued down Axe's body, lowering to his knees. He lingered only a few seconds around Axe's strong thighs, before he grabbed Axe's foot, firmly digging his thumb into the arch. Axe melted. Every muscled inch of the man turned into a puddle beneath Caden's touch. He'd had so many small aches in his body, so many places that had caused him pain. Caden didn't like to think about Axe in any sort of pain, and now, he was proud to say, he wasn't. There were no more cold, dark spots left on Axe's body. Except for one. But this wasn't a pain like the others. Caden blinked, realizing his position between Axe's legs, face even with Axe's crotch as he gripped the man's muscular thighs. "Does it hurt here?" He didn't specify where, instead staring at the stiffness tenting his pants. Axe swallowed, throat bobbing as he nodded. "Then let me help you." The scorching look Axe gave him should have turned him into ash. Desire burned like a dark flame, making the man both taller and broader, his legs spread wide enough for Caden to nestle between them. Caden undid the button of Axe's pants and pulled the zipper down slowly. Axe's cock was hard, straining so urgently against his briefs. Caden was amazed he hadn't already torn a hole through the fabric. There was no reason to continue to risk it, though. So Caden reached inside, a gasp escaping both of their lips when his fingers touched the velvety steel. "I can get rid of the pain," Caden mumbled, pressing his tongue flat before licking a line up the underside of Axe's dick. Axe jerked, his hands gripping the sofa as if he was trying to keep from grabbing Caden. He didn't know why. There would never be a moment when Caden didn't want his touch. "Caden." Axe hissed his name like it was a warning. But Caden wasn't interested in being warned. He had a single goal, and that was to turn the pulsing aches he sensed into concentrated pleasure. Caden opened his mouth, careful not to touch any part of Axe's dick, until he felt his head prod the back of his throat. He latched on and sucked hard, letting his lips and tongue drag over every hot, veiny inch of him. Axe's eyes flashed silver, and his fingers dug into the sofa, except Caden realized it wasn't his fingers, but Axe's claws. He gripped the cushion like a wild animal clinging to its prey. Why didn't he want to touch Caden that way? Maybe he should have been frightened of Axe's claws, and be grateful that Axe was trying so hard to keep them away from him. But he wasn't afraid or grateful. He wanted to feel the pointed tips scrape over his skin,
to know that his intended mate was power and strength personified. He was a dangerous man, but not with Caden. Never with Caden. Axe had proven that again and again, patiently waiting for Caden to realize the truth. "Touch me," Caden murmured between licks. "Don't hold yourself back."
"I don't want to scare you," Axe gritted between his teeth.
"You won't. You don't. Touch me, Axe. Tell me I'm doing good."
Axe's growl filled the room, the sound as thick as honey. He cupped Caden's chin. "You are, Caden. You're doing so good, my good boy." Caden fluttered his eyelashes and shivered, savoring the barely there caress of Axe's claws. Like he'd done during the massage, he let his body free, listening to those soft whispers that sounded more like moans now, telling him how to lick and suck. He suckled the tip. Mules for more built in his throat at the hint of wild pleasure he tasted, before letting Axe's dick fall out of his mouth. Lowering his chin, he dragged Axe's cock against his skin and up his neck. His flesh cooled in the wake of Axe's cock, the faint trails of pre-cum making Caden feel untamed and primal. He wasn't entirely sure why he did it, only that he longed for Axe's essence on his skin. He wanted to feel marked, owned. Axe snarled and gripped his face, moving Caden where he wanted as he painted his neck and chin with his leaking dick. "Mine, Caden. You're mine." He could barely understand the guttural words, but even if he couldn't, he'd have understood the tone, the intention. "Yours," he whimpered, his mouth watering for another taste. He dipped his chin and took it, swallowing Axe to the hilt. Caden froze, letting his throat muscles contract and squeeze around the demanding dick. He couldn't make a sound, couldn't breathe, but Caden didn't care. He didn't need to breathe, not when Axe was giving him life. But he also couldn't taste Axe with him so deep down his throat, and that was unacceptable. He closed his eyes and the world fell away, content as he was, bobbing his head, pushing his nose into Axe's groin with each downward slide. He didn't ever want to stop. He wanted to live on his knees, with this man's dick inside his mouth forever. "Caden, fuck." Something in Axe's harsh tone made Caden peek an eye open and peer up at him. He was gorgeous like this, near the edge. Caden had put him there, and it was up to him to push Axe over. He tightened his lips, sliding down to the hilt again, except he couldn't. His lips stretched open as wide as he could, and he still couldn't. It was like Axe's cock had grown thicker in seconds, but only at the base of his dick. "My nut," he gasped, and grabbed Caden's head, using the leverage for shallow thrusts that let Caden go just halfway down each time. Caden whimpered. He enjoyed the manhandling, but he wanted all of it. Why wouldn't Axe let him have it? His confusion was short-lived as, before his eyes, the base of Axe's dick continued to grow until it was too large for Caden to get his lips around. If that had been inside his mouth, Axe's cock would have been locked in place. He didn't all the way hate the idea, but he had so many questions. They would all have to wait until after Axe finished filling his mouth with his cum. Caden swallowed his load and kept swallowing, again and again, as Axe emptied his dick. "Fuck. You are so perfect, my good boy. So perfect." Caden's body hummed beneath the praise. He met Axe's eye, noticing a glimmer of something that looked like embarrassment. That emotion had no place between them.
What's wrong? In the back of his mind, he thought he should have been asking about what it was that had just happened with his cock. But Axe's magic dick wasn't as important as making sure Axe was okay.
My knot. I popped my knot like some young pup.
Caden wiped his mouth and frowned. Knot? That wasn't supposed to happen? Did it feel okay? He thought Axe had been enjoying it, but maybe.
It felt more than fucking okay, Caden. It was bliss. And my knot isn't the problem, but that it formed outside of intercourse. Grown werewolves should have learned how to control.
He beamed, thinking he understood what Axe was saying. Caden had sucked the man's control and discipline straight out of his body. He looked back at the knot, loving the sight of it even more now that he knew what it represented. What does it feel like? Can I touch it?
Axe growled sharply, his claws digging once more into the sofa. They'd have to buy a new one at this rate. It feels better than anything in the world, except for maybe the feeling of your tongue on my dick. You can touch it, but it is very sensitive.
With that thought in mind, Caden leaned forward and dragged his finger in a whisper-soft touch around the bulged flesh. Axe's hips jerked forward, his rumble now a continuous sound that shook down to Caden's bones. If touching it made him feel that good. Caden bent forward and sucked softly, sliding his wet tongue where his fingers had been. Axe's dick gave a mighty twitch, a shot of pre-cum, or was it post-cum, shooting from the tip as the man hissed,
"Holy shit, Caden."
This is going to be inside of me? The knot looked smaller than it had seconds ago. Caden frowned. It was like watching a friend leave way before he wanted them to go.
"If you want it," Axe replied stiffly.
"Fuck yeah, I want it. Let's go now." He rocked back onto his feet and grabbed Axe, tugging him down the hallway to the bedroom. He chuckled before scooping Caden off his feet, carrying him instead.
"That won't happen tonight."
"What? Why? Come on, Axe, give me your knot." He was whining, but Axe didn't seem to mind. In fact, his grip around Caden tightened, and it looked like he needed a second to get his bearings.
"Because it is late, and I want to be sure to stretch you properly for your first time. Right now, we're going to bed. I'm going to give you a blowjob that could only hope to be half as good as the one you just gave me. And then we are going to go to sleep."
There was enough of that plan that Caden thought he'd enjoy. He decided not to fight it. "Fine. Can I cuddle with it when we sleep?"
"Cuddle? You're going to kill me. I know it. And I'm sorry to inform you that it will have gone down by then. It's almost down now."
Caden stuck his lower lip out in a pout. "Fine. Then I guess I'll just have to say, see you real soon, Mr. Knot."
Axe shook his head, a gesture Caden had witnessed often in his presence. But instead of exasperation or annoyance in his gaze like Caden was used to, there was only affection. Chapter 13. Default. Axe watched Caden sleep, curled on his side in the middle of Axe's bed. As much as he wanted to wake Caden up, he was exhausted and needed his rest. He'd discovered his affinity, and had used that first burst of magic to heal Axe's aching and weary body, which was why, even though Axe had been awake for a while, he still felt like he'd gotten a week's worth of sleep. Just hours ago, he'd made his intended come, and Caden had collapsed in his arms. There'd been no question of where Caden would spend the night, and if Axe got his way, Caden would be in his bed every night that followed. Axe lifted his weight and Caden whimpered, his hands blindly reaching for the spot Axe had been. Suddenly, he felt like the strongest werewolf in the world. But the feeling also made him want to slide back beside his intended and forget about his responsibilities for the day. Instead, he snagged a sweater from the hook on the door and bunched it up, putting it in the place he'd been. Instantly, Caden curled his arm around it and snuggled the sweater beneath his chin, letting out a soft, happy sigh. When Axe had given up on finding a witch mate naturally, he'd given up on believing he'd ever have this, real affection and desire. But there'd also been a level of safety in that belief. He'd spent so much of his life waiting for everything to be taken from him again, and now he had more to lose. Axe wasn't sure when he'd begun pulling the extra blankets and pillows from the closet, only that it had happened when he'd been lost in his head. And now, Caden was bundled in a nest of warmth and Axe's scent. He smirked at himself, but didn't pull away any of the blankets. It would be easier to tear himself away from Caden when he knew he'd left the boy covered in his essence. And it would give him something soothing to think about when he met with the director to discuss how the Solar Guard, specifically Captain Mistis, continued to be uncooperative. They were wasting valuable time. The last 3 days that Axe and his team had spent scouring the forest could have been spent working at the scene, gathering evidence that would help them discover who had taken the scientist and why. Axe went straight to the meeting rooms inside the Lunar Council headquarters. He opened the door and silently sighed at the sight of the director already sitting at the head of the table, head bent toward the stack of papers in front of him. "Good morning, Director Might." He didn't look up when he replied, "Did your team discover anything in the forest?" He'd have known if they had. Axe would have sent a report. The director just wanted to hear Axe say it. "Nothing yet, but I don't believe searching the forest is where our skills are best utilized. We need permission to enter solar territory and examine the location where the abduction took place." They shouldn't even need permission, but for the past 3 days, Director Might had enjoyed siding with the Solar Guard captain. "You think your team could find something the Solar Guard hasn't?" "I think it's my job to protect every citizen of the city to the fullest extent of my ability, and not allow our resources to be throttled in an attempt to not ruffle feathers." Axe stood tall as the director finally looked up, studying him silently. "You know, I spoke with your alpha just the other day. He told me his mate, Raquel, is it? That she is growing more eager by the day to meet your intended. That surprised me that you haven't shown him off. You seem so besotted by the man." Axe showed no emotion as the director examined him. He was 60 years Axe's senior. That should have made Director Might a valuable mentor, but he'd been against Axe's position as chief from the moment he realized how effective Axe was. And now, Axe had confirmation that the director and his cousin were in talks, conspiring against him. One would have thought the director of the Lunar Council would want Crescent City to flourish, but he'd been against opening Might territory ever since the Solar Wolves had first arrived. Axe's wolf snarled at the suggestion of a threat, but Axe silenced him, pushing the beast deep inside him. He would give neither the director nor his cousin any reason to suspect his bond with Caden. "Caden is still getting used to life with the wolves and other witches. I'm unwilling to ask him for more than he's ready for. He also isn't a trophy for me to flash and show off." Axe had to have imagined the spark of approval in the director's gaze. "Indeed. I should feel honored, then, that he has been spending so much time with my mate." The door opened, letting in Alia, Alpha Prime, Captain Mistis, and Dr. Lester. Everyone took their seats, Alia taking the place on the opposite end of the table from Director Might, while the 3 Solar Wolves sat across from Axe. "Where is the celestial representative?" Axe asked. Gloria said she was running a little late. Alpha Spire hasn't returned. The Celestial Alpha spent more time outside his territory than any other Alphas put together. On trips where Gloria didn't accompany him, she acted as Alpha in his stead. I see no reason to wait, since their invitation to this meeting was a courtesy, Dr. Might said. We are here, after all, to determine if there is more to be done in locating the missing solar scientist. The Solar Wolves are perfectly adequate in performing the investigation without the interference of the LCEA. Captain Mistus replied like he'd been waiting all morning to speak those words. Alpha Prime cleared his throat. I don't believe the director was implying that he doubted the Solar Guard. This isn't a time for arrogance. If including the LCEA in the investigation can help us locate Dr. Brandt, then we would be reckless in denying their assistance. Don't you agree? With all due respect, Alpha, when I was captain while your father led our people. My father no longer leads our people. He is enjoying his retirement on a sunny beach at this exact moment. I alone am Alpha of the Solar Wolves now, Captain. It does not matter to me how he did things. Captain Mistus sat back, pressing his spine to the back of his chair. Of course. I only mean that the investigation is delicate at this moment. Delicate? Aelia asked. The lab was destroyed, Dr. Lectra said. Until that point, Axe hadn't thought the old man had been paying attention. All of our notes, decades of research, the experiments we've performed attempting to find a power source that could substitute for Hylathian. It was all destroyed. The computers, flash drives, hard copies, all of it is gone. Axe hid his shock as it turned into irritation. If his team had known of the theft and vandalism, they could have modified their investigation. That is motive. But it also brought more questions. Why would a Solar Wolf want to destroy data that could bring them home? Unless there was a Solar Wolf that didn't want the portal to be built. Axe met Alpha Prime's bronze gaze. My team needs access to the lab. We need access to Dr. Brandt's home. Can you think of a Solar Wolf with reason to want to hinder the construction efforts? Director Might pushed back from the table, his face turned down so that only Axe, seated closest, could see his grin. When he lifted his gaze, his expression was solemn. Chief, I'm sure the Solar Guard has their own theories. And now that I've been informed about the delicate nature of the attack, I believe it will help relations between the species for the LCEA to remain an auxiliary force during this investigation. Finding the scientist is our first priority, but we must also consider lessening the opportunities for mistrust or accusations. Axe clenched his teeth. The director didn't care about the delicate nature. He was simply using it as an excuse to keep Axe and his team from taking over the investigation. Axe looked to Alpha Prime for support, but it was clear by the grim set of his lips that he would not be the voice of reason. As much as I hate agreeing with Director Might, I can see his point. Aelia attempted to cover her snort with a cough. A smug smile stretched across the captain's face. My intentions for this meeting were never to give the LCEA access, but to make it clear that Dr. Lectra is more vital than ever. You will need to make adjustments to his protection detail while off solar territory. Dr. Lectra looked somewhat bewildered at being mentioned. Having his assistant abducted and his laboratory ransacked had likely rattled him, making his actions more scattered. I'm doing what I can working with Dr. Jelani, my temporary assistant, to recreate the data that was lost. Thankfully, I had many of my private notes that I'd stored at my home. But there can be no mistake. This will delay the construction of the portal considerably. Captain Mistus scratched his skin. In the meantime, Chief Landry, I've heard that your team has been dealing with reports of a lone wolf occupying the forest to the north. You've made no headway in locating this person?
Axe narrowed his gaze. Do you mean Linus? Aelia asked with a frown. He was once a member of the Might Pack, but withdrew after his mate died. I thought he'd passed years ago. He would be very old now. I doubt Linus is responsible for anything happening in Crescent City.
Director Might scowled at his daughter. Lone wolves are unpredictable. I told you to deal with Linus in your first days as Alpha.
She gave a smile that Axe wouldn't call sweet, unless it was from sugar responsible for a toothache. And I told you I am Alpha of the Might Pack, and I will say what I deal with. Linus was harmless, just sad. If he's still alive, I doubt much has changed about him. The door opened, and Gloria took in the room with wide, apologetic blue eyes. I'm sorry I'm late. I had something I needed to attend to. Axe's hands curled into tight fists at his intended scent, normally a bright spot in his day, attached to the witch hurrying to her seat. The last place Axe had left Caden was in their bed, and though it was likely he'd risen from bed by now, there was no reason Gloria should carry Caden's scent. It wasn't as strong as it would have been if they'd had physical contact, but she'd been in his presence recently, at a time after he'd left Caden that morning. Axe was moments from demanding answers when he caught sight of Director Might watching him, his eyes lined with curiosity. He forced his spine back into the chair. There were a number of logical reasons why Gloria might have picked up Caden's scent, but Axe focused on just one. She'd gone to tell Caden about her clan's history with Axe.
I'm afraid we were just finishing up, Director Might said. I need to speak with my daughter privately right now, but the chief can inform you of everything that was discussed. Whatever Director Might thought he saw in Axe, he also thought he was now setting up some sort of trap. Of course, Axe said tightly, nodding his goodbye to the others. Come with me, Gloria. Axe waited until they were back in his office before speaking again. Have you been to see my intended this morning? He'd attempted to keep his voice level, but must not have succeeded, because Gloria's eyebrows rounded briefly, her expression settling into something knowing. Yes, under Martha's request. She told me your intended had recently recognized his affinity. I stopped by to congratulate him and to let him know I could deliver a kit to help him get started with his tinctures and elixirs. He'll want to start his own garden eventually, but I have the supplies on hand for now. She spoke carefully, weighing each word. He told me what happened last night. Axe nearly missed his chair as he sat down. He told you? About being able to heal you. With a natural magic like that, I believe he'll become an accomplished healer. Axe settled against the seat, berating himself for thinking she'd meant anything else. Like how you popped your knot. I believe that as well. His upbringing may have put him at a disadvantage until now, but he is eager to learn. Gloria smiled and lowered gracefully into the seat on the other side of the desk. I understand why he tried to hide it in the beginning, and... Her frown carved lines in her usually smooth face. Like most witches, and werewolves, she looked decades younger than a human would at her age. I know that my clan hasn't been kind to you. The Fawns care too much about power, and they haven't considered me one of their own since my mating to Eaton. I hope that both you and Caden can learn to trust me. I'd like to be your allies and friends. Of course, Axe replied stiffly. The talk of the lone wolf earlier, paired with Caden's scent lingering on a fawn witch, had stirred his thoughts into a frenzy. Somewhere in the woods was the example of what Axe would become, should he be forced to return home, shunned and avoided. Gloria folded her hands in her lap, the line between her brows at odds with her smile. I suppose I should know what happened in the meeting. Axe kept the summary short and impartial, revealing nothing about how he believed the director's decision was less diplomatic than he wanted them all to think. Why do I feel like this is going to blow up in our faces? She asked. Axe assumed it was a rhetorical question. I'll let my mate know of what was discussed today. He may not physically be here, but he is aware of everything that goes on. The celestial wolves are different from the lunar and solar wolves, but no less invested in the coexistence of our species. She didn't elaborate on the differences, and Axe didn't expect her to. Though they kept out of politics in general, the celestial wolves were more secretive than the lunar and solar put together. Thank you for filling me in, and especially keeping it so concise. It's a beautiful day out there. Perfect for Caden's celebratory picnic. Axe jerked his face up. His what? Oh, did he not? When I stopped by, they were getting ready to throw him a little party to mark the occasion. I assumed... Well, that doesn't matter. Goodbye, Chief Landry. Axe made himself wait for her to exit before launching from his chair and ripping the door open. He charged outside, taking deep breaths to keep his wolf from forcing a shift. His phone showed him no messages, no missed calls. Axe's thoughts tripped over each other. What if the Fawn Witch had said more to Caden than she'd let on? What if she'd given him the same plea for friendship that she'd given Axe? Caden was such a curious creature he would have asked what the Fawn clan had done to Axe, and Gloria would have told him. In the beginning, Axe had thought that Caden and his family had been willing to negotiate, despite knowing his past. Then it became clear that Caden had no idea of Axe's history, and a selfish part of Axe didn't want him to ever know. How could Caden find out and not let it change what he thought of him, the way he looked at him? But even if none of that was a concern, there was still a criminal on the loose inside Crescent City. There had never been an abduction in Axe's time as chief. No one had been stupid enough to attempt it. His team should have caught a hint of the kidnapper already, a scent trail or something. And the fact that they hadn't, and that Axe's hands were tied because of the director's scheming, made Caden's impromptu picnic all that more dangerous. He caught Caden's scent trail about a half-mile out along with Martha's, and Axe frowned. Why would Huxley be with them? Knowing his junior agent had accompanied Caden should have soothed him, but Axe was too agitated to feel anything but suspicion. He crested the last hill before the lake and spotted Caden immediately sitting on a blanket in the grass near the shore. The burst of joy Axe felt at seeing his intended for the first time since that morning made his jaw unclench. Caden was safe, unharmed, and he wasn't alone. All Axe knew of the witch sitting next to him was that his name was Ezra Fescue. He was good friends with Huxley, a canine familiar, and rarely seen without his pack of natural wolves. They were with him then, lying on their sides in the grass. Martha sat on the blanket as well, a large wicker picnic basket in front of her, while Huxley and a female werewolf around Huxley's age tossed a frisbee back and forth. Caden was fine. There was no reason to keep growling like he was in danger. And yet, his fists continued to shake, and his chest still rumbled. Several of the natural wolves lifted their heads at his approach. One growled softly, prompting Ezra to turn to Axe storming through the grass. "Isn't that your intended?" he asked softly, elbowing Caden in the bicep. Caden looked up and beamed, his smile more beautiful than the sun shining in the sky. It was brief, though, wiped away as Axe stalked closer, He pushed up off the ground, intercepting Axe before he got to the blanket.
"What are you doing here? I thought you had that meeting."
He flicked his hair back off his forehead and peered into Axe's face.
"What's wrong?"
"I'm terrified you'll get hurt. Terrified you'll be taken from me. If you ever find out the truth about me, you won't look at me like you do now." Axe didn't say any of that. Instead, he let all those negative feelings fuel his words. "You didn't tell me you planned to leave the house." Caden took a half-step back.
"You knew Martha was coming."
"I didn't know you would be leaving the house. You're supposed to tell me where you're going." Caden's eyes dimmed, and Axe hated himself even more.
"Hey, Chief! I didn't know you were—"
Huxley stopped talking the moment he saw Axe's face.
"Did something happen with the meeting? The investigation?"
"The LCEA will continue to take a supporting role in the investigation," Axe bit out. Huxley grunted, the sound outraged.
"What? That's bullshit!"
Axe didn't look away from Caden or his blank expression that made Axe wish he could see into his mind. "That's the decision of the director."
"But the Solar Wolves don't have any leads,"
Huxley said. Tearing his gaze from Caden's face, Axe glared at his junior agent. "Why are you telling me things that I know, Agent?" Startled, Huxley took a jerky step back, while Caden grabbed Axe's shirt sleeve and tugged him away. Axe felt the wary eyes of all those they left behind, but it was all white noise, lost in the volcano bubbling in his chest. He pictured a different scenario, one where Caden had run into the criminal. The whole city knew who and what Caden was. What if he'd been abducted, or worse? What did Caden think would happen to Axe if he ever lost him? Just the concept of losing Caden made him want to tear the sun from the sky.
"We're gonna head back now. Thanks for the party,"
Caden called over his shoulder. "But I thought I was going to show you where the best wild garlic grows after this," Ezra replied. Axe's nostrils flared. A cracking sound echoed in his head that he was pretty sure had been the sound of his molars splitting beneath the pressure of his clenched jaw. "You were going to go in the forest? When there's a dangerous criminal on the loose? Without telling me a single thing?"
"I was going to go with them,"
Huxley said. Axe growled. "My wolves are all the protection we would have needed," Ezra said defensively. "Do you think because we're witches we can't protect ourselves?" What? Axe didn't think that at all. But if Caden wanted to go traipsing out into the woods, he would be the one to accompany him. There was no reason to risk his safety.
"Can I get a rain check?"
Caden asked, tugging at Axe's hand.
"I'm kind of tired, actually. But thanks for my party. It was a lot of fun."
The moment they were out of sight of the others, Caden threw Axe's hand from his and hurried forward.
"I can't believe you did that!"
Caden hissed.
"Didn't you say no one could know? No one could suspect? For fuck's sake, Axe! You practically just broadcasted our rules to them. I get it, okay? Message received, loud and clear."
Axe knew that wasn't the case since he hadn't been sending a message. Not one that should make his intended look at him like that. He'd been blind with the terror of losing Caden, either by choice or force. "Caden."
"You were a dick to Ezra and Huxley, too."
"Huxley? You're on a first-name basis with my junior agent now?"
"Yes, because whether you know it or not, he's actually pretty cool. So is his friend. And I was hoping that maybe both of them would become my friend. But I understand now how I was wrong."
Caden punched in the key code and stormed inside, going straight down the hallway to his bedroom. Axe knew Caden needed space. The rational part of him, no matter how quiet that part currently was, told him to let Caden calm down before attempting to explain. But Axe had stopped listening to the rational part of himself the same moment he'd learned Caden and Gloria had met without him. He burst forward, stopping Caden before he could step foot in his room. "We need to talk this over." Caden's nostrils flared, chin tilted to let him glare into Axe's face. He was furious and still so beautiful it made Axe's chest hurt.
"There isn't anything to talk about, Axe. Especially not now that it's all been explained to me."
Axe's blood ran cold. What was explained?
"Ezra told me about the differences and similarities between wolves and werewolves, their habits and instincts, how the mating bond forces you to act in a certain way. I didn't want to believe what it meant, but after that stunt, I can see. You're nothing but a swirling bucket of instincts and duty. I feel bad for you. I know how much it sucks to feel trapped in your body. This," he gestured between them, "it isn't real. It won't ever be. I'm an asset to you, not a partner, not a real mate."
Axe flattened his hands into the wall on either side of Caden's shoulders. He couldn't let Caden put another inch between them before showing his intended how wrong he was. "You are mine, my mate," he whispered harshly. Caden didn't try to escape. He just pressed his head against the wall.
"Uh-huh. And I was your last choice. You told me yourself that you were desperate. If you hadn't been, you wouldn't have chosen me. But you were forced to, and now you have a duty to me, a responsibility."
Caden laughed, a sharp, bitter sound.
"After last night, I can't believe I was so stupid. You care for me because it is required by contract. Any possessive feeling that exists in you is because of the wolf making you feel that way. Don't try to deny it."
He snapped when Axe had opened his mouth to do just that.
"You wouldn't have treated me like you just did if that wasn't true. Like I'm your toy, a tool to let you keep this life. Don't worry, Axe. I blame myself for thinking you might actually want me to make a life here, that you'd want me to have happiness unrelated to you. I really should have known after I went to bed warm and woke up cold again that last night had been nothing more than a pleasurable distraction, and I was the idiot pretending it meant more. Again."
He cried, thick tears pouring down his face that made Axe want to run himself into an oncoming train. He'd done this. He'd made his intended sad. "Caden, that isn't true." Axe tried to catch Caden's eye, but the young man wouldn't look at him. "I can't tell you my instincts haven't played a role in my behavior, but I've lived my entire life ignoring them. Lived my life acting in opposition to what my wolf wanted. And it was easy, until I met you and it became impossible not to act. That isn't instincts, baby. That's you. You make me lose control in a way that terrifies me. When I think of you in danger, I lose my damn mind." He wouldn't force Caden to look at him. If he did, he'd only do more damage than he'd already done. Because Axe could see now how irrational he'd been acting. How he'd gone from ignoring his instincts to listening to only them and his insecurities. But when Caden did lift his gaze, his expression broke Axe's heart.
"Then why did I wake up alone again?"
"Again?"
"Last time, you left a note."
Caden looked to the carpet, cheeks pink as though embarrassed. He was right about Axe losing his temper and acting like a dick. But how could he think Axe was happy to leave Caden in the morning? He'd only been able to that morning after bundling Caden in his scent, which Caden wouldn't have picked up on, since he didn't have a werewolf's senses. I thought you needed the sleep after using so much power for the first time. Martha said you'd be exhausted. Baby, if I'd known it was that important to you, I would have shaken you awake kicking and screaming. I want you to make friends, but with this criminal on the loose, if you aren't with me, I can't know you're safe. Knowing where you are helps me stay calm. It has nothing to do with the rules. But that doesn't excuse my behavior today. I'm sorry, Caden. He opened his arms and waited. There was a possibility he'd broken something with Caden today. And if his intended didn't want his touch, he'd have to accept the consequences of his actions. But his intended was forgiving, and wrapped his thin arms around Axe's midsection, burying his face against Axe's chest. I'm sorry, too. I forgot to tell you. I've been alone here for days. I got so excited talking to Gloria about the kit she's going to make me, and then Martha said we were going to have a party. I can finally start taking classes. He lifted his head, showing Axe the uncertainty in his gaze. Unless you don't want me to take classes, they'd be out of the house. He squeezed Caden tighter. I want you to take classes, Caden. I'm proud of the work you've done so far, and can't wait to see the witch you'll become. Caden smiled shyly, and buried his face against Axe's chest. I wouldn't get too excited. My track record for trying new things is less than stellar. Being a witch isn't something you have to try to be. You are one. It's inside you. Maybe that's why you haven't had success in your other pursuits. Your soul knew. Mm-hmm. Caden leaned back, nodding. Or I'm a loser who will fail at this too. Axe's chest rumbled. That's my intended mate you're talking about. That sort of talk is unacceptable. Caden softened against him. Unacceptable? Would you even say it's naughty? He batted his eyes, a hint of a smile on his lips. Axe inhaled, breathing in the growing scent of Caden's arousal. Very naughty. He wiggled in Axe's hold. So naughty, I need to be punished? Absolutely. Axe grinned as he imagined just how he would punish Caden for speaking so poorly of himself. Caden's eyes twitched away a half-second before he ducked out of Axe's hold, running, and giggling like mad down the hallway. Axe could have stopped him from the beginning, but then he wouldn't have been able to see that tight ass wiggle as his intended fled. Still, he was a werewolf, and nothing could have brought out the predator in him faster than his intended dashing away from him. Axe caught him in the kitchen, hauling Caden over his shoulder as he carried his kill into the bedroom. He sat down on the side of the bed, wrangling the flailing arms and legs of his mate so that he sat on Axe's lap, back to chest, both of them looking into the mirror hanging on the wall. Looking at you isn't punishment, Caden whined, his eyes doing all they could to avoid his own reflection. That's a relief. Axe watched Caden in the mirror as he squirmed, his cheeks turning pink. You aren't a loser, Caden. Caden tried to turn his head around, but Axe hooked Caden's chin with his opposite hand and urged it forward. You need to say it. This is my punishment? I was sort of hoping for something a little sexier. Spankings, maybe? Axe's cock throbbed. He'd warm his hand against Caden's ass one of these days. But today, he had a different goal. That wouldn't be a punishment. And this shouldn't be either. But I have a feeling it will be difficult. Now stop stalling and say it. I'm not a loser. The words tumbled out of his mouth like puppies from a kennel. He faced the mirror, but his eyes were down, studying the bottom side of the frame instead of looking at his face. You aren't a loser, Caden.
I know!
I don't believe you. Caden's lips popped open. An offended sound squeaked between them.
If I say it, what do I get?
It killed Axe that Caden would need a reward to say something nice about himself. But he was willing to take baby steps in helping heal a confidence that had taken a beating for so many years. My knot. Caden stilled, his body sinking into Axe's lap, eyes lifting to find Axe's in the mirror. I'm not a loser. The only way you can fail is by never trying. Tell yourself this time. The only way I can fail is by not trying. His voice was hesitant and uncertain, but he looked at his face while he'd spoken, and Axe thought that deserved something. He flattened his left palm against Caden's chest, pressing them closer to nibble at his neck. Caden moaned softly. Your mate was wrong to act the way he did. I was wrong, Caden. Caden dropped his chin and mumbled, face turned down to the carpet. It wasn't your fault. His growl vibrated through the two of them. He didn't love being wrong, but if he didn't own up to it when he was, then Axe would be no better than all the other assholes Caden had dealt with. It was, and I'm glad that you called me out on it. I was acting like an insecure, jealous idiot. He grabbed the hem of Caden's shirt and slowly peeled it up and over his head. His slim frame reflected back to Axe, and he watched himself smooth his hands over the lean muscles. Forcing Caden to say the words wasn't what he wanted, but he could remind Caden what he got when the punishment was over. Axe tweaked Caden's nipple and watched him twitch. He rotated his hips, grinding his ass against Axe's dick. You were wrong, Caden gasped as he slapped his feet to the floor, attempting to start a bouncing rhythm that Axe couldn't allow just yet. He flicked open the button of Caden's pants and unzipped him, pulling the pants free before locking his slim legs on either side of Axe's thighs, putting his body on full display. His cheeks were pink, but not the angry shade they'd been earlier. A rosy pink that matched the softness of his eyes. The sweet lemon scent of his arousal thickened, clogging the room and Axe's senses. You deserve happiness, unconditionally. Before Caden could balk at the final request, Axe used his leverage to slide the back of his hand down Caden's inner thigh toward his stiff dick, already dripping cum onto the comforter.
Axe, you're such a tease,
he wailed, his head pressed hard against Axe's shoulder. Not a tease, a teaser. I'm going to make you feel so good, baby. Stretch you out so you feel nothing but pleasure on my knot. I can't wait to stuff you full, to watch my good boy take it. Caden's soft lips parted, letting out a wild, needy sound. His irises were thin circles of color, turning his expression dark and hungry. Axe's cock rioted in his pants when Caden turned that gaze on himself, those hungry eyes staring into his own face, as he said, I deserve happiness, unconditionally. Very good boy, Axe moaned hotly. He locked Caden in place before dropping his upper half back to snag the bottle of lube in the nightstand. He lifted upright, finding Caden exactly as he'd left him, pinned in place and delirious with desire. Now you get your reward. Caden twisted his torso, trying to slip free of the grip Axe had on him, but Axe kept him in place, turning back to the mirror as he brought his lubed fingers between Caden's legs. Watch, Caden. Watch your body prepare to take my cock. There was none of Caden's usual bedroom chatter as he turned his face back to the mirror, helpless to do anything but stare at his reflection, as Axe rubbed a slick circle around his puckered hole. His mouth dropped open and his eyes went hazy, entranced by the sight of Axe's finger pressing in and pulling back. I'm going to get you all ready for my knot, and then I'm going to train your body to take me, to keep a space open so you're always ready for your mate. Axe peppered Caden's shoulder with kisses. He was so much smaller than Axe, it was already going to be a tight fit, and Axe needed to make sure he was loose, or his knot would just hurt him. His eyes flashed silver, thinking about how perfectly Caden would stretch around him. He captured his lips in a sideways kiss, swallowing all the pretty noises Caden made while stuffed with Axe's fingers. As much as he enjoyed the view, Caden was ready, and Axe needed to get his cock inside his mate. He pulled Caden away from the foot of the bed, eliciting a sharp yelp as he rolled them into a position with his intended on top, where Axe could monitor his reactions. He pumped his hand around his dick, using the leftover lube to make it slick before lifting Caden's hips and lowering so just the tip rested inside him. Caden flared his eyes open. His hands lay flat against Axe's chest as he let out a broken moan. I want you so bad. I want your perfect dick. Want you inside me. Axe was all too happy to oblige, controlling the descent and letting Caden take him inch by slow inch. Pre-cum dripped from his swollen cock onto the muscles of Axe's stomach. When Caden's ass pressed into his balls, he forced himself to pause. With the way Caden felt, sounded, and smelled, Axe's command over his primal instincts was tenuous. He needed to be careful. He gripped Caden's dick, stroking him softly as the boy's ass muscles clenched around him. Yes, mate, feel me. Always feel me. Always know that this place... He jerked his hips just once, rocking his cock against Caden's inner walls. This place is mine. The perfect shape for me. Yes, Caden gasped. Yes, mate. Hearing Caden address him as mate tore at the last shred of control Axe had. His shoulders lifted off the mattress, shifting the angle of his cock as he wrapped his arms around Caden and drove his hips upward. Caden's sweat-slick skin slid against Axe, along with his throbbing cock, up and down, trapped between their bodies. Give it to me, please. Caden's mouth barely moved, his soft whispers sounding more like a prayer. I need your knot. Need to feel it in me. Needed it from the first time I saw it. Please, Axe. I need to know. Caden howled as his cock jerked between their bodies, and Axe officially reached the limits of his control. The scent of Caden's cum, his trembling body and soft whispers. It was all too much, and Axe fucked into him like an animal. His brutal thrust would have been painful if Caden hadn't already been fucked so well, his body thrumming with the aftershocks of his orgasm. Axe's dick throbbed, the bass pulsing, a delicious heat spreading from his core as his knot grew. Holy shit! Caden lurched upward with a gasp. I can feel... His eyelashes fluttered as though the new surge of pleasure was too much for him to keep speaking. Axe could only growl while his knot expanded, locking their bodies together before spilling his pleasure inside of his mate. I feel you... everywhere. Caden threw his head back, lips open in a silent scream as another orgasm ripped through him. Axe grabbed Caden's face,
knowing his boy was close to sensation overload. He kissed his lips, spreading a trail down to his chin before moving on to darken the spots already on his neck. His teeth ached to give him the mark that would make him his permanently. But that would send Caden's flooded senses over the edge and into too much. So perfect. Such a good boy. You were made for my knot, baby. Made for this. Axe whispered, finding he could speak if it was to keep his mate calm. Caden shuddered and nestled into him, letting out a contented sigh before closing his eyes. Though it was clear his boy was sound asleep, Axe continued his words of praise all while his knot was locked inside him. Caden's soft breaths tickled across his shoulder, as Axe gently massaged his back and butt, while his knot slowly deflated. Caden might be sore tomorrow, but Axe would be there to help him. And this time, when Caden woke up, Axe would make damn sure that he was there. Chapter 14. Bonafide. But what if all the other kids are mean to me? Caden asked from his perch atop the kitchen counter. Axe closed the fridge door and gave Caden that look. Though at the moment Caden didn't know if it was because Axe thought Caden was being silly, or if he was reacting to Caden sitting on the counter. Axe sauntered toward him, slipping his muscular frame between Caden's legs before clasping his hands together at the small of his back. There won't be other kids. Martha said she's giving you private tutoring for now. He kissed Caden on the nose before hefting him off the counter. And if anyone is mean to you, just tell me, and I'll have them arrested. Caden let out an airy snort as he smirked. Is that against the law now? Being mean to my intended? Definitely yes. Reaching for his coffee, Caden swallowed the last, cold sip. Martha was due any minute to take him to the meeting hall on Might Pack territory, where he'd begin his first official day of learning how to become a healer. But, while Caden would be realizing his birthright, Axe had yet another meeting scheduled. What about you? Anyone coming to your meeting who I should prepare to arrest? Axe's smile flickered, making Caden frown. Is there? He asked again. Axe kissed his nose. No, baby. I can handle the representative coming in from the Landry pack. And you're sure I shouldn't go with you? I know you said they wanted to meet me. I'm not so scared now. If I can handle you, I can handle anything. He dodged to the side, out of the way of the kitchen towel Axe flicked at his butt. I'm sure. You need to go and get learning. My neck is already starting to ache again. Axe gave Caden a grin that made his bones feel hollow, lighter than air letting him float on a cloud of bliss. He'd hated Axe's punishment at first, but after, Caden had felt more confident, centered. His thoughts didn't spiral quite as hard. They didn't zigzag in his head and make it impossible to pay attention to any single thing. And it was all Axe, his patience and care. He'd helped quiet the roar between Caden's ears. I'll give you a massage tonight. It won't be quite as good as the first time. No burst of pure acceptance. But maybe one of my tutors can teach me a trick or two. And I was thinking, or I guess hoping, that it might be okay for us to leave Crescent City for a weekend and go visit my grandpa. Zelda had told him the day before that though he was still unconscious, she was beginning to notice more movement. I didn't think he could have guests while in the middle of his treatments. Caden's heart sank. Yeah, we'd only be able to see him and Zelda through the window like before. He waited, mentally preparing himself for Axe to point out how useless a visit would be, since they couldn't even sit in the same room. I probably should have suggested we visit already. When I get done with my meeting this morning, I'll take a look at the schedule and start the travel paperwork. We probably won't be able to go this weekend.
Axe looked at Caden like he was expecting him to be angry, but he jumped up and down, hooking his arms around Axe's neck.
Really?
Really? He caught Caden by the ass, hands immediately squeezing as though it were his body's reflex. Touch ass. Squeeze.
Now that I know I'm a healer, I want Zelda to give me more information about all of his symptoms. I know she's told me before, but it felt so overwhelming to hear it all. This time, I can use the information to figure out how to heal him.
Caden waited for Axe to remind him he might not be able to do anything, but he just kissed him on the forehead before pressing a second kiss to his lips. I'll have a date for you tonight. Sliding out of Axe's grip, he was excited for the day, but now also excited for it to be over so he could tell Zelda when they were coming.
Thank you, Axe. Thank you, mate,
he added, still a bit shy to use the term. He knew they were technically still just intended mates, but at some point, the word had dropped off. And he liked watching Axe's gaze darken whenever he said it. They didn't have time for whatever that look promised, though, so he walked quickly past him, slapping Axe's ass as he said, "Go get your jacket so you can go and come back." All of a sudden, Caden wasn't standing on his feet anymore. Axe had hefted him against his chest with a deep growl, his eyes flashing silver and fangs sharpening as he stared into Caden's face.
I can't tell if you hated the slap or really liked it,
he said, needing every ounce of breath to get the words out. The second. Axe licked his lips, his face coming closer, when someone knocked on the door. He looked at it, nostrils flaring. Martha, he whispered harshly.
Martha!
Caden crowed and wiggled free, bounding toward the door and toward a brand new hymn. Martha sat in the armchair inside the cozy study room within the meeting hall.
The majority of what a working healer does is preventative care. Keeping the body healthy is the easiest cure, and thankfully, much of that can be done through tinctures, creams, bottled potions, and the like. You'll be learning how to do that first, tackling the basics so that when we move into attempting higher magic, you have a strong foundation.
As far as Caden could tell, the meeting hall was basically the Might Pack's version of Lunar Council headquarters, but not at all as modern, since it was built long before Crescent City existed, and everything had all just been Might territory. It reminded him of the YMCA he'd volunteered at, when he'd been ordered to do community service after getting caught intoxicated and trespassing inside a bathhouse after hours. He hadn't been the only one. It hadn't even been his idea originally, but everyone else had been faster runners, and Caden had been so drunk he'd fallen into the police officer. Thankfully, the meeting hall didn't also smell faintly of urine and jelly beans.
It is important to remember, Caden, that every witch has a limit. At some point, it won't matter how strong your foundation is. We'll reach the extent of your ability and the end of your training. Some witches can only ever heal superficially, while other witches overflow with healing energy, protecting anyone near enough to soak in their power. I don't expect we will discover where your limit is for quite a while.
She stood, picking up a shallow, open-faced wooden box from the wooden table behind her chair, and set it down in Caden's lap. He stared at the smooth gray stones within, varied in sizes and shape, though all were roughly oblong.
Rocks? Healing rocks, she laughed. A precursor to learning hand and touch healing. The more serious illnesses and injuries need more than a cream. They require a healing touch. But even then, there are some things not even the strongest healers can fix. The sad truth is that everyone will die. Witches and werewolves have much longer lifespans than humans, but we aren't immortal. When that time comes, the best thing a healer can do is be there and help ease the person's passing, and obey their wishes regarding what is to be done with their physical body. There are several methods used by different clans, and you'll need to be proficient in each. We all die, but there is no reason we must be alone, scared, or worried when our lives come to an end. That didn't explain what the rocks were for. Were they meant to use them to bash people over the head to ease their suffering? Caden was glad he took a second to think over whether he should really ask that question out loud. Instead, the question remained on his face. Martha sat back down across from him. These rocks are sponges, in a way. You fill them with your intent, and then place or rub them against a person's body. Direct contact with the skin is best. Which brings me to your first homework assignment. I want you to attempt to use them tonight on either yourself or your intended. The stones cannot do harm no matter the intent they soak in, so you don't have to worry about doing it wrong. The worst you will do is nothing, and that still gives us a place to start from. She glanced at her watch and stood. And now, I'm afraid I must leave you. Gloria will be here any minute with your kit. She'll be going over the warnings and precautions, and explain each ingredient. Caden spent his time waiting, holding the magic rocks, and trying to fill them with his intent. It didn't seem to be going well, but the rocks also hadn't exploded yet, so he'd take it as a win. When he heard footsteps outside the study room, he shot to his feet, eager to move to a new task. Maybe one with more immediate gratification. Except it wasn't Gloria's voice he heard, but a male's voice, slightly familiar. If I were him, I'd refuse to meet her. The guy must be some kind of whipped to rush to her beck and... Zane and Sai passed the open doorway, both of the LCEA agents going silent as they saw Caden standing there. Hey! Caden waved and felt stupid immediately after. What are you guys doing here? Weapons inventory, Sai replied smoothly, gesturing to the file folder in Zane's hand. Oh. Caden had never gotten a particularly friendly vibe from Sai, but it hadn't been outright hostile either. More suspicious and standoffish. But at that moment, Sai looked like standing in front of Caden was some hideous chore he wanted to get over as quickly as possible. What are you doing? Zane asked, using a more friendly tone. Which school? He blurted out before thinking. Maybe Axe hadn't wanted them to know? But they were on Axe's team, so maybe he told them already? Which school wasn't what he wanted to talk about anyway. He wanted to ask them who they'd been discussing so he could soothe the tickle of doubt digging into the back of his brain. What are you guys talking about? He hadn't expected a straight answer. The conversation wasn't any of his business. But he also hadn't expected their faces to both go completely blank, devoid of emotion. A packmate, Sai said with that same put-upon tone. Enjoy which school? Caden didn't watch them walk away. He was too busy pacing the study and letting his mind go wild. They could have been talking about anyone. There hadn't been anything in what Zane had said that made it sound like he was talking about Axe, except the fact that they both shut up about it really quick when they saw him. Axe had told him he had a meeting with a Landry pack rep. Caden had no reason to believe any differently. Hi, Caden. I'm sorry I'm late. You'll come to expect that from me, unfortunately. It's my worst trait. Gloria breezed through the doorway, making Caden stop short in his pacing. Are you okay? No. Yes. Maybe? His worry was all conjecture and anxiety. Freaking out would require him to not just jump to a conclusion, but to hurtle over half the world to get to it. I'm fine. Just a little nervous to get started. Her blue eyes softened with understanding. I remember my first days, thinking there was so much to learn, that I'd never have what it took to be able to do more than parlor tricks. But you don't have to worry about that, Caden. I promise. Caden nodded and tried to shove out the thoughts that made his skull tight. He couldn't let a stupid suspicion ruin his first day. She threw her straight black hair over her shoulder, hefting the bag she carried onto the tabletop. It looked most like a camera bag, similar to the doctor's bag Martha had used when she'd brought over the witch aptitude test equipment, except this one was vinyl. I've got some goodies to take your mind off of things, she announced brightly, squeezing open the clips and flipping back the cloth lid. One by one, she lifted the glass jars from the bag, each in its own insulated sleeve. Some were herbs that Caden recognized. Others had names he forgot immediately after hearing. It didn't help that she pulled them out so quickly, almost like she was as excited to tell him about them as Caden would have been if he hadn't let his thoughts get all twisted. This one is very important for you to remember, Gloria said more slowly as she pulled out the last jar. It's called dragon's dust, and it has nothing to do with dragons. It's the only ingredient that you can't grow or forage for. You can only get dragon's dust from an alchemist. Like me, she added with a toothy grin. It is an extremely strong, completely non-fatal sedative that can be used during emergencies to knock a person out in an instant. Most commonly, the powder is infused with liquid and used in spray form. It should be used with caution since it is known to give certain people headaches once the effects wear off. She exhaled and took a step back, surveying all that she'd set out. Caden sent a silent thank you to the universe when he noticed the jars were each neatly labeled. If they hadn't been, he would have really been in trouble. Do you have any questions? He had 1,000 questions. But none of them was formed enough to float above all the others. Instead, he had individual words, all fighting each other like gladiators in an arena. Gloria dropped a warm hand on his shoulder. I hope it isn't rude of me to say you seem out of sorts this morning. Yeah, sorry. You don't need to apologize to me. I understand. I'm avoiding Raquel too. If it hadn't been for earlier, Caden might have let his confusion show, but he already suspected something was not as it seemed with Axe, and now he thought Gloria could tell him what. You are? She made a face like she'd tasted something unpleasant. Oh, yes. My cousin was born a twit and grew up to be an even bigger twit. Chief Landry dodged a bullet when Raquel's father called off the mating between them. Though I know it probably didn't feel that way to him. Not at first, but now. He's been happier since he brought you here. Caden forced himself to smile, forced his legs to stay straight and hold up his weight as Gloria put the kit back together. He forced his lungs to keep breathing as he waved her goodbye. Axe had told him about his childhood, about how he'd lost everything. Until this point, Caden had thought everything meant his parents, not his childhood love. Which, okay, it was normal for a person to have crushes, first loves that never amounted to anything. But was it normal to meet up with that person years later? Maybe it was just a meeting. That didn't explain why Axe had lied. But it wasn't like Lunar Council headquarters was some seedy motel. He pulled out his phone, dialing the headquarters' main number before he could lose his nerve. Lunar Council? The receptionist said. Hi, I need to talk to Chief Landry. He wouldn't say who he was. That way, when this all ended up being in his head, and she told him he was in the building but busy in a meeting, Caden didn't have to, I'm sorry, Chief Landry is out for the morning. He is? Caden's voice shook, likely because his entire body was shaking. The receptionist must have heard the tremble in his voice because she added, If this is an emergency, I can contact patrol or the available LCEA agents on your behalf. No, I really need to speak to the chief. It's important. It's about the abduction. He closed his eyes and winced at his lie. There was a brief pause before the receptionist replied, "If it is a message he needs right now, he's at guest housing. I can have the information relayed to him." Caden's throat tightened. His arms itched as ants crawled through his veins, burrowed too deeply for Caden to scratch out. He didn't know what he said, just that he hung up before letting his phone drop to the table. He picked up his kit. He'd been too preoccupied to appreciate the contents, and still couldn't, as he absently scratched his nails over the vinyl strap. The smartest, sanest thing for Caden to do was to sit down, take deep breaths, and wait for the next instructor to show up. Then, he should finish his day and bring up his worries to Axe in a calm, mature way, just as the rules instructed. But there'd never been a chance of him doing that. Instead, he hauled his kit over his shoulder and rushed out of the meeting hall. All Caden knew of the guest housing was that it was where the visitors stayed, Crescent City's version of a hotel. Why would a boring meeting need to take place in such an isolated setting? He was panting by the time he turned down the street on the north edge of town, where the rows of guest cottages stood each with a front yard, cement path, and small porch. Caden didn't need to even begin searching before he saw them about 6 houses down. Axe's back was to him, but Caden would recognize those broad muscles anywhere. Who he didn't recognize was the woman with long red hair that spilled over her shoulders, standing just inches away from Axe's chest. It's not what it looks like. Caden was so pathetic he was coming up with Axe's excuses for him. Right. This isn't like your intended mate is meeting secretly with the person he'd once been promised to. Wait, it was exactly like that. Caden had offered to go with him. He could have rescheduled with Martha, but Axe had brushed the offer aside. Now Caden knew why. Axe hadn't wanted him there. Having his current intended mate present during a secret rendezvous with his previous one might have thrown a wrench in his plans. Except, it wasn't a secret rendezvous. Axe stood with her in the front yard of the house where anyone could see them. And Gloria had known the woman was coming. Zane and Cy had known. If I were him, I'd refuse to meet her. He must be some kind of whipped to rush to her beck and call. Beck and call. The woman leaned closer, pressing a manicured hand against Axe's forearm, bracing the other against his chest, right over his heart. Caden's own chest hurt in the same place. Push her away. Don't let her touch you. This was the same man who lost his mind anytime Caden smelled of anything but him. But Axe knew Caden didn't have his sense of smell. Axe didn't have a reason to stop the woman from leaning even closer, stretching up to her tiptoes to kiss Axe's cheek. While he just stood there. Caden spun around. He couldn't watch any more without being sick, and he really didn't want the two of them to catch him spying with throw-up all over himself. That would be too pitiful, too sad, too pathetic. Stupid Caden. You're so stupid. But why was he surprised? This was what Caden did, the way his life always unfolded. He fooled himself into believing it was real this time. Not you, his mind whispered. Caden had kept his guard up. Sure, it had wobbled a few times, but he'd consistently reminded himself the exact nature of his relationship with the other man. It had been Axe who'd convinced him, had gone through great lengths to make Caden believe him. Good boy. Caden heard the air rush through his lungs in short gasps that were only made shorter as he pushed his body forward, sprinting without giving much thought to where he was going. All he knew was that he needed a way. "He's over here!" Sai's voice cut through the roar in his head. "Fuck, call the chief. He needs to come deal with this." Sai grabbed Caden's arm. "Hold on, kid." Caden didn't want to listen to him. He couldn't handle Sai's barely veiled abhorrence. He'd been suspicious of Caden from the start. Was that because Sai had known the one Axe really wanted was still out there? He jumped out of the werewolf's reach and plunged his hand into his kit, just as Zane joined Sai's side. He had his phone in his hand, but Caden couldn't be sure if he'd called Axe, or was about to. Caden just knew he couldn't be here when Axe showed up. If the werewolf tried to talk to him now, Caden would burst apart into a million useless pieces. Useless. He pulled a jar free, brandishing it in front of him like a weapon. "Just calm down," Sai rumbled. Caden stumbled back, his feet twisting together as Sai reached for him. He threw the jar, acting more out of instinct to get away than a desire to hurt either of the men. But he had horrible aim anyway, a fact he'd cemented into truth after failing at every sport his father had ever tried to get him to play. The jar landed on the cement between the werewolves and burst on impact, releasing a cloud of fine silver dust. Sai and Zane dropped to the pavement. "Dragon's dust. Oh, fuck!" Caden got as close as he dared. He leaned over, watching for long enough to make sure they were both still breathing. They were, and he didn't think twice after that about what he'd do next. He didn't have to. Running came as naturally to Caden as making a fool of himself. Hours later, as the sun sank behind the trees and the air turned cold, Caden thought that perhaps he'd let his panic take over. There'd been no one around to pull him out of the attack, and Caden certainly hadn't been in a frame of mind to be able to do it himself. So he'd ridden out the wheezing and shaking. He'd needed to keep moving, because if he stopped, there'd be nothing keeping the reality of his life from crashing into him. And he hadn't been able to see that well through the trees with all the sobbing and being lightheaded. All of that added up to a now exhausted, cold, hungry, and very lost Caden. He wasn't completely lost. He knew he was somewhere in the woods above the city, and he knew that since the sun set in the west and he needed to go south, that he needed to walk with the sun on his right side? Or was it his left? With a frustrated cry, he plopped down on a fallen log, immediately soaking his ass in the wet moss. He didn't bother to move. He was already wet, and likely minutes from becoming dinner for a bear. All because Axe couldn't be honest. Now that Caden had hours to think about the situation, he'd realized just how unnecessary it all was. He'd offered Axe an open relationship. They were the only kind Caden had any experience in before. Caden wasn't a jealous guy. If Axe had cut it out with all the mine crap and had been honest about his feelings, Caden would have understood. A sharp pain arched through his chest. He would have. In fact, it would have been a relief. But since Axe had insisted on pretending, Caden got to freeze his ass off. He pulled his limbs closer to his core and laid the side of his head against his knees, trying to conserve any heat remaining in his body. Just make it to morning, Caden. It's stupid to keep wandering in the dark anyway. Survive a single night in the forest. Mowgli was a child, and he survived hundreds of nights in the wilderness. You can do one night, and then tomorrow you'll use the sun or some other fucking thing and find your way back, where you can tell Axe just exactly where he can shove his fake devotion. He choked on a sob.
Stop hitting yourself.
Caden jerked upright and scanned the dense trees, but it was too dark for him to see anything.
"Stop hitting yourself! Stop hitting yourself!"
a rough voice repeated. Caden scrambled off the log and pressed into the trunk of the nearest tree. The low branches hung in front of him, but provided little in the way of concealment. He didn't need to see the thing to know that had been a voice, a human voice, not a bear voice. Because bears can't talk, Caden. It had been a while since Caden had heard that particular tone in his head, the one full of sarcasm and disdain. He hadn't missed it. Caden peered through the needles. Weren't there some animals that could mimic a human's voice? Creatures that knew how to lure a victim out of their circle of safety? Except, Caden was already unsafe. There was no luring necessary. He froze as a figure appeared through the trees, shuffling toward him with a slow, uneven gait. For a split second, Caden thought it really was a bear. But he was still certain bears couldn't talk, and while they could walk on their hind feet, Caden had never seen one move quite so hunched over. It wasn't a bear, or any other kind of horrible creature, but a man with long, dark, bushy hair that covered his head and face. His clothes were loose and dirty, giving the man an altogether unkempt, not entirely sane look that was only reinforced by the way he continued to mutter,
"Stop hitting yourself! Stop hitting yourself!"
What the fuck? There wasn't a thing about the man's presence that Caden would have called soothing, and yet he couldn't continue to be afraid as the old man ambled forward, whispering as he recited the same words again and again. "Are you okay?" Caden asked softly.
"Stop hitting yourself,"
he mumbled in reply as he plunged his hand into his pocket. Caden was afraid to see what the man had grabbed until he opened his palm, revealing a fun-sized Hershey's bar. It didn't look dented or mushed. The paper wasn't torn as it might have been if it had already been opened. And yet, Caden couldn't figure out how this man had gained possession of the candy, nor what he wanted Caden to do with it.
"Food,"
the man said, his words broken into bullet points of meaning.
"Eat. You hungry. Cold. Lost. Not safe. Not smart."
All right, let's just calm down. I agree it wasn't a genius-level move to sprint into the forest, especially since I once got lost between the building entrance and the room where they did the Boy Scout meetings. But I would have looked stupid in those shorts, and besides, we don't have to go around throwing out names. You don't see me calling you Harry. Caden spent the next second wondering if maybe his life would have been easier if he hadn't ever learned to speak.
"Eat,"
the man repeated with a hint of exasperation. The familiar tone had Caden putting out his palm. The man dropped the candy bar into his hand and stepped back. Caden's stomach roared. It didn't care that they were about to eat candy pulled from the pocket of a man who looked like Robin Williams in Jumanji after he'd been brought out of the jungle. "What about you? You don't need food?" He looked at the chocolate and then the man. "Halves?" The man grunted and shook his head. "Let the record show I tried." Caden tore open the wrapper and inspected the small rectangle for all of 1 second. Before tossing it into his mouth, he took his time chewing, savoring the rich flavor in a way he never had before. But, like all good things, it ended. Caden sat back against the trunk. "Thank you. I haven't had anything since breakfast." Incidentally, breakfast was also the last meal Caden had eaten while under the impression that he and Axe were something special. Caden pulled his thoughts away from breakfast and to the man studying him from 3 feet away. What was he doing here? Could he be a human who'd gotten lost? That didn't seem likely, since though he was unkempt, he wasn't exactly frail or weak-looking. "Are you, Caden curled his fingers, making a grrr sound. The man stared. Silly? Caden snorted. Maybe it was safer to start somewhere else. What's your name? Caden got more of the man's silent blinking, his hair so frizzed and matted. He looked at Caden through a bushy tunnel. No. Caden huffed. That isn't a name. Like, my name is Caden. Caden Borealis.
Caden.
No, not two Cadens, just one. Caden Borealis.
Caden Borealis.
Yes, good. Caden reined in his excitement, not wanting the grown man to think he was treating him like a child.
Caden Borealis.
Yes, that's me. I'm Caden Borealis. And you are... Without warning, the man sprang from the log, moving with a speed that didn't match his appearance. Caden screamed as the man growled and shifted into a shaggy wolf. He dropped to 4 feet with his back to Caden, hunched and snarling at something coming toward them. The second wolf burst through the brush like a bullet, slamming into the old man so fast, Caden didn't know how either had bones that weren't now broken. It wasn't much of a fight. The new wolf was both bigger and stronger and had the old man pinned, his jaws going in for the kill, when Caden realized finally who that second wolf was. Axe! Don't hurt him! He was helping me! Axe didn't seem to hear him. His claws dug into the old man, making him yelp. Caden saw red, grabbing Axe's tail and pulling as hard as he could. Stop it! At some point, Caden had started to sob. His throat, already sore from all the crying earlier, burned like he was swallowing boiling water. Axe's human arms wrapped around him, but that was the only human thing about the man. His naked body shaking, a growl vibrating from every inch of him, more wild-sounding than the old man had been.
Caden,
he grunted, his shoulders heaving as he sucked in deep breaths. He wasn't out of breath, Caden realized. He was sniffing him, drawing in Caden's scent until Axe's lungs had to be bursting. You hurt him! Caden cried. He was my friend! He helped me! Caden climbed as far as he could up Axe's body and peered over his shoulder. The old man was gone. He should have been relieved, but instead, he was just sad. Whoever that man was, he could have easily hurt Caden. Instead, he'd given him chocolate. The branches rustled as 3 more bodies broke through.
Lone wolf,
Axe snarled.
Follow the trail. Find him.
The 3 agents stared, slightly stunned-looking, though Caden didn't know if it was from the way Axe was acting or the sight of them, Caden sobbing and pinned to Axe's naked chest. It was a little bit of a relief to see Zane and Sai upright, though. Not enough to say anything about it. He didn't get a chance to anyway. Axe took off in the direction they'd all come, with Caden locked in his arms. Branches snapped in their wake as Axe didn't so much run through the forest as he did carve his own path, all the while growling like a wild animal. Hearing him only made Caden cry harder. This wasn't the reaction of a terrified mate who'd feared for Caden's safety. This was Axe dealing with the prospect of losing something he'd already bought and paid half for. The jostling and bouncing only made it harder for Caden to catch his breath, choking on his sobs as he gasped for air. Axe stopped running and repositioned Caden so he was pressed flat at his chest, where he could push his face against Caden's neck, scenting him in the way that had once brought him calm. But now, the action filled his body with cold, dead slugs. He pictured all the parts of Axe's body he'd watched that woman touch, and then imagined all the parts he hadn't been around to see. Caden used every ounce of strength he had left to push from Axe's chest. He still probably only got free because Axe hadn't been expecting it. Caden fell back, landing hard against a tree as Axe glared at him.
"Get off me!"
Caden growled out, despite the fact he was already out of Axe's arms. He didn't want the werewolf to try to hold him again. He couldn't stand it. Fuck. Why was he acting like this? It shouldn't matter so much that Axe had been with another woman. Caden had done the same in his previous relationships. So had his partners. But this was different because Axe had made him believe they were something else. He'd taken Caden from the sea and taught him how to breathe in fresh water. And now, Caden couldn't remember how to breathe again through all this salt. Axe dropped to his haunches. Caden didn't even remember sinking to the ground. He needed to get a hold of himself. He couldn't let this break him. He was stronger than this, had faced worse. But his heart had never hurt this much. Caden. Axe reached forward, hand curved, ready to cup his face. Caden slapped it away.
"Don't touch me, Axe!"
He swallowed the sob that wanted to tear up his throat. Swallowed the one that came after that, too, and the one after that. He kept swallowing, squeezing all his misery into a tight ball until every horrible feeling was small enough to fit in a vault that he only had to worry about when he was too weak to remind himself he didn't care. Caden worked his way to his feet, arms and legs shaking but sturdy. Oh, right. This was how he did it. How he pretended not to hurt. "I don't want you touching me again unless we're in public and it is required." He was proud of how steady his voice was, even if it was weak and raspy from all the crying. "I don't want you to scent mark me unless it is absolutely necessary. I need your money. That's why I'm still here. But I'm done with everything else." Chapter 15. Reparation. The forest fell away, his senses zooming in on the only danger that mattered. All Axe could see was Caden holding his body stiff and out of arm's reach. All he could smell was Caden's salty tears. All he could hear was his heart pounding at a rate that didn't match the empty expression. Caden had never looked at Axe that way. Not even when Caden had hid in the closet, certain Axe would hurt him once he found out the truth. This wasn't fear or worry. It was remote, emotionless. Like every sharp, sexy, amazing part of Caden had been dulled, leaving a man that just looked like him. After Axe had sent Raquel on her way, he'd gotten the message his agents had been found unconscious in the street, and had assumed it had something to do with the missing scientist. Then, Martha had called, asking where Caden went, and informing Axe she just found out he'd missed the rest of his classes. Axe had cracked, lost every semblance of control. He'd feared the worst, had imagined a million terrible situations. And when he'd finally caught Caden's scent, miles away from where the others had guessed he might be, he'd shifted without thought. He'd heard Caden scream and attacked. "Caden, you don't understand. That was a lone wolf. A werewolf that once belonged to the Might Pack until he pulled away. There was no telling what he might have done to you. He gave me food when I was hungry. He helped me not feel so afraid. He helped me not think of you for 3 fucking seconds." Sai had told him Caden had been in the middle of a panic attack when they'd caught up to him, and Zane had confessed to what Caden might have heard while his agents whispered behind his back. "I know what you think you saw." Caden stomped forward, a fact that may have made Axe happy, if he hadn't then jabbed his finger against Axe's sternum. "I know what I fucking saw. I saw her touch you. I saw her kiss you. And I saw you doing nothing to stop her. We don't have to do this, Axe. Go back. Enjoy the rest of your evening with Raquel. I really don't care." Axe flinched, hating that name in Caden's mouth. She and her family had pounded the last nail in his coffin, ensuring everyone, witch and werewolf alike, would give him a wide berth for the rest of his life.
You didn't expect me to know who the Landry Pack representative was, did you?
Caden sneered.
I know the whole story. How you two were once going to be mates. She was your first intended until you lost everything.
Axe had known this would happen, that his past would return whenever he had happiness to take. He hadn't told Caden about who he was meeting with that morning in an attempt to prolong the inevitable, and it had blown up in his face. She's married to my cousin, Alpha Landry. She's my Alpha's mate. I don't have any feelings for her. I met with her under his request. Whenever she comes down, it is to gather information for my cousin. That's why we met at guest housing, to limit her opportunity to snoop. When you saw us, we were in the yard. I know because that's where we were the entire time. I've been forced to deal with Raquel my whole life, like a fly that I can't swat away. Her touch means nothing to me. She means nothing to me. That's why I didn't think about the moment enough to react in any way. But it didn't matter that the woman had become nothing more than a pest to him. Axe understood now how he'd fucked up. He wasn't fooled by the fake smile stretching across Caden's face, nor by the regal, haughty tilt of his chin. This might be your first time trying to talk your way out of getting caught, but it isn't my first time being lied to by someone I'm sleeping with. I'll tell you what I told them. You don't need to lie. You don't need to sneak around. We can both do whatever the fuck we want. If you thought you had to pretend to have deeper feelings than you do so that I'll stay, you don't. I signed the contract. You can stop trying so hard. His voice didn't shake. He sounded completely unmoved by the subject, and Axe might have believed he'd already lost Caden forever, if it wasn't for the way his bottom lip trembled before he could turn away. Which way is the city? I'm cold, tired, and done talking about this. He wanted to get Caden back at home with every fiber of his body, but he refused to let this conversation be over. I can carry you. No, just tell me which way to go. It's 7 miles that way. Axe pointed through the thick brush. Caden looked the way Axe pointed and at the dark forest ahead. Fine, you can carry me. But because I don't want to break my neck on a branch or wait to wash this day off me for any longer than I have to. Axe blocked out the sound of Caden showering. The moment they'd gotten home, Caden had done exactly as Axe had suspected, going straight to his room and shutting the door. He hadn't even slammed it. Axe wished he would have. He'd put too much stock in a single lip tremble, and every outward expression from Caden since then had been as detached as the last. Axe wouldn't let this be the end of what they had. He'd fix this. His wolf wanted to fix it by barging in Caden's room and demanding he listen. But, since Axe had no intention of doing that, he distracted himself from the sounds of Caden's shower by making Caden something to eat and calling Sai. We lost the trail, Sai said by way of a greeting. 2 miles down, it vanished, disappeared. I don't have any fucking clue where the lone wolf went. Axe wasn't surprised. The lone wolf had had more than 40 years to learn the forest. Fine. Come back in. Get some sleep. How's Caden? Sai asked. Was he hurt? Is he... Fuck. The way he smelled earlier. He was inconsolable. We shouldn't have approached him like we did. But I had a hunch. After we dropped off the report at headquarters, we headed back to the meeting hall, but caught his scent halfway there. Axe couldn't recall a time he'd heard Sai sound quite so apologetic. If it wasn't for your hunch, it would have taken me longer to find Caden. Though, I would prefer that my agents hadn't been talking about me at all. Yeah, I know. You're right. At least not where someone could overhear. I apologize. We'd finished inventory when the director found us. He mentioned your meeting, and 2 minutes later, we walked by Caden. It was shitty timing. No, Axe thought. It was exactly what Director Might had wanted. He would have found out Caden was in the meeting hall from Martha. There was no valid reason for the director to discuss Axe's meeting with his agents, except because he'd known they would have shit to say. The director had been hoping Caden to find out. But Axe couldn't summon the fury the director deserved. He should have told Caden the truth. He would, no matter how Caden looked at him after. Even pity would be an improvement on the blank wall Caden had become. Tomorrow we'll map the area, add the sighting to the others. If we can't chase the lone wolf down, maybe we can find where he sleeps. As wild as he's become, he has to have a den somewhere. He isn't dangerous, Caden said, more like declared from the kitchen doorway. His hair was still damp and smelled strongly of his shampoo. That was all Caden smelled of, soap and lotion. His arms and face were pink, like he'd scrubbed to get every hint of Axe off him. Good luck, Sai grunted before hanging up. Axe set the phone down and lifted the plate, keeping his movement slow. I made you something to eat. Caden didn't look at the salad and pita bread triangles. You hurt him. We need to make sure his injuries aren't serious. Setting the plate down, Axe kept his voice even. If my team can find him, and he requires a healer, he will be provided one. You won't be going anywhere near a lone wolf. Caden fumed and stepped past him, ripping open the refrigerator door. He closed it, holding a jar of pickles. That isn't a proper meal, Caden. You've been through a lot today. You need good food. What I need is for you to butt out of my life. The contract doesn't say you get to choose what I eat. The rules don't either. So, kindly, fuck off. Axe didn't follow Caden as he stormed out of the kitchen. He needed the moment to calm down. Caden wasn't challenging him. He was hurting. Asserting his dominance in a time like this would be nothing but making the situation worse. This wasn't about the food anyway. I'm glad the lone wolf didn't hurt you, Caden. But that doesn't mean he isn't a danger. He sat down across the table from Caden, clutching the unopened pickle jar between his hands like it was a mug of something warm. Axe made no mention of the plate he set out on the middle of the table as he continued. Werewolves are not solitary creatures. We don't live in packs because it's easier or safer, but because we have to. Caden wasn't looking at Axe. His gaze was fixed on the lid of the pickle jar, but Axe had observed Caden enough to know he was listening. That was good enough. An isolated wolf, one without a community, or one that is shunned, Axe grimaced, by his pack mates, will begin to retreat to their wild side. The longer a werewolf is left alone, the less of the man that exists inside him, until one day there is nothing left. And all that time, while they are losing themselves, they become unpredictable, reacting not like a man, but the way a rabid animal would. I pity the lone wolf you met today. I can only imagine how horrific losing yourself would be. It is a future I was willing to pay $500K to avoid. Caden looked up then, eyes rounded with surprise before narrowing. Why would that happen to you just because you lost your job? Nothing but the prospect of losing Caden could have made Axe tell him what had happened. He'd never told the story, had never needed to. The whispers of all that had occurred followed Axe like wildfire. It wasn't until Crescent City that the whispers quieted. The people still talked about him, but his reputation as chief rose above the gossip. I was born the next alpha of the Landry pack. As the eldest, my father became alpha after his father, and as an only child, I was supposed to be given the title next. For the first 9 years of my life, that was how I lived, preparing to one day take control. I never had a choice about who I would take as a mate. Our union would strengthen both the Fawn clan and Landry pack. All of this was decided before I was able to talk. Caden's grip on the pickle jar tightened. What happened? He didn't answer right away, counting on Caden's curiosity to make him look up. When he did, Axe tapped the plate a half-inch closer. Caden scowled. My uncle killed my father and took control of the pack. When it was time for him to pass the role on, he gave it to his eldest, my cousin Ferris. What? Caden leaned forward, shoving the pickle jar out of his hands. No one tried to stop him? Pack alphas are regularly challenged, but that wasn't exactly what happened. My uncle was still a Landry. The pack would remain relatively the same, just with a different brother in charge, and the people were relieved. After my mother died, my father grew hostile. His behavior changed. The fair, strict man turned explosive, prone to fits of rage that were sometimes violent. Caden's hand slid over the table before stopping, his fingers curling against the wood. Did he ever hurt you? No. I was spared from my father's violence, but many in our pack weren't. When my uncle killed him, people believed it to be a mercy killing. They believed he'd had no other option. Who would choose to kill their own brother? Have they not seen, any television shows? Caden scoffed. Axe hadn't believed he'd ever be able to smile telling this story, but his lips twitched at Caden's outrage. He pushed the salad closer to Caden. Doing so ran the risk of ruining the moment, but Caden needed to eat something with nutritional value. He sighed heavily, but picked up the fork. Axe continued, showing none of the satisfaction he felt at Caden eating the food he'd prepared. I believe they were scared. The entire pack was in mourning. Despite being a normal human, my mother was a beloved member of the pack. She rose above the prejudice with grace. She died giving birth, along with my siblings. Twins, a boy and a girl. The healers did all they could, but it wasn't enough to save her. She left a hole in the Landry pack, but none so wide as the one in my father's heart. He was grieving, a widower in mourning. That doesn't excuse his behavior, but it means he needed therapy, not murdered. He stabbed a cherry tomato and ripped it from his fork. Raw terror made his wolf howl. You can never call it that outside of this house. Rule 11, non-negotiable. To the pack, to my uncle and cousin, it was a mercy killing. Tell me you understand. His forehead wrinkled, clearly unhappy by the additional rule, but he nodded. I understand. No telling the truth. Got it. But I don't believe it. This is some Game of Thrones bullshit. Your uncle never tried to hurt you? That's what they would do in that show. Wipe out the entire line. He tried. Axe admitted. He claimed to be worried that I would turn out the same. That I was little more than a ticking time bomb. My age saved me. I was just a kid, and the pack decided to wait instead, and watch. If the time came when it looked like I was following in my father's footsteps, then they could at least say they gave me a chance. That is why control is so important to me. And it is why my pack all but ostracized me after. I was permitted to live in my family home, and for a few years there were people who checked in on me. But no one wanted to associate with the son of a violent, disgraced alpha. Almost immediately after, the Fawns transferred my mating agreement with Raquel to my cousin, the new future alpha. Just like that? Raquel never got a choice? Axe watched Caden pick at his salad, his lips puckered as though irritated that he cared about the woman. But Axe wasn't surprised. Caden was kind even when he didn't want to be. The mating ceremony wasn't until both had finished their schooling. I've learned since how fond Raquel is of power. I don't believe she ever wanted to contest the arrangement. There was never anything emotional between us. I'd never been in a room alone with the witch until after she was mated to my cousin and I was sent here. My cousin hoped I would fail as chief, that the pressure of the position would make me slip up and finally give him cause to finish what his father had started. Axe didn't add how his cousin was afraid of him, that he knew the only way he'd be able to kill Axe was with the full support of the pack behind him. He exhaled. He didn't feel lighter or any other bullshit like that after telling Caden about the skeletons in his closet. But he'd felt like a coward hiding his past. It was up to Caden now to decide if knowing Axe's history would change the way he thought about him. He continued to eat slowly, eyes bright but withdrawn, like he was going over everything he'd just learned. When he finished, swallowing the last of the pita bread, he stood, carrying his plate into the kitchen. Axe listened to the water running as Caden rinsed the plate and put it in the dishwasher. When he returned, he stopped in the archway. His face wasn't empty as it had been, but it was wary. "You shouldn't have lied to me. I felt like a fool, like everyone but me knew about you meeting with her." The tightness in Axe's chest released. Caden had been willing to listen, and now he was willing to talk about it. That was all Axe needed from him, the chance to explain. There'd never been a chance of Axe being able to go back to how things had been. He couldn't ignore everything that had happened between them any more than he could go back in time and tell Caden the truth. "When I realized you didn't know my history, I thought I had a chance to live without that baggage. I never wanted you to know about my past, and it was selfish." "I get it, but you can't do something like this again. No hiding anything from me." If he'd been in his wolf form, Axe's tail would have started to wag. "I've learned my lesson, Caden." He looked at him for another long moment before finally lifting his hand for Axe to take. "Then let's go to bed. But no funny business. You broke the most important rule, Axe." Axe barely kept himself from launching over the table to get to Caden's hand. Now that the Caden he knew had reappeared behind those eyes, Axe could worry about the next thing, slathering Caden with his scent again. "Would you say that I've been naughty?" he asked, rubbing his cheek against Caden's hair as they traveled down the hallway. Caden snorted and looked away, but not before Axe saw his smile. "Yes, and your punishment is to cuddle all night. And in the morning, I want chocolate chip pancakes, with extra chips, and without any of your judgmental, chocolate isn't a breakfast food looks." "Yes, sir." It took Axe the next 3 days for him and his wolf to fully calm down after coming so close to losing Caden. Even if Caden hadn't planned on leaving physically, losing him emotionally was just as unacceptable. The first day after, Martha and Gloria had come by with Caden's kit, complete with a replacement jar of dragon's dust, and his healing rocks, just as Axe was leaving for headquarters. When he'd returned that evening, the three of them were still together, laughing at Martha's story of how she met the director. They'd returned the following 2 days, having decided to continue the beginning of Caden's training at home. Axe had no part in the decision-making,
But he was pleased, and he tried not to let it show how relieved he was when Caden asked him to find accommodation within Lunar Council headquarters for his classes moving forward. However, he was less pleased at how nervous his intended was that third day as he stood in front of Axe's team in their shared office. Sai, Zane, and Huxley sat behind their desks watching Caden blush as he apologized. Axe stood behind his mate, arms crossed and giving the others a look that said they'd accept Caden's apology or else. "It was wrong of me to use any part of my healing kit to hurt you, even if I just planned on throwing the jar at you," he added hastily.
"Don't worry about it." Zane waved his apology away. "You didn't actually hurt us."
"Weren't you both passed out for so long a flock of birds crapped all over you?" Huxley's lips twitched as he spoke. He'd been concerned for Caden and relieved he hadn't gotten hurt, but he also hadn't been able to hide his glee at what had happened to the other two agents. Caden didn't find any of it funny, ducking his head between his hunched shoulders as Huxley snickered. Axe cleared his throat and glared. "I mean, it's nothing, really, Caden. We're werewolves. LCEA agents. We're tough." Caden looked over his shoulder to Axe, signaling for him to hand him the first of the 3 baskets. "No matter. I abused my power the moment I was given it. Spider-Man wouldn't be proud, and neither would his uncle." He handed them each a basket and returned to his position, clasping his hands in front of him. "I made you each a care package using the techniques I've learned since. Nothing too fancy. There's an immunity booster, the powder packs, for when you think you might be coming down with something. It's basically zinc on steroids. But no actual steroids," he added quickly. "Just the magic kind. There are a couple bottles of vitality serum. They're the thin ones with the black tops. Drink one of those whenever you need an extra pep in your step. They're completely natural and healer approved, so you don't have to worry about crashing hard once it wears off." Zane pulled a thin bottle from his basket, holding it in front of his face before winking. "Who cares about the fall if the high is good?" Axe growled, but the sound was drowned out by Caden's nervous laughter. "You'd care about the fall if it meant waking up in British Columbia, in a bed made of dried leaves, the big spoon to a biker and small spoon to a man dressed in a full Mountie uniform." Caden whipped his face around to Axe as though remembering he was there. "At least, that's what I hear." The 3 agents laughed. Axe failed to see the humor in the situation. He did realize, however, that this was the first time he'd ever seen Sai, Huxley, and Zane laughing together, and not at the expense of one of them. "This is really nice, Caden," Huxley said. He pulled out a squat brown bottle with some kind of thick, murky fluid inside. "What's this one? I don't recognize it." "That one is supposed to help you focus." "I could use a little focus right now." Huxley popped off the top and upended the contents into his mouth. He froze before he could swallow with a look Axe could only describe as polite horror. His neck bobbed as he forced the liquid down, grimacing as he said, "Really good. I already feel things getting clearer." He circled around his desk, beelining for the door as he spoke. "Anyone want something from the break room? Water? Coffee? I'll be right back." Caden watched Huxley rush from the room like he was a cell phone he'd accidentally dropped from a high bridge. "I knew I should have added sugar. It smelled like 3-day-old chai." Sai and Zane eyed their baskets with new apprehension. "It's okay," Caden cried out, noticing their expressions. "You don't have to drink it. I should have asked for Martha's help, but I wanted to try to do it on my own. I'll take them back and try again." Zane wrapped his arms protectively around his basket. "No way! You can't have mine. I'm giving it to my dad. Maybe I can bribe the maid to record him when he drinks the first bottle." Sai didn't hug his basket, but he did lift it, settling it behind his desk and out of Caden's reach,
grunting. Medicine isn't supposed to taste good. Axe reached for Caden, fully prepared to whisk him out of the room. But when he pulled Caden closer, he sank into Axe with a relaxed, airy snort. I suppose I could still make a living with gag gifts. The perfect thing for that friend you don't actually like. Zane's eyes twinkled. Now there's an idea. Can I get one by the weekend? What's this weekend? Caden asked. Arranged date number 5,037,000,037. Huxley returned then, a little less green in the face. Seriously, Caden, I've never felt so alert. It's okay. Caden leaned into Axe's chest. I'm still practicing. I probably shouldn't have used you as my guinea pigs. Martha is going to teach me healing massage next, so if any of you have a sore spot, come to me. I do have this crick in my neck, Sai said, smirking at Axe. Zane stood. And I think I pulled my groin, right? Axe snarled, lifted Caden, and charged out of the room, slamming the door shut before Zane could finish. Chapter 16. Discovery. We're cleared for next weekend. Is that all right on your end? Caden hit send before Balamus Guild, the witch Martha had found to tutor Caden on the history of witches, turned from the screen and the projected image. A painting of a field of dismembered limbs, titled, A Witch's Sacrifice. Balamus didn't seem like a bad guy. He was taller and thinner than Caden, and moved around the front of the room like a blade of grass. He didn't mind explaining things more than once, but he really liked talking about the horrors of witch life before the sacred pact. Caden could only listen to so much before it stressed him out too much to pay attention. A witch's lifespan was shorter before the sacred pact. Many succumbed to the fading death. The stronger the witch, the more they used their powers, the faster they drained their body. Some powerful witches extended their lives by stealing the life force from other living things. That sounded like a horror movie. In fact, Caden thought he'd seen that horror movie. Early witch life was a careful balance between using their abilities and losing themselves. Not even learning about the part where the witches had joined with the werewolves to form the sacred pact after centuries of bloody war, successfully tethering a witch's power to the earth and moon, had been all that uplifting. Some clans wanted instead to enslave the werewolves and use their innate connection with the moon by force, but they were overruled. History was full of assholes, even among ancient witches. So Caden's mind had wandered to thoughts of the upcoming visit to his grandpa that Axe had scheduled. That had reminded him he hadn't told Zelda they'd finalized a date yet. And then he hadn't been able to wait a single second longer before telling her. Which had brought him to this moment, his phone clenched between his thighs beneath the table, as Balamus peered at him over his square glasses. Caden, can you tell me which event this painting depicts? He could if he'd been listening. Or maybe he could anyway. The Last War, named because it was the final battle before the witches and werewolves joined forces. That's correct. Balamus turned back to the screen, pressing a button on his laptop that made the projector go dark. In the past, just being called on would have made his mind go blank, especially if he'd been goofing off beforehand. Maybe he was paying more attention than he thought. Or maybe you're different with Axe in your life. That part was true. That's enough for today, I think. Next week, we'll go over the consequences of using magic in the pre-sacred pact times, and the savage toll it took on the witch's body and mind. That sounded great. Can't wait. Caden wouldn't be rude.
Balamus was offering his time to help Caden. He assumed it was to get on Martha's good side, since Caden had learned just how influential the witch was within Crescent City. But Balamus still didn't have to spend his Wednesday evening with Caden in a classroom. He waited until he was alone in the hallway inside Lunar Council headquarters to look at his phone again. "Can't wait. It will be good to see you." Caden sent back a stream of emojis before popping into the bathroom. He wasn't in a hurry to get home, since Axe wouldn't be there for at least a few more hours. He was off doing important LCEA work, and Caden was pretending he wasn't so clingy that going a whole day and half an evening without him was making him break out in sweats. At least they weren't completely cut off from each other. Axe could still text, and did that moment, asking Caden how his class went. It had ended early and less than 2 minutes ago. Did the man have a camera feed of the building on his phone? Probably. He didn't mind Axe watching over him. In fact, it soothed him to know he had someone in his life who would do anything to protect him. But that didn't mean he couldn't tease his nosy intended mate. Caden smirked at the idea that popped in his head. He went into a stall and locked the door, unzipping his pants and pulling just his dick free. It took less than a second to stroke himself hard, and a few more seconds than that to take a shot he liked enough to send. He typed out a message. "Class was fine, but I missed you the whole time," and then pressed send as he exited the bathroom. His phone dinged before he reached the headquarters exit. "Where did you take that picture?" Caden had made sure only his body was present. He smirked and typed back. "Why? You don't like it? I took so many. Balamus said it was my best angle." His phone started to ring. "You're joking," Axe said with a gravelly rasp. "Are you asking if I am or telling me I am?" "Both." Caden giggled. He liked it when Axe got all riled up. It almost certainly meant intense, animalistic sex was in his future. "I'm joking. I only asked the receptionist." "Caden?" Okay. Caden wheezed, laughing too hard to take a full breath. "I didn't show anyone my velvet snake. Just you." Axe still growled, but they sounded less dark and dangerous, and more dark and promising. "It's getting late. Are you on your way home?" "Mm-hmm. I was going to stop by Market Street and pick up a few things for dinner first." Caden could feel Axe's disapproving scowl from the other side of the city. "I can take a break and walk you home before I finish up here. I've donated enough of my evening to assuaging Captain Mistus's complaints about patrol." As tempting as that was, Caden was willing to wait if it meant getting to keep Axe for longer. "No, finish the evaluation. Then you can come back for the night. I'll wait up." After several rounds of goodbyes, they hung up and Caden turned left toward Market Street where the wolves of Crescent City went for groceries, and basically anything else they might want. The street was a mixture of open-air stalls and brick-and-mortar stores, offering everything from fresh fish to the latest iMac. The route there took Caden by the Solar Territory entrance. He'd yet to explore the Solar or Celestial Wolves territory, but he'd walked by the gates plenty enough. But this was the first time he'd walked by while Axe's junior agents, Zane and Huxley, argued in hushed whispers with the Solar Guard on duty. "You can't deny me entrance. I'm an LCEA agent. Solar Territory is within Lunar Council jurisdiction," Zane hissed out, reminding Caden of a haughty prince being told no for the first time. "Are you on Lunar Council business? I received no word from the captain." The guard looked at the two agents like they were gum stuck to the bottom of his shoe. This has nothing to do with the council, Huxley added quickly. We're here for a night out. Of fun. Caden sucked in his snort. Huxley didn't sound like they were preparing for a night of fun. Not unless it was the mandatory kind you pretended to have at a charity event you attended to appease the dean of your college, so he wouldn't boot you out for fooling around with your professor and his assistant, making the two fight over you in class on a random Monday afternoon. Not that Caden knew what any of that felt like. He was curious now, though, enough to inch closer. Look, I know you're just punishing me because of Hilsey, Zane drawled. The guard bristled. Don't say my fucking sister's name. That explained it. Zane sighed. I'm not here for your sister. We just want to go to Stellar, have a few drinks, dance a little. That must have been the club Axe had mentioned weeks ago. You expect me to believe that? I finally get her to go on a date with my buddy, and you just happen to come sniffing by? You're mad she moved on. Caden thought the guard was wrong on that, only because Zane didn't strike him as the maliciously promiscuous type. He didn't tend to a harem, feeding each just enough to keep them waiting, like some guys Caden had met. Then why can't I go in? Huxley asked. I've never even met your sister. You're with him, the guard said, jerking his head to a scowling Zane. So no, you can't. If you aren't here on official business, then it is within my right as a solar guard to deny access to any person or persons I see fit. Caden didn't know why Zane and Huxley wanted inside solar territory, but he was certain it had nothing to do with the guard's sister, or having a night of fun. That made the situation a mystery too intriguing to pass up. Besides, Caden had few natural skills, or had believed that until he learned he was a witch, but talking his way into places was one of them. The solar guard looked up as Caden jogged closer. You two left without me. I told you to hold up. He gave both agents an annoyed look before beaming at the solar guard. Thanks for making them wait. He strolled forward, stopping as the solar guard sidestepped in front of him. If you're with these two, your access is denied. He lifted his chin, waiting for Caden to argue. Instead, Caden blinked, the picture of confusion. Why? Because he's an asshole, Zane muttered. Because Zane fooled around with his sister, Huxley offered helpfully. Caden was silent, pretending he was taking this information in brand new before turning his attention back to the guard. And you're the protective big brother? She's lucky to have you. The guard hadn't been expecting a compliment. His copper-colored eyebrows rose before he lifted his chin importantly. But I was looking forward to this night. You're sure we can't get in if we promise to go straight to the club? Caden stuck out his bottom lip in a small pout. Your sister won't be there anyway. She only works Wednesdays. Zane added like he thought knowing that would help their cause in any way. The guard narrowed his eyes, but Caden stepped between them. I think it is noble what you do for your sister. I'm an only child, and I wish I'd had an older sibling like you to look out for me. I did a lot of stupid stuff. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe having an older brother wouldn't have helped, because do you know the fastest way to get me to want to do something, even when I know it is bad for me? The guard grunted. Tell me I can't. I wonder what will happen when your sister finds out you kept Zane from even stepping foot in solar territory, that you ordered him away. I hope it doesn't change how she thinks of Zane, transform him from a bad memory to something forbidden. Caden frowned as though truly worried. That bad boy bullshit is probably what she fell for in the first place. Not that I understand the allure. Hey, Zane murmured, earning an elbow in the ribs from Huxley. Caden didn't respond or say anything more. He waited, watching the guard think over all he'd said, until... Not if I let him in. Show her I'm not worried, since we both know he's nothing more than a spoiled Andino lap. Caden glared over his shoulder at Zane, letting out a menacing growl. Huxley shoved Zane behind him, meeting Caden's gaze for a split second. At least one of them understood the magic Caden was casting here. He turned back to the guard and tapped his finger against his chin, looking up at the sky as though thinking the idea over. That's honestly an insane idea, but it might work?
Better than turning Zane into her star-crossed lover.
The guard pressed a button that caused the metal gate to rumble to the side. Please enjoy your time in solar territory, the guard said as though he did 1,000 times a day. The three of them walked through, making it only a few feet into solar territory before the guard called out, "And if you touch my sister, Andino, I'll skin you alive." Huxley froze. That is a direct threat on an LCEA agent. Zane smirked as he helped Caden tug Huxley forward. Careful, Huxley, or I'll start running to you every time someone's mean to me. They turned the corner of the short entrance street tucked between two buildings and walked into a playland. That was what it looked like to Caden anyway. Bright lights flashing every color of the rainbow glowed at him out of the windows of the businesses that lined the street. Crescent City proper had reminded Caden of an idyllic mountain town, the kind a tired and harried CEO might be forced to go to, and then find love in the arms of the neighborhood lumberjack. But this, it was Little Vegas. It wasn't just the buildings that glittered, but the people, all decked out in jewels and precious metals. The solar wolves he'd met before that point had been wearing a fraction of the jewelry he saw on the people around them, almost like they were ordered to tone it down outside of their territory. You were amazing back there, Caden, Zane said without a hint of sarcasm. You were, Huxley added, having calmed down from the threat against his fellow agent. Where did you learn to do that? There are times in my life where I manage to not blurt out the worst thing at the worst moment. Thank goodness, too. If not, I'd still be in a jail cell in Mexico, wasting away. He caught the expressions of the other two and smacked his lips closed. Maybe we could not mention that to Axe. Speaking of his intended, I should tell him where I am. But if he did, then Axe would stop what he was doing and rush over to bring Caden home. Caden had no problem going home, but he didn't want Axe to do anything that would cause him to work later into the night than he already had. Or maybe I can sneak back out? Why did you guys want in anyway? And don't tell me for fun. Huxley looked over each of his shoulders as Zane rolled his eyes. You're making yourself look more suspicious. To Caden, he said, This missing scientist thing has gone way too long without any leads. The Solar Guard either doesn't want to solve the case or aren't smart enough to. So we both thought we'd start investigating on the down low.
Figure out what type of person Dr. Tristania Brandt was, and why she specifically was targeted.
Chief believes the attack was related to the portal, and maybe it was. But Brandt wasn't the only scientist with access to the lab. Why go at that exact time? Maybe she's a weak fighter? Maybe, Huxley conceded, joining their huddle. We've already found out she was a regular at Stellar, every Wednesday night. We're thinking this is the best night to find people who'd interacted with her outside of a work environment. When Caden pictured a scientist, he didn't think of a person who partied every week, but maybe that was him being prejudiced and close-minded? We don't plan to be there long. A few drinks, a few conversations. Anything more would raise suspicion. We can walk you home after, Zane said. That way your big, protective Papa Bear doesn't get mad at you for returning home alone all the way from solar territory. Wolf, Caden corrected. Not a bear. And he'd be mad at you too. Zane swept his arm around Caden's shoulders, stopping just short of touching him. All the more reason for you to wait for us. Besides, I might need more of your magic to help get into the club. I had a thing a while back with one of the bouncers, and I'm not sure if he works tonight. Caden gawked at him. You are, and I mean this fondly, a whore. Zane winked. They didn't end up needing Caden's help getting into Stellar, not because the bouncer was absent, but because he'd clearly concocted a plan to make Zane jealous by flirting shamelessly with Huxley, who got flustered and turned him down while mumbling something about telling Ezra. Are you two? Caden asked as they went through coat check. Huxley glowered. Ezra's my best friend. And that didn't really answer Caden's question. Stepping inside the club felt like running into an ex-boyfriend on the street. Familiar, but not entirely pleasant. The music was too loud. The people were all packed too close together. He didn't know how either agent planned on hearing anyone, even if they did have something to say about the missing scientist. The three of them jostled their way through, stopping at the edge of the vibrant dance floor where the tables and booths formed a perimeter around the dancers. Zane had been right. Axe would be more upset with him if he decided to walk home from Stellar alone than if he stayed to wait for an escort. But either way, he couldn't avoid telling Axe where he was. He'd tell him that Huxley and Zane were going to walk him home, and then let Axe decide what to do next with that information. He pulled out his phone, tapping out a message to Axe when someone bumped into his elbow, causing Caden to jerk forward and lose his grip. He watched it go momentarily airborne before colliding with the cheek of a guy walking by. The guy fell, dropping the glasses he'd been carrying directly over Caden's phone where it had clattered to the floor. Shit! No! I'm so sorry, the Solar Wolf said behind Caden. I was trying a dance move and fell over. Caden whirled around, prepared to be pissed. But the guy looked so guilty he couldn't muster the anger. Zane could. Watch where you're going. His fucking phone is ruined now. Huxley was helping the guy who'd fallen back to his feet. He bent over and scooped up Caden's phone, shaking it to knock the liquid off. The screen stayed dark. It doesn't look shattered, and that was just water. Maybe you can dry it off? Caden's head pounded. Between the music, his ruined phone, and the Solar Wolf who kept apologizing, he was wondering how he'd ever had fun in places like this. It's fine. He took the phone from Huxley. I'll get a towel or something. You two do what you need to do so we can get out of here. I'm really sorry, the Solar Wolf repeated. Let me buy you all a drink. Alcohol would only make his head hurt more. No, it was an accident. It's fine. Maybe buy one for the guy who fell. Caden didn't wait to see if anyone did as he requested. He cradled his phone, joining the small crowd of people around the bar, all shouting out their drink orders. He waited in the back for a few minutes and willed his headache to go away. Should have kept walking by, Caden. You got yourself into this mess. But if he wasn't here, he'd be alone at home, trying not to think about how much he missed acts. At least this way, he got to think about how annoyed he was, in between missing acts. The people in front of him cleared out, letting Caden step right up to the bar. It took a few more minutes to finally get a bartender's attention. My phone got wet. Do you have a towel or a bowl of rice? He yelled over the music. A bowl of rice? The bartender repeated at the same volume, but with more confusion. Likely because it was a really weird thing to ask for in a club. How do you make it? It isn't a drink. He waved his phone in the air, unable to remember the last time he'd been so frustrated. My phone got soaked. It won't work. Thankfully, understanding dawned on the bartender's face. She dropped below the bar and popped back up with a dry towel. You should take it into the hot room. It will dry in there. He thanked her, not wanting to take up her time while the customers lined up behind him. Instead, he found an empty table on the edge of the room and sat down, rolling his phone into a towel burrito. A few minutes later, Huxley burst through the crowd with Zane at the rear. They spotted Caden and took the empty seats beside him. So, were you able to get anything? Caden asked, comfortably sure no one would hear them since it was so loud and the tables around them were empty. He'd be more annoyed at this point if they left having learned nothing. Huxley scratched his beard. She preferred gin over vodka. Caden looked to Zane, hopeful the guy's smooth-talking ways were useful for more than convincing a person to get naked. He smiled wide, dimples forming in his cheeks. Brant replaced the previous scientist who'd technically been a medical doctor, but had worked as Dr. Electra's assistant until she left to tend to the previous alpha of the Solar Wolves. No one expected Brant to be appointed since at that time, Dr. Jelani was about to finish her schooling and had worked alongside Dr. Electra as a student assistant for years. But the previous alpha was the one responsible for making sure Brant got the job, making it one of the last tasks he performed before handing the position of alpha to his son. Everyone thinks he did that because... Zane paused for dramatic effect. They were sleeping together. You found out all that? Huxley frowned at him. Give me a few more minutes and I might just solve the case. Caden looked away from Zane's cocky face to the man from earlier, carrying what looked like 3 shot glasses toward their table. I know you said it was an accident, but I feel horrible. Please accept my apology. He dropped the shot glasses on the table, each filled with a bright red liquid. Is that Solaris? Huxley asked. Yes, it's distilled here in Solar Territory, nearly exactly like the original liquor brought over with the first settlers. That's illegal, Huxley said with a disapproving tilt of his lip. Lunar and Celestial Wolves aren't permitted to purchase Solaris. It's only illegal if it's taken out of Solar Territory without a permit. And we didn't buy it. It's a gift, Zane added, reaching for a shot glass. Apology accepted. You're going to drink that? Huxley asked. Yeah, and you are too. I've always wanted to try it. Supposed to be the best liquor in the world, and strong too. Might help you loosen up a little when we get back out there. The Solar Wolf smiled, likely thinking they were talking about going back out to dance or hit on people. I still don't want it. Caden waved his hand in front of his face. More for me. Zane grabbed the 3rd shot. He clinked the two small glasses together in front of his face before doing the same to the one in Huxley's hand. "Down the hatch." Caden sighed, turning his attention to the solar wolf still standing there. "Where is the hot room? The bartender said my phone might dry out quicker there." He pointed to a hallway on their right. "Down there. The bulbs in that room were invented to resemble the sun from our home dimension. Not the sun exactly, but like the brightness and heat. Well, I don't know. I was born here." He shrugged. "It is really hot in there, though. A dry heat. Might work." "Thanks," he said. The solar wolf nodded and went back to the dance floor. "Are you gonna try it?" Zane asked. "We won't be here much longer. I just want another crack at finding out more. 30 minutes?" He debated just staying where he was, but either way, he'd be waiting for the other two. And at least in the hot room, he could feel like he was trying his hardest to let Axe know what was going on. "Yeah, meet me there when you're done. But if I get my phone working first, I'm calling Axe." Caden had a feeling he'd crossed over the point of not getting scolded a while ago, but he still needed to get a hold of him. Who knew how many times Axe had already tried to contact him? What if he'd sent Caden a sexy pic in reply? Caden stuck out his bottom lip. He could be gazing at his intended's perfect dick. Instead, he was searching for some place to sit among the scantily clad people inside the hottest, brightest room Caden had ever been in. He shielded his eyes as they adjusted to the bright white light. The room was about the size of a classroom. No one danced. Caden wasn't sure how anyone could in that heat. People lounged around instead, listening to the dulled music from the main room. He spotted a vacant cushioned wicker chair and gingerly sat down, pulling his phone out and setting it on the wicker table that somehow wasn't burning up beneath a ceiling of bright white bulbs. He'd sat in cars with the windows up during summer that were cooler than the air that circulated the hot room. But the solar wolves looked like they loved it, stretching out on blankets on the floor, limbs twined with the bodies around them. A few were actively making out. How could they stand the heat? "You've become a boring old person, Caden." It wasn't that he'd hate making out on the floor wearing barely anything at all, but he only wanted to do it with one man. The same man who had probably begun frantically calling. He was going to be in so much shit, but maybe this was a good thing. It had been a while since Caden had found himself in a situation he didn't quite want to be in without knowing just how he'd gotten there. It was good to see that he was still him. "You'd be more comfortable if you took your shirt off." Caden looked up at the man towering over his chair. His copper hair was long, past his chin, and he wore only a pair of white linen pants, leaving his muscular bronzed chest bare. Caden was still him, but also different, because the old Caden might have jumped on the guy before the introductions were finished. This Caden just wondered if the guy had brought a shirt with him. Otherwise, his walk home was going to be pretty cold. "I'm fine, thank you." "How can you be fine without a drink in front of you?" Caden rolled his eyes internally. "Hey, you seem all right. A little forward and not great at picking up on vibes, but that doesn't make you a bad person, so I'll save you some time. I'm not interested." He got to his feet. Maybe if he moved to a different table, the guy would get the point. But the guy just grinned like he knew Caden would have to push past him to move anywhere. "You're a feisty little witch. Don't worry. I like a challenge." Could this night get any more annoying? You don't want to know the answer to that question. No, see, there you go. Not picking up on the vibes again. I'm not interested. I'm just in here to let my phone dry so I can call my intended mate and begin the explanation of a lifetime. The wolf's eyes raked up Caden's body, setting off a slew of alarms in his head. Your mate can't be that good if he let you out of his sight. He grabbed Caden's hand, lifting it to his mouth as though he was planning on kissing it. And this guy's lips on his skin was something Caden absolutely could not stomach. He grabbed the guy's wrist, stopping him as he shifted his weight, preparing to knee the wolf in the balls. Before he could, Huxley's back was to him. He snarled at the other man. The sound threatening enough, it got the attention of every other occupant inside the room. He isn't interested. Go the fuck away. Caden would have obeyed in a heartbeat if he'd been on the other side of things. But the solar wolf stood his ground, eyes flashing a bright gold. Are you the shitty mate? Excuse you? Huxley slurred. He'd appeared so suddenly. Caden hadn't noticed before the way Huxley swayed slightly. He'd left them minutes ago. How was he so intoxicated? Drunk or not, Huxley was still a powerful werewolf. Stronger probably even than Mr. No-Shirt. But Mr. No-Shirt just smirked at Huxley's obvious intoxication. I said, are you the shitty mate I'm stealing this pretty witch away from? We both are. Zane stumbled to Huxley's side, facing off against the solar wolf. We're both the shitty mate. What do you think about that? Zane hiccuped and joined Huxley in the stare-off that ensued, as the solar wolf was likely re-weighing his odds now that there were 2 drunk wolves instead of 1. What in the world? Caden's phone rang as the 3 werewolves continued their weird posturing. Hello? He answered, his throat tight. Caden, what's wrong? Why haven't you been answering your phone? Axe's voice rumbled with worry. Just then, the solar wolf turned around, having decided the prize wasn't worth the effort. Zane and Huxley knocked into each other, stumbling as they both whirled around. You see that? Zane looked like a kid as he smiled. Huxley is fucking awesome. Is that Zane? Axe asked, worry turning to displeasure. Where are you? You're awesome, Huxley hollered back. Caden is lucky to have mates like us, he added, laughing. Where are you? Axe's voice dropped, making Caden's tummy flutter and his dick twitch. We're at the nightclub in Solar Territory, and before you freak out, it isn't what you're thinking. The guys weren't drunk until just now. And Caden had no clue how it had happened so quickly. Unless the fucking Solaris. Do not move. I'm coming to get you. Caden sighed heavily, pushing his hair off his sweaty forehead as Axe hung up. What's wrong? Huxley asked, frowning like a puppy who'd been denied a treat. The boss is coming. Let's try to get you 2 some water before he gets here. Caden herded the 2 drunk agents from the hot room, figuring that since he didn't tell Axe where he was within the club, that it was okay to move as long as they stayed inside the building. He wasn't surprised to look up 5 minutes later and see Axe charging through the crowd, bodies jumping out of his way like antelope from a charging elephant. He'd just gotten Huxley and Zane to sit down, both nursing their glasses of water when they spotted Axe and leaped to their feet. Axe charged past them, lifting Caden off his feet before claiming his mouth in a possessive kiss that made Caden's head spin. "We saved Caden from some naked dickhead," Zane announced over Axe's shoulder. Axe's thunderous expression darkened. What? Caden was supposed to still know how to speak after a kiss like that? He blinked, trying to get his brain back in gear. He gathered his thoughts, contemplating on how best to describe all that had happened, the many nuanced steps that had culminated in them being in this position. He took a deep breath and opened his mouth. "I walked by these two trying to get into solar territory, so I helped them, and then they told me about a special mission they had at the club, so I thought I'd hang around and then they could walk me home since you wouldn't want me walking alone, but then they took shots of Solaris, and I guess it's strong enough that they both got wasted." He'd rushed the words out without pausing. Ash didn't immediately reply, probably needing a few seconds to pull apart the bundle of an explanation Caden had given him. He looked around the club, his stern expression and crisp chief's uniform making him stand out like a chicken at a pool party. When his gaze circled back to Caden, he asked, "And the naked man?" "Just some guy who tried to hit on me. I was going to knee him in the balls, but Huxley and Zane came to my rescue. And we figured out the Brant lady got her position by sleeping with the former alpha," Zane added proudly as Huxley nodded enthusiastically. "Maybe we should wait for somewhere more private before we keep screaming about it," Caden suggested pointedly. He couldn't help but grin at the two boneheads. He'd met plenty of mean drunks, but not as many adorable ones. Zane mimed like he was zipping his lips closed. Axe half-carried, half-dragged the two junior agents out of the club and back into Crescent City proper, not letting Caden do anything but lead the way while answering Axe's follow-up questions. He'd tried to help the guys walk, but Axe had ripped Huxley from Caden's side, practically hefting the full-grown werewolf under his arm like he was a bag of groceries. "Where does Zane live?" Caden asked at the corner of the sidewalk. "He can't go home!" Huxley cried out, slightly less drunk than Zane, who'd tossed back his shot and the one meant for Caden. "He's drunk, and his dad is an asshole." Zane leaned across Axe's chest, loudly kissing Huxley's cheek. "You do care." Caden would have laughed at Axe's face if he wasn't sure his intended was a few seconds from dumping both in a cell overnight. "I don't think we should leave either alone like this, Axe. First rule of drinking, never abandon a friend." Axe's jaw clenched tightly. "They are my junior agents, not my friends. And they aren't coming home with us." Axe went straight, crossing the street in a direction opposite to their house. "This way." Minutes later, they walked up the steps to Alpha Mite's house. Axe knocked on the door before tossing the two men on the porch in front of him. He grabbed Caden's hand and pulled, tucking him under his arm as Alia and Freston answered the door in robes. "Chief?" Alia asked before her eyes dropped to her groaning son. "Huxley? What happened?" "Solaris." Axe bit out. "They were on solar territory at the time, and it was purchased by a solar wolf, so no laws were broken." Freston whistled low, his lips curling into a Cheshire cat smile as Alia shook her head, tisking, "My son should have known better. I'm sorry, Chief." "We're doing an investigation," Zane cried out weakly. The two seemed to have passed through the fun, stumbling phase of being drunk and into the sloppy, pass-out phase. Freston helped his son and then Zane to their feet, ushering both inside. Thank you for bringing him here. We'll make sure to wake both up by banging pans together tomorrow morning. Alia shut the door, blocking the sounds of Freston's laughter. The moment they were alone, Caden was off his feet, pressed against the only chest he ever wanted to have hit on him. I didn't know it would turn into such a shit show. I thought I was helping. Axe pushed him against the trunk of a tree, kissing away the rest of his explanation. He carried Caden a few steps before stopping to deliver another blistering kiss. They continued this way until Caden couldn't stand the suspense. Does this mean you aren't angry? Axe claimed his mouth again before answering. At you? No, I'm not angry. At my agents? They're both going to enjoy assisting the headquarters custodian with toilet duty for the next week. Even if they'd never experienced Solaris before, they should have realized it's illegal to sell to lunar and celestial wolves for a reason. There is something in the distilling process that makes it 10 times more potent to anyone who isn't a solar wolf. They also shouldn't have taken it upon themselves to perform a mission without my approval. And they sure as hell shouldn't have involved my mate. As Caden's mind realized he wasn't going to be in trouble, Caden's body focused on all the spots he was pressed against Axe's hard muscles. Do you have to go back to work? He asked, his voice breathy. Axe's silver eyes flashed, his hungry gaze scanning Caden's face as if he was checking one last time to make sure Caden wasn't hurt. I finished just as you answered. There's no escaping me. Caden wrapped his legs around Axe's hips and rolled his body against him. I wouldn't want to. I wished I was at home with you all night. I don't think I'm cut out for the nightlife anymore. Wild Caden is dead. Axe shook his head. Wild Caden is alive in my arms. He slid his hand beneath the waist of Caden's pants. Now, let's talk about that fucking picture. Caden had forgotten about that. Did you send me one back? Axe smirked, his sultry gaze sending a tingle across Caden's skin. Why do that when I could show you the real thing? Caden's eyes bulged out of his head. Here? Outside? He looked around. They weren't on a residential street, but tucked within the small park a block from their house. Still, Axe didn't just follow the rules. He enforced them. And the fact that he still couldn't wait to touch Caden set his body on fire. Axe dropped his hand between their bodies, flicking his wrist in one smooth movement that must have been magic, because Axe's erect cock suddenly jutted out proudly from the unzipped trousers. A strangled, starved noise shot up his throat. He licked his lips. Hungry, mate? Axe smirked. Hungry for my dick. Caden just nodded. I don't think that would send a good message, do you? Good boys get my dick, not boys who run off on secret missions. You said you weren't mad, Caden whisper wailed. I'm not, but you could have gotten hurt. And that sort of behavior simply can't be rewarded. Axe spun Caden around midair and tilted him forward. Grab the branch. Caden did as he ordered, mouth dry with anticipation. You smell like my agents. Axe growled against Caden's ass. He'd looped a strong arm beneath Caden's tummy, holding his bottom half feet off the ground. Caden bared his neck, waiting for Axe to bury his face there. But all he felt was cool air. I don't think regular scenting will be enough this time. I'll have to scent mark you from the inside out. Fuck yes. That sounded just fine to Caden. It also sounded a lot like a reward, but he wasn't going to mention that. Axe slid Caden's pants down just far enough to expose the round swell of his ass, and give Axe room to press his tongue against Caden's hole. He bit his lip to keep from howling loud enough to wake the city. He'd refused liquor for probably the first time in his life, and yet he still felt drunk, intoxicated by Axe's talented tongue and strong hands gripping his hip. The tongue disappeared, replaced by Axe's dick, tapping like a sexy neighbor against his puckered entrance. Caden didn't dare breathe. He couldn't believe this was Axe, defiling him in a public place. It was scary and hot and so much better than anything that could ever happen inside a nightclub. Unless it's Axe fucking you inside a nightclub. Caden whimpered. Yes, that would be hot too. The music pumping through them. Axe's cock sliding inside him as the people danced around them, none the wiser. Axe pushed his cock forward, dipping just the tip, then the head, letting Caden's body stretch for him. It didn't take much these days. He needed more. Caden wanted all of him. But Axe's next thrust pushed him only halfway in, and then he withdrew, stepped back, pulled Caden's pants up. Worse than all that, Axe pulled up his own pants. No! Caden gasped. Axe stopped Caden's lunge for his clothed crotch, catching his wrists and holding tightly. I'm not knotting you here, and the moment I get my dick fully inside you, I assure you, a knot will soon follow. You can spend the rest of the way home brainstorming what you could have done differently tonight. But, wait, no. His thoughts were little more than a series of whining yowls. I tried everything. Everything except using one of my agent's phones to call me. Oh, right. Caden hadn't thought of that. Chapter 17. Liability. Axe kicked the door closed, listening to the automatic lock engage as he carried Caden down the hallway and into their bedroom. Caden reached for the bed, but Axe carried him by, into the bathroom. Axe, you said... He silenced Caden with a kiss, thrusting his tongue inside his mate's mouth the way he was going to his cock. Caden moaned, automatically sucking around him. Take off your clothes, Axe snarled, watching his mate's pupils stretch, swallowing the color in his eyes. Caden whimpered and began ripping his clothes off with little care to how or where they ended up. Axe watched his mate reveal more and more of his body until he stood completely naked beneath the bathroom light, bare feet braced against the white tile. He drank the image in, looking so long Caden's cheeks went pink and he brought his slim arms up as if to shield himself. Axe shook his head, his sharp growl bouncing off the hard surfaces. Caden dropped his arms and lifted his chin. He loved that fire, the stubbornness in Caden that had protected him from a life that would have broken most people, a life of rejection and ridicule. Caden spoke faster than anyone Axe had met, and went on wild tangents that Axe didn't always understand, but he had a quiet strength that captivated him. He was witnessing a bit of it now, in the bold tilt of Caden's face that declared he would not shrivel beneath Axe's gaze. It made his dick throb, stroking the dominance that lay inside him. He didn't want Caden to cower before him, That wasn't the type of submission Axe was interested in. He wanted the young man's trust, his faith. "Undress me." Axe lifted his arms slightly and met Caden's soft green gaze. Caden lunged for the buttons, but paused just short of ripping the shirt off him at Axe's sharp growl. "Carefully." Caden pressed his lips together, confusion and curiosity in his gaze before he nodded, concentrating as he slid each button free. He continued down Axe's front, releasing the sides of his shirt before pulling Axe's rolled sleeves down and sliding the top slowly from his broad shoulders. Caden had to stretch on his tiptoes to pull the shirt free, getting no help from Axe soaking in every moment of Caden's obedience. Caden hung the uniform shirt on the hook on the door before gently tugging Axe's undershirt free of his pants. He was careful, never rushing or ripping Axe's clothing free, not even when his breaths had turned labored, his hard dick bobbing as he maneuvered around Axe's body. By the time Axe was naked, Caden's whole body trembled. His bottom lip was red and glistening from all the times he'd bitten it, but not even when his task was finished did he try to rush. He just stood back, settled his weight on his heels, and met Axe's gaze, waiting for his next instruction. "Good boy." He worried the words were too guttural for Caden to understand, but his face lit up, lips stretching into a smile. Caden had just proven with a single smile which of them had the power. Axe lost control. He couldn't keep from lifting Caden off his feet, gripping his ass as he pressed their bodies together. He stepped into the shower and flicked the water on, blocking the spray with his back as the temperature adjusted. He barely felt it, too engrossed in his mate, kissing his face and neck, sucking and licking every inch of his good boy. Caden did the same, separating his kisses with tiny mewls and cries for more. Axe cherished each small mark the young man made, each dark spot of ownership. It wasn't enough anymore for Caden to be his. He wanted Caden to claim him as well. Caden sank to his knees, licking his lips at the sight of Axe's cock. But if Caden got that talented mouth around him, he'd spill down his mate's throat, and Axe didn't want that. If he wasn't careful, he'd have a repeat of that night when he'd shown Caden his knot for the first time. He pulled the young man up, smiling at his outrage.
"But I brainstormed. I should be rewarded,"
Caden wailed. He spotted Axe's smile and glowered.
"I hate you so much right now."
Axe shook his head. "No, you don't. You love me, and you love my cock."
"Yeah, well, I love one of those things way more than the other right now."
Caden looked down, addressing Axe's dick directly.
"He's keeping us apart."
Caden didn't seem to realize the admission he'd just made, but Axe did. His chest swelled. Triumph, fear, and pride jostled behind his ribs, each emotion fighting for supremacy. Axe didn't wait to decide which he felt most. He spun Caden around. His hand slapped against the shower wall as Axe pumped some of Caden's fancy, all-natural conditioner into his palm, smoothly smearing it down his cock and entering Caden in one solid stroke.
"Yes,"
Caden keened, throwing his head back as he curved his spine, his entire body taut, impaled by Axe's dick.
"Fuck me, Axe. Please, fuck me."
He'd known it would be fast, but had expected to last longer than 2 pumps of his hips. But after the night he'd had, starting with that fucking picture, Axe had nearly choked on his tongue when he'd opened it in front of the patrol guard he'd been evaluating. and ending with retrieving Caden from the club. He was on edge. His wolf was eager to claim his mate, and Axe couldn't wait to feel Caden's squeezing climax around his cock. He reached for Caden's dick, stroking his mate in time with his thrusts. Axe's growls filled the room, joined by Caden's soft grunts and the sound of their wet bodies colliding at a rapid pace. Caden turned his face, kissing Axe when the first orgasm shook through him. Axe didn't stop stroking. He knew his mate had more in him, especially once Axe's knot swelled fully. He was proved right a few thrusts later, his knot having grown too large for him to continue pumping. Axe settled in place, deep inside Caden's body as Caden cursed, slapping the wall once before crying out with his second climax. Locked together like this, their pleasure was endless. But Caden's energy wasn't. His cries grew weak, turning into soft whimpers as he hung from Axe's knot, taking everything his mate had to give. He pressed his teeth against Caden's nape, but stopped just short of breaking the skin. Maybe this was where he'd put his mating mark, in a spot easily visible. Once Axe gave Caden his bite, he'd be able to calm down. There was no chance he'd ever let Caden be taken from him now, but it would still be a relief to finally claim him in a way that could never be reversed. Axe imagined that day as he kissed across Caden's back and massaged his muscles bunched tightly beneath the skin. He leaned forward, his lips brushing against Caden's ear as he whispered, "I love you too." Watching Caden sleep was all the rest Axe needed. He'd held his boy through the night and into the early dawn hours, memorizing every pore on his face. He didn't want to close his eyes, didn't even want to blink. Caden's relaxed face fascinated him. It drew him in, and kept him snared, too afraid to look away and risk missing something. Like the way his eyelids began to flutter, the way he snuggled into Axe and smiled, not even fully awake, but still happy, content. "Did you sleep at all?" Caden murmured half a minute later, eyes still closed. Axe kissed his cheek. "I didn't want any." He blushed and blinked open one eye. "Can you say it again?" he asked shyly. Axe didn't need him to clarify. He let his growl roll from his chest before answering. "I love you." Caden sighed sweetly. "I love you too." He sank into Axe, boneless as he fell back to sleep. A few minutes later, he woke up again and asked the same thing. Again and again, Caden snoozed, blinked himself awake, and made Axe confirm that it hadn't all been a dream. Until finally, Caden's eyes opened and stayed open. "I think my grandpa would love you too, even if he isn't awake when we visit. I know he can hear me, and after the string of boyfriends I've had that he hated, he's going to fall hard for you." Caden pushed upright without leaving the circle of Axe's arms, while Axe tried very hard not to ask for the name and addresses of the string of assholes who had touched what was his. "Do you think," Caden began to say, but was cut off by a piercing scream coming from somewhere outside of the house. Axe got up, casting out his senses. He heard several hearts beating, most of them rapid, and then a second, softer but no less terrified scream. "What was that?" Caden whispered. Axe pulled on clothes and checked to make sure Caden was also fully dressed before going out the door. A small group had formed on the corner of their street, many of them looking at something heaped on the ground. A body. The scent of blood hit Axe's senses and he growled, "Chief Landry!" Several of the wolves shouted for him as he approached with Caden's hand held tight in his. They broke apart in front of him, his veins freezing as he realized who it was that lay in a pool of his own blood. Dr. Lectra. Axe formed a perimeter around the scene, clearing the spectators before calling Cy. Director Might arrived a minute later with Martha, ashen-faced and looking worriedly at Caden. She reached for him and Axe let him go, relieved he'd be farther away from the blood.
"We're okay,"
Caden whispered as they embraced.
"We just heard the screams."
Captain Mistus's loud voice bellowed over the crowd.
Clear the way!
He broke through, letting out a low growl when he spotted the body.
How the fuck did this happen?
Axe had been waiting for the healer witch on duty at headquarters to show up and make the final call, but it was clear what had killed the man.
Multiple knife wounds to the chest and stomach, Axe reported. I have my agent searching the grounds. The wounds don't look like claw marks and there is no murder weapon present.
Your agent? What about the rest of your team? Where are they?
The captain snarled.
Does the murder of a solar wolf mean so little?
Axe gritted his teeth. Of course not. Right on cue, Huxley and Zane pushed through the crowd, following Alpha Might and Freston. Axe could smell the booze from where he stood, wafting from his junior agents. He imagined the captain smelled it too, judging by how stiff he went. His phone rang before he could comment on it, giving Axe time to glare at his agents. The captain hung up just seconds later, his face having gone a deep shade of red that warned Axe he was going to be irritated by whatever the man said.
That was the solar guard on watch at the gate. He reported the doctor exited solar territory just an hour ago, claiming he'd been given a message from Chief Landry asking him to come right away.
Axe clenched his jaw.
I sent no such message. You're calling a dead man a liar?
The captain asked, his body angled toward the crowd of onlookers. Axe didn't have the patience to be a part of Mistus's theater. A man had been murdered, and the captain was using this moment to whip out his dick. No, I'm calling him misinformed. I can account for my whereabouts every moment from yesterday to now. At no time did I communicate with Dr. Lectra.
Can anyone else account for those whereabouts?
Axe swallowed his growl, finding it a more difficult task than it had been before meeting Caden. Captain Mistus, the longer we dwell on this point, the longer you keep me from beginning my investigation. I did not send a message, though it is clear someone did in an attempt to lure the doctor out of solar territory. Cy returned then, slipping through the crowd like a grim-faced shadow.
No trail, nothing. They must have cleaned it at the scene.
The healer arrived and dropped by the body. With so much blood on the scene, there should have been a scent trail. He turned back to the body. Can you roll him over? The healer jotted down something on her clipboard before nodding. She maneuvered the doctor out of his hunched position. Captain Mistus's voice buzzed in his ear like a fly against a window.
You may be eager to move on from the fact that it was a message from you. I didn't send a fucking message,
Axe snarled, clenching his hands into fists. Caden returned to his side, his worried look prompting Axe to calm down. I was at the main gate performing the observational evaluation you requested, Captain. Then, I entered solar territory to retrieve my mate and junior agents.
What reason did they have to be on solar territory?
The captain asked. Conducting an illegal investigation? We went to Stellar. What does anyone do at a nightclub?
Zane replied with that haughty tone that normally made Axe want to smack him. I see. And can you confirm what time you left the club? The captain asked. Zane frowned and looked to Huxley. I can't be positive. Why not? Because they were intoxicated after having been gifted a shot of Solaris, Axe said through his teeth. It was like Axe had handed the captain his Christmas and birthday presents early. I'm expected to believe the statements of the suspect and 2 intoxicated junior agents?
I was there too, Caden said. We aren't lying.
Pardon me, the captain drawled. The statements of the suspect, his intended mate, and 2 intoxicated junior agents? Director Might, this is a fucking circus. Is this how the Solar Wolves can expect the Lunar Council to operate? Appointing 2 drunks and...
Wait 1 second. Freston stepped forward, but Alia stopped him before he could say more. She approached the Solar Wolf, steadfastly ignoring her father standing at his side. Captain Mistus, the Solar Wolves have lost someone very important to them, and I understand your anger. But the man's body lies right behind you. This is not the place for these types of arguments. I can confirm the chief was at my house at around 9 in the evening. That was hours before the doctor said Axe had messaged him, and it looked like the captain was about to bring that up until Alia added, Since the doctor stated he received a message, why not see where the message came from, instead of tossing blame where it does not belong? As the healer searched the doctor's body for his phone, Alpha Prime arrived with his mate, Emmett, and Dr. Jelani. The slim woman cupped a hand over her face and began to weep. Here it is, the healer said, holding out the phone in her gloved hand. She pointed it first at Axe before lowering it, as though unsure which of them should take it. Sai ended up taking it. Moments later, he looked up at them with a sharp shake of his head. No message. Check his pocket again, Axe instructed quietly. The witch did, withdrawing a slip of white paper and a message written in cursive. Dr. Lectra, there is an issue regarding the construction of the portal that must be immediately handled. Please meet me at the main gate. Chief Landry. That isn't my handwriting, Axe said. The captain rolled his eyes. Like we should believe. Alpha Prime cut him off. I'm willing to believe the chief when he says he didn't send that message. But someone did, and it got into the doctor's hand somehow. I suggest you concentrate your efforts on answering those questions. The captain's face turned a dark auburn. Alpha, you realize what this means? The portal cannot be constructed without major setbacks, if it is still even possible. Our people will not be able to return home. This isn't the time for hysterics, Captain, Alpha Prime replied, before turning to Dr. Jelani. What is your assessment? Dr. Jelani cleared her throat, wiping away tears as she answered. Dr. Lectra was able to recreate some of the missing data by memory, but we were still in the middle of attempting to redraft the final blueprints. He only had copies of the earlier drafts in his personal notes. I'll need to continue to study those notes, but there's no denying that losing all his knowledge and experience is catastrophic to our mission. Alpha Prime cupped her shoulder. But we still have hope. Moving forward, the pack will concentrate on assisting the LCEA with finding the person responsible for this heinous crime, and supporting the remaining team of scientists in any way they require. The captain opened his mouth. That is all that needs to be said on the matter. Alpha Prime's gaze flashed gold, daring him to disobey. Director Might's unblinking stare was fixed on Axe. I'm afraid that isn't all. You may forgive Chief Landry, but I can't. For such a prominent solar wolf to be murdered, feet away from the Chief's house, I must demand you get an apology, Alpha Prime. It really isn't necessary, the Alpha replied. The director was still looking at Axe, his expression goading. I'm afraid it is. Axe wouldn't play into his trap. The director thought he would refuse, that he'd make an issue since it wasn't his fault the man had been killed. But protecting the city and its citizens was Axe's job. He'd failed today. He'd allowed himself to be distracted by his mate. Kaidan was his, but Axe needed to find a balance between being a good mate and remaining vigilant, or else he wouldn't need to lose his position to tarnish his reputation as chief. He'd destroy it himself. Despite the bitter taste that filled his mouth, Axe said, I'm sorry, Alpha Prime. To you, the Solar Wolves, and all of Crescent City. My team will find out who did this. I can promise you that. Chapter 18. Risk. Kaidan watched his feet as he picked through the thick forest. He'd already fallen twice and had spent the rest of the hike cursing each time a branch smacked him in the face. Annoyed, he was the only one of their group making any noise. He understood how Huxley moved silently through the woods, but Gloria and Freston were both witches. Freston was a kinetic, so he guessed that explained it. Still, Gloria was an alchemist, and over 50 years older than Kaidan. She had no right gliding through the brush like a graceful butterfly with perfect skin. Kaidan glared at her, bringing him headfirst with a blackberry bush. Ow! Fuck! Huxley doubled back and lifted Kaidan away from the prickly bush, releasing him as soon as Kaidan wasn't in danger of perforating himself. Stay next to me, Kaidan, Huxley ordered with a frown as he looked him over. You don't happen to know any healing magic that can make your bruises disappear before the chief sees you again, do you? He's going to have my hide. I was supposed to protect you. Kaidan tried not to let his frustration show. I'm alive. That means you're doing your job. Since the murder, Axe got up early, worked full days, and made sure to be home in time for dinner and bed. A few of the nights they'd had sex. It had been good. Even when they didn't have sex, Axe held Kaidan as he slept. He never left in the morning without waking Kaidan up to say goodbye. Kaidan didn't feel rejected or ignored, but there was still something wrong that he couldn't put his finger on. Maybe it was the fact that in 3 days' time, Axe and Kaidan would be staring at each other from across the mating hall, taking the final steps to cement their bond. And then that would be it. Axe had made it clear that once Kaidan wore his mark, there was no going back. Divorce wasn't a thing for werewolves. Is that why you feel so strange? Cold feet? That wasn't it. Their relationship had started fake, but it had transformed into something very real. Kaidan loved Axe. He loved his life in Crescent City, learning how to be a witch, making a healthy circle of friends who enjoyed more than going out to party. Everyone in the world got just one life to live, and Kaidan couldn't see how he'd live any better anywhere else. Kaidan! Gloria cried out, forcing him out of his head. He blinked, surprised to see a trunk inches from his nose. How did that tree get right in front of him? Honey, are you okay? Are you worried for Linus? Kaidan had learned the lone wolf's name when he'd brought up to Martha how he still worried about the injuries Axe had given him. She explained Linus had once been a member of the Might Pack, But when his mate had died, he'd retreated, distancing himself further and further from the pack. Many of the people Caden had spoken to about Linus had said that since it was his choice to leave, it was his fault he was in the position he was in now. A little low in sanity and shunned by the pack that had once accepted him. I'm fine, and maybe I'd be nervous if Axe still wanted to catch him, but he said he isn't a priority right now. Only the murder mattered to Axe, and keeping something like that from happening again. He'd enacted curfews, increased patrol, and cracked down on travel, all in the hopes of keeping the people safe. It's really noble how much you care about him, Gloria said. The subject of lone wolves is a touchy one for werewolves. So many couldn't imagine ever wanting to leave a pack. Becoming a lone wolf is seen by most as a punishment, a consequence of being rejected and isolated. They don't trust wolves who choose that life. And what do you think? That we should always care for the marginalized, even if we think they deserve their fate. If we make contact today, we can make sure he's healthy, uninjured, and if he wants help, we'll be ready to provide it. Linus is lucky you are so compassionate. Caden blinked rapidly, unsure why he suddenly felt like crying. Maybe because it was nice to hear compassion for Linus coming from someone other than him. When Caden had asked Axe if he could gather a group and try to do a welfare check, he'd only agreed because he was already sending Huxley in to search the forest. He didn't think they'd find him, and because it would get you off his back. Caden hated the bitter taste that thought left. He was used to being a bother to people, someone they were forced to suffer through, to tolerate, but not to Axe. And really, he shouldn't be feeling this way 3.5 days before he was supposed to bind himself to the man forever. Maybe I just have a thing for older guys, he joked, uncomfortable under Gloria's gaze. Gloria laughed. I get it. I have a thing for pretty boys. You'll meet my pretty boy at the mating ceremony. He's promised to return in time and was also impressed when I told him you suggested this outing. Preston was too. You don't know how unusual it is for my brother to offer to walk through the woods, even when it means getting quality time with his sister and son. He's a bit of a diva. Preston glared at them over his shoulder. I'm nothing compared to her mate. That's a man who likes being pampered. All celestial wolves are like that, Gloria replied, unbothered by the taunt. I'll have to get him to tell you some of the stories from our early mating. The horror on his face when he looked in my bathroom finding only one kind of lotion. Caden laughed and hoped the others couldn't tell how forced it was. What sort of stories would he and Axe get to tell people? They couldn't tell them the truth, that their relationship had started because Caden didn't want to mainline meth and Axe needed a fake mate. They'd each had a problem that the other had been able to solve. How romantic. Caden's foot snagged in the brush and he lurched forward, catching himself on a sapling before slamming into the ground. He glared at the plants and wondered why it was only him they wanted to trip, when he spotted something red and sparkly beneath the brush. You okay? Huxley called back. Yeah, I think there's something here. He reached through the sticks, pulling free a red high heel with a diamond-encrusted buckle. If there was a shoe plant in this forest, he needed to get one ASAP. Wait a minute. Oh, shit! That's Dr. Brandt's shoe, Huxley said, nostrils flaring. How could we have missed this? Gloria pulled a clear plastic bag from her pack and held it open. We need to report this. If Chief allows me, I can do a few spells, see if there's anything more to learn. To Caden's surprise, Huxley didn't immediately agree. He looked up the trail, His brown eyes tilted with worry. "There's something I think I should check out now that we've found this. It won't take me longer than a few minutes." "What's something?" Freston asked. Huxley frowned. "The smell of something decomposing. It isn't that odd of a scent to detect in a forest, and I assumed it was a forest animal. But with this shoe here, I need to check." "I'll go with you," Freston said, turning to Caden and Gloria. "You have your spray?" Gloria patted her pocket. "One puff would knock out an elephant." Freston still looked troubled. "Stay here. Don't move from this spot." Minutes later, Caden had taken a seat on a log while Gloria still stared in the direction the other two had disappeared. "The mountain isn't that far from our location. Those caves are dangerous, and not only because the forest just drops off without warning." She looked back at Caden, a rueful smile on her face. "Yes, I know one is 72 and a big boy. The other is a trained agent and future alpha. But you never stop being a big sister or overprotective aunt." Freston was also a skilled kinetic witch who could move as fast as a werewolf. But Caden kept that to himself. "If you want to go a little ahead, see if you can spot them coming back, I won't mind. I'll stay right here on this log." He'd gotten enough scrapes and bruises for one day, and it didn't look like they'd be able to find Linus anyway. Maybe Axe would let him go on one of the many searches that would likely follow now that they'd found Brant's shoe. If the decomposing thing Huxley had smelled wasn't her. Gloria's eyebrows furrowed together, clearly torn. "No," she said finally. "I'm not leaving you alone. But I'll just—" She picked her way through the trees, turning every few feet to make sure Caden was still in sight. Caden was content to sit on his log and worry. Maybe he was letting the anxiety of such a major and permanent life change influence his judgment. Axe's job was important, both to him and the city, and the scientist's murder had stolen a sense of safety from the people. Caden wanted Axe to do what he could to bring that safety back.
"Caden Borealis."
Caden gasped, wrenching his head over his shoulder. His whispered name had floated from somewhere behind him, but he couldn't see anyone.
"What's wrong?"
Gloria called out.
"Nothing. Spider,"
Caden replied, waiting for her attention to return to searching the forest before turning around. He knew that low rasp.
"Linus? Is that you?"
He whispered just as quietly, checking to see if Gloria had heard them. She stood with her back to him, staring through the trees where her nephew and brother had disappeared.
"Stop hitting yourself."
He supposed that meant yes. Caden didn't turn around to speak, but whispered from the corner of his mouth.
"I wanted to make sure you're okay. Axe didn't hurt you last time, did he? How did you get away?"
"Cave."
The dangerous ones Gloria had just told him about? Caden winced.
"I'm sorry for that. It wasn't my fault he attacked you, but I probably shouldn't have flounced out into the woods."
"No. Danger. Don't come."
Caden frowned and searched once more over his shoulder. Was he in the tree? He craned his neck back just as something rustled on the forest floor. He spotted Linus then, covered entirely in mud from the top of his head to his toes. It was so thick even his wild hair was plastered flat. Though he was filthy and hard to spot, Caden thought he looked a little worse than he had the last time. Sadder and tired.
"Are you okay? Are you hurt? Gloria has some supplies with her, and I've learned how to heal a little. I can help you."
"No. Don't come."
Linus growled, his eyes flashing a menacing silver as he lifted his massive body.
"Go away. Now. Go!"
Caden launched off the log. His hair prickled in warning as goosebumps erupted over his skin, his instincts telling him he wasn't chatting it up with a nice old man, but a dangerous predator, one that had disappeared again, but Caden couldn't tell if he'd left or was just watching him from the brush. His heart pounded, imagining Linus a moment from pouncing, going rabid like Axe had said he would. Caden had refused to believe Axe's warnings just as he'd refused to believe all the other werewolves who'd told him a lone wolf was a lost cause. He'd thought he had a connection with Linus that let him see the kind man beneath all that hair. Because he gave you chocolate? Yeah, sort of. Caden ignored everyone because he'd wanted to be special. But he wasn't special. Just lucky his stubbornness hadn't got him hurt yet. Axe was already at the house when Caden got home. Huxley returned to headquarters minutes ago. What took you so long? He stormed out of the kitchen, reminding Caden so much of the way Linus had moved that he stumbled back. Axe stopped short, eyes wide before they narrowed. What happened? Caden hadn't told the others about his Linus sighting. He'd been too embarrassed to. And he didn't want to tell Axe either. Not when he'd already told Caden he was wasting his time. He hadn't exactly worded it that way, but that had basically been the message. Nothing. Well, except for finding that shoe. Axe settled his weight back on his heels. Right. That was probably unsettling. I'm sorry you had to see that. At least the decomposing thing Huxley smelled had just been a deer. The deer probably doesn't think that way, Caden. The deer doesn't think at all. It's dead. Did anything else happen? Axe tilted his head as he studied Caden. Nothing big enough to report. There, that wasn't a lie. I assumed you'd be at work now that you have a lead. Dr. Brandt's missing person investigation is still being led by Captain Mistis. The shoe went to him. The sharp line of his jaw told Caden just how angry that made him. Axe continued, his expression softening. I made some dinner. I thought we could go for a walk later. The dahlias in the terminus are in bloom. That sounded perfectly fine. Considerate, even. So why did it make Caden feel like he was going to throw up? What about your investigation? Caden asked. Anything new? Any way I can help? Axe shook his head before Caden finished offering. Nothing new. No leads, no murder weapon, no witnesses, and no idea who delivered that message to Dr. Lectra. He wasn't a dumb man. The note had to have been delivered by someone he trusted, someone in a high enough position of authority. Someone like me, he added grimly. But it wasn't you. You were with me all night. I know that. There wasn't any joy in Axe's voice as he said that, just a frustration bitter enough that Caden felt each word like a slap. Axe's eyes gentled into an apology. I didn't mean it like that, Caden. I'm sorry. Axe was under a lot of pressure, and throughout their relationship, he'd been patient with Caden. He could do the same in return. It's okay. I think with the mating ceremony coming and the investigation, we're both a little stressed. I know. Why don't we plan out some of the details for our trip next weekend? We won't be able to visit Grandpa the whole time, and there are some pretty cool restaurants in the area. Leaving Crescent City was already going to feel weird. What if he ran into one of his old friends? What if they ran into Thad? Caden smirked. Axe would make Thad piss his pants if they somehow ran into him. Still, having plans would help ease Caden's apprehension. About that. Caden stilled. About what? Axe bristled, lifting his chin like he was preparing for an argument. We may need to postpone the trip.
It wouldn't look good for the chief of the LCEA to leave on a vacation while there is an active murder investigation.
Caden sucked in a cool breath.
We promised Zelda, and the city can't expect you to stop living your life.
This is my life, Caden, and it isn't the city who will object, but the director.
Patience? Well, maybe you'll solve the case before then anyway, and this conversation won't be necessary.
Axe just stared, doubt in his unblinking eyes.
We'll be losing at least 2 days for the mating ceremony as it is. I don't want to postpone this trip, Caden, but the murder happened on my street, practically in front of my house. If I don't solve this case, I could be removed from my position.
Losing? That's what he thought of their ceremony? Time lost that could have been spent working? His uncertainty from the past few days didn't seem so confusing anymore. Right. And that's the point, isn't it? You keeping your position? That's why I'm here. It's my dumbass that thought maybe now, after everything, that I might be enough. I don't care if you solve the case or not. I'll still be your mate.
Axe's lips turned down, giving him a look that made him feel as tall as a cockroach.
The issue isn't about you being enough, Caden. Where would we live? Ostracized and shunned in Landry Pack territory? A place you've never been? Where people would not be as nice to you as they are here? You would hate it there. You'd hate me. Every action we make has a consequence.
Caden wouldn't cry. He heard Axe's worry, but it was layered under derision. In Axe's mind, Caden didn't think about consequences, didn't worry about the real world. He was Axe's responsibility, one of many.
I don't care where we'd be. Who was around us? Not if I was with you. I can see that it was a mistake assuming you thought the same.
He didn't want to hear Axe's reply, didn't want to give the man a chance to remind Caden what had brought them together in the first place. He shut the door of his bedroom, the four walls unfamiliar after having spent so much time in Axe's room. He stomped into the bathroom and shut that door too, turning on the water to block the sound of Axe demanding to be let in. But he needn't have bothered, because Axe never did. He just let Caden go. It wasn't until the early morning hours that Caden heard a soft knock at his door. He pretended to be asleep, even though his twisting stomach had made sleep impossible for most of the night. Axe left after a few minutes. Caden lay there, listening to Axe move around in the kitchen until eventually leaving, closing the front door. He hadn't slammed it, but the sound still echoed in Caden's ears like a gunshot. He wished he had a lesson, anything to distract his mind for a few minutes. He had no plans, which normally meant he'd call Zelda to chat, but Caden didn't want to have to tell her the trip might be canceled. Postponed. Axe hadn't said they wouldn't ever visit, just that protecting his position came first. It had always come first. Caden didn't eat his cereal, but swallowed the crunchy pieces without chewing all the way. He didn't have to chew if he didn't want to. Unlike what Axe thought, Caden understood the repercussions. He accepted them. He was choking. Caden jumped from the chair, hitting his chest as he coughed out his last bite. He grabbed a towel and cleaned up the spilled milk and partially masticated bits of sugared wheat.
See, Axe? I understand consequences. I'm just not afraid of them like some werewolves.
A knock at the door stopped Caden's grumbling. He wasn't expecting anyone, but maybe Martha had decided to drop by anyway. He flung himself to the door, opening it without hesitation. The man standing on his stoop had dark features, eyes that were almost familiar, and a smile that he knew he'd never seen before, but somehow recognized. "Can I help you?" The man looked him over as Caden worked out why he seemed so familiar. He vaguely reminded him of Axe, but like the creepy wax museum statue version of Axe. Similar features, similar build, but Axe was the real thing, and this man was... Oh, shit. He finally noticed the woman standing behind him, Caden's heart clenching like a conditioned response to the sight of her long, red hair. The last time he'd seen that hair, he'd wanted to dig himself a hole and die in it. "Raquel?" She gave Caden a simpering smile. Or, it was probably a regular smile, but Caden was predetermined to dislike everything about her. "Alpha Landry?" he said, half question, half greeting. The wax statue dipped his chin in acknowledgement. "In the flesh. I'm pleased you know who I am, since we've been told so little about you. Axe wouldn't even let my poor mate see you when she last visited." Caden stopped his eyes from narrowing. Raquel hadn't looked to be missing him at all the last he saw her.
Axe isn't home right now. He's at work."
Alpha Landry, Ferris, Axe had said, dropped his gaze pointedly to the doorway. "I assume, as his intended, you are allowed to let us inside?" Phrased that way, Caden really didn't want to. Ferris didn't wait for an invitation anyway. He strode forward with all the entitlement of a man who didn't hear the word no often enough. Axe had warned him the Alpha would be coming to perform the ceremony, but he'd expected him to come tomorrow for the big dinner, or maybe even arrive the day of. Caden knew Ferris hadn't told Axe he was coming today. Axe'd be there if he had.
"I'll just call him now,"
Caden called over his shoulder, leaving the two in the space between the living and dining room. The line had only just begun to ring when Axe answered. "Caden?" He rasped like he was already worried. Axe's concern was reasonable considering Caden was still irritated with him and wouldn't be calling unless he had a good reason. He smiled, hoping it would help him sound cheery since he knew Ferris was listening.
"I'm sorry to call you at work, but Alpha Landry and his mate are here. Just showed up for a surprise visit."
He made it sound like he couldn't have been happier by the fact. "I'll be right there." Caden returned to where he left his guests, finding them perusing the kitchen like they were prospective home buyers during an open house.
"He's on his way,"
Caden said brightly. "Very good." Ferris nodded. He left the kitchen and went to the living room where he stopped to read every book title sitting on the shelf. Caden trailed him like a lost dog, but when Ferris went down the hallway, reaching for Caden's bedroom door, he surged ahead to stand in his way.
"That's my room. It's really messy right now. I'd be embarrassed for you to see it in the state it's in."
"Your room? You sleep in a separate bedroom from your intended? Don't tell me you're from one of those cult clans that believes in purity and remaining pristine until your mating night."
So what if he was?
Caden very nearly told him that he was just to be contrary, but then he remembered how reasonable he was now, saying instead,
No. Axe just knew that I was used to having my own space, for my hobbies and things. Can't have my stamps cluttering our bedroom. The one we sleep in. Together. Every night."
"Shut up, Caden, shut up!" Ferris studied him, and Caden dropped his gaze, and hoped it seemed respectful, and not that he was trying to hide how much he was freaking out on the inside. "You seem a little tense, and I think I know why." Ferris dropped a heavy arm over Caden's shoulders. He stiffened under the man's touch and looked to Raquel, but her face was as blank as a mannequin. Strange. She'd been very lively when she'd been pawing at Axe.
"You're nervous meeting your intended's alpha. I understand. But there is no need. I am Axe's cousin as well. You and I will become family in just a few days."
He didn't move his arm as they went back up the hallway.
"Of course, I'll also become your alpha on that day as well." Caden's skin crawled, both at the man's arm that he seemed to be purposefully pressing so it weighed heavily on his shoulders, and the idea of being a part of this guy's pack. The door flung open, Axe's eyes on Caden first, flicking over to the arm around him in the next second. Caden knew that face well enough by now to realize Axe was holding back a snarl. He strode forward, smoothly pulling Caden to his side. "Alpha Landry, you should have told me you were coming earlier. I could have been here to greet you." "And miss getting to talk to your charming mate? You should have known the curiosity would eventually drive me to come see your intended for myself."
There was no obvious threat in his words, but Caden felt the doom all the same. It didn't help that he knew this man was full of shit. Axe had lived his life on eggshells because of him and his father. That's why he put his arm around you. Ferris had been hoping for a reaction. Fury rose up inside Caden. He hated this man and his fake affection as much as he hated his silent mate and her pretend docility. He was irritated with Axe, but he'd be damned if he let this asshole taunt him. Caden wrapped his arm around Axe's waist and sank into him, hanging off the man as he said brightly, "Why don't we go for brunch? If I'm to be interrogated, I'll want a few mimosas first." He didn't end up ordering any alcohol at the pub-style restaurant, one of two within the limits of Crescent City proper. Instead, he got a coffee and took every chance he had to slather himself against Axe. They'd already told the Alpha about Caden's small family. Axe let Caden take the lead telling the story of how they'd met. Ferris had asked every question as though he already knew the answer. Caden couldn't decide if that was because of the man's arrogance, or the fact that he'd clearly looked into Caden on his own time. A fact he admitted to 45 minutes into the meal. "I contacted the Borealis clan in the east, but they were all very tight-lipped about why Trivent Borealis picked up and left over 20 years ago. It's unusual behavior, isn't it, Raquel?" She nodded demurely. "The fawns do not scatter." "The fawns do not scatter," Caden mentally repeated in a whining impersonation of the woman. Caden played with Axe's hand, sitting so close he was practically on his lap. "I'm of no use in that. I don't know either. I've never met the rest of my witch family." "That's a shame. But your grandfather will be at the ceremony? Your parents?" "My grandfather is unwell, and my parents are still hesitant to leave our home. But during my short time here, I've made friends who I consider family, and I'm looking forward to them watching us make our mating official." "That warms my heart to hear. I do wonder who these friends are that have become family, as my other Landry representatives in the city tell me Axe has yet to invite any of them over." "It's been amazing being around other witches for the first time in my life," Caden said. "I've made friends within the witch community. Actually, my close friend Gloria is related to you, Raquel, isn't she?" Raquel lifted her chin, looking down her nose as she stiffly replied, "Distant cousin, not formally recognized." Caden refused to be the first of them to look away, not even when Axe squeezed his knee under the table. Raquel batted her eyelashes, as though remembering she was supposed to act like she wasn't a stuck-up. "I knew it was a good idea to come early," Ferris announced, his glittering gaze moving back and forth from his mate to Caden.
You aren't what I expected, Caden Borealis. I look forward to making your mating ceremony as special as it possibly can be. He didn't want to know what Ferris meant by that. Caden was getting some serious deja vu vibes as he walked beneath Axe's arm on the way to Alpha Mite's home. She'd offered to host their mating dinner, and Caden wished he could just relax and enjoy the night. Except, after Ferris had made his vaguely threatening promise, he'd left Crescent City, saying he'd return in time for the dinner. Would it be too much to hope the man got lost? Or that his car broke down in the middle of nowhere, forcing him to come face to face with a family of homicidal psychopaths that lived in the barren landscape? "What are you thinking?" Axe murmured, bringing Caden's knuckles to his lips. Caden had called something of a ceasefire for these days that they had to deal with Alpha Landry, but he intended on revisiting the issue of his grandpa's visit as soon as they were officially mated. Once that happened, Axe would have successfully fulfilled his responsibility adhering to the sacred pact. That didn't mean their lives would be without worry, but no one could unmate them. I'm trying to remember where the nearest nuclear testing site is from here. The task would have been easier if he knew where a single nuclear testing site was. In a desert somewhere? Planning something? Axe attempted a smile, but it didn't last long. I'm sorry, Caden. These past few days have been difficult for you because of me. Please know I wouldn't postpone the visit unless I believed there was no other choice. He sighed like he couldn't think of how to say what he wanted. Ever since the murder, it happening so near to our home, to you, it feels like a threat, like someone is trying to take you from me. And Axe knew what that felt like, to lose everything. That won't happen, Caden promised. We're in the home stretch. We just have to keep our attention on the goal. Caden was still impressed by his sporty pep talk minutes later, when they arrived at Alpha Mite's open door and walked in unannounced. 2 steps in, Axe froze, his hand squeezing Caden's almost painfully. What the fuck is he doing here? Caden followed Axe's murderous gaze through the entrance area and wide doorway, to the dining room where people stood around the table, ready to take their seats, where Thad stood next to Caden's parents. What the fuck? Neither of them had moved from their spot when Ferris called from the dining room. Caden, Axe, there you are. Look who I managed to convince to come despite their hesitance. Ferris hadn't gotten the reaction he'd wanted putting his arm around Caden the day before, so he'd moved on to the big guns. How did he even know these were big guns? Don't just stand there stunned. Come in, he boomed. Every stiff step closer to the dining room made Caden want to turn around and run. The last time he'd seen his parents, they'd been trying to sell him. They hadn't known how amazing of a man Axe was. Hadn't cared. And the last time he'd talked to them, they'd called him names and boasted about how they looked forward to his failure. Mom? Dad? He mumbled, still more than 5 feet away. Axe's arm pinned him to his side, but he wouldn't have gotten any closer even if it hadn't been. Thad? Why are you here? He was vaguely aware of the other people in the room, Alia and Freston, Martha, Director Mite, Axe's team, and a few less familiar faces that Caden thought were the other Lunar Council members. I knew you'd be stunned, but I just couldn't accept you having no true family present for your mating, Ferris said. And as a bonus, your best friend was able to come too. best friend? Caden didn't try to figure out how Ferris had been led to believe Thad was his best friend. He was too concerned with watching to see how Thad reacted to the word mating. Had they told him? How much had they told him? Did his parents say something about the contract? If they had, Caden would make sure Axe sued them for every penny they still possessed. Except, they couldn't have told Thad, because he'd have already blabbed it to anyone who would listen. And there were more than one pair of ears in this room who would have gladly listened to that. "Thank you," Axe gritted out, hand clenching around Caden's hip. "This was unexpected." Thad frowned, his eyes dropping at where Axe held him. "Caden," Axe said sharply, pulling his attention from the man he'd hoped to never see again. "Yes, thank you. It's unexpected." Axe had already said that, but Caden couldn't be required to think of his own words at a time like this. He looked away from his parents and ex-boyfriend to Martha, and the concern etched over her features. Caden shook his head, attempting a smile. This was fine, and not in the dog sitting at a table while the house burns down around him sort of fine. Actually fine. Caden could get through this as long as Axe was by his side. He'd get through this because he didn't have any other choice. Dinner was as awkward and uncomfortable as Caden knew it would be the moment his parents and Thad took the chairs across from theirs. Between his parents attempting to act as though they were a normal, happy family, and Thad staring at the hickeys on Caden's neck, he couldn't really say as the after-dinner coffee was being served what he'd spent the night eating. Like the first dinner Caden had attended at that house, the conversation went on without his input. There were plenty of questions for Caden's parents, most from Director Might and Ferris, but they acted on their best behavior, keeping their answers vague and polite, which just worried Caden more. If they weren't here to ruin his life, what the fuck were they doing? It wasn't to celebrate his mating. Why would they when they weren't poised to get anything out of it? Unless that was it. They thought they'd get something. Whatever it was, they'd thought bringing Thad would help them get that something. Caden's stomach turned. He didn't want to be thinking about this. He wanted to enjoy the dinner that was supposed to celebrate him and Axe. But Axe wasn't handling it much better, holding his body stiff and giving clipped answers the entire night. How much longer did they have to stay? He turned to Axe, about to ask that very question, when Ferris asked from the other end of the table, "Cousin, why don't we discuss security measures to use during the ceremony? The director filled me in on the increase in criminal activity, and I won't allow anything to happen to ruin the day." Axe pushed silently from the table, Caden's hand in his. He was relieved to get away from Thad's questioning stares. "No reason to bring your intended. All the talk of danger might just make him worry for nothing," Ferris said. Axe's jaw clenched. His nostrils flared, the pulse at his temple pounding through the tightness of his face. Too close to losing his cool in front of the very people who would love to see it happen. "I won't be worried," Caden assured them, continuing forward. "So brave, Caden. But let your mate shoulder this. It's his job to protect you, even from yourself. Right, Axe? Axe?" Ferris's gaze gleamed with triumph, like he knew just how close he was to getting a reaction. Caden squeezed his hand, brushing his lips over Axe's knuckles before letting go. "It's okay. I'll wait here. Let my food digest."
He sounded calmer than he felt, which was good since it let Axe join the Alpha and the Director as Caden sat down, staring at a stain in the tablecloth. Whatever they'd eaten, it had had some kind of tomato sauce. The conversation continued around him. Martha, bless her heart, had started talking to his parents, keeping Caden from having to interact with them. Caden. Thad whispered his name from across the table. He kept his gaze down, pretending he couldn't hear the hissed whispers. Caden. Kitty Cade. His stomach rolled as he pushed back from the table, moments from learning exactly what he'd had for dinner. Excuse me. Caden locked the bathroom door and sat on the toilet, breathing slowly as he tried to figure out if he really would be throwing up that night. Just in case, he'd gone to the bathroom farthest from the dining room. Hopefully there was too much ambient noise for werewolf hearing to pick up on his yakking. He'd convinced himself he'd grown so much these past few weeks that he didn't care anymore about what his parents thought of him, that they couldn't hurt him. But after just seeing them, he'd sunk into the same misery that had surrounded him before. Like he'd already failed them, and they were just waiting around to figure out how much. And so what? What if they are now and will forever be disappointed in you? How will that change your life? None. Not at all. Their approval mattered because he let it matter. He could, just as easily, decide it didn't matter. He could leave the bathroom with his head held high and wait for his mate. They would leave together, and tomorrow they would be mated, and then it wouldn't matter what his parents' scheme was. They couldn't manipulate him anymore. He washed his hands and rinsed his face, drying away his anxiety. Caden would simply choose not to accept this stress. He unlocked the door and opened it, too busy choosing not to accept stress to stop Thad from charging in, pushing Caden back inside before he locked the door behind them. "What the hell are you doing, Thad? Get out of the way!" Thad's asshole energy filled the room. "Like you didn't want me to follow when you left. Don't worry, I made sure your sugar daddy was distracted." Caden had forgotten how much cologne the man wore. It made his nose burn and his head pound. Or maybe that was just Thad's presence that gave him an automatic migraine. He squeezed his eyes closed as he pinched his hairline. "I'm not worried, because you're going to get out of my way." Jesus, Kitty Cade. Do you need a Valium? Something stronger? Thad reached into his pocket. Caden contemplated just charging his way out, but he didn't want to have to touch his ex if he didn't have to. "No, Thad. I need you to stop using that stupid fucking nickname and move. While you're doing that, you can tell me what you're even doing here." "Your parents asked me to come help bring you to your senses, to convince you to come home. They're sorry. I'm sorry. You've made your point. But I won't let you throw your life away. I won't let you join some freaky-ass cult. Mating? What the hell is that?" At least this moment would serve one good purpose, letting Caden be certain that Thad didn't know about the contract, werewolves, or witches. "You don't look happy with him, Kitty. I told myself that if I got here and I had it all wrong, that you were exactly where you wanted to be, I'd stay out of it, no matter how much your parents wanted me to help. But that guy doesn't love you. He hardly looked at you. You hardly looked at him. I know you better than that douche. You're impulsive and don't think before you act. I've rescued you from your bad choices before, and I'll rescue you this time too." The old Caden would have folded by now, either because his head was spinning or because he truly believed what Thad said about him. But Even if Caden wasn't entirely confident in himself, he was confident in Axe.
I don't want to be rescued. Just leave, Thad. Take my parents with you.
He pushed forward, the need to get out of there outweighing the desire not to touch him. He unlocked the door, but Thad grabbed his wrist, using it to hold him in place against the hardwood. The knob dug into his gut, but Caden still pressed closer to it, anything to put space between them. I love you too much to let you make this mistake. What the fuck did that mean? The door gave out from behind him, sending Caden colliding with a hard, growling chest. Axe's arm kept Caden in place as he pulled him out of Thad's grasp. His shoulders heaved, his entire body vibrating with fury as he snarled, "Stay the fuck away from my mate!" "You can't." Before he could finish his sentence, Axe grabbed Thad by the throat, yanked him out of the bathroom, and threw him into the wall where he slammed into the molding and dropped against the carpet. Axe tucked Caden behind him and back inside the bathroom before turning to Thad. His deep growl sounded like death rumbling out of his chest. It wasn't a warning, because Axe wasn't going to give Thad the chance to get away. Axe was going to kill him. "No!" Caden pulled on Axe's shirt, but he might as well have been pulling on the tail of a comet. Caden didn't know how much of their conversation Axe had overheard, but he had to have at least heard Thad threaten to take him away. Against his will, if necessary. But if Caden let Axe do this, act in the heat of passion, they'd lose everything. He'd lose everything. "Chief?" Sai approached from down the hallway. "Sai, get Thad out of here, please!" Caden cried out, maneuvering to Axe's front side where he'd hopefully be able to get Axe to look at him. "I don't care where, just out of the city, please!" Axe didn't look away from Thad's moaning form, but with Caden in front of him, he was reluctant to push Caden closer to the thing he deemed a threat. Caden pushed instead, sending a thankful glance over his shoulder at Sai, hefting Thad to his feet, before closing him and Axe back inside the bathroom. "Do you want him?" Axe looked over Caden's head like he could see through the door. He had to have been out of his mind to even ask something like that. Caden curled his fingers against Axe's chest. "No, silly. I want you. I'm your mate. Yours." The werewolf blinked repeatedly, looking down at Caden like he was seeing him for the first time. Caden's heart broke at the naked panic in Axe's eyes. "I only want you." He let out a silent sigh of relief as the wolf retreated from Axe's expression. He hadn't been sure until that moment that he'd be able to keep Axe from busting through the door and finishing what he'd started. "His smell is on you." Axe spun Caden around so that he faced himself in the bathroom mirror. Behind him, Axe rubbed his face against Caden's skin, nuzzling his wrist and neck. "Your cousin did this on purpose. He invited them here to get a reaction out of you." Caden still had to hope their little explosion had gone unnoticed by the rest of the party. "Calm down, baby. Don't give him what he wants." Axe didn't give him any indication he'd heard him. He was too concerned with depositing his scent over every spot where Thad had touched. Then, Axe's hand slid down to places Thad hadn't touched, places that sang beneath his calloused fingers. He pulled Caden's pants down to his thighs. "One more day," he grunted, unzipping his pants. The scalding heat of Axe's erection branded Caden's skin. "One more day," Axe said again, lining their bodies up. He didn't enter Caden, not right away. He rubbed the leaking head of his dick around Caden's hole, giving him the only consideration he was capable of. Caden didn't want it. He needed to feel his mate, to assure both of them that tonight had changed nothing. "I'm going to bite you, give you a mark that will never fade," Axe muttered as he pushed deeper inside. "Make you mine forever. Mine forever, Caden." Caden basked in the passion of the threatening promise, the fervor of the possessive man thrusting in and out of his body. He found his face in the mirror and looked past the bright eyes and flushed cheeks to the man standing behind him, staring at Caden with such intense ownership that Caden's cock stiffened, his orgasm coming from nowhere. He whimpered, unable to make a sound louder than a mule as, while gripping Caden's hips and making it impossible to move, Axe's knot swelled inside of him. He was trapped, captured, owned. One more day. Chapter 19. Void. Caden curled into a tight ball the moment Axe slipped out of bed early the next morning. He spent the night draped over Axe's chest like he was still holding Axe back, keeping him from ruining everything they'd both worked for. Axe winced at the fresh marks on Caden's nape. He'd lost all reason the night before, had gone ballistic, and if Caden hadn't kept his head, Axe would have lost everything. Axe padded from the bedroom, keeping the door open a crack so he'd be able to hear it if Caden woke up early. Hopefully he'd sleep until it was time for them to go to the mating hall. Just a few more hours. That was all Axe had to endure until the angry buzzing in his head could go silent. His wolf would be appeased, and Axe wouldn't have to spend every second fighting his instincts. He met Sai at his front door, letting in the blue twilight air. Sai had helped Caden the night before when Axe could think of nothing but violence. "Is he? Where is he?" Axe croaked, curling his fingers toward his palms and jabbing himself with the claws that extended simply from asking about Caden's ex. Sai was stone-faced, watching Axe with a dark wariness. "Got him checked out. You should have thrown him against the wall harder. He had no lingering injuries. I drove him up a forest highway and dropped him off." "In the middle of the night?" "I gave him a flashlight, some food, and water. All he had to do was start walking and he'd hit the highway. If he died up there, then he's an idiot." Sai shrugged as though being an idiot was enough to justify the man's death. Axe didn't have room to judge. He would have beaten Thad into an unrecognizable pulp. The Thad issue might continue to cause them problems, but thanks to Sai, it hopefully wouldn't be until after the ceremony. "I shouldn't have put you in that position. I apologize." "Oh, come on. Don't go all stiff on me again. Everyone makes mistakes, and it's refreshing to see that includes you. Besides, the little snot had it coming. I lifted a medicine cabinet's worth of pharmaceuticals from him before I left. Couldn't risk him getting high and falling into a river." If all he'd done was make a mistake, Axe wouldn't hate himself as much as he did. "I lost my mind, Sai. Went feral, insane. Just like my father did." He didn't feel any better having spoken his worst fear out loud. In the end, his dad lost his temper every day. His fuse had been non-existent, the slightest thing setting him off. "You know, I met the old Alpha Landry. Not your father, your uncle. I was just a pup, and he'd come to negotiate with the Pataki pack. That wasn't very long after we moved to America, and my pack wasn't as established as it is now. He was a cruel, spiteful man. and it became clear he hadn't come to negotiate, but to assert his power. His son was his mirror image. When I heard I'd be working under a Landry rep, I prepared myself to face someone who was like them. A person who didn't just expect things to be handed to them, but believed they were owed it. But you are nothing like them. He scratched the back of his head, looking down the empty street. If that makes you more like your father, then it sounds to me like you're lucky. Still, you aren't his copy. You have people in your life who are loyal and would find a way to help you if you needed it. The people in this city don't respect you because you are chief, but because you've earned it. He stepped back, down the path to the sidewalk. I've got the security under control, so don't worry. Just go cuddle your clever mate, and I'll see you on the stage.
Caden, you need to come this way,
Martha explained, gently pulling Caden out of Axe's grasp.
You'll enter the stage on the left, while Axe will go through the right.
After Cy had left and Caden had woken up, they'd had a quiet breakfast, neither of them wanting to speak that much as they got ready and left for the mating hall together. Caden was nervous, but not the kind that turned him into a bubbling fountain of words. He kept staring at Axe like he was waiting for him to explode again. Though Martha had already herded him a few feet away, Caden refused to drop Axe's hand.
Do we have to separate? We can't just go together?
Martha's knowing gaze flicked between the two of them. She clearly had a hunch something had happened the night before, but thanks to Cy's discreet handling of the situation, no one knew what.
It's just until you take your vows and cross the stage,
she said gently, sending Axe a pointed look. He didn't want Caden out of his sight either, but this was supposed to be a joyful day, one he wanted Caden to remember fondly. Don't worry, I'll be right there, on the other side. Caden wasn't relieved, but he still followed Martha, casting a troubled look over his shoulder. Axe went to his door and waited. Inside the hall, the guests were murmuring, none as loudly as Caden's parents.
Where is he?
Caden's father hissed.
He hasn't picked up any of my calls,
his mother replied. Axe grimaced, knowing it was Thad they were talking about. He'd have to deal with that issue, and he would, after he made sure no one would be able to take Caden away.
My friends and allies, we are here today for the union of Caden Borealis and Axe Landry. With this bond, we shall once again fulfill the requirements of the Sacred Pact, ensuring both witches and werewolves live in strength and peace.
Axe stepped onto the stage, ignoring everything but Caden standing on the other side. They'd been apart for minutes, and yet Axe had somehow forgotten how handsome his intended was. Not intended. Mate. Alpha Landry stood behind the podium at the middle of the stage, staring out to the people who'd taken their seats in one of the two sections on either side of the center aisle. Raquel sat with the other Landry reps on Axe's side, along with Axe's team, the director, Alpha Prime, and his mate, Emmett. Axe was glad Caden's side held more than his parents. Gloria, Martha, and Ezra sat side by side, his pack of natural wolves shuffling quietly as they waited in the front lobby outside the hall.
It is my honor, as Alpha of the Great Landry Pack, to sanctify this union and welcome Caden to...
A bark rang out like a shot from the other side of the doors a moment before they opened, revealing Captain Mistus and a slim, disheveled woman. Axe's nostrils flared, eyes widening as he realized who Captain Mistus had with him. Alpha Prime was the first to jump to his feet.
Dr. Brandt! What happened? Why didn't you inform me you'd found her?
Captain Mistus shook his head.
We didn't find her, sir. Dr. Brandt escaped from her kidnapper. Patrol spotted her stumbling in from the forest. I knew you and the director would want to be informed immediately, so I brought her here first.
Axe didn't look at the captain as he spoke, but at Brandt. Her clothes were ripped and dirty, torn to reveal bruised and battered skin. Her right arm hung in a makeshift sling. There were ligature marks around her wrists and ankles and mud caked beneath her fingernails. Bits of forest debris tangled in her long, filthy hair.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize,
she gasped, her tear-filled eyes swinging from Axe to Caden.
Nonsense. Don't apologize, Doctor,
Director Mite said, as Martha rushed past him. Sit down, dear. Martha led the doctor to a chair, hovering her flat hands over the doctor's wounds. Some of these cuts are badly infected. She conjured a squat glass jar from her pocket and screwed open the lid. The doctor looked like she'd been worked over, more than once, and over the course of several days. Some of her cuts had gone yellow, the angry purple-red skin around them telling Axe, without being a healer, how injured she was.
We should postpone the ceremony, Director Mite suggested, while the doctor receives care. No!
Axe's voice rang through the room. He recognized that the doctor needed assistance, and then interrogated, but his wolf growled for him to continue the mating ceremony. Claim Caden first, then tend to this development. Across the stage, Caden wrung his hands together.
Cousin, Ferris said softly, the woman looks like she's been through hell.
I fought my way free,
Dr. Brandt announced.
He kept me for, I don't even know how long, how many days it's been. One moment I was in the lab alone, and the next I was on the ground, knocked down by a large wolf. He went crazy, and then the next thing I knew, I woke up somewhere wet and dark, blindfolded, with my hands and ankles bound. I thought he was going to kill me,
she squeaked, dissolving into sobs. Martha hushed her, but she caught her breath and continued.
I fought back as best as I could, but with my hands bound, I couldn't do anything to stop him from hurting me.
Who? Alpha Prime asked.
I don't know his name. I'd never seen the werewolf before. Now, his image is burned into my brain. When I close my eyes, I see that dark, lifeless gaze. He was a lunar wolf, and I think he wanted to stop us from building the portal. Why else would he destroy the lab? I've been so worried for Dr. Lectra. Is he okay?
Captain Mistus cupped her shoulder.
Dr. Lectra was found dead on the street. I'm sorry, Dr. Brandt.
No!
She dissolved into Martha's arms, sobbing on her shoulder.
It's obvious a lunar wolf or wolves have been conspiring against us,
Captain Mistus said over her sobs.
And I am loathed to say they may have been successful. There just isn't enough data left for Dr. Jelani to pick up where Dr. Lectra had left off.
Dr. Jelani?
Brandt whimpered.
She's okay? Thank the sun. But all of the data couldn't have been destroyed. I have backups in a safe at my house. They're well hidden. Maybe there'll be enough to continue construction on the portal?
That isn't important right now, Dr. Brandt, Alpha Prime said. Apprehending the man who kidnapped you and likely murdered Dr. Lectra is our first priority, before more solar lives are lost.
I'd never seen anyone act like he did. He seemed more like an animal than a man. All that bushy brown and gray hair. He was wild. No better word for it.
Brant shuddered, meeting Alpha Prime's gaze again.
I'm sorry I can't be of more help.
Wild? What about the lone wolf? Captain Mistus asked sharply.
Caden's face had gone pale as he stared at the doctor with wide eyes.
I've only ever seen his wolf form,
Axe said, watching Caden. He couldn't name his expression, a mix of suspicion but also guilt. What did he know?
What color was his wolf?
Sai asked. The doctor accepted a glass of water from Gloria, emptying it before she gasped.
Dark. Almost black.
Every eye turned back to Axe, the last person who'd seen the wolf.
Linus's wolf was a dark brown.
No!
Caden gasped.
That settles it then, the captain said. The perpetrator was the lone wolf this entire time. The wolf your team was unable to track, Chief.
It wasn't Linus!
Caden cried out.
He was old, but so strong.
Brant's voice shook like she was imagining the werewolf as she spoke.
He kept saying that day dogs were trash, that we didn't belong here, and we'd only try to bring more of our kind if we opened the portal. Bullshit!
Caden growled. Axe's first step toward his intended was blocked by the Landry pack reps and Ferris, shaking his head as he murmured, "Allow him to speak." He wasn't trying to silence Caden, but be there for him.
You're calling her a liar? Captain Mistus asked. Can you not see her? See the state of her?
I see her, but Linus doesn't talk in full sentences. He doesn't say stuff like that. I don't know who it was who attacked her, but I know it wasn't Linus.
The captain curled his lip. Axe's fist ached to punch the sneer off his face.
How are you certain? Did you become that acquainted with a lone wolf in your weeks of living here?
Caden lifted his chin, meeting the captain's stare with his own bold glare. Axe would have been damn proud of him if his wolf wasn't scratching beneath his skin and telling him he needed to get to his mate. Something was wrong here, and the worst had yet to come.
No, but I saw him twice, and both times he helped me. And then the second time, he tried to warn me the woods were dangerous.
Caden hadn't told Axe about a second encounter. When? Caden winced, losing some of his fire.
That was when I went with Huxley, when we found...
When your agent recovered Dr. Brant's shoe? You spotted him in the same area?
Captain Mistus asked, anger growing in his tone. Axe growled, his body tensing as he prepared to attack, should Mistus take even a step closer to Caden.
Cousin, what is wrong with you?
Axe didn't answer, his gaze remaining on the captain when Caden's mom gasped.
Oh, God!
She stared at the screen of her phone, eyes sparkling with unshed tears.
Oh, no!
What? Caden sounded more irritated than curious.
Thad, he finally contacted me. He's hurt in the hospital. He said that the chief attacked him last night, dumped him in the middle of the woods. He would have died if a forest ranger hadn't come along. Why?
She lifted her gaze and scanned the room before stopping on his face.
You put him in the hospital! He was a defenseless human!
Caden's mom turned the phone, revealing a picture of Thad lying in a bed, a thick bandage around his head. His face was swollen, eyes black and blue, his bottom lip split, while his leg hung elevated in a cast.
Axe, is this true?
His cousin studied him. But Axe could feel more than just Ferris watching him with shock and confusion. The only eyes he cared about were Caden's, but they were wide with fear. Axe's wolf howled, demanding he get to his mate, even if it meant tearing apart the bodies that stood between them.
Axe didn't do that to Thad,
Caden cried out.
He just threw him against a wall. He didn't beat him up.
Ferris took a step back.
Threw him? Just threw him?
Caden's father shook his head.
I'm sorry, son. I know that you agreed to do this, to make this sacrifice for your family. But I can't let it continue. I shouldn't have ever let it get this far.
Axe's world got quiet. The people in the room moving in slow motion as Caden's father met his gaze. He'd seen the man smug, but also knew what he looked like when he was begging for Axe to reconsider. This was punishment for that, for him and Caden.
Money isn't more important than my son. I'd rather give back every cent you paid than let you buy him. Excuse me? Director Might boomed. My father is very sick, Director. His medical care has put our family in debt, and Caden was willing to become the chief's mate if it meant getting the money needed to continue his care.
Axe's snarl split the room.
You don't give a shit about your son. You don't deserve to be called his father. That may be so after what I almost let happen. But I hope one day he can forgive me.
Caden flinched from his father as though he'd struck him. Axe knew how much Caden wished his parents had loved him, had been the type who would do anything they could to protect him, like they were pretending to now. That was the thought that fueled Axe's anger. Not that his secret had been revealed, but that even now, they were using his son without caring how their actions hurt him. He surged forward, but a wall of bodies blocked his way.
Get a hold of yourself,
Ferris ordered, motioning for the Landry reps to restrain him. His chest was cleaved in two at the sound of Caden crying, too far from him to touch and comfort. There were too many people in the way, including his cousin, who now looked at him with his back turned to every other occupant, allowing just Axe to see his triumphant smirk.
I'm appalled by what I'm hearing, and the part I very nearly played.
He turned around, addressing the room.
My cousin will be removed from his position as chief, and brought home to face judgment and retribution. I will personally ensure that the Borealis family is rightfully compensated for this abuse of power. Please know, I and the entire Landry pack are ashamed of his actions, and though this goes without saying, I forbid this union from taking place.
No!
Caden cried out.
Please don't do that. I want to be his mate. I want this, please!
Axe's entire being vibrated with unspent power. Every cell in his body urged him forward. Caden needed him. He was afraid. He needed Axe's protection.
I'm sorry, Caden, Ferris continued. You were a victim in this, and I hope that with therapy, you can come to see how he took advantage of you. I will do my part in your recovery by making sure you never have to see Axe Landry again.
Axe snapped. He threw out his arms, sending the Landry wolves flying. He reached Ferris before their bodies could land,
his fist colliding into Ferris's face amid a chorus of thumping limbs. Ferris cried out, but Axe had already shifted and clamped his teeth around his throat. He jerked his head back and forth, shaking the limp body like a rag doll. Distantly, he was aware of the clawed hands that grabbed him, but it took several seconds before there was enough people to pull Axe back. He didn't care how many there were. He'd fight through an army to get to Caden. The scent of his mate's fears stabbed at his frantic brain. His snarling drowned out every logical, reasonable part inside him as spittle flung from his muzzle. They'd knocked him to his side, screams for backup combining with shouted orders that didn't make much sense to his rabid brain. Then he saw Martha, pale as she pulled free a spray can. "I'm sorry," she said, before everything went dark. Chapter 20. Pro Tempore. His mother screamed. His father cried out and thrust his wife in front of him. Caden was crying. Everyone was shouting. Yet, Axe's inhuman snarls danced above it all. The most important sound. Axe needed him. Needed Caden's closeness. He wasn't afraid of Axe when he sounded like that. At some point, Caden had realized those sounds meant Axe was in danger, and only Caden could soothe him. Except, the growls stopped, and then, Caden was afraid.
"What's happening? What are they doing?"
He pushed past his parents and into the group of werewolves that stood between him and Axe. Huxley, Zane, and Cy were there. Solemn expressions pointed down at where Axe's wolf lay on the floor.
"What did you do? What's wrong with him? Axe!"
"He's just sleeping," Martha said from Axe's side. "Someone was going to get hurt." They were all going to get hurt if they didn't move out of Caden's way. He stomped forward and felt sharp nails digging in the skin above his elbow.
"Haven't you done enough?"
Raquel sneered.
"My mate is injured now because of you."
Caden tried to pull away, but the witch was surprisingly strong. "Get your hand off him," Ezra ordered, his voice barely above a whisper as his pack of wolves stood crouched behind him, ears flat as they growled. Huxley appeared by his side in an instant, and Raquel let go, hissing something about disrespect before turning back to her mate. Alpha Landry was alive and moaning like a baby as he got to his feet.
"Huxley, take Ezra and escort Caden back to his house for now,"
Martha said, her expression guarded when she looked at him. How could she believe the bullshit they'd said about Axe? "Do you think it's wise for him to return there?" Caden's father asked. Martha pinned him with a hard stare.
"I think it's where Caden will be most comfortable right now, and where he has been living for the past several weeks. All of that time in which you and your wife could have come forward with this information."
His father shut up, but Caden couldn't enjoy the moment.
"I'm not leaving him!"
The dragon dust spray must have been concentrated, because Axe was still unconscious.
"None of you understand. My parents are filthy fucking liars."
"You're claiming Axe didn't pay you to become his mate?" Director Might asked.
"No, he did. But I love him. I fell in love with him. I want this,"
Raquel tisked.
"His money. You still want his money, you gold-digging whore."
Caden lunged toward her with his hands outstretched.
"Tisk at me one more time, bitch. See what happens."
He screamed over Huxley's shoulder, who'd intervened to hold him back.
"Caden!"
his mother cried out. She was too close, still pretending to care.
This whole thing was going to shit, and Caden's brain was beginning to spin from the chaos. Axe needed to wake up. His head roared, body shaking as he tried to think of a way to fix this, to go back in time and stop it from happening. He was breathing hard, too hard. He needed to calm down, be strong for his mate.
You never have to see Axe Landry again.
No, that couldn't happen. Caden needed Axe, needed his smile, his strength, his patience and power. Zane and Sai closed in, blocking his view from everyone else.
I'll stay, Sai whispered. I know for fucking sure Thad was fine when I dropped him off. I'll stay with Axe and watch over him. But if you're here when he wakes up, he might just lose control again, and that's not going to help us.
No, Caden didn't want that.
Okay,
he nodded, hearing himself speak from 1,000,000 miles away.
Okay, don't let anyone.
Sai's dark gaze pinned him like a spotlight in the night. I won't. 10 minutes later, Caden walked through his front door, shocked that it looked the same. Neat, clean, but not like home. Not when he wasn't sure the next time Axe would be there with him.
I'll make you some tea,
Ezra said after ordering his wolves to guard out front, an action that had ruffled Huxley's feathers just a tad. Sometime later, Caden wasn't sure how long, other than it was long enough he had a steaming cup of peppermint tea in front of him. The wolves barked. Ezra looked outside, let out a sharp whistle, and they silenced. Huxley opened the door to Zane, and Caden jumped from the sofa.
What's happened?
Alpha Landry is being a little bitch. He wanted to leave with the chief before he woke up, but Alpha Mite bought us some time, saying since the incident occurred specifically on Mite territory, that it was her responsibility to investigate. That should buy us some time. But it wouldn't stop Ferris from taking Axe back to Landry Packlands, where he could finish the job they'd started when they murdered Axe's father.
We can't let them take Axe out of Crescent City. We'll never get him back. Ferris Landry has been waiting for Axe to mess up for his entire life.
And now he had, because of Caden.
Is it true that you only agreed to be his mate to save your grandpa?
Ezra asked.
At first, yes. And even that isn't how it sounds. He didn't prey on me. If anything, I was manipulating him in the beginning. Or thought I was. But even if it started that way, it didn't stay that way. If I could just convince the others, explain that our bond is real, our love is real. Axe acted the way any werewolf would if their mate was being taken from them. He can't be in trouble for that.
The doubtful faces around him told Caden that Axe could, but he wouldn't let it happen. Caden just had to figure out how to get the others to actually listen to him. Zane rubbed the back of his neck.
That isn't all. There are talks already of forming a hunting party.
They didn't need to hunt Axe. They had him. That was the problem.
For Linus, Zane added. Captain Mistas cleared it with Alpha Prime and the director. They'll begin searching the forest as soon as they have enough people.
Caden imagined the angry mob of wolves that would soon be hunting for Linus, and his body went cold. Maybe Linus was unpredictable like Axe had said, but he wasn't the wolf Dr. Brandt had described. But no one would listen to Caden about that either. He walked back to the sofa, feeling too heavy to remain standing. No plan formed in his head. He had no suggestions and could promise nothing. So he didn't.
Can you guys give me a little bit of time?
He needed to be able to think, and without Axe, The best way would be to let his brain spiral until it finally lodged onto something helpful. It wouldn't be pretty. He didn't hear the others go, but minutes later, he was alone, and for the first time in his life, it had been what he'd asked for. Before he could truly dwell in the silence of his making, there was another knock at the door.
"Honey, are you in there?"
His mother called through. Caden should have asked Ezra to leave a few of his wolves.
"Baby, we're here to check on you. Your father and I have to go soon. We need to check on Thad. Did you want to come with us, honey?"
There must have been someone else outside, or within hearing.
"Go away!"
Caden screamed, hoping whoever they were pretending for could hear him too.
"You don't care about me. You care about money. That's why you came. I outsmarted you, and you've been waiting for your chance to pay me back. Axe threw Thad against the wall because he wouldn't let me leave the bathroom. I wish Axe had kicked his ass. Now leave before I open this door and kick yours."
There was no response, likely too many people around for his parents to reply how they truly wanted. His phone rang, and Caden stomped to it, expecting his parents to be calling where they could be as toxic as they wanted without being overheard. But it wasn't their number on the screen. Zelda?
"Caden."
She sounded out of breath. His chest clenched. How was he supposed to take all of this at once?
"What's wrong? I need you to... I'm not sure how to say this, but..."
No. Caden couldn't take losing someone else right now.
"What? Zelda, what?" "At your grandfather's request, I've moved him to an investment property of his. It's supposed to be close to you, about 30 minutes. You need to come here right away." "You moved him? But you can't. What are you talking about? Zelda, how... Caden!"
Her voice was scratchy, like she'd been crying.
"I can explain everything when you get here. Your grandfather told me."
Caden's knees buckled. This wasn't bad news, but amazing news. Caden's grandpa would know what to do.
"He told you? He's awake? Let me talk to him." "No, Caden. You need to come now. You need to find a way to get here. He said it isn't that far from Crescent City."
Caden hadn't told Zelda the name of where he'd been going. She could have looked it up on the paperwork, but why? Could he even leave Crescent City right now? His mate was in trouble, and he didn't know how to drive.
"Zelda, I'm not sure if I can right now. Axe is... There's an issue. Maybe I can ask them if Axe can bring me, but it will take some time. You need to come as soon as you can, Caden."
There was a gentle persistence in her tone that made Caden feel like he was going to throw up.
"Is he..."
His grandpa couldn't die now. Caden was still learning how to heal him.
"I looked up a few taxi services in your area. I can pay when you get here if you don't have the money. You just have to hurry."
She hadn't answered his question, and Caden could only think of one reason why she wouldn't.
"I will. I'll figure something out. Just please, hold on."
At one time in his life, Caden had been a fan of the bustle, the hectic energy of a nightclub, the overlapping currents of a house party. He didn't want or need any of that anymore, so of course, that was why his life was currently a dumpster fire rolling down a hill toward a pool of gasoline.
"We're almost there,"
Martha assured him, looking out the corner of her eye to check on him as she had the entire drive. The address Zelda had given him had been 30 minutes from Crescent City, and calling to convince Martha she needed to take him had taken another 7. Convincing himself not to roll into a ball and freak out was still an ongoing effort. The house ended up being at the end of a single-lane road, in a forested neighborhood 3 exits down the highway. Caden knew his grandpa had invested in property. His condo was on one of them, but he had no idea any of them had been this close to Crescent City. Martha parked and grabbed her bag. Maybe Caden didn't know a lot about how to be a healer, but Martha did, and he hoped a healer and a half was enough to make his grandpa well again. Zelda answered the door before he could knock, pulling Caden into a teary hug. He was stiff at first. It had been so long since they'd been able to touch, and that she felt like she could now made Caden's skull ache.
"He's in here. I'm so glad you made it so quickly. I felt like I was insane at first, like I'd been isolated for too long and I was starting to hear voices. But then he convinced me."
She led them through the small house to a sunroom with floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out onto a patch of wildflowers, the forest continuing behind it. Sun streamed through the branches, lighting up the fat bumblebees that zoomed between the multicolored flowers. The hospital bed faced away from Caden, toward the picturesque scene. Caden rushed around it, but stopped short. His grandpa was there, eyes closed. "Oh." He looked back at Zelda, lingering in the doorway. "I thought he—" "Caden?" Caden jumped, looking from Zelda to his grandpa and finally to Martha, her kind eyes fixed on his grandpa with a small, sad smile.
"Did you hear?"
Martha nodded. "I'm so glad you came. Thank you, grandson." That was his grandpa's voice in his head, but his grandpa had remained motionless, asleep in the bed.
"He's a telepath," Martha explained. "He never spoke with you this way?"
"Is that Martha May?" His grandpa's voice sounded lighter, almost teasing.
"It's me, Trivant, but I'm afraid I'm Martha Might now. Have been for a while."
"Of course, I knew that. Thank you for bringing Caden to see me."
Caden had no idea what to make of their exchange, or the fact that he was hearing his grandpa's voice. That was good, though, right? He wasn't talking, but he was mind-talking. That had to be a good sign. "Martha's here to help me heal you. She's been teaching me how to be a healer, too, and I was going to wait until your treatments are finished, but why are you here now?"
"I needed to talk to you, Caden. I needed to explain. After Zelda told me everything. I'm so sorry. I did you a disservice, and I needed to apologize before."
"Sorry for what? You don't have anything to be sorry for, Grandpa. Don't worry, Martha is the best healer in the city, on this coast." He looked to Martha, noticing then that she hadn't set her bag down, hadn't opened it to retrieve any of the items. There were powders to wake people up, and tonics that could heal atrophied muscles. Why wasn't she grabbing any of that?
Caden.
Both Martha and his grandpa spoke at the same time with matching tones of sympathy. No, don't Caden me. You haven't even tried anything." Why had he asked Martha to come if she wasn't going to at least attempt to help? Probably because she was the only one with high enough stature to get them out of Crescent City without documents. It had also helped that the city was in an uproar as the news of what had happened at Caden's mating ceremony spread. "Because I know what it is ailing your grandpa. If I'd been able to see him before now, I would have known to prepare you better. Evacuatur mors."
Fading death,
his grandpa translated. But Caden knew that word already, had learned it from Balamus in class. The sacred pact mostly eradicated the disease, but a small percentage of witches still die from it. Once it sets in, there's no chance for recovery, Caden. He let his pack drop from his shoulder. So you're saying there's nothing we can do? Nothing? She shook her head, her gaze sympathetic but unblinking. You know that's not what I'm saying. He didn't accept her sympathy nor what she was implying. Anger rose up inside him. He didn't accept any of this. Not what was happening to Axe, what would happen to Linus, and especially not that this could very well be the last time he ever spoke to his grandpa. He wanted to dig his heels into the dirt and fight it. Demand Martha leave if she wasn't going to help. Urge his grandpa to hang on. And his grandpa might try. Whatever force allowed him to stay in his body, he might cling to it and linger, too afraid for Caden to let go. Yes, he knew what Martha had been saying, what there was left to do. He could kick and scream and show his grandpa just how worried he should be for him. Or he could accept that he'd been given an opportunity that many didn't get, one that he would not waste by being selfish. He grabbed his grandpa's hand and squeezed it. What did you want to apologize for? I can assure you right now I'm not upset, whatever it is. Zelda appeared with a chair, motioning for Caden to sit in, and he did, holding his grandpa's hand the whole time. I love you so much, Caden. There was an edge of relief in his grandpa's tone that made Caden want to sob. If I thought for a moment you had magic in you, I would have told you everything. But I never saw anything to indicate. And both your parents, well, they aren't strong witches. They aren't strong parents either, Caden added. But you were. Thank you for being there for me. I wish I could have done more, but I was too afraid of losing the last of my family. When we left the Borealis clan, it wasn't a choice I made, but one that was forced on me. How? Why? He noticed Martha had lit a candle in the corner of the room, pine and vanilla, for soothing. Your mother was engaged to the eldest son of the Helix clan. She was a Bloom, an equally strong clan, and the union between them was going to end a rift that had made the two enemies for decades. She met my son at a club while the clans were still negotiating the terms. They became intimate. Caden smirked, imagining he could hear his grandpa's uncomfortable throat clearing. The idea of his parents having sex didn't make him uncomfortable, but grossed him out. She got pregnant with me, didn't she? While she was engaged with the Helix witch. Yes, but we didn't find that out until later. Her fiancé found out about what happened. He believed your mother wanted to make a fool of him. When he told his clan, well, they are proud witches, and lashed out, renewing the violence that had momentarily ceased. The Bloom clan blamed your mother and father for ruining their chance at peace. And the Borealis clan, they wanted me to do as the other clans demanded, and hand my son over to face whatever punishment the Blooms and Helixes saw fit. He didn't, though, obviously. What would have happened if he had? Would Caden still be here? He kept his questions to himself, patting his grandpa's hand instead to tell him he was listening. We couldn't, your grandmother and I. We couldn't offer our only son to the slaughter. We were kicked out of the Borealis clan. I will never know whether it was the Blooms or Helixes who were responsible for the attack. But when the smoke cleared, my wife was dead. That was when I took your parents to the other side of the country. We lived in hiding,
well away from the witch world. When you were born, I'd hoped that your parents would get better. Both had lost everything, their futures, their way of life, but I'm afraid they never did. And you suffered because of it.
Caden assumed get better meant that they would stop hating him for existing, but that never happened. I think you're the one who suffered. You lost everything too, Grandpa. More. You lost your wife. I can't imagine what that felt like. A dark voice whispered that Caden wouldn't have to imagine. He'd know what it felt like if he didn't figure out a way to convince the others of the truth.
Thankfully, the other clans were willing to pretend none of it had happened, just as long as we stayed out of sight. I wanted revenge, but knew if I tried, I risked losing my son, risked losing you. You brought me joy, Caden. I should have known there was magic in you. But your father could hardly read body language, and your mother, well, her kinetic abilities made her fairly good at tennis.
Caden snorted. No wonder his dad had called him a dud. He'd been projecting.
Zelda told me what you did for me. The pain was overwhelming, and even after the treatments, it took some time for the damage to clear away from my mind enough for me to use my magic again. But I don't want you to sacrifice your life for mine, Caden. I never would have wanted that.
I didn't. I'm not. I would have, but Axe, he sees me. He understands me, fills all my missing pieces and lets me feel whole. And I think I do the same for him. I want to be his mate. I just wish that you could meet him.
I do as well.
Caden wouldn't dwell on how already his grandpa's voice sounded weaker.
But at least I get the chance to tell you how proud I am of you. You were always sharp and resilient, seeing things in ways no one else could. You have a kindness that follows you, no matter the cruelty you faced. That is magic in its own right. All I want is for you to live your life happy, with someone who makes you happy.
Caden decided right then that he wouldn't bring up what had happened. He wouldn't ask his grandpa for advice and possibly make him worry. He'd do his job as a healer, as a grandson. He kissed his grandpa's hand and squeezed it tight. He does, Grandpa. If he could be here right now, he would be. But let me tell you all about him since he's not. Caden talked through the day. His grandpa's questions became fewer, with more time between them. But Caden kept on, telling him how they'd met, skipping the part about the meth, how Axe had protected him from the very beginning. He told him about his first few days in Crescent City, seeing a werewolf fight for the first time, and being afraid he was, as his family thought, without power. He described the aptitude test and the classes that came after, the support he felt from Axe every step of the way. And when his grandpa took his last breaths, Caden told him that he loved him, and that no amount of time would ever be enough, but that if now was his time, he could go, knowing Caden would be taken care of. Caden, Martha whispered. It was the first time she'd spoken since they'd first arrived. He's gone. You did very well, Caden. Few healers could have done what you just did for him, and you should be proud. He sort of was, but also confused and sad. What now? What do we do? Zelda showed me his last wishes.
He told her everything on their way here. He'd like to be cremated by an icy flame. He frowned. I don't know how to do that. Martha just smiled. I do. Let me handle this. You've done all you need to. Caden kissed his grandpa's hand one last time before going out to sit with Zelda, listening to her talk about how crazy she thought she was when his grandpa's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. And don't get me started on witches existing, though I should have known your mother is a real... She stopped herself before finishing the sentence. When your friend, Martha, is finished, I'm to take your grandfather's remains back to his old clan. He made me swear to go alone, so I don't want you asking to come along. It sounded like I pulled you out of an urgent situation anyway. After hearing about the bloodshed that had forced his grandpa to go into hiding, he was surprised that he'd asked Zelda to return there. Will it be safe for you? Yes, I've already made contact with the clan. How will you get there? You can't pay for the trip yourself. Let me help. What? Zelda looked at him so strangely. He lost what he'd been saying. You're different than you were the last time I saw you. Calmer, more confident. I'm glad for you, Caden. And don't worry about my trip. Your grandpa was a thorough man. I think his only mistake was assuming better of his son. But he's taken care of everything, including me, if you don't mind me saying. Caden hadn't cried a tear while he'd been with his grandpa, but now he felt the pressure building. Except they weren't tears of grief, though he was certain those would come later, but of relief. He was so glad that during his last conversations with his grandpa, he had Axe in his life and not Thad. He had a partner his grandpa would approve of, one Caden could be proud of. Not one slimy enough he'd beat himself up to fake an assault. Wait a second. His gratitude had sent a thought zapping into his brain that left behind an idea that was very nearly formed. It is finished, Martha said, a red velvet pouch in her hand. That's him? Caden asked. She nodded, pulling at the drawstring. Caden almost asked her to stop, his heart pounding with uncertainty at whether he wanted to see what was left of his grandpa. He peeked inside at the clear square cube that sparkled like pure ice. He won't melt? No, he won't. Martha pulled the bag closed and handed it to Zelda. You'll learn how to perform the spell, but not for a while. It felt strange to just leave the cottage after all that had happened. But after Zelda left to transport his grandpa's remains home, there was no reason to stay. And there were plenty of reasons to return home as quickly as possible. Are you okay? Martha asked as they neared Crescent City. I'd expect you to need to process what just happened. I think I will, but later, maybe? I'm sorry, too. Sorry I ever doubted you and the chief. Your bond is real, and I'll do what I can to defend it. Thank you. Caden wished it would be that easy to convince the others. Except, it hadn't been easy to convince Martha. He'd had to lose someone he'd refused to lose. The moment I found out I was a healer, I wanted to learn as quickly as possible so I could swoop in and save my grandpa. I was learning for the wrong reasons. I wouldn't say that. It isn't unusual to want to be the hero. You just have to... Caden gasped. His very nearly formed idea had just upgraded into a full idea. Can you pull over? Please? Martha eyed him but did as he asked, slowing to a stop about 5 minutes outside of the city gate. He opened the door, bringing his pack with him as he stepped out of the car. Caden, what are you doing?
When he found what he needed, he turned to Martha sitting behind the driver's seat.
"I'm really sorry," he rushed to say. "I'll call Huxley to come and get you."
She frowned and reached for her buckle.
"I'll have to figure this out on my own. It's the only way I'll get people to listen to me."
He'd be the first to admit there were a few holes in his logic, but he had a long hike ahead of him to work them out.
"Figure what out? Caden!"
She looked down then at the small spray bottle he'd pulled from his bag and reached for her door, but Caden was faster. His sweaty fingers slipped, delivering just a small puff of the dragon's dust inside the cab. Martha's eyes were still open, eyelids dropping slowly when he added, just in case,
"If I don't make it, look in the forest."
He pushed down on the spray bottle again, and that time, he didn't slip. Chapter 21. Damages. Axe paced his cell. It was the smallest holding unit inside the Lunar Council headquarters, but Axe didn't waste time wondering if that was some petty slight. He needed to know where Caden was and what had happened to him after Axe had lost control. He hadn't seen his former team, and Patrol must have been instructed not to speak with him because no one would give him an answer. How long did he have left in Crescent City? Despite the blowback, attacking Ferris had been satisfying, and tossing his body around like a chew toy would remain a highlight of his life. It could be the last highlight of his life if he didn't figure out a way to break free before his cousin transported him back to Landry territory. Once that happened, there'd be a trial, but the elders in the pack all remembered how his father had acted, and younger wolves had grown up learning to fear him. Even if Ferris put it up to a vote, instead of making the decision himself, they'd still unanimously decide that the world was safer without Axe. At one time, he may have thought death a kinder punishment than becoming a lone wolf. But he couldn't hold Caden if he was dead. He couldn't see the joy light up his face as he learned something new, or the smile stretch his lips when he thought he was being sneaky. Axe had to figure out a way to escape and find his mate. If Caden decided he didn't want to live on the run with Axe, then he wouldn't push him. He wouldn't force him. He might have, weeks ago, but it took being on the cusp of losing Caden for Axe to learn what true love was. It wasn't possessing a person, but wanting what was best for them. And Axe trusted Caden to know what was best for him. But he still really fucking hoped Caden chose him. The security door at the end of the hallway clicked open. Axe couldn't see his visitor yet, but recognized the stench. Ferris Landry came into view, accompanied by 2 guards from patrol. He stopped several feet away from the bars, saying, "I'd like to talk to my cousin alone." When neither moved, he added, voice laced with annoyance, "Director Might approved it." Axe neither doubted nor knew if that was true, but the guards believed him. Ferris waited until the guards had gone back through the secure door before curling his lip in a cruel mockery of a smile. The very picture of the gloating child Axe had known throughout childhood. "I've spent my life waiting for this moment," he said, near giddy with excitement. "If my father knew how long it was going to take you to screw up, he would have arranged an accident a long time ago." Apparently, Ferris didn't know that his uncle had attempted to arrange accidents over the years. Axe had just been too smart to fall for them, just as he'd been able to avoid his cousin's traps. "You're like a cockroach that refuses to die. This shitty city was supposed to break you. I guess it did, just not in any way I imagined. No, this is much more satisfying."
Axe kept his face blank, conveying nothing. Ferris still wanted him to react. He probably thought he had that power now. But Axe had lost control earlier in response to losing Caden, not his cousin's taunts. "You have nothing to say?" Ferris spat. "No fight left in you? Interesting. Your father lost his mate and went ballistic, but losing yours has broken you." Axe glanced at the collar of his cousin's jacket, flipped up where Axe had sunk his teeth into him and shook him like a rag doll. He smirked. The wounds were deep and would take at least a day to heal. Ferris noticed where Axe looked and turned red, pulling up the fabric to make certain his injuries were concealed. "Do you want to know the real reason why my father killed yours? It wasn't because of his behavior. A pack should fear its alpha." Despite whatever Ferris was about to say, Axe knew the reasons. His uncle had been weak, harboring a greed fueled by a thirst for power. "It was because of your mother. She belonged to my father. He was the one courting her. His only mistake was believing her safe from his brother's eye, since she was a human and he was promised to a witch. He'd introduced them the night he was going to make her his intended." Axe knew the rest. His parents had become mates within weeks of meeting each other. Their whirlwind love affair had changed even the most stubborn of prejudiced hearts in their pack. And from what Axe could remember, they'd continued to love each other very much. So much, losing his mate had driven his father crazy with grief. And clearly, her death had also cleared the way for Axe's uncle to take his revenge. While the sob story answered some questions Axe had carried with him, like why his uncle had been willing to accept the union between Axe's previous intended and his son so quickly, it changed nothing, elicited no fiery emotions within him. Still, Ferris stared at him, waiting for some angry outburst, for the outrage. When he got neither, his cheeks turned the color of red wine, his eyes gleaming with cruelty as he spat out, "When we return, I'll gather the elders. Let them see their worst fears were realized. And then, I will enjoy watching you die." Watching. Of course, Ferris would have someone else do it. At least Axe's uncle had done his own dirty work. Axe didn't say that or anything else. Instead, he studied the wall behind Ferris and noticed how it would need a fresh coat of paint soon. "Go ahead. Return to that stoic shell of yours. Just don't get comfortable. I'll give that bitch Alpha Might until dawn to finish posturing. And then you're getting a one-way trip back to where this all started." Ferris stormed away up the hallway, but Axe didn't bother to watch him go. He paced. There had to be a way to get a message to Caden, to tell him not to worry. Axe would fix this, even if he currently had no clue how. Sometime later, he'd counted about 200 back-and-forth laps in his cell. Axe received his second visitor. Raquel stood outside, her tear-stained face a mask of remorse. She lifted a tissue, sniffing delicately in it as the patrol guards watched them from the bend in the hallway. Axe understood why zoo animals often paced their enclosures. It wasn't the walls, but the gawking.
"I'm disappointed in you, Axe,"
she snarled softly. Axe gave her the facial equivalent of a shrug.
"You were mine once, my future mate. Even as a young girl, I was so taken by you. I fought my father when he told me what he'd had planned, and cried every night for months. You were mine, and I was yours."
"You were never mine, Raquel. We were children."
Neither of them had had any clue what being a mate meant.
I told myself that marrying Ferris meant I'd at least get to keep you in my life. I'd be able to see you. I knew how devastated you were when you lost me.
You should consider keeping those thoughts to yourself, Raquel. Patrol can be a bit chatty when they're bored. Axe motioned down the hallway at the guards, scowling at him, angry he'd interrupted their show.
I don't care. Once we leave, you'll be dead too quickly for me to say any of this.
Her sharp tone echoed off the walls.
I convinced myself you were made of stone, that your past had broken you, turned you into an uptight shell incapable of love. But you lost control. For him? For that witch reject?
Axe growled and Raquel surged back, fear in her eyes before she narrowed them.
How could you let him be the one to finally break you?
Axe knew the answer Raquel truly wanted the answer to. Why not me? The answer to that was simple. Because she wasn't Caden. She must have seen the truth on his face because hers twisted, arranging into something vicious and ugly.
You gave your loyalty to the wrong witch, Axe. Caden abandoned you before you even woke up. Your sweet intended left Martha Might stranded on the side of the road and then disappeared.
Despite Axe's determination not to let their taunting get to him, his chest tightened. What are you talking about? Raquel flipped her long hair over her shoulder with a smirk.
The very moment he realized he'd still get his money, he left. You loved someone who didn't love you back. I'm glad you get to know how that feels before you die.
Axe would be damned before he doubted Caden's love because Raquel told him he should. If Caden had left, he'd had a reason. One he'd believed was urgent. A reason that had required him to leave Martha Might behind. He wouldn't have done that unless he'd believed where he was heading would be dangerous. Where the fuck was he? Axe didn't hear Raquel leave. He didn't see her disappear around the hallway. He was alone when he let the first growl escape. He was still alone when he rammed against the bars, his beast demanding that they break out, despite knowing he was locked inside a cell he'd personally had reinforced. And even if he did break out of his cell, there were 2 secure doors between him and freedom, each of them guarded. That didn't matter. He clawed at the bars until his nails were torn and bleeding. He didn't feel the pain. He didn't feel anything. Caden was in danger. It was that exact moment when Axe understood what his father had felt, what had driven him to an insane rage. He'd gone numb, slamming his body like a battering ram against the bars, blinking through the blood that dripped into his eyes as more poured from his nose. He hadn't lost control before. This was losing control. Powered by impotence and helplessness, he wouldn't stop until his body was too broken to move.
You better simmer down, Axe Landry.
Martha approached the bars, eyeing the smears of Axe's blood against them. Huxley was with her, but made no move to approach, standing with the guards a few feet away.
You're acting like a damn fool,
Martha muttered.
We could hear your banging from 2 floors up.
Not too close,
one of the guards barked as Martha neared with her pack. She looked over her shoulder.
I'm a healer, son. I need to be near him to heal.
Why bother? His alpha won't let him live long enough for it to matter.
His sense of mind returning, Axe had 1,000 questions for the woman, but a look in her eye left each lingering on his tongue.
I'd rather not heal a man with an audience.
The guards stood straight, looking down their noses at her. We aren't stupid, you know. You're his intended's friend. I disagree, Martha replied as though exhausted by the conversation. Axe thought at first that she was denying being Caden's friend, because he'd left her on the side of the road. Martha lifted her gaze to Huxley. Honey? Huxley knocked the guards' heads together like he was performing a comedy slapstick routine, and then swept forward, using his key to open the cell door. I'm sorry it took us so long, Chief. You freaking out actually gave us the perfect excuse. He blushed as he hefted the unconscious guards into the cell.
Where is Caden?
Martha handed him a glass bottle as they rushed through the door. Drink this. Yesterday, I left Crescent City with Caden to go see his grandfather. Trivent Borealis had become aware enough to use his telepathic abilities. He'd known his end was near, and we arrived in time for Caden to help ease his passing. Axe's heart cracked in two. Caden's grandpa was dead? Caden had watched it happen, and Axe had been stuck here unable to console him. They reached the second of the secured doors. Correction, the should-have-been secured door. It was open. Sai and Zane waiting on the other side, along with 2 unconscious patrol guards and what looked like half of the Landry reps, likely posted there by an untrusting Ferris, sprawled out on the floor.
Where is Caden?
He asked again. He used dragon's dust to knock me out, Martha grumbled. He told me that if he didn't make it, to look in the forest. She handed him a second bottle. The first had made his injuries stop bleeding, and instructed him to drink. He had to force it down. Caden thought there was a chance he wouldn't survive? When Axe found him, they'd have a long conversation about rushing into danger. Zane continued. We think he might be trying to stop the hunting party from going after the lone wolf. Mistus convinced his alpha that it was the only way to keep their people safe. A mixed team left a few hours ago to find him. Orders are to kill on sight. Which meant anyone wandering around alone in the forest was in danger. They reached the main floor. Sai, Zane, and Huxley fanned out, securing the hallway the way they would have after arriving at a hostile location. Sai motioned for them to wait and took the lead around the final corner to the lobby. Officer Gunner, what are you doing here? Axe couldn't see what was happening from where he stood. He sniffed the air, getting a whiff of greasy fried food.
Patrol stopped responding, Gunner huffed. Plus, I couldn't miss the chance to see that asshole behind bars. Oh, don't look at me like that, Pataki. You worked under him. You know what a sanctimonious...
Axe heard the unmistakable sound of flesh hitting flesh. A groan, and then a couple 100 pounds dropping to the floor. Clear, Sai called out. He sprinted around the corner and through the lobby, but stopped at the doors. Gunner is right. None of you are under my command anymore. I'm not chief. I doubt I'm still technically a citizen of Crescent City. You shouldn't put your necks on the line for me any more than you already have. I'll tell them I overpowered Martha and forced Huxley to open the cell. I don't want any of you punished for this. And just let you take the credit for knocking out a small army of guards? Pfft. Zane rolled his eyes. At any other time, the gesture might have annoyed Axe, but now it made him grin. The whole Gunner line is a disgrace to the Andino pack. He had an ass-kicking coming. Besides, I like Caden. He makes the stick up your ass a little less rigid. And I don't give a fuck about the trouble I might get in. Maybe I'll earn myself a break. In a cell. That was the fate that awaited his team for helping break him out. Ferris would demand retribution. Don't worry about anything but finding Caden, Martha added as they pushed out into the lingering darkness of pre-dawn. My daughter will figure out how to keep you here and your team out of trouble. She's stubborn, but also brilliant. She'll think of something. Considering Alia had been raised by a 90-year-old woman who just helped bust a man out of a secure facility, Axe didn't doubt that. But if Axe didn't find his mate before something happened to him, it wouldn't matter what genius plan Alia came up with. Chapter 22. Malafide. Caden picked carefully through the trees. He'd found a deer trail, a blessing since it reduced the number of times he'd normally be tripping while traipsing through the dark forest. He still had to stop every few minutes and use one of his dwindling matches from the supply in his pack, but only when he wanted to make sure, as sure as a man could be who was relying on foggy memories and dumb luck, he was going in the direction of where he'd been last time. He'd had to enter the forest from a different location, using a tall tree to climb and then plop, very hard on his ass, it still hurt, over the wall. But he knew which general direction to go, east, toward the mountain. When Caden had asked Linus where he'd gone to hide from Axe's team that time, he'd said cave. And Caden was hoping that was where Linus would be now that another team of angry werewolves was chasing after him. If they'd found him... Caden wouldn't let himself think about being too late, or about being wrong about his assumptions, or about Axe locked in a cell. He had to take this one step at a time. First, find Linus. Then everyone would have to listen to what he had to say. A chorus of howls echoed in the distance, and Caden's knees gave out, sending him to the cold, wet ground. That had to be the hunting party. They sounded like a horde of ghouls, their howls not sad or mournful, but excited. Caden imagined a scene from a nature documentary he'd watched where a school of sharks— did sharks come in schools? —feasted on the carcass of a dead whale. It had been a frenzy of movement, chaotic in every sense of the word as they tore away chunks of meat and fought over the scraps. You don't need to imagine they are sharks, Caden. Wolves are scary enough. They couldn't have found Linus. Caden wouldn't accept that possibility. But if they hadn't, they were either too confident or too stupid to realize being so noisy would make them easier to evade. He brushed himself off and charged forward, ignoring his burning lungs and the way his legs ached with every step. He had to be getting close. A while back, he'd thought he'd recognized that tree. Most of the trees looked the same, but there'd been an energy about that one that he'd... His next step landed on nothing. The ground gave way beneath him and Caden tumbled, rolling over debris and brush down and down until he came to an abrupt, bone-breaking stop. He lay in the brush, stared up at the stars, and remembered Gloria's warning. Those caves are dangerous, and not only because the forest just drops off without warning. He just confirmed half of what she said. Hopefully he could confirm the rest with more grace. Or not at all. He just had to find Linus and then figure out how to get the information Caden needed out of him. After he got his head to stop spinning. He moved his fingers, then his toes. When that went okay, he lifted his arms, carefully turning his head side to side. Nothing felt broken. If Caden sat up and found his thigh bone sticking from his leg, well, then at least he had his kit. His kit! Caden jerked upright, worsening the spinning but relieving his panic. The kit had tumbled with him. He looked up the way he'd come, realizing 3 things. First, he was so fucking lucky to be moving right now. Second, the hunting party's howls were quieter here. And third, he'd been going in the right direction after all. So in reality, he had many good things to be thankful for as he lay at the bottom of a drop-off in the dark woods with an aching body and no real plan other than to fix everything. He peered ahead, Unable to see the top of the mountain from his position, just hundreds of feet of rocky, sparsely vegetated ledges. How could Linus hide here? There wasn't anything to get behind. He dropped his chin, scanning the base. It was too much to hope for a clearly visible cave. Maybe one where someone had come through and brushed away all the spiders. If Linus hid here, then Caden didn't have much hope in finding an opening. He started to climb, and the thought occurred that Axe might just kill him if he knew what he was doing. If he's ever able to kill you again. He would be. Caden would make sure Axe had 1,000 more chances to kill him, every day, for the rest of their lives. He kept climbing, wincing with each step. Maybe his body wasn't broken, but he was covered in bruises. He'd have to make an entire tub of bruise cream. "Linus?" Caden whispered as loudly as he dared. "Linus? Can you hear me? It's Caden Borealis. Linus?" A sound drifted toward him, soft, like wind rushing through a narrow tunnel, or like a ghost. He froze, too petrified to unlock his muscles. "You're a coward. Counterpoint, you're finally using your head." "Caden Borealis." He squinted through the night. That had been his name, spoken as quietly as a leaf falling to the ground. But where had it come from? "Linus? I can't see anything. Where are you?" "Caden Borealis." A little louder that time. The sound still wasn't coming from a spot that made any sense. He slipped, sending a handful of loose stones rolling down the way he'd come. There were 2 rocks in front of him. The tops touched each other, but at the bottom there was a narrow gap. Closer, he saw the gap was actually a hole. A dark, scary hole that really didn't seem large enough for a body to fit through. "Linus?" He couldn't just drop down. He didn't know how deep it was, or if he'd be able to get out once he was inside. "Caden Borealis. Go. Danger." The last time Linus warned him to stay away, he'd looked and sounded so scary. Caden had doubted all that he'd thought of the man. This time, his voice was weak, pained, and definitely coming from the bottom of the pitch-black opening. He had 2 choices. Drop into the abyss and hope it really was Linus down there and not some supernatural monster luring him to his death. Or leave and lose everything. He made sure his kit was strapped across his body and then sat down at the small opening.